Palace Full of Delicacies Chapter 58 to Chapter 112. Suyu immediately understood. He picked up a large piece of grilled fish and blew on it, then brought it to the cat's mouth. His Majesty let go of his tail and looked at the grilled fish covered in sauce. He tilted his head, opened his mouth, and gestured. Then he closed his mouth and tilted it to the other side to make sure the sauce wouldn't get on his beard. Then he took a bite. Damn stupid slave, he didn't know how to pick up a small piece. Suyu secretly glanced at the national tutor. He deliberately picked up a large piece of meat because he was afraid that the national tutor wouldn't like to eat at the same table with cats. If the national tutor chased the cat off the table, he could say that the cat had bitten off the meat and give it all to the cat. However, the national tutor didn't seem to care about the two cats sitting on the table. He took out a jade pot from somewhere. There was a clear wine in the pot, and he poured a cup for Suyu. The wine was light, with a little sour and sweet taste. It was very refreshing, and it was a perfect match for the slightly greasy grilled mackerel. What kind of wine is this? Suyu curiously looked at the light red wine in the white jade cup. Looking at the color, what kind of wine do you think it is? The national tutor elegantly picked up a piece of fish and put it into his mouth. He took a sip from the white jade cup. Well. Suyu scratched his head. He didn't know much about the ancient fruit wine and flower wine. He only knew a few kinds. Mulberry wine. The national tutor raised his finger and flicked away the fat cat's head that was trying to steal a drink. He poured another cup for Suyu. I'll teach you how to make wine next time. Suyu didn't pay much attention to it and casually agreed. His attention was attracted by the fluffy golden kitten. Seeing that the cat didn't want to eat the big piece of fish anymore, he gave the rest to the fat cat. Then he picked up the fish that was just enough to fill his mouth and ate it with the emperor. His Royal Highness King Zhao didn't care that his brother had bitten it. He happily held the fish and ate it heartily. The foot-long mackerel was enough for 2 people and 2 cats to eat to their heart's content. Before leaving, Suyu asked the national tutor for the 2 fish skeletons. Originally, he wanted to ask for a mackerel to bring back for the emperor to eat, but the national tutor said that this strange fish was still a top secret, so he couldn't take out the Anhua Tower. Therefore, he could only take a step back and ask for 2 skeletons. According to Su's cookbook, not only was the mackerel meat fragrant, but the soup made from the bones was also very delicious. Fish soup was usually boiled with fish meat. Because the fish meat was heavy in oil, it didn't taste good in soup. Roasting it over a fire was the most suitable way to eat it. These fish bones were quite magical. In less than a quarter of an hour, they already showed signs of melting. After boiling for an hour, all the fish bones disappeared without a trace. Suyu carefully stirred the soup with a thin ladle, but she couldn't find a single fish bone. Moreover, the soup had already turned milky white. She only needed to sprinkle some fine salt and chopped green onions, and the taste was very delicious. The emperor was originally very dissatisfied with the fish bone soup that Suyu gave him, but after tasting a mouthful, he drank 3 bowls in a row before stopping. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, the emperor became idle again. He lay on the soft cushion and circled Suyu, leisurely swaying his tail. Then, he found that he was in human form and didn't have a tail, so he settled for the next best thing and swayed his feet. Your Majesty, do you know about the blood contract? Suyu tried to pick up the memorials that the emperor had thrown, but the emperor was holding them too tightly. He couldn't move at all, so he could only give up and ask about the blood contract. According to the national tutor, if he wanted to have a deeper relationship with the imperial family, he had to make a blood contract. Suyu wasn't interested in the work of preparing sacrifices for the ancestors of the Yin family. If he had to make a blood contract in order to learn how to kill fish, it wouldn't be worth it. But when he left Anhua Tower, the national tutor said something that made him have to reconsider the issue of the blood contract. If you want to be with the emperor for a long time, then this blood contract is necessary. And Hongchul was originally focused on fiddling with the tassels on Suyu's waist. When he heard the 2 words blood contract, his exposed ears moved slightly. The national tutor wants you to make a blood contract? Suyu explained in detail what happened in Anhua Tower today, but the national tutor was too embarrassed to say the last sentence. This blood contract isn't normal. Once it's made, it won't end until you die, and Hongchul slightly frowned and looked up at him. You want to make a blood contract in order to learn how to kill fish? Of course not. Suyu scratched his head in embarrassment. He was worried that he wouldn't be able to be with the emperor for a long time. If he didn't say it, he would seem stupid, but it was embarrassing to say it. Then why? The emperor sat up and stared straight into Suyu's eyes. Making a blood contract with the imperial family was not normal. He had to know Suyu's true thoughts. Oh, because the national tutor said, N. Suyu clutched the corner of his clothes uneasily. He really didn't know what to say. And Hongchul carefully recalled what the national tutor said today. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration. When the national tutor said that last sentence, the emperor was nestled in Suyu's arms to digest his food. The corners of his eyes that were slightly raised gradually curved into crescents. Humph, I knew the stupid slave couldn't leave me. As expected, even Imperial Uncle could see that the stupid slave liked me to an unimaginable degree. Suyu stuttered and couldn't speak clearly. After a while, he didn't see the irascible emperor interrupt him. Just as he was feeling puzzled, he heard the emperor suddenly say, Since you want to make a blood contract, why don't you make one with me? Ah? Your Majesty knows how to make one? Suyu had always thought that this mysterious thing only existed with the mysterious national tutor. He didn't expect that the emperor could do it as well. Humph. The emperor was very dissatisfied with Suyu's questioning of his actions. He pulled Suyu into his arms. Before he could say anything, the emperor used his lips to seal his mouth. Suyu's eyes widened. Weren't they seriously discussing the blood contract? Why did it suddenly become? Oh, the warm lips became soft from the grinding. There was a bit of the sweet mulberry wine between his lips and teeth, fresh and delicious. And Hongchul pressed Suyu's head to prevent him from moving. He instinctively wanted to take in more, so he followed his heart and explored deeper. Oh. Suyu was originally in a daze from the kiss. Suddenly, the tip of his tongue hurt. His Majesty had quickly bitten it. There was the taste of blood in his mouth. Then, the emperor's tongue reached over and touched the tip of his tongue. He felt that the blood on the tip of his tongue was suddenly drawn away. Because of the loss of blood, his tongue began to feel numb. In this strange moment, Suyu didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. In a daze, he thought, could the secret of the imperial family be that they were all vampires? Vampires? His Majesty slightly frowned. This stupid slave, what was he thinking about? Just when Suyu thought that his tongue was about to be crippled, a warm blood suddenly flowed back from the place where it was connected. It felt very comfortable. A sentence suddenly popped up in his mind, Stupid slave, what are you thinking about? Slowly separating, Suyu blinked, Your Majesty, did you speak just now? Contract. The emperor didn't pay attention to him and only lightly spat out these two words. What contract? Suyu was a bit confused, that was a blood contract just now? And Hongchul smiled proudly. But. Suyu pursed his red and swollen lips and looked at the emperor with some suspicion. Is a blood contract with the national tutor also made like this? The emperor's smile froze for a moment. A suspicious blush appeared on his ears. Of course not. The emperor, who had signed the blood contract, seemed to be a little tired. He didn't even look at the memorials and laid on Suyu's back, saying that he wanted to sleep. Suyu had no other choice but to drag the big plaster on his back and shakily drag the emperor onto the dragon bed. Unexpectedly, the big plaster didn't let go of him even after he fell on the bed and brought him to the bedding. The emperor hugged Suyu's waist and rubbed his face on his back before contentedly falling asleep. Your Majesty, Your Majesty? Suyu moved his body and didn't get a response for a while, so he could only struggle to sit up. The emperor didn't even take off his outer clothes and directly fell asleep. Suyu slowly moved the hand on his waist and turned around to help him take off his clothes. The candlelight in the main hall of the North Palace was always bright enough to clearly illuminate the emperor's sleeping face. The emperor, who was sleeping, looked much cuter than when he was awake. He was quiet and obedient, but his originally light pink lips looked a little pale today. Suyu was a little worried as he frowned. He didn't know the difference between the emperor's blood contract and the national tutor's blood contract, but he knew that the national tutor wouldn't use this kind of method to sign a blood contract. He didn't feel anything special right now, but he was afraid that it would harm the emperor's body. Suyu laid on the bed and leaned over to take a closer look. He gently used his finger to touch the beautifully shaped lips. The emperor, who was sleeping, couldn't bear being disturbed and slightly raised his head. With a light smile, Suyu took back his naughty hand and slowly leaned over to place a light kiss on the emperor's thin lips. Then, he got up and began to take off the dragon robe. The emperor was in a deep sleep. He didn't even wake up when Suyu took off his inner clothes. But his ears, which were buried in the bedding, had already turned red. That night, the emperor didn't wake him up in the middle of the night, but Suyu woke up on his own. When he opened his eyes in a daze, he saw Liusu, who was at the head of the bed, moving. His brain was not very clear, so he couldn't think clearly. He thought that the sauce had gotten up in the middle of the night again. The moonlight shone through the window, and in the gradually clear line of sight, His Majesty was reaching out a hand and fiddling with the tassels at the head of the bed with great interest. "Your Majesty?" Suyu called out softly. His Majesty paused and turned around to look at him. "Why didn't you call me?" Suyu moved closer to the emperor. "Humph." The emperor humphed and reached out to hug Suyu. He rubbed his head against Suyu's neck but didn't say anything. When their skin touched, there was a faint sense of connection compared to the previous hug. This feeling was very comfortable, but it also reminded Suyu of the unfinished question he wanted to ask before he went to bed. "Your Majesty, when the contract was signed, I heard you say something, but at that time, we were still, Before Suyu could finish his words, His Majesty blocked his mouth. Only after Suyu had become dizzy from the kiss did His Majesty snort, "If you want me to kiss you, just say it directly. Why do you have to go in such a big circle?" Then, His Majesty roughly pulled Suyu into his arms, put his chin on Suyu's head, and closed his eyes to sleep. "That's not it," Suyu muttered. He gently pushed the sturdy chest in front of him, but he couldn't push it away, so he could only give up. He turned his face slightly and exposed his nose. Listening to the emperor's steady and powerful heartbeat, he gradually fell asleep. About the blood contract, it was better to ask the national tutor tomorrow. The next day, he went to Anhua Tower. Suyu, who had a request, brought along a large food box. Spicy seafood pancakes, spicy stir-fried squid, garlic fried shrimp, spicy razor clams, as well as the newly developed spicy crab stick. A dazzling array of seafood snacks were placed on the short red sandalwood table. Just looking at it made one's mouth water. The national tutor, who was originally resting on the soft couch with his eyes closed, slowly opened his eyes. His clear and cold eyes glanced between the snacks and Suyu for a moment. "Speak, what do you want to ask?" Suyu couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed when his purpose was seen through. He scratched his head, carried a plate of fried shrimp, and sat down on the footstool next to the soft couch. This official just wants to know how the blood contract is signed, and what effect will it have on both sides. The national tutor picked up a shrimp and slowly took a bite. The stir-fried garlic powder had a special fragrance. It was very delicious when sprinkled on the open back of the shrimp. After gracefully finishing the entire shrimp, the national tutor slowly opened his mouth and said, "You only need to hand over a drop of blood from your fingertips. This seat will take care of the rest. This blood contract will let the seat know if you have leaked any secrets. As for other things, it won't affect this seat. Blood from the fingertips, not the tongue." Suyu blinked his eyes. "Then what's the difference if I use blood from other places?" The national tutor frowned slightly. "The 10 fingers are connected to the heart. Half of the blood from the fingertips is from the heart. Naturally, this will have to be used." Then, Suyu handed over another shrimp. He stole a glance at the national tutor's expression and asked carefully, "Is there any special phenomenon when the blood contract is signed, such as hearing the other party's thoughts?" The national tutor's hand that was holding the shrimp paused. He stared fixedly at Suyu's eyes. His cold eyes reflected the sunlight and seemed to have a flash of light. Suyu was dazed for a moment. He secretly sighed that the national tutor's eyes were really beautiful. "You signed a blood contract with His Majesty?" The national tutor's originally indifferent voice suddenly became cold and solemn. He also sat up. "Yes." Suyu swallowed his saliva. "What's the difference between this blood contract and ordinary ones?" The national tutor lowered his eyes. Ordinary blood contracts can only be signed by the seat. The kind that His Majesty, meow. Before he could finish his sentence, the golden kitten suddenly rushed down from upstairs and threw itself into the national tutor's arms. Sauce, stop fooling around. Suyu hurriedly went to take the kitten so that it wouldn't offend the national tutor. Meow, the kitten angrily slapped Suyu's hand away. Its amber eyes stared at the national tutor, warning him not to speak nonsense. The national tutor looked deeply at Suyu. What's different about this blood contract? You'll know in the future. His Majesty won't harm you. Since Suyu had already signed a blood contract, he could freely enter and leave the 4th floor of Anhua Tower. The national tutor also seemed to treat him more casually. Go to the 3rd floor and find a book called Mountain River Illustrated Handbook. Hang this kitten on the soft silk while you're at it. The national tutor threw the golden furball to Suyu. He took out a pot of ginger tea and began to enjoy the snacks. Suyu obediently went to the 3rd floor to search. He looked at the silk that hung down from the 4th floor and then looked at the furball in his arms. He decided to hold it for a while longer. He would put the kitten back when he found the book. The entire 3rd floor was filled with books. It was dazzling. Suyu searched for a long time, but he couldn't find any pattern in the arrangement of the books. Next to Dan Law was the instrumental music ceremony. Next to records of the previous dynasty was the legend of the White Fox. His Majesty, who was nestled in Suyu's arms, couldn't stand it anymore. He grabbed Suyu's clothes and jumped off the ground. He quickly climbed to the top of the bookshelf. Hua la la, a thick book poured down, almost burying Suyu in it. Sauce, come down. Suyu hurriedly picked up the books and put them back one by one. Suddenly, he saw the Mountain River Illustrated Handbook that was 3 fingers thick. He hung the golden kitten on the soft silk and patted its furry little butt. Go play by yourself. Then he happily went downstairs, leaving the stiff His Majesty hanging on the silk and swaying with the breeze. When Suyu returned to the 2nd floor, the 5 plates of food had already been cleaned. The national tutor was holding a cup of ginger tea and staring at the 2 big tabby cats on the table. Huh? Suyu had seen these 2 cats before. He immediately curiously went over. Why are they here? To freeload food. The national tutor took the books from Suyu's hands and ignored the 2 big cats. Last time, His Majesty said the same thing. Suyu held back his laughter. He saw that the 2 tabby cats were shiny and slippery, so he reached out to touch them. The 2 big cats were naturally more agile than the small fat cat. They definitely wouldn't let Suyu's groping hands succeed. With a whoosh, they jumped off the table and ran upstairs. They climbed up the silk and bumped into His Majesty, who was still hanging in the same place. His Majesty, you can't climb anymore? The big black and yellow cat came over and asked with a smile. His Majesty glanced at Uncle 17 and stepped on his head to climb up to the 4th floor. Ow! Prince Ling cried out and turned around to complain to his elder brother. The black and white cat that was in charge of bringing up the rear caught up and gave him a paw. What are you standing there for? Hurry up. Then, it stepped on its brother's head and followed His Majesty's footsteps. Are all these cats raised in Anhua Tower? Suyu heard the noises of the cats upstairs and asked. No. The national tutor flipped through the Mountain River Illustrated Handbook in his hands and threw it to Suyu. Memorize everything in this book in 3 days. Ah? Suyu's eyes widened. This morning, he didn't accompany His Majesty to read the memorials. Suyu finally finished memorizing the fish-killing mantra and had a deeper understanding of how to kill mackerel. He originally wanted to come to Anhua Tower to practice again today, but unexpectedly, the national tutor asked him to memorize another book. Just by looking at the title of the book, he knew that it was an atlas that described the geography of the Dan dynasty. He was a cook, so why would he memorize the Mountain River Illustrated Handbook? Frowning, Suyu flipped open the book and was dumbfounded. The pictures in the book were all meticulously painted. They were exquisite and lifelike. But, the question was, who could explain why the Mountain River Illustrated Handbook was filled with all kinds of fish? The opening was a lifelike mackerel with detailed annotations. The shape is like a fish with fluffy hair. When seen, there will be a great drought. Suyu had never heard of the fish after that. For example, ing fish, the body of a fish with bird wings. The sound is like a mandarin duck. When seen, there will be a great flood. Leatherback turtle, the body of a fish with a ghost shell. When seen, there will be a great storm. Thinking of the exaggerated pictures in the second chapter of Sue's cookbook, Suyu blinked. Could those black dots be these strange fish? If it was related to the cookbook, he was very willing to study it. After saying this, he got up to leave. Wait. The national tutor raised his hand to stop Suyu. You can memorize this book when you go back. Tonight, during the worship ceremony, there are several mackerel on the 4th floor. This seat has already cleaned the blood. Go and kill them all. Suyu. Sure enough, he couldn't escape from his class assignments and homework. After you kill them, you can take one of the good ones with you. The national tutor took a sip of his ginger tea and said cheerfully. This subject will go right away. Thinking that he could make roasted fish for the emperor, Suyu was immediately full of energy. Although the national tutor didn't tell him what was different about the emperor's blood contract, when he thought about the emperor's pale lips last night, he knew that this kind of unconventional thing was harmful to his body. No matter what, he had to nourish him well. He excitedly ran upstairs, ready to go all out. But when he reached the 3rd floor, he was dumbfounded. How was he supposed to get up there when he was faced with that thin silk? Turning his head to look at the national tutor, who was still leisurely drinking tea on the 2nd floor, Suyu scratched his head. Imperial uncle, how do I get up there? The national tutor put down the teacup in his hand, but he didn't intend to get up to help. He just raised his head and said to Suyu, tell His Majesty to get you up there. Then, he continued to leisurely drink his tea. His Majesty? Suyu blinked. Was His Majesty here? He looked around and circled around the silk. Helpless, he could only raise his head and shout, His Majesty, His Majesty? Ongwa Tower seemed to be silent for a moment. Not long after, the emperor, who was dressed in a white robe, came down from the sky with one hand holding the silk. Stupid slave, why are you calling Jin? His Majesty, do you really think I'm here? Suyu jumped up in surprise. There were soft cushions everywhere on the 3rd floor. He only cared about looking at His Majesty and didn't look at his feet. He lost his balance and directly fell into His Majesty's arms. And Hongchul raised his hand to catch the clumsy stupid slave and helped him stand firm. Outside, don't throw yourself into my arms. Who threw themselves into his arms? Suyu was helpless. Looking at the serious His Majesty, he was powerless to argue with him. His Majesty, I'll have to trouble you to bring this official to the 4th floor. This official wants to go up to kill fish. You called Jin down just to use Jin as a ladder? His Majesty was suddenly unhappy. Hearing the stupid slave call him so urgently, he thought that the national tutor did something to him and hurriedly came down. Unexpectedly, it was just for such a trivial matter. Suyu blinked. It was a bit wrong to order His Majesty around like this, but there were only the 3 of them in the tower, but, without His Majesty, this official can't go up by myself. And Hongchul heard this and coldly snorted, but the corner of his mouth couldn't help but slightly raise. This stupid slave was so dependent on him, it was really annoying. But as a good master, he would still satisfy this small request. With one hand holding Suyu in His Majesty's arms, the other hand held the silk. His feet, and with a whoosh sound, he rushed up to the 4th floor. On the 4th floor, His Majesty, His Majesty. The national tutor brought His Majesty, His Majesty replied. His Majesty immediately frowned. Damn it. Did the state preceptor also carry his stupid slave up like this? Even the imperial uncle couldn't take advantage of him like this. The emperor angrily turned around and jumped down from the 3rd floor, then rushed straight to the 2nd floor. So you didn't know what was going on and thought that the emperor had left because of an urgent matter. He looked at the first stone room with its door open and walked straight in. In the stone room, there were 5 mackerel that had been cleaned of blood and a bucket of boiling water. After recalling how to kill mackerel, Suyu took a deep breath, picked up his knife, and began to work. The national tutor had told him to kill these fish and roast them outside. At night, he would use them as a sacrifice to the heavens. Although he didn't understand why he had to roast fish for the sacrifice to the heavens, Suyu put his reward, the biggest mackerel, into the fish basket. Then, he obediently roasted the remaining 4 fish. There seemed to be more seasonings today than yesterday. Suyu was interested in mixing 2 kinds of barbecue sauce. One was savory, and the other was savory. But the surface of both had to be brushed with honey. The fish that had been brushed with honey sizzled on the charcoal fire. Suyu worked on both sides. He could roast 2 fish at the same time. Just as he was working energetically, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Suyu's hand that was roasting the fish paused. He slowly turned his head and saw 4 pairs of sparkling eyes staring at him without blinking. 2 big tabby cats and 2 small yellow cats were squatting in a row on the ground. They were staring at him. The national tutor had come up at some point. He was sitting behind the 4 cats. He supported his chin with one hand and looked at him with his cold eyes. Suyu blinked, then blinked again. "Where's His Majesty?" "The fish are burnt." The national tutor reminded him softly. "Ah." Suyu quickly flipped the fish. After the 2 fish were roasted, the national tutor asked Suyu to put them on a plate and roast 2 more for the sacrifice to the heavens. By the time Suyu finished roasting the 2 fish for the sacrifice to the heavens, only the tails of the previous 2 fish were left. After roasting the fish in Anwu Tower, Suyu tried to coax the sauce to go back to the North Pole Palace with him. He failed. Suyu carried his reward and slowly went back. Thinking about the large group of cats in Anwu Tower, Suyu doubted that the sacrifice could be kept until the night. Anyway, the sacrifice to the heavens had nothing to do with him. The most important thing was to go back and make a delicious roasted fish for the emperor. The tools in Anwu Tower were simple and crude. They couldn't make high-class dishes. The North Pole Palace had the chili that Prince Ling had just sent. Suyu was going to make a roasted fish for the emperor. At night, the emperor dragged his heavy footsteps back. As soon as he entered the hall, he fell onto the soft cushion and didn't move. "Your Majesty, what's wrong?" Suyu walked over and touched the emperor's forehead. "I'm tired." The emperor put his head on Suyu's lap and stretched. A man's body should be hard. Normally, the emperor was also very firm to the touch, but when he stretched, he looked very soft. His slender body stretched like a bow and then quickly bounced back, encircling Suyu. "Your Majesty, are you going to practice martial arts in Anwu Tower in the afternoon?" Suyu looked at his dangerous movements and was very worried. He rubbed his waist for fear that he would hurt himself. "Oh." The emperor answered vaguely. His Majesty felt very comfortable being rubbed, and he was about to fall asleep. He and the national tutor temporarily put aside their prejudices and went back to the 4th floor because the roasted fish was almost done. After Suyu left, and Hongchul and Imperial Uncle continued to discuss in depth the topic of how did Imperial Uncle get his niece-in-law to the 4th floor yesterday? After eating and drinking to their fill, Prince Ling and Prince Su saw that the situation was not right. They picked up the little fat cat that was still licking its paws and ran away. The result of the fight between the emperor and the national tutor was that Suyu did not have to go to Anwu Tower for 3 days. He could only stay by the emperor's side and recite the illustrations. After 3 days, Suyu went again and found that there was a rope ladder between the 3rd floor and the 4th floor. When he walked over, the yellow and white little fat cat would appear on the 4th floor. It would push the rope ladder down and then quickly climb back to the 5th floor, afraid that Suyu would climb up and touch it. During these 3 days, Suyu was tied to the emperor's side. In the morning, he accompanied the emperor to read memorials. In the afternoon, he accompanied the emperor to sleep. In the afternoon, he accompanied the emperor to play. In short, he was not allowed to leave even half a step. For 3 days in a row, the imperial censor tried to hit the pillar in the imperial court. The emperor continued to do as he pleased. He insisted on using Suyu as a cushion and feeding him snacks when he was reading memorials. As for Suyu, he gradually became immune to the minister's glares. Suyu found that the emperor was working to eradicate a part of the power in the imperial court. His methods were swift and decisive, without the slightest bit of sloppiness. This was a good way to put it. The so-called swift and decisive action, in Suyu's opinion, could be summarized as simple and crude. He wondered if there was a problem with the emperor's way of ruling the country. After all, the right and wrong of many things was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. When the emperor determined the right and wrong of a matter and whether a person was guilty or not, his speed was a bit too fast. "Your Majesty, are you not going to investigate?" Suyu watched as the emperor neatly wrote the word behead on the memorial that he had just glanced at. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. "What is there to investigate?" The emperor threw the memorial to the side and leaned on Suyu to yawn. "As long as Zhen is here, the world will not lose its fairness." What did this mean? Suyu was confused and wanted to ask more, but the emperor had already finished approving the memorials. He raised his hand and pulled on the silk sash beside the dragon chair. Wang Gonggong answered and entered. "Is it done?" the emperor asked in a serious tone. Reporting to the emperor, "The things have been prepared." Wang Gonggong bowed and replied. Not knowing what the emperor and Wang Gonggong were talking about, Suyu glanced at the memorials the emperor had just approved and immediately widened his eyes. Not to mention the question of fairness, the ones to be beheaded were the direct descendants of the Liu family. The Liu family had been entrenched in the court for many years and had deep roots. Just by looking at the imperial consort Liu, it was clear that these people dared to be so arrogant and despotic. They must have something to rely on. The emperor was so decisive in dealing with them, wasn't he afraid of trouble? "Let's go," and Hongchul pulled Suyu up. "The things have been prepared for you." "What things?" Suyu asked blankly. The emperor frowned. "Didn't you say you were going to make grilled whole fish?" Previously, when they brought back mackerel, they found that they didn't have a metal plate to place grilled fish on top of the charcoal fire, so the matter of grilled whole fish was temporarily put aside. When the emperor heard about it, he had people rush to make a set overnight. "The people at Feisher have never made this before, so I don't know if it's suitable or not." Wang Gonggong brought out a tray covered with a layer of flannel. It looked very grand. Suyu reached out and lifted the flannel. It was a 1-foot square, double-layered metal plate. The upper plate was exquisitely carved with a hidden flower in the center, and the groove on the lower plate was even more surprising. The groove was used to place the charcoal fire. The people who made the metal plate were very careful to make the tuyere and sink. They also carefully added a layer of fine mesh to prevent the charcoal ash from floating around. If the first layer of the metal plate was removed, it could be directly barbecued below. What does Feisher do on a daily basis? Suyu was very satisfied as he held the iron plate and looked it up and down. He secretly sighed that these people's craftsmanship was really good. If he needed any kitchen utensils in the future, he could just ask them to make it for him. The corner of Wang Gonggong's mouth twitched as he looked at His Majesty. "To make hidden weapons for the royal family," the emperor said indifferently. Cough cough. Suyu choked on his saliva and looked at Wang Gonggong for confirmation. Wang Gonggong dutifully explained the origin of the flying stones. The Yin family was good at using hidden weapons, so they searched for the world's most famous weaponsmiths and set up a flying stone department in the imperial palace. They specialized in making hidden weapons for the imperial family and the shadow guard. Not only were they skilled, but they also worked very quickly. "If there's anything that your highness is dissatisfied with, you can have them take it and change it again." Suyu coughed even harder. Asking a concealed weapon master to make kitchen utensils for him, he looked at the memorials on the table and then looked at the iron plate in his hand. Sure enough, something as complicated as imperial power couldn't be understood with his brain as a chef. The fish he killed the day before had been kept in the ice cellar. After it was taken out and defrosted, the meat of the mackerel was still as fresh and tender as before. Suyu was very surprised. He was already prepared to change the fish to roast. This kind of sea monster's meat won't rot for 3 days. His Majesty, who had nothing to do, was walking around in the kitchen again. When he saw Suyu about to throw the fish away, he hurriedly stopped him. Suyu looked at the fish in his hand suspiciously. "Won't rot for 3 days?" It sounded like preservatives had been added. Could this kind of unknown creature really be eaten? Although he was very worried, Suyu still roasted the mackerel with preservatives under His Majesty's insistence. When the gills of mackerel were removed, the bones and meat would be separated. However, without bones, it wouldn't be called a roasted whole fish. It would be called a roasted fish piece. Suyu could only put the fish and fish bones together gently, He brushed oil on the charcoal fire and roasted it. When it was almost roasted, he put the seasoning on the plate. Dried chili and Sichuan peppers covered the entire body of the fish. The grilled fish meat gurgled in the iron plate filled with spicy oil. The aroma of the mackerel itself and the spiciness of the ingredients exploded in the hot oil, causing the entire dining hall to be shrouded in a rich aroma. Because he was suspicious of the quality of the fish meat, Suyu tasted it first. He had made a lot of roasted fish in his previous life. He had tried all kinds of fish, but there had never been a fish meat that could compare to this strange fish. Because the mackerel's meat was greasy, it couldn't be used to make soup. However, it was a good choice for roasting. Even better, the fish bones that were as hard as stone but melted in the soup slowly melted in the oil and soaked into the fish meat, forming a crispy outer layer on the fish meat. It was very delicious. At this time, they didn't care about the freshness of the fish. The two ate the foot-long fish and the side dishes with white rice. While the emperor and his favored concubine were eating heartily, there were many people in the inner palace who still couldn't eat. For example, Imperial Consort Lu. Ever since the Agarwood incident, not only had she been grounded, the Lu family had also been suppressed. Even though Prime Minister Lu tried to divert the emperor's attention, such as driving Princess Mu out and dragging the Marquis of Changchun into the water, the emperor didn't show any signs of being fooled. Instead, there were more and more memorials to the Lu family. Prime Minister Lu's power was gradually being taken away. For example, there were memorials to Imperial Consort Lu's second uncle for committing crimes. The memorials were directly sent to the imperial study. Prime Minister Lu didn't even have the chance to stop them. He didn't even know the specific contents of the memorials. Imperial Consort Lu was burning with anxiety. At this time, the head palace maid, Yulan, came to report that the concubines had finished weaving the birthday gift for the Empress Dowager. The heavens are really helping me. Imperial Consort Lu was overjoyed. She was the one who suggested that the concubines make this velvet blanket together, so she should be the one to present it. Using this as an excuse, she could also see the Empress Dowager. The velvet blanket was made of fine snow-carved velvet. It was smooth and soft to the touch. It was one of the best velvet blankets. On the snow-white velvet blanket, there were many black plum blossom paw prints, which set off each other beautifully. The Empress Dowager held the blanket full of cat paw prints, unwilling to part with it. It's really interesting. In the future, when I make a mattress for the crown prince, I'll also have these paw prints embroidered on it. That's right, Ling Gugu joined in, it's best to use this kind of material to cover the crown prince. Io, newbie can't wait to see it. The emperor now only favors consort Xian. I don't know when the crown prince will be born. Imperial Consort Lu interjected in a strange tone. The smile on the Empress Dowager's face faded. You shouldn't worry about the crown prince. Imperial Consort Lu's expression changed. She immediately knelt down and begged for forgiveness. Xianxia spoke. The crown prince of the Yin family had always been chosen by the national tutor. No matter if the child was born of a concubine or a concubine of a prince, as long as the national tutor said that the child was suitable for the country, even if the child was a concubine of a prince, he could still ascend the throne. Therefore, Imperial Consort Lu would occasionally remind the Empress Dowager that she couldn't let the princes have an heir before the emperor. As a concubine, reminding the Empress Dowager about the matter of having an heir was understandable. But if she mentioned the crown prince, it was challenging the authority of the national tutor. Ijia likes this blanket very much. You're considerate. Go back. The Empress Dowager didn't want to talk more and had Ling Gugu put the blanket away. Empress Dowager. Imperial Consort Lu knelt at the Empress Dowager's feet and cried, Niece knows that she has done something wrong. These days, Niece really doesn't have the face to see aunt. But now that the Lu family is in trouble, concubine Lu, be careful with your words. The Empress Dowager interrupted her words. Hearing the title, concubine Lu, Imperial Consort Lu's face couldn't help but pale. She had already been stripped of her position as noble consort. The Empress Dowager had specifically pointed it out to remind her that she couldn't even take care of herself right now, so she shouldn't blindly worry. Empress Dowager, the Lu family is also your maternal family. You can't just abandon it like this. Concubine Lu shrieked. Ijia is only a woman deep in the palace. How can I participate in the affairs of the previous court? The Empress Dowager frowned and continued to speak slowly. Since you've married into the imperial family, you should think of the imperial family. If you always want to help your maternal family, the emperor will be bitterly disappointed. In the past, concubine Lu liked the Empress Dowager's temperament the most. She wasn't impatient and easy to talk to. But now, she hated this slow temperament. She was so anxious that her forehead was covered in sweat. After going around in circles, she still said the same few words. It didn't hurt or itch, and she couldn't help at all. Always want to help your maternal family? Who in the palace doesn't help their maternal family? After returning to Yulwan Palace, concubine Lu raised her hand and smashed a large vase. The Empress Dowager makes it sound so easy. It's all because the Lu family isn't her proper maternal family. Nyang nyang. Yulan was scared out of her wits. She hurriedly pulled on concubine Lu. You can't say that. Make the emperor bitterly disappointed? This consort doesn't believe that Yao Fei won't help her maternal family if something happens to it. Concubine Lu shrieked. If she wasn't allowed to help her maternal family, then she shouldn't help anyone. Otherwise, she would have something to say in front of the Empress Dowager. A few days later, Mr. Yuan entered the palace to report to Suyu about the recent business. He also brought an urgent piece of news. Su Ming killed someone? Suyu looked up in surprise from the account book. That cousin of his who only knew how to be unreasonable at home actually had the courage to kill someone. Ever since Suyu entered the palace, his eldest uncle's family didn't dare to cause trouble. His official mother's Jao clan was also living well in the manor. These days, Suyu had been too busy in the palace. He had almost forgotten about his eldest uncle's family. It turned out that the peace before was the calm before the storm. It was fine if he didn't make a sound, but when he did, he would shock everyone. Su Ming was fighting with someone over a singer. Because of a disagreement, he accidentally pushed the person down the stairs. That person was unlucky. His head hit the stone steps and he died. The people saw that the situation wasn't right and wanted to report it. Su Ming panicked and shouted, "My cousin is a favored concubine in the palace. Who dares to touch me?" Suyu rubbed his temples. Why did this method of murder seem so familiar? Everyone in the capital knows that Boss is a favored concubine. The capital government arrested Su Ming, but they don't dare to convict him. Mr. Yuan sighed. Nowadays, rumors were everywhere. They all said that Suyu was the one who got the Dao, and that the Su family relied on Suyu to do evil. Boss's eldest uncle asked me to send a letter to Boss. Take a look. Mr. Yuan was a little hesitant. He didn't know if he should show this to Suyu. He was supposed to take orders from the emperor, but the emperor had never given him any specific instructions for the tasks he was supposed to perform. For example, the matter of running errands for concubine Xian. The emperor didn't tell Suyu what he should know and what he shouldn't. He only told him to listen to Suyu's orders. Suyu took the letter. He knew what his eldest uncle said. Since he brought it here, he opened it and read it. In Su Xiaozheng's letter, he first mentioned that Su Ming had killed someone. He said that his son was extremely innocent and that he had only accidentally pushed someone. He didn't know why that person had died. He guessed that someone might want to target the Su family and deliberately frame them. He also said that it was Suyu who was too eye-catching in the palace and implicated them. Not only did they not get any benefits, but they were even more unlucky than before. After a round of scolding, he started to say good things. He said that as long as he talked to the emperor, such a small matter would be settled with a word from the emperor. If this matter was made public, his cousin was a murderer. It would be very bad for Suyu's reputation. The emperor might even dislike him because of this. After Suyu finished reading, he was so angry that he laughed. Teacher, please tell him that half a year ago, if Suyu wasn't lucky, I'm afraid he would have died like this person. Cousin is so extraordinary. As a palace official, I can't help much. Suyu's good mood after hearing about the sprouting of chilies in the eastern suburbs was completely ruined by this news. He calculated the money he had left with Mr. Yuan. He considered buying another house and taking his official mother and stepsister out. He wanted to separate from his eldest uncle so that they wouldn't be implicated. It's okay to separate from the family. It's just that we can't do it now. Mr. Yuan advised. Su Ming just got into trouble, and the boss is in a hurry to separate from the family. There might be some bad rumors. What do I need a good reputation for? Su Yu said indifferently. Gossip is a fearful thing. If you say too much bad things, people will believe it. Being with the emperor is like being with a tiger. Mr. Yuan was helpless. Since he had been with Su Yu for so long, he couldn't help but give him a few words of advice. Before he finished, he was suddenly interrupted by a cold voice. How long do you want to talk about such a small matter? The emperor, who was wearing a bright yellow court robe, suddenly walked in. He grabbed Su Yu's wrist and pulled him up. This commoner greets the emperor. Mr. Yuan quickly knelt and saluted. He immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't know if the emperor heard what he said. Tell the Jingdo government to deal with this impartially. The emperor clearly knew everything. He waved his hand to let Mr. Yuan pack up and leave. In the future, don't bother him with these things. As you wish. Mr. Yuan saluted and left. Seeing the emperor order Mr. Yuan around so easily, Su Yu couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He remembered that in Xianxia, the two of them pretended not to know each other. When Mr. Yuan came to the palace to find him, he said mysteriously that he couldn't reveal the master behind the scenes. And Hongchul turned his head and met Su Yu's curious gaze. He couldn't help but stiffen. At the time, because Su Yu was short on money, he asked his stupid younger brother to help Su Yu manage the seafood restaurant. However, his stupid younger brother didn't know anything other than eating. The emperor could only throw Yuan Su, the strategist, to him and pretend to be a guest of Prince Zhao's manor. He pretended for so long that he forgot in his excitement that he and Yuan Su shouldn't know each other in front of his stupid servant. Why is the emperor here? Su Yu pursed his lips to hold back his laughter. He didn't want to expose him. After the morning court, the emperor saw that the sun was good today, so he wanted to find Su Yu to accompany him to sunbathe. After waiting for a while, Su Yu didn't come back. Thinking that this stupid servant was talking to another man and forgot about him, he angrily came to catch him. The emperor's thin lips pressed into a straight line. After a moment of silence, he said, Yishao Palace has been repaired. I'll take you to see it. Yishao Palace has been repaired? Su Yu was very surprised. After the incident last time, Su Yu moved to the North Pole Palace. Yishao Palace had been empty since then. The imperial censor had reported this matter countless times. Even Wang Gonggong was scolded. They said that he didn't know how to advise the emperor and only knew how to flatter the emperor. In order to get rid of the title of being a traitor, Wang Gonggong had people renovate Yishao Palace. The servants were changed and the guards were rearranged. He did his best to make sure that the emperor couldn't find any mistakes so that Xian Fei could move back as soon as possible. Unfortunately, the heavens didn't do as he wished. The emperor went to take a look and was still dissatisfied with Yishao Palace. Today, he said that there shouldn't be a side room in the bedroom. If a palace maid lived in the side room, it would be bad for Su Yu's purity. Tomorrow, he said that the pool was too deep. If Su Yu was pushed in, it would be dangerous. In short, every time Wang Gonggong said that the renovation was finished, the emperor would find that it wasn't suitable and wouldn't allow Su Yu to live there. The courtyard has been repaired, but the bedroom still can't be lived in. And Hongchul said unhappily. Su Yu blinked, then let's go take a look. We'll go back to the North Pole Palace after lunch. He was very curious about how Yishao Palace had been renovated. Hearing Su Yu say that they would come back after they finished looking, the emperor snorted softly and pulled Su Yu to Yishao Palace. Yishao Palace was still as luxurious as before. The scenery in the courtyard hadn't changed much. The only difference was that the water pavilion in the center was a little bigger. A soft cushion was placed on the wooden board. It was only a little higher than the water's surface. Lying on top of it, one could reach out and touch the cool lake water. It was very interesting. The emperor took off his court robes and pulled Su Yu to lie down on the soft cushion. The autumn sun shone on his body. It was warm and very comfortable. Sauce also likes to bask in the sun here. Su Yu looked at the emperor's squinting eyes. He felt that the emperor's expression was exactly the same as the expression of the golden kitten. And Hongchul lazily responded. He turned over and laid on his side to look at the fish swimming in the water. Eh? What's that? Suyu noticed the ripples in the water. He sat up and looked into the water. He remembered that there weren't any goldfish in the lake before. There were only lotus flowers. Zhen had them raise some fish. The emperor replied. Such a beautiful lake should raise some good-looking fish. Sitting by the lake to feed the fish and looking at the colorful fish scales, this was the life that the imperial concubines in the harem should have. Suyu thought that the emperor finally knew how to have fun. He stretched his neck to take a look. He wanted to know what kind of fish the emperor was raising. As soon as he looked, Suyu almost fell into the lake. He saw that in the clear lake, there were fat carp, silver carp, and grass carp. The most good-looking ones were probably the pink river balls. However, with their 3 catty bodies, they couldn't be considered very good-looking. How good-looking? Fat and strong. The skinny goldfish in the imperial garden are so ugly. The emperor lay by the water and reached out to gently stroke the surface of the water. The water wet his fingertips and he quickly shook them. The corners of Suyu's mouth twitched. He took a small plate of fish food that was handed over. It probably wasn't enough for these big guys to eat. Moreover, sitting by the beautiful lake, elegantly feeding the grass carp, it was really, the emperor didn't think it was a killjoy. He picked up a piece of fish food and threw it into the water. Several big fish immediately came over to fight for it. A silver carp with a large head even jumped out of the water and splashed Suyu's face with water. And Hongchul moved as fast as lightning and slapped the fish. The silver carp was hit and fell into the water with a splash. It flipped over on its belly before waking up. Suyu was stunned as he watched the emperor happily play the game of throwing fish food and slapping fish. He felt that something was strange. The emperor coolly slapped the fish for a while. He was a little sleepy from the sun. He yawned and shook his wet fingertips. He put the back of his hand to his lips and paused for a moment. He took out a handkerchief to wipe his hand. He laid back down on the soft cushion and hugged Suyu's waist. He closed his eyes and prepared to take a nap. Suyu looked at the emperor who curled up in a circle beside him and smiled helplessly. This guy, the more he looked at him, the more he looked like a big cat. He obviously didn't want him to go back to Yishao Palace, but because he was worried that he would be troubled by the Su family's matters, he awkwardly pulled him out to bask in the sun. It would be great if Sauce was also here. It would be interesting to put these 2 awkward guys together. The half-asleep emperor heard this and his thin lips gradually became a straight line. Looking at those lightly pursed thin lips that glowed a cute pink under the sun, Suyu couldn't help but slowly lean over and kiss those warm and soft lips. The moment they touched, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Stupid slave, don't call me Sauce. Crack crack crack. Suyu felt as if an invisible lightning bolt had struck his head. He felt numb from head to toe. His eyes widened as he blankly maintained the position where his lips were in contact with the emperor's. He couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. Just now, he clearly heard the emperor's voice. Just like when they made the blood contract, the conversation that came from the depths of his sea of consciousness was definitely not an illusion. In order to verify this conjecture, Suyu softly called in his heart, Your Majesty, Your Majesty? So noisy. The clear voice broke into his sea of consciousness again. The emperor frowned, opened his eyes slightly, and fell asleep again. During this time, their lips never parted. Suyu slowly sat up straight. He was in a daze. He didn't expect the blood contract to have such an effect. He could actually know what the other party was thinking when they kissed. That was fine, but what he cared about was the emperor's words just now. Don't call me Sauce, call me Sauce, me, Sauce. The details that Suyu usually ignored suddenly rushed into his mind like a flash flood. The emperor who had mysteriously appeared in the Su family and slept soundly on his bed, the emperor who would wake up in the middle of the night and ask him to accompany him to play, the emperor who would roll around in the grass and never get tired of playing with the grass, in addition to the emperor himself, those things that felt out of place also flashed in front of his eyes. His Royal Highness King Zhao, who helped him at all costs for a cat, Mr. Yuan, who took orders from the emperor and helped him take care of the Xian Mantang from the beginning. There were silk ribbons hanging everywhere in the North Pole Palace. Most of them had no other use except for decoration. He had never seen the emperor's soft white robe in the North Pole Palace's wardrobe, most importantly, he had been in the palace for so long, but the emperor and the sauce cat had never appeared together. Oh. The emperor unconsciously rubbed his cheek against Suyu's body. As if he didn't feel satisfied, he turned his head and rubbed it against Suyu's head. Then, he continued to sleep with his neck tilted. Suyu quietly watched the emperor's movements. He had a bold guess in his heart. This guess made him feel unwell. Mr. Yuan met Suyu's uncle as soon as he left the palace. Su Xiaozhang was worried about her son, so she followed Mr. Yuan all the way. She was stopped by the guards outside the palace gate, so she squatted in a corner and waited. Previously, Su Xiaozhang had already shed all pretense of cordiality with this nephew of his because of the family property and the general election. He had never expected that Suyu would be chosen to enter the palace. Suyu was favored in the palace, so the people in the capital didn't know about the Su family. They only thought that the Su family hadn't separated yet, so they thought highly of the Su family. Su Xiaozhang gradually realized the benefits of this. She bragged about how much she owed this nephew of hers. Her son, Su Ming, bragged about how close he was to concubine Xian since they were young. He really did manage to trick a lot of bad friends into joining him. Su Ming was originally like a hoodlum. After being flattered by his bad friends, he didn't know where he was. These days, he had caused a lot of trouble. If it weren't for Suyu, he would have been thrown into prison. But this was no small matter. Many people saw that Su Ming was the one who killed the man. Even if the magistrate of the capital wanted to turn a blind eye, it would be difficult. Su Xiaozhang panicked and went to beg Mr. Yuan for help. "Sir, what did Her Majesty say?" her uncle asked with a smile. Mr. Yuan looked at Su Xiaozhang, who was full of smiles. He shook his arm and thought that this person was really shameless. Her Majesty said that as an official, she can't control these things. You should think of another way. My cousin is about to be beheaded, and she still doesn't care. Su Xiaozhang was instantly furious. Even though they had old grudges, they were still family. Shouldn't they help each other in this kind of crisis? Master Su, be careful with your words. Mr. Yuan pointed at the guards around them and reminded him. Su Xiaozhang looked around. The guards in front of the palace gate were all holding swords and halberds. They looked solemn. We're talking in front of the palace gate. The emperor will hear every word we say. Mr. Yuan stroked his beard and looked at Su Xiaozhang's face with satisfaction. Hearing this, her uncle couldn't help but shrink his neck and stop talking. Mr. Yuan was satisfied and parted ways with him. Did he really say that? After returning to the Su family, Su Xiaozhang's aunt immediately asked about her husband. When she heard that Suyu didn't want to do anything, she immediately screamed, "This ungrateful wretch. Does he want his cousin to be unlucky? Keep your voice down." Su Xiaozhang immediately stopped her. Why should I keep my voice down? My son, my poor son. Su Xiaozhang's aunt glanced at the courtyard of Suyu's official mother's Jiao clan and burst into tears. Her triangular eyes were like thunder, but there was no rain. They were full of calculation. Regardless of how noisy the Su family was, Suyu didn't want to interfere after he sent Mr. Yuan away. He had more important things to do now. In order to verify his guess, Suyu began to carefully observe the emperor's words and actions. The more he looked, the more suspicious he felt. The two of them were playing on the soft cushions in the North Pole Palace. Suyu pulled the dangling silk ribbon in front of his face and shook it again and again. The emperor's slender white hand immediately reached over and grabbed the ribbon. Then, under Suyu's surprised gaze, the emperor snorted coldly and said, "You're making me dizzy." When the emperor fell asleep, he was defenseless and his limbs were soft. Suyu didn't fall asleep. He lay on the pillow and gently blew at the emperor's cheek. This was a game he often played when he was sleeping with Jiang Xiaozhang. He would blow at the little furball's beard when it was asleep. It would wave its little paws to drive him away or directly cover its face. Then, it would stretch its paws against his chest. However, the cat was too small and its fur was too smooth. It would usually push itself away. When it couldn't touch Suyu, it would come back in a daze. The cool wind disturbed the emperor's good sleep. He yawned, shrunk his body, and then slowly reached out his hands to push against Suyu's chest, and pushed Suyu away, Suyu watched the emperor push him into the bed and then squeeze him between his body and the wall. He wanted to cry but had no tears. How could he forget that there was a great difference in strength between a human and a cat? A few days later, when Suyu went to the Anhua Tower to kill fish, he met the golden kitten again and told it a secret. Xianxia, I made you a very delicious shrimp slices. Even the emperor hasn't eaten it before. Suyu grilled fish while tickling the kitten lying on his lap. The golden kitten narrowed its eyes slightly. Stupid slave, what are you doing behind my back? It's on the 3rd floor of the Black Treasure Pavilion in the main hall of the North Pole Palace. It's in the celadon jar on the left. Suyu leaned over and didn't care if the kitten could understand, mysteriously whispered into its ear, later, you can eat it yourself. At night, when Suyu returned to the North Pole Palace, the emperor had already gone back. He was lying on the soft cushion and fiddling with the tassels, chewing something sneakily. What are you eating? Suyu leaned over to look at him. Fan Hongchul snorted and didn't plan to pay attention to him. This stupid slave, he clearly had such delicious food, but he didn't give it to me first. He actually left it for a stupid cat. Suyu scratched his head and hesitated for a moment. He slowly leaned over and quickly licked the emperor's lips. The fresh fragrance of the shrimp meat mixed with the light garlic and chili powder. It was the shrimp slices in the celadon jar. You, what are you doing? The emperor was startled by Suyu's sudden action and sat up. Suyu blinked and didn't say anything. Although he had expected it, when the truth was in front of him, he still felt uncomfortable, and Hongchul snorted when he didn't get a reply from Suyu. This stupid slave likes me so much. It's not a big deal to let him lick me. He got up with red ears. I want to take a bath. Suyu raised his head and looked at the emperor who had his back to him. He naturally called out, Jiang Xiaozhang. The emperor reflexively turned his head and then stiffened. The two silently stared at each other for a long time. Suyu swallowed his saliva. That, Your Majesty, the emperor didn't say a word and just stared straight at Suyu. Suyu stood up and walked up to the emperor. He carefully asked in a soft voice, You're the sauce, right? And Hongchul slowly clenched his hands that were hidden under his wide sleeves. He suddenly reached out and grabbed Suyu's wrist. His eyes were cold as he said, Are you testing Zhen? Suyu jumped in fright. He raised his head to look at the emperor. His beautiful eyes were filled with an ominous glint that was about to explode. He suddenly realized that his joke might be offensive to the emperor, so he hurriedly explained, I was embarrassed to ask you directly, humph. The emperor pulled Suyu into his arms and pinched his chin with one hand. He coldly said, Zhen is telling you, you've already made a blood contract. You're Zhen's person. You can't escape for the rest of your life. Even if Zhen is a different species, you can forget about leaving. Unless you die. Suyu stared blankly at the emperor. Different species, different species. In other words, the emperor admitted that he was the sauce. The emperor was the golden kitten, and the kitten was the emperor, and Hongchul saw that the emperor didn't speak for a long time. He gradually tightened his arms and pinched his chin harder. If Suyu looked into the emperor's eyes at this moment, he would see the embarrassment and nervousness hidden under the ominous glint. That damned stupid slave. If he dares to be afraid and dares to leave Zhen will. Suyu didn't notice the emperor's emotions at all. He didn't even care about the tightening shackles on his body. At this moment, his mind was filled with screaming. The incomparably handsome emperor was actually a soft and fluffy kitten. He was his cute sauce. The arrogant and awkward Uncle Cat was his lifelong lover. The feeling of two things that he liked becoming one was really, really great. Hee. Suyu's eyes turned into the shape of a heart. His mouth was half open and he was almost drooling. Could it be that he was scared silly? When the emperor heard the strange laughter, he lowered his head to look at Suyu, who was laughing foolishly. He slightly frowned and was about to say something when the fellow in his arms suddenly got the strength to break free. He pulled the emperor up and down and began to look at it. Your Majesty, how do you usually turn into a cat? If you turn into a cat, what about your clothes? Suyu excitedly circled around the emperor, touching him here and there. Can you make cat ears or tail appear? As she spoke, she reached behind the emperor, trying to find the long furry tail under the emperor's robe. This time, it was the emperor's turn to be stunned. He had never thought that Suyu would have such a reaction. He had thought that Suyu might be surprised and scared. The best-case scenario would be that she would slowly guess and calmly accept it, to think that he had been nervous for half a day. Really, damn it, the emperor flew into a rage out of humiliation and pushed Suyu down onto the soft cushion. Suyu was still recklessly holding the emperor's head, trying to pull out a cat ear from his hair. The emperor grabbed Suyu's hand and pressed it against the top of his head. He looked at him condescendingly. You already knew, right? You deliberately pretended not to know and took the opportunity to molest me for so long. Molest, when did I do that? Suyu's eyes widened. Scenes from the past flashed in front of his eyes. Ever since he had met Sauce, he had never stopped molesting Uncle Cat. Every day, he would kiss Uncle Cat's head and rub Uncle Cat's belly. When they went to sleep at night, he even tried to stuff Uncle Cat into his underwear as a warm water bag. He bathed Uncle Cat from head to toe, even his butt and balls were not spared. Suyu's face gradually turned red. He then remembered that he had told Kitten all the stupid things he had done. The emperor already knew everything. He had been afraid for a long time because of the alien problem. He had even told Kitten that he liked the emperor. The emperor watched as Suyu turned from a white fish to a cooked shrimp. He was red from the top of his head to his toes. He smiled proudly and slowly bent down. I remember all the things you have done to me. Now, I will make you pay for them one by one. How will I make you pay for them? Suyu wanted nothing more than to find a hole to hide in. He didn't dare to look into the emperor's eyes. In his heart, he was screaming that he was done for. His reputation was ruined just like that. He wouldn't have the face to see Kitten in the future. Naturally, I will molest you back. And Hongchul smiled and kissed Suyu's lips. The previous empresses only knew this secret after giving birth to the crown prince. Most of the empresses' reactions when they found out the truth was that they fainted from fright. If they wanted to live, they had to sign a blood contract. In the past, there was a princess consort who didn't want to accept this fact and was scared to death. She tried to tell others the secret and was killed by the national tutor. Although most of the empresses accepted this fact in the end and were able to peacefully raise the crown prince, not everyone was willing to spend the rest of their lives with an inhuman thing. The warm, thin lips had the taste of shrimp. It was sweet and mixed with the fragrance of grass. Suyu, who was still immersed in the world of ostriches, was kissed in a daze. The moment their lips touched, he heard the emperor's sigh. Stupid slave, it's so good. He didn't know if it was because of the special blood contract, but Suyu could clearly feel the happiness that the emperor transmitted to him. That sour and swollen feeling filled his heart. He couldn't help but smile. He slowly reached out and wrapped his arms around the neck of the person on top of him. He kissed him back. The originally shallow kiss gradually went out of control. It went from shallow to deep and gradually became lingering. Suyu's breathing gradually quickened. His body also began to heat up. All kinds of charming and gentle images uncontrollably flew through his mind. As a normal youth in his previous life, he had seen a lot of movies and common sense. Even the ones between men, that kind, he had seen one or two out of curiosity. At this moment, those scenes suddenly flashed through his mind. The characters in those scenes had changed to the incomparably handsome emperor in front of him and, himself, The emperor, who was in the midst of kissing, suddenly made a single sound in confusion. His voice was a bit hoarse because of his emotions, making Suyu tremble. The emperor slowly let go of Suyu, who was dizzy from the kiss. The emperor propped himself up and looked at him in confusion. What was that just now? What? Suyu looked up in a daze. What just happened? And Hongchul slightly frowned. What were you thinking about just now? Zhen saw two men. It seemed to be you. Suyu suddenly widened his eyes. This damned blood contract, how could it even pass on this? His Majesty the Emperor leaned over and touched the tip of Suyu's nose. Do you want Zhen to treat you like that? No. Facing the Emperor's clear eyes, Suyu was so embarrassed that he wanted to die. It was too sinful to show such a dirty scene to a little kitten. And Hongchul looked at Suyu's vexed expression with interest and slightly hooked his lips. I didn't see it clearly just now. Legend see it again. As he spoke, he wanted to kiss him again. Wait. Suyu wanted to reach out to stop him, but he realized that his hands were still pressed down. He didn't have any extra hands, so he could only turn his head. His Majesty the Emperor's kiss immediately landed on his cheek. He wasn't angry and kissed all the way down his cheek, sucking, licking, and biting on his fair neck. Ugh. Suyu couldn't help but tremble. In the past, when he and the Emperor were intimate, the Emperor liked to bite his neck. At first, he didn't think much of it, but now that he thought about it, it was simply the instinct of a wild beast. It liked to bite the fatal spot of its prey. Thinking like this, he suddenly felt a shuddering sense of danger, but his body became more and more excited. Your Majesty. Suyu realized that he was on the verge of falling into a more and more hardcore taste, so he quickly stopped himself from the cliff. What? The Emperor paused his biting and looked up at him. Tell me the truth. What's the deal with this blood contract? Suyu broke free from the hand that was pressed down and pushed it against the Emperor's chest. And Hongchul slightly frowned. A blood contract is a blood contract. What do you mean by what's the deal? Suyu looked straight at the Emperor. He didn't believe that the blood contract between the state preceptor and someone else would have the side effect of being able to communicate with each other through kissing. I mean, this isn't an ordinary blood contract. He had to figure out what other side effects this thing had. Naturally, it's not an ordinary blood contract. His Majesty the Emperor's ears gradually turned red when he heard this. Suyu looked at the Emperor's ears in surprise. The unfinished words were stuck in his throat. Was the Emperor shy? Could it be? All sorts of speculations about this contract whizzed through his mind. Perhaps this was a life-and-death blood contract. Once signed, it meant that she would share a long lifespan with him. Perhaps this was a life-and-death blood contract. Once signed, it meant that the two of them would never be separated. Perhaps this was a partnership blood contract. Once signed, it meant that they would never leave each other and would never fall in love again. All kinds of beautiful guesses made Suyu's voice soften. She sat up and looked at the Emperor with a smile. Then, what is the blood contract? And Hongchul pursed his lips, and his ears turned even redder. He glared at Suyu and snorted coldly. Master and slave contract. Ah, so it's a master-slave contract. Suyu was still smiling when he suddenly froze. A master-slave contract. After signing this contract, you will be my slave for the rest of your life. His Majesty proudly pinched Suyu's chin and stroked it back and forth with his fingers. Why, sign this kind of contract? Suyu widened his eyes in disbelief. You said it yourself. You want to be my slave for the rest of your life. His Majesty the Emperor let go of Suyu's chin and lazily lay back on the cushion. He yawned. As a good master, of course, I will satisfy you. Who would say such stupid things? Suyu scratched his head. He felt that his information was not on the same level as the Emperor's. When did I say? And Hongchul took out a piece of green jade from under the cushion. Sauce, lend me some money. I will be your cat slave for the rest of my life. I will be your cat slave for the rest of my life. A cat slave for the rest of my life. A cat slave. Suyu silently looked at His Majesty the Cat Emperor, who was squinting his eyes. He finally understood when he had sold himself. Ahem, that doesn't count. The money is Prince Zhao's. When you see Hong Quan next time, you can ask him who paid for it. His Majesty the Emperor calmly put the jade back under the cushion. He used the tip of his foot to nudge Suyu, who was still in a daze. I'm hungry. In other words, the money for the Xian Mantang was actually the Emperor's. His Royal Highness King Zhao didn't pay a single copper coin. Besides, even if the money was Prince Zhao's, in front of the Emperor, Prince Zhao probably wouldn't admit it. No matter what, Sauce did lend him the money. He had to be a cat slave for the rest of his life. After mourning for himself for a while, Suyu's shoulders slumped. He resigned himself to his fate and got up to cook. At night, His Majesty the Emperor, who had eaten and drunk to his heart's content, laid on the bed and fiddled with the tassels on the bed. Suyu had already recovered from the blow of the master-slave blood contract. He excitedly jumped onto the bed and said, "Your Majesty, let me see you turn into sauce." And Hongchul glanced at him. "Don't call me by that stupid name." Okay, I won't call you that." Suyu quickly smoothed the cat's fur. He smiled and moved closer. "Let me see you turn into sauce. Just once." His Majesty the Emperor ignored him and continued to focus on the bright yellow tassels. Suyu didn't give up and kept talking. In the end, His Majesty reluctantly agreed to let him see. However, he repeatedly ordered, "Don't touch it. I promise I won't touch it." Suyu raised his hands to show his sincerity. After a flash of white light, his slender body disappeared without a trace. The bright yellow inner garment embroidered with 5 colored dragons lay empty on the bed. There was only a small bulge in the middle. Not long after, a small golden ball of fur came out. He shook the messy fur on his head and glanced at Suyu, who was staring at him motionlessly. "Stupid slave, you're drooling." "Your Majesty." Suyu looked at the eyes that were exactly the same as His Majesty the Emperor's and felt his heart melt. He couldn't help but pounce forward and bury his face in the golden fur. He rubbed his face from head to back, and then from back to belly. Suddenly realizing that he had once again taken advantage of His Majesty the Emperor, Suyu chuckled and willingly received a slap from His Majesty the Emperor. After slapping Suyu onto the bed, His Majesty the Emperor turned back into his human form. He supported his head with one hand and looked at Suyu expressionlessly. "Eh?" Suyu kept his face pressed against the bed and wriggled over. He touched the familiar white robe on His Majesty's body and then looked at the bright yellow inner garment scattered on the bed. "This one, is it made from fur?" Thinking that this garment was made from soft cat fur, Suyu fondly stroked it in his hands. "N." His Majesty gave a perfunctory reply. He was too lazy to pay attention to him. This stupid slave, where did his previous obedience and modesty go? Then why is it white and not yellow? Suyu pulled up his wide sleeves and rubbed his face. The soft and smooth feeling was exactly the same as the white fur on his belly. "It's yellow when the weather turns cold." His Majesty the Emperor couldn't take it anymore. He reached out and pulled Suyu into his arms, not allowing him to move around. Suyu blinked. It would turn yellow when the weather turned cold? In other words, this garment was the same as Mao Mao. It would become thicker and thinner as the seasons changed? Then can I take it off? Suyu curiously reached his hand into the garment and touched it. It was soft skin that didn't have any connection to the garment. His Majesty the Emperor's eyes darkened. "You can try." Suyu was not aware of the danger at all and excitedly went to take off the Emperor's clothes. The soft and smooth white robe did not have any seams. The belt was casually tied and came apart with a light pull. Suyu reached out to touch the inside of the robe. He did not expect that the inside of the robe was actually gold. He remembered the first time he saw the Emperor's human form. When he raised his hand, he saw the gold color on his sleeve. He thought that it was the sauce that was stuffed into the sleeve. He could not help but laugh. The smooth robe was peeled off from the slender and sturdy body. When it was just an inch away from the skin, a white light suddenly flashed. And Hongchul's robe, along with the hem that Suyu had not touched, instantly disappeared. Suyu opened his eyes wide and stared blankly at the naked Emperor in front of him. "Eh? Where are the clothes?" He touched the Emperor's chest and did not give up. He searched behind him. The Emperor could not bear it anymore. He flipped over and stood up. He pressed down Suyu, who was still touching his body, and began to take off his clothes. Emperor, what are you doing?" Suyu stuttered. "Courtesy demands reciprocity." And Hongchul quickly took off the belt on Suyu's waist. Like peeling a dumpling, he grabbed Suyu's clothes and shook it. He took off the clothes and lifted the person out. Suyu finally realized the danger. He put his hands on the Emperor's chest and dryly laughed. "Emperor, we haven't finished discussing. What happened to the clothes? Where did they go?" Oh, the Emperor was clearly not interested in discussing the clothes. The fish under him had already been stripped down to its underwear. The opened collar revealed the fresh and white flesh. Naturally, he did not hesitate to taste it. Perhaps it was a psychological effect. He did not feel it before, but now that he knew that the Emperor was a cat, Suyu felt that his tongue was different from a normal person's. Suyu felt like he was a fish without scales. He was licked by a cat's barbed tongue and eaten directly. After a while, there was nothing left. The emperor had touched the fish from head to toe many times before, so he naturally knew where to touch. Suyu was quickly covered in sweat. When the slender and white hand moved around his body, Suyu suddenly realized that it was actually a pair of soft cat paws. He thought of a pair of pink paws rubbing back and forth on his body. Ha ha ha. Suyu could not help but laugh. The emperor's movements. Seeing that Suyu was not in the right state, his face immediately darkened. He pinched the most abundant part of the fish and then grabbed the vital part. The North Palace was as bright as day. The emperor's slender and flexible body was covered in a layer of light under the candlelight. It was very beautiful. Suyu finally could not help but reach out his hand to the emperor. His warm skin was like silk on a steel knife, making people unable to let go. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration. The emperor had not learned everything yet. Perhaps he could make the emperor, he. While he was lost in his thoughts, a pair of cold thin lips suddenly came up and kissed his half-open mouth. Suyu, who was fantasizing about the emperor being pressed under his body, was startled by this sudden kiss. He naturally forgot about it and drove those messy scenes out of his mind. The emperor saw everything. The emperor narrowed his eyes dangerously. Stupid slave who does not know life from death, do not forget yourself when you are proud. The ancients were not lying. The next day, the emperor did not go to court. Suyu was tossed around last night until his legs were sore and soft. He only opened his eyes in a daze when the sun was high in the sky. The golden kitten had already woken up and was jumping around his body. Soy sauce, good morning. With his eyes half open, he reached out and scooped up the ball of fur and kissed it on the head. The emperor kicked his hind legs to break free and instantly turned into his human form. He pressed down on Suyu's body and kissed him back. Suyu finally woke up. He looked at the emperor who was naked on top of the quilt and his mouth twitched. He lifted the quilt and pulled the emperor in. Your Majesty, where are your clothes? I won't wear them if it's not necessary. The emperor crawled into the quilt and pulled Suyu into his embrace. He rubbed against his neck. Although the two of them did not go all the way last night like they did in Suyu's sea of consciousness, the emperor felt that he had barely satisfied his craving. Naturally, he was in a good mood and did not go to court because he was happy. Suyu understood. The furry clothes could be changed out of the emperor's body whenever he wanted to wear them. However, unless it was necessary, the emperor usually wore normal clothes. After all, it was not easy to wash the dirty furry clothes. Moreover, he found that the furry clothes seemed to only have one piece. There was no underwear or anything like that. The emperor hugged Suyu, who was still sleepy. The warm body was very comfortable and he could not help but put his hand on Suyu again. Your Majesty. Suyu quickly pinched the hand that was touching him. Although he was not completely eaten last night, it was very tiring for a normal man to be forced to vent 2 or 3 times. He really could not stand the torment anymore. And Hongchul looked at him in confusion. Her pair of beautiful eyes were full of energy and there was no sign of fatigue. Suyu suddenly thought of a serious problem. Most felines were very energetic. It was definitely not a problem for them to do it 7 times a night. Leopards could even do it for 7 days and 7 nights. Your Majesty, are you a cat demon, an immortal, or an alien? Suyu looked at the emperor seriously. He really hoped that the emperor was an alien. If he was really a cat demon, his future would be bleak. Alien? The emperor frowned. This stupid slave was starting to say something he did not understand again. That's right. I come from another world, such as Meow Planet. After saying this, Suyu also felt that he was a bit stupid. When he met the emperor's eyes that were like looking at an idiot, he coughed dryly and said, I just said it casually, haha. Do you think that everyone has an unknown origin like you? And Hongchul was too lazy to argue with him. She looked deeply into the distance. I have the blood of an ancient god. I am naturally different from you mortals. Ancient, god's descendant. Suyu blinked. The ancient god, could it be that he was a cat that created the world? The ancient god split open the chaos and stood indomitable. With a flip of his hand, he created wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. With a flip of his hand, he created all things in the world. When the grass and trees were flourishing and the world was prosperous, he smiled at the world with satisfaction and stretched out his back paw to kick his head. Meow, shocked by his own imagination, Suyu could not help but shiver. Mayan family is the descendant of Tao Wu and Baizhe, and Hong Chul was too lazy to pay attention to Suyu, who was letting his imagination run wild. He simply explained everything to him clearly. The emperor did not know how far back the ancient times were. He only knew that at that time, there were many mythical beasts and ferocious beasts that fought endlessly between the heavens and the earth. After that, the world changed greatly. From the records of mortals, no one saw them again. Today, the mythical beasts of the ancient times had long died out. The Yin family might be the only remaining god's descendant bloodline in the world today. The ancestors of the Yin family were the descendants of the true dragon Tao Wu and the mythical beast Baizhe. At the same time, they had the bloodline of two mythical beasts. Tao Wu could protect the fairness of the world and judge the good and evil of the world. Baizhe brought auspicious signs and ensured the prosperity of the country and the peace of the people. In the past dynasties, because mortals ruled, wars and natural disasters were inevitable. But the Yin family was different. The gods' descendant bloodline in their bodies would not thin because of reproduction. Therefore, for so many years, the Den dynasty had always been prosperous and prosperous. The border was quiet and full of foxtail grass. After listening to the emperor's story, Suyu could not close his mouth for a long time. He finally understood. It was not that the emperor was special, but that the entire imperial family was not normal. After breakfast, Suyu was dragged by the emperor to the imperial study to be a cushion. Suyu was naturally not unwilling to be a cushion for Master Cat. He peeled a plate of fruit and recited Mountain River Illustrated Handbook while feeding the emperor the fruit. It turned out that one Mountain River Illustrated Handbook could be recited in 3 days. However, after reciting it, one would forget it very quickly. The main reason was that there were more pictures than words in the book. Some of the fish also looked similar. Therefore, Suyu took out the book to review when he had time. He covered the words and only looked at the pictures. Then, he recited the name, characteristics, and functions of the fish. After that, he recited the method to kill the fish in fish killing method. Ing fish, fish body with bird wings, sound like mandarin ducks, seeing it is like seeing a big river. Suyu carefully looked at the appearance of the Ing fish. Its 2 wings were very long. He didn't know if the fish's wings were chicken or fish flavored. I don't want to eat. The emperor avoided Suyu's hand and refused to eat the small pieces of fruit. Eat one more. You only ate 2 pieces. Suyu raised his head from the book and slightly frowned. He knew that the emperor was picky about food and only liked to eat seafood. He didn't care about other things. Now that he thought about it, the emperor didn't eat any fruit during this time. He even ate very little vegetables. I don't want to eat. And Hong Chul pursed his lips and firmly refused to eat. What was so good about sour food? He knew that cats were picky about food. If the emperor was a cat, it would be fine if he didn't eat fruit. However, he was still a human. He had to eat a balanced diet. Suyu had no choice but to feed him a small fish cake. This time, he ate it quickly. Then, when the emperor turned his head to read the memorials, he stuffed a piece of fruit into his mouth. The emperor thought it was still a fish cake, so he opened his mouth and ate it. As soon as it entered his mouth, he frowned and turned his head to stare at Suyu. Okay, this is the last piece. I don't want to eat it. Suyu ate the rest of the food in 2 or 3 bites and showed the emperor the empty plate. And Hong Chul snorted and swallowed the fruit in his mouth. Suyu held back his laughter as he looked at the emperor. His handsome and domineering side profile, coupled with this expression, appeared cold and dignified. But if it was replaced with a furry cat face, it would be awkward and cute. She couldn't help but lean over and hug the emperor's waist. Do what? The emperor did not move and allowed him to hug him. The brush in his hand did not stop, but his ears couldn't help but turn red. Such a clingy, stupid slave really gave him a headache. Your Majesty, do you have a tail when you're in human form? Suyu had recovered from his weak legs. Looking at the humanoid cat in front of him, his blood was boiling and he wanted to touch it. How could we possibly do such a stupid thing? And Hongchul glanced at him and continued to review the memorials. So that's energy transformation? Suyu's eyes lit up. He was just imagining things. He didn't expect it to actually work. Then, don't even think about it. Before Suyu could say anything, the emperor coldly rejected this outrageous idea. Suyu blinked and did not give up. I'll make you something delicious for lunch. Can you transform for me to see? Even if I don't transform, you still have to do it. The emperor raised his hand and tore Suyu off from his body and piled him in the corner of the wide dragon chair. Suyu hugged the emperor's arm and did not let go. The two were playing around when Wang Gonggong suddenly came in to report that Mr. Yuan had come to the palace and asked for an audience. Mr. Yuan said that he has something urgent to tell you. Wang Gonggong looked down as if he couldn't see that the emperor was pressing concubine Xian in the corner of the dragon chair and that concubine Xian was still struggling. Suyu looked at the emperor. Don't delay my lunch. The emperor waved his hand and let him go. Yes. Suyu stood up, straightened his clothes, and walked out of the imperial study. He went to the palace of Late Spring to find Mr. Yuan. After concubine Xian left, Wang Gonggong naturally stayed behind to take care of the brush and ink. The imperial study quieted down for a while. After a while, the emperor suddenly spoke. Wang Fuhai, does it hurt when a man makes love? Wang Gonggong's hand that was grinding the ink trembled. He quickly asked, did the emperor hurt concubine Xian? The emperor frowned. Wang Gonggong also realized that he was talking nonsense. If concubine Xian was really hurt last night, she wouldn't be so lively. He's afraid. And Hongchul put down the brush in his hand. His thin lips pressed into a straight line. When he saw the scene in Suyu's mind yesterday, he understood. He knew that men should be intimate with each other. But when he wanted to do it last night, Suyu's legs trembled. No, it will hurt. Suyu fearfully stopped him from trying to move forward. He wouldn't let him do it no matter what. It wasn't that Suyu was being unreasonable. Anyone who saw the emperor not making any preparations and directly attacking the enemy would also tremble in fear. This? Wang Gonggong didn't know what to say. He thought the emperor would understand. Has the emperor read the books in the North Pole Palace's Many Treasures Pavilion? When the emperor heard this, his brows furrowed even deeper. Wang Gonggong finally realized that something was wrong. He quickly went to the North Pole Palace to get the books. It was a set of books that were bound in golden velvet boxes. They were books that emperors could only read after they reached adulthood. There were 2 books in total. One was called Spring, and the other was Yang. Wang Gonggong took out Yang and solemnly placed it in front of the emperor. It's this old servant's dereliction of duty. I didn't remind the emperor that you can read it after you reach adulthood. And Hongchul glanced at the book's cover. Zhen has read it. Wang Gonggong clearly didn't believe that the emperor had read it. He raised his hand to help the emperor flip open the book. The room was silent for a moment. The emperor slowly raised his head and looked at Wang Gonggong. Wang Gonggong held his eyeballs that were about to fall out. The corner of his mouth twitched. This book was very delicately made. It was full of pictures and text. It was very detailed. However, every page of the book was filled with cat claw marks. A good book was turned into a bamboo curtain by countless cat claw marks. It was impossible to see what was originally written. It would be strange if the emperor could learn it. Wang Gonggong quickly looked at the other book. As expected, it was also poisoned. Emperor, this book has always been like this, the emperor said innocently. This book had been here since the time of the previous emperor. After he reached adulthood, Wang Gonggong reminded him that he could read it. He took it out and studied it for a long time. In the end, he was sure that the scratches on it were not a posthumous edict. He threw it aside. Anyway, there were many books in the North Pole Palace that were like this. Wang Gonggong silently put the remains of the previous emperor back into the box. He finally understood that all of this was the fault of the previous emperor. Mr. Yuan brought a few pieces of news to Suyu. The preparation for the branch of Xian Mantang was almost complete. They were only waiting for the newly recruited chef to learn from Zhangqing and Wang Feng before they could open for business. The servants for the manor had also been purchased and the chilies were growing well. "Sir, you said there was an urgent matter. What is it?" Suyu nodded. This was all good news. Mr. Yuan had always been capable, so he didn't want to worry too much. Something happened to the Su family. Mr. Yuan sighed and conveyed the message from the Jiao clan to Suyu. "Mother wants me to go back?" Suyu frowned. Ever since he entered the palace, he hadn't returned to the Su family. He only asked someone to send the dividends from the Xian Mantang to his official mother every month. Mr. Yuan also took care of everything for him. The Jiao clan was smart. With the help of these people, they naturally lived well. Suddenly, they wanted him to go back. Something big must have happened. It's still about Su Ming. Mr. Yuan didn't want to ask too much about other people's family matters. According to the Jiao clan, it seemed that Su Xiaozhang wanted to sell the ancestral house of the Su family for money in order to save his son. How could he think of that? Suyu gritted his teeth in anger. The Su family only had so little property left. If they sold the ancestral house, would the old and young have to live on the streets? Su Xiaozhang did this to force the Jiao clan to help him get Su Ming out. It was obvious that he wanted Suyu to help him get Su Ming out. "You'd better go. As an outsider, I can't deal with it well." Mr. Yuan couldn't do anything. This matter involved the inner residents. Besides, the Jiao clan was Suyu's official mother. As an outsider, he couldn't deal with it. "You want to go to the Su family?" The emperor ate a grilled shrimp and looked up at Suyu. "I'll go with you." "Your Majesty, you're going too?" Suyu was stunned. He just wanted to borrow some people from the emperor. Wasn't it making a mountain out of a molehill to let the emperor deal with someone like his uncle? And Hong Chul snorted and continued to eat. He directly made the decision and didn't give Suyu a chance to refute. The assassination last time was still vivid in his mind. That thing was obviously targeting Suyu. If he wasn't by his side, this stupid slave probably wouldn't be able to come back. In the afternoon, Suyu went to the Su family with a group of guards and a golden kitten in his arms. The Su family was the same as before. They didn't become more extravagant because they had a favorite concubine. The circle of nobles was only so big. Everyone knew the situation of the Su family. Although there were some people who flattered Su Xiaozhang and Su Ming because of their boasting, no one was a fool. The Su family didn't have a good relationship with concubine Xian. It was impossible for them to get close to Su Xiaozhang. The imperial palace guards were wearing the same guard uniform. Their footsteps were neat and uniform. As soon as they entered the courtyard, they quickly blocked all the main roads. They stood there expressionlessly and solemnly. When Su Xiaozhang and his wife saw this, their originally arrogant attitude was immediately reduced. They unwillingly saluted Suyu. "Greetings to concubine Xian Yangyang. Get up." Suyu slightly raised his chin. He didn't stand on ceremony with them. He directly walked into the main hall and sat down on the main seat. When the Jiao clan heard that Suyu had returned, they hurriedly rushed over from the backyard. "My son, you're finally back." As they spoke, they also wanted to salute Suyu. Suyu quickly raised his hand to stop them. Letting Su Xiaozhang salute him was a show of strength. The Jiao clan didn't need to do so. After all, she was the mother of this body. No matter what, she couldn't accept this salute. The Jiao clan looked at Suyu, who was dressed in brocade and had a noble temperament. They were greatly comforted. Their son was indeed promising. They glanced disdainfully at the cowering Su Xiaozhang and his wife and sat down on the main seat on the other side. Her son was the count. In this family, she had the highest status. Naturally, she should sit on the main seat. "I heard that eldest uncle was going to sell the ancestral home. Why didn't you let anyone tell me first?" Suyu asked preemptively as he poured a cup of tea for his mother. "Your cousin has been locked up in the capital government for so long. If we don't save him, he will be crippled." When eldest aunt heard this, she immediately cried. "If you didn't leave him in the lurch, we wouldn't have been willing to sell the ancestral home. Su Ming committed a crime. Naturally, he should be brought to the capital government for interrogation." How can we leave him in the lurch? The Jo clan said coldly. When she heard that Su Ming had been arrested, she was very happy these days. When Su Ming pushed Suyu onto the stone steps, he almost took Suyu's life. As a woman, she was ill and couldn't report it to the authorities. If Suyu wasn't lucky, he would have died without knowing why. We made it clear that the 2 shops on East Street would be given to Suyu. The rest would belong to the eldest branch. If I want to sell the ancestral home, you have no right to interfere. Su Xiaozhong straightened his neck. When he begged Suyu to no avail, he knew that Suyu didn't want to help. His wife came up with this idea. The Jo clan was a widow. Suyu couldn't take his mother from the palace and could only live with them. Once they sold the ancestral home, they would have nowhere to go. For his mother's sake, Suyu had to help them save Su Ming. Suyu, it's not that eldest aunt wants to scold you, but saving your cousin is just a matter of one word from you. We are all family. Can you bear to see your mother sleep on the streets? Eldest aunt said sharply as she wiped her tears. Suyu looked at eldest aunt quietly. If I wasn't lucky, I would have died on the steps like that person. How could I have the ability to speak up for my cousin? The Li clan's eldest aunt choked and raised her voice. Good, so you are holding a grudge and purposely trying to kill your cousin. Good, tomorrow I will let everyone in the capital see how Consort Xian treats her own family. A life for a life. Eldest aunt, go ahead and say it. Suyu was too lazy to argue with them. He turned to the Jo clan and said, Mother, go pack up and live in the farmstead for the time being. When the residence is ready, your son will come and pick you up. Logically speaking, Suyu should stop the Su family from selling the ancestral home. However, when he thought of the trouble involved and looked at Harry Ball in his arms, he didn't want to waste time on this matter. If he had the time, he might as well pester the emperor and give him his tale. When the Jo clan heard this, they were slightly surprised. They immediately understood what their son meant. Although they were unwilling to let the eldest branch take advantage of them, they thought about how their son would be a count in the future. What kind of good residence couldn't he buy? She didn't care about this shabby old residence. Moreover, Suyu was currently favored in the palace. They couldn't implicate him because of the family's mess. It was most important to get this done quickly. Thus, the Jo clan got up without hesitation and went to the back residence to pack up. How could you do this? Eldest uncle was dumbfounded. He rushed up to Suyu to argue. The imperial bodyguard standing next to Suyu quickly stepped forward and pulled out his sword. Step back. When Su Xiaozhong saw the gleaming blade, his legs went soft and he fell to the ground. His Majesty, who was nestled in Suyu's arms, yawned out of boredom. He had no interest in the Su family's mess. He retracted his claws and lay on his back. He looked at Suyu's white chin and licked the corner of his mouth. Wang Gonggong had found a box of cosmetic cream for him, saying that it wouldn't hurt anymore. His Majesty shook his tail. How did the capital government do things? The sooner the case was closed, the less his important time would be wasted. If he didn't use the cosmetic cream tonight, he would exile the magistrate and Su Ming tomorrow. Suyu asked his mother to move to the farm that Mr. Yuan had just bought for him in the eastern suburbs. His eldest uncle's family was troublesome, and he didn't leave the palace easily. Taking them with him was the most worry-free way. Leaving an empty house, they could do whatever they wanted. His mother, his stepsister, and a concubine's mother were just right for the 3 women to squeeze into one carriage. Suyu gave the imperial carriage to the women. Logically speaking, he should be riding at the front to lead the way. However, when Suyu excitedly took the reins from the guard, he suddenly remembered that he didn't know how to ride a horse. The tall and handsome horse in front of him was frightening at first glance. Suyu swallowed. After coming to this world for so long, the most advanced mode of transportation he had personally driven was the donkey cart. It was still very difficult to upgrade from a donkey to a horse. The situation was a bit awkward. Suyu coughed softly and pointed at the gray donkey gnawing on a carrot in the corner of the yard. He said to the guard beside him, "Go and bring that donkey here." The dumb donkey didn't understand and was pulled over by the guard with the carrot in its mouth. Suyu raised his hand and patted the donkey's head. This donkey was left behind by father. Let's take it with us. As he said this, he flipped over and got on the donkey. The guards didn't dare to say anything about the empress wanting to ride the donkey. They rode around Suyu and slowly walked to the eastern suburbs. The little donkey was very excited to be able to walk outside. It didn't even want the carrot in its mouth and began to run. His Majesty the Emperor climbed out of his lapel and jumped onto the donkey's head. The little donkey wanted to look up at him, but its eyes were on both sides. It couldn't see him even if it looked up. However, it was already used to this fur ball that often climbed onto its head. It didn't care if it couldn't see him and continued to run excitedly. Thinking of the days when he used to sell fish with a cat and a donkey, Suyu couldn't help but smile. He reached out and patted the cat's head. His Majesty swung his paw in disdain. This stupid slave actually made His Majesty ride the donkey again. Why didn't he wash the donkey clean? Eldest uncle looked on helplessly as Suyu took the 3 women and the donkey away. Then, he sat dejectedly at the gate. Without the last bargaining chip to threaten Suyu, how could this show continue? Even though the donkey, who had not been out for a long time, worked very hard, it could not overcome the fact that he was a donkey. When the group of people arrived at the village, the sun was about to set. By the time Di Mother and Shumei were settled down, it was already completely dark. At this time, it was too late to rush back to the palace. The guards were in a bit of a dilemma. Imperial concubines were not allowed to stay out overnight. No matter what, he had to rush back. But if he rushed back now, not to mention the palace gates, the gates of the capital would probably be locked. Suyu, on the other hand, was not afraid at all. He waved his hand to signal the housekeeper of the manor to arrange for the guards to rest. Imperial concubines were not allowed to sleep outside, but if the emperor was by their side, it was a different story. The emperor was very dissatisfied with not being able to return to the palace. He nestled in Suyu's arms and ignored him. "I haven't seen this manor yet. I heard there's a fish pond. Let's go take a look." Suyu took out Harry Ball from his bosom. Seeing his unwilling appearance, he found it funny. He asked a servant for a lantern and walked towards the fish pond. The fields were filled with chili peppers. The green sprouts were very pleasing. "Are these chili peppers good to grow?" Suyu asked the manor servant who was leading the way. Good, the manor servant hurriedly replied. "Originally, I thought it was something precious and was afraid I wouldn't take good care of it. Who would have thought that this thing is very sturdy and doesn't attract insects?" Suyu nodded. In the beginning, he was worried that the chili peppers would not be able to adapt to the climate here. He wasn't worried about anything else. After all, they were a foreign species. They wouldn't have any natural enemies for a few years. When the chili peppers were ripe, he would be able to launch Sichuan cuisine in Xianmantang. Now that he couldn't come out to cook, it was most appropriate to open Xianmantang to the north and south of the country to sell spicy shrimp and spicy crab. Because these dishes only needed the right base ingredients, they didn't need to be very skilled in cooking. He only needed to control the base ingredients. The manor wasn't large. After walking for a while, they arrived at the fish pond. The manor servants lit many lanterns around the fish pond and cleaned out an empty space. They also set up tables and chairs and spread out cushions. Suyu saw that everything he wanted was prepared and waved his hand to dismiss everyone. The servants looked at each other. It was the middle of the night. How could they be at ease leaving Her Highness alone by the pond? "I'll sit here for a while. You all wait in the distance." Suyu pretended to sit down on a chair with an elegant posture of admiring the night scenery. The servants didn't dare to say anything and all retreated into the distance. Suyu looked around and then carried His Majesty the Emperor out. "There are still a few big fish in the pond. I'll go catch one for you to roast." The ancients were particular about not eating after noon. People in the palace were precious and would eat some snacks and congee at night. The manor wasn't so particular and didn't cook at night. Suyu was afraid that His Majesty would be hungry, so he wanted to bring him here to taste something fresh. And Hongchul raised his head and looked at Suyu. So this stupid servant had gone through so much trouble just to make something for Jin to eat. His pair of hairy ears twitched. "Humph, don't think you can fool me like this." When we returned to the palace, Suyu didn't know what His Majesty the Emperor was thinking about. He picked up a harpoon and walked to the side of the pond. The previous owner of this manor didn't seem to care much about the fish pond. He casually raised a few kinds of freshwater fish and didn't really catch them. Now, the fish in the pond were all fat and strong. It was almost overflowing. If they didn't eat now, when would they? The side of the pond was a bit muddy and covered with tall weeds. Fortunately, the manor servants were meticulous and placed 2 bluestone slabs here. Suyu raised his harpoon and stood on the bluestone slabs to look into the water. Although there was light from the lanterns, the water was still dark and he couldn't see clearly. He swallowed his saliva. He was a bit too excited today and forgot that he wasn't good at catching fish. He secretly looked back at His Majesty the Emperor on the table and braced himself to stab into the water. Splash! Suyu raised his heavy fork and stabbed into a pile of water plants. Splash! He raised his heavy fork again and stabbed into a pile of mud. Suyu wiped his sweat. In front of the person he loved, he couldn't lose face. He walked to the edge of the bluestone slabs and raised his harpoon again. Whoosh! A sharp sound came from the distance. Suyu was stunned and instinctively dodged to the side. However, he was standing on the edge of the bluestone slabs. With this move, he fell straight into the pond. Bang! A flying stone and the hidden weapon collided in the air. A pair of warm arms wrapped around Suyu's waist in time and lightly jumped away from the edge of the pond. Your Majesty! Suyu was still in shock as he looked at His Majesty the Emperor, who had suddenly turned into a human. What is that? Shut up! And Hongchul raised his hand and flicked out a flying stone. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The lanterns hanging by the pond were instantly extinguished. At the same time, he held Suyu and quickly hid in the weeds. Knight's eyes that could see things carefully analyzed the surrounding movements. He slowly took the harpoon in Suyu's hand and fiercely threw it at a short tree not far away. A figure fell from the tree and hit the ground with a bang. Stay there and don't move. And Hongchul warned Suyu in a low voice. He leapt up and jumped onto the top of the tree that was several zhang tall. In the quiet wilderness, Suyu heard the sound of bones breaking. He shrunk his neck back and suddenly felt some hairs on his back. He turned around in alarm and saw a black-clothed man stealthily reaching his hand toward him. Ah! Suyu shouted loudly, scaring the black-clothed man. Suyu took the opportunity to kick the man's crotch. The assassin clearly didn't expect Suyu to discover him. While he was stunned, his reaction was slow and he was kicked in the crotch by Suyu. Before he could scream, a harpoon flew through the air and nailed him to the ground. His Majesty the Emperor's eyes were filled with ruthlessness. He tightly gripped the harpoon in one hand and pulled Suyu into his embrace with the other. Damn it, these people actually wanted to kidnap Suyu. Nyang nyang. The manor servants saw that the lantern by the pond had been extinguished and quickly came over to check. Your Majesty, you. Suyu looked at the Emperor and indicated for him to quickly turn back into a cat. And Hongchul didn't move at all. He tightly hugged Suyu and refused to let go. The manor servants lit the lantern again and found the corpses of 3 black-clothed men lying under the tree. There was also a half-dead man nailed to the ground in the grass. These manor servants who had never seen blood before were so scared that their legs went weak. You, go call the imperial bodyguards over. Suyu pointed at a manservant who could still stand and had him go call the imperial bodyguards. The imperial bodyguards rushed over very quickly. They were very frightened by the Emperor's sudden appearance and knelt down to beg for forgiveness. Take these things and set them aside for Furious Billow's garden. And Hongchul's expression was cold and solemn as he quickly gave a few orders. These people obviously had an ambush, so they naturally couldn't stay here any longer. They had to change to a safe place as soon as possible. Suyu was dizzily carried by the Emperor on a horse. He left his own field and went to a large manor not far away. That manor wasn't far from Suyu's field. It was a luxurious imperial courtyard. The exquisite plaque clearly wrote the 3 words Furious Billow's Garden. This place is? Suyu blinked. This Furious Billow's Garden was exquisite and luxurious. It was not inferior to the imperial palace. In this dry autumn day, he could actually smell a warm and moist water vapor. King Jing's residence. His Majesty walked in. Only then did his tense body gradually relax. Today, he was careless. He originally thought that Suyu would just go back to the Su family and not leave the city. For the sake of convenience, he didn't bring the shadow guard. Who would have thought that he would almost hurt Suyu? Prince Jing? Suyu blinked. He remembered that Prince Jing was the one who sent the mackerel to the national tutor. Isn't Prince Jing's courtyard by the East Sea? And Hongchul glanced at him. Can't he have a courtyard in the capital just because it's by the East Sea? Suyu also realized that his question was a bit stupid. The imperial relatives were all so rich. It would be strange if they didn't have one or two properties in the capital. When the servants of Furious Billow's garden saw that the emperor had come, they didn't panic at all. They respectfully saluted the emperor and cleaned up the main courtyard as quickly as possible. Then, they led the emperor inside to rest. The main courtyard was called Tingsong. As soon as he walked in front of the door, he heard the sound of flowing water. Suyu curiously looked around. There were many floor lanterns scattered in the courtyard. They were all covered by a special kind of sea blue colored glass. The entire courtyard reflected a dark blue color. In this dark blue courtyard, there were several small ponds of different shapes. There were blue waves rippling in the ponds, and there was also a bit of steam rising. It was actually a hot spring. The emperor pulled Suyu and shuttled through the courtyard with ease. The servants didn't follow too closely. They only followed from a distance. When they saw the two people to the bedroom, they stopped. This is really a good place. Suyu's eyes were dizzy. He saw that the bedroom was also filled with sea blue-colored glass lamps. Presumably, Prince Jing liked the color blue very much. If you like it, then I'll give it to you. The emperor said indifferently. Ah? Suyu was stunned. Isn't this Prince Jing's courtyard? Just take it. The emperor didn't think that there was anything wrong with taking his elder brother's property and giving it to his daughter-in-law. He was planning to see Prince Jing during the new year. At that time, he would fight with him and take the courtyard. Suyu dryly coughed. No need. I was just saying it casually. He felt that the emperor was becoming more and more incapable. Should he stop him? Prince Jing's courtyard seemed to have a lot of guards. The rhythmic patrolling sound made people feel abnormally at ease. After the emperor confirmed that there was no danger around the main courtyard, he left Suyu behind and left with a cold look in his eyes. Those assassins had obviously been lying in ambush for a long time. They knew the layout of the country estate like the back of their hand. Suyu went to the country estate today on a whim. It was impossible for them to make such detailed arrangements in such a short time. This could only mean that these people had already infiltrated the country estate. Perhaps, when Suyu bought the country estate, someone had already been eyeing it. It didn't feel good to have your own things coveted by others. The emperor coldly looked at the black-cloaked man who couldn't stop trembling in front of him. If they dared to have ideas about Suyu, then they should be prepared to be thrown into a pot of boiling oil. Suyu was bored alone in the courtyard. Looking at the steaming hot spring in the courtyard, he decided to do something meaningful before the emperor came back. The moon was high in the sky, and tonight was full of passion. Therefore, when the emperor finished dealing with the assassins and returned to the main courtyard, he found that Suyu wasn't in the bedroom. Instead, in the sea blue courtyard where the candlelight flickered, there was a dreamy hot spring in the misty, dreamy hot spring. It was a feast for the eyes, seafood noodles. Suyu squatted by the hot spring and waved his hand at the emperor. I didn't know when you would come back, so I put the noodles in the hot spring to heat. As he spoke, he reached out and scooped up a floating jade bowl. He handed it to the emperor and took out 2 eggs from a crack in the rock. Boiled eggs in the hot spring were said to taste very good. This seafood noodle dish was a type of cold noodles. The chewy noodles were soaked in a sauce made from seafood broth, and the surface was covered with cooked and sliced shrimp meat. A layer of sesame oil was drizzled over it, and it looked, smelled, and tasted great. Originally, the cold noodles would taste even better with ice chips, but considering that it was already autumn, Suyu was afraid that the emperor would get a stomachache, so he soaked the noodles in the hot spring. The temperature was just right. His Majesty expressionlessly took the jade bowl and squatted down beside Suyu. However, he refused the hot spring egg because it was boiled in the bath water. Suyu cracked open the half-cooked egg and mixed it into the noodles. If it was in his previous life, he wouldn't dare to eat it like this. Half-cooked eggs still had a strong fishy smell, but this was ancient times without pollution. The taste of the eggs here was very pure, and it wouldn't be a problem even if he ate it raw. And Hongchul looked at Suyu's noodles with egg in disgust. He quickly finished the noodles in his bowl, for fear that Suyu would mix the egg into his noodles. Suyu blinked. Was it that scary? His Majesty ignored him, took off his shoes and socks, and dipped his feet into the hot spring. As soon as the hot water touched the soles of his feet, he immediately retracted his feet, shook them quickly, and then tentatively dipped his feet into the hot spring again. Suyu looked at his feet that were soaked in the hot spring, and then looked at the eggs that didn't look very good after being mixed. He silently put the bowl in his hand to the side and scooped up another bowl. This bowl is really interesting. Does Prince Jing like to eat in the hot spring? Suyu ate the noodles while studying the bowl in his hand. He found these in the tea room. Each bowl was very small and could probably hold a chopstick of noodles. It was carved from a kind of light and thin white jade and had 2 bowls. The middle of the bowls was empty, and they could float in the water. Suyu expected Prince Jing to be a person who knew how to enjoy life. Soaking in the hot spring and letting the maids put delicious food in the bowls and let it slowly float to his hand, it was truly a celestial life. And Hongchul looked at the 7 or 8 white jade cups floating in the hot spring. He raised his hand and picked one up. This is a teacup. Cough, cough, cough. Suyu choked. However, this is a good idea. His Majesty turned the small bowl in his hand. Take this with you when you leave tomorrow. In the future, when he bathed in the North Pole Palace, he could lie on the white jade bed and wait for the stupid slave to put the crab stick and small fish cake in the bowl and float over. Suyu was speechless. Wouldn't plundering the prince's property so casually incite a rebellion? From today onwards, you are not allowed to leave Jin's side for even half a step. After the emperor finished 5 bowls of noodles, he washed his hands in the hot spring and suddenly opened his mouth. Those assassins had not received the order to kill Suyu, but to capture him alive. From the very beginning, when Mr. Yuan bought the farm, these people had been lying in ambush there, waiting for the day when Suyu went there. They would immediately capture him and send him to the prepared hiding place. The matter of the alien planet had probably already been known by some people, but he didn't know what that person wanted to do by capturing Suyu. Then, when your Majesty goes to the toilet, do I have to go with you? Suyu was stunned for a moment, then his eyes lit up. In the past, when Sauce went to the toilet, she didn't allow him to follow her, so he never had to use the cat litter made of high-quality pearl powder. And Hongchul slowly turned his head and silently looked at him. Haha, haha, I'm just kidding. Suyu laughed dryly and stood up. It's getting late, let's go inside and sleep. This stupid slave, he's crazy about Jin. Wait, the stupid slave wants to go to the toilet with Jin. Could it be that he wants to see Jin? Oh, so that's what the stupid slave wants. As a good master, Jin will definitely satisfy him. Damn it, I didn't bring any cosmetics when I went out today. The emperor's ears were red, and the expression on his face changed several times. In the end, it settled on annoyance. He coldly snorted, raised his head to glare at Suyu, and extended his hands towards him. The loyal cat slave immediately knelt down and let the emperor wrap his arms around his neck. A white light flashed, and the golden cat hooked onto the emperor's clothes. It shook its wet hind paws, jumped onto the emperor's shoulder, and left a trail of paw prints. Suyu didn't mind at all. He pulled up his sleeve to wipe the cat's hind paws, and happily carried Furball back to the room to sleep. When he left, he didn't forget to take the set of white jade cups with him. Early the next morning, His Majesty got up with an unhappy face and decided to exile the capital's magistrate 3000 Li. Suyu saw that the cat was unhappy, so he suggested going to the morning market. The eastern suburbs were very close to the sea, and there was a fish market in the morning. It was the place where Suyu used to buy his fish every day. Yesterday, he had brought the donkey back. Thinking of the days when he and the cat relied on each other to sell skewers, he couldn't help but miss it. Since he couldn't make it in time for the morning court, he might as well go to the morning market and see if there were any fresh ingredients. After all, some seafood that wasn't expensive was actually very delicious, and the palace basically wouldn't buy these unfashionable things. Hearing this, His Majesty's expression eased a lot. He immediately had someone send the assassin to the Valiant Cavalry Battalion and hand him over to Prince Su to continue investigating the person behind the scenes. He and Suyu went to the morning market in high spirits. Although the capital was said to be near the sea, it was actually located in the Central Plains. It was just a very long and narrow bay split by the East Sea that went straight inland. At the end of the bay was the capital. Therefore, the sea outside the capital looked more like a big river. The surface of the sea wasn't as wide as the real East Sea, and there weren't as many types of fish as there were in the East Sea, but it was better than nothing. In fact, whether it was the art of war or feng shui, the capital shouldn't be located in such a place. The capital of the previous dynasty wasn't here, but in the Central Plains to the north. After the Yin family gained the world, they originally wanted to set the capital on the East Sea. After being strongly opposed by the ministers, they settled for the second best and set the capital in the current capital. As for the reason, Suyu didn't understand before, but now he completely understood. The morning market was on the rocky beach near the docks. Fresh fish, shrimp, and sea crabs were placed casually. Fishermen and hawkers were loudly bargaining. People came and went. It was very lively. For the first time, His Majesty the Emperor turned into a human and followed Suyu to the fish market. It was very different from when he was nestled in Suyu's lapel. It made him feel very novel, and he wanted to see what was going on. Suyu could only hold his hand tightly to prevent this curious cat from getting lost. Jumping fish, jumping fish. Next to the shrimp stall, there was a large basin. There was a layer of fine net on top, and something was constantly rushing up. Suyu heard the hawking and pulled the emperor over. Chubby fish, also known as jumping fish, were very difficult to catch. They needed to be thrown out with a line that was several zhang long. In the era that Suyu lived in, this ancient skill was almost lost, so delicious wild jumping fish were very rare. However, in the Den dynasty, fishermen who could catch jumping fish could be found everywhere, so this thing wasn't worth much. Whether it was fried with salt and pepper or stewed with tofu, the taste of chubby fish was very good. This kind of fish that didn't look very good was not bought in the palace. Thinking that the emperor probably hadn't eaten it before, Suyu prepared to buy some. Suyu lowered his head to pick the chubby fish. His Majesty the Emperor stared at the lively shrimp next to him. His hands hidden in his sleeves clenched into fists, and he resisted the urge to slap the shrimp back. Gongzi, why did you personally come to buy shrimp? The shrimp hawker saw in Hong Chul's luxurious clothes and knew that he was either rich or noble. He looked at him eagerly like he was looking at a fool. Do you want to buy for madam or for an elder? His Majesty the Emperor looked at Suyu who was squatting on the ground. Madam. Buy for madam, let madam make delicious food. Aya, your madam is really lucky. The hawker smiled brightly. When Suyu heard the hawker's words, he raised his head to look at His Majesty the Emperor who had a look of approval. He couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. He picked up the jumping fish he bought and pulled His Majesty away, ignoring the hawker who was still strongly recommending shrimp suitable for madam. His Majesty the Emperor was very proud. The stupid slave was shy, right? Even the shrimp hawker could see how good he was to the stupid slave. Oh, if he used some cream tonight, the stupid slave would definitely be moved to tears. The dead squid were arranged in a row on the rocks, and the squid peddler was haggling loudly with the fisherman. No one bought this before. Why did you ask for such a high price? The hawker was selling grilled squid skewers. A few months ago, it was like he had picked it up for free. Ever since Suyu's squid skewers became popular in Jing, the price of squid had also risen, but it had never been this expensive. 10 for one. Do you want to buy or not? The fisherman was very rude and unreasonable. He snatched the squid from the hawker's hand. It's not easy to get things from the deep sea. It might rise to 12 tomorrow. This is too expensive. It wasn't just the squid hawker that complained. The fish hawker was also complaining. There are strange fish in the sea. There are only so many in a day. If the price doesn't rise, we'll all go hungry. The court has put a bounty on fish monsters. Didn't the black-haired fish from before get a lot of money? It would be good if it was still those black-haired fish. Before the fisherman finished speaking, there was a sudden clamor on the beach. Come and look, that's the sea monster. Someone shouted loudly. Hearing this, everyone rushed over. The rocky beach was uneven. The crowd pushed Suyu so hard that he stumbled and almost dropped the fish in his hand. And Hongchul pulled Suyu into his arms. Stupid. You can't even walk properly. Suyu looked at the emperor, who was impatiently holding him firmly in his arms. He blinked and said, let's go and take a look. The emperor looked at the black mass of heads and decisively rejected Suyu's suggestion. He pulled him away from the rocky beach and made a hand signal to the imperial bodyguards hidden in the crowd. When the two returned to the courtyard, the strange fish that everyone was looking at was already placed in the courtyard. Suyu curiously went over. Be careful. A black shadow suddenly jumped out of the water basin. The emperor quickly made a move and slapped the thing to the ground. Two imperial bodyguards quickly rushed over, picked up the fainted fish, and put it back into the basin. They covered it with an iron net. Yingyu. Sure enough, Suyu didn't memorize the Mountain River Illustrated Handbook for nothing. He immediately recognized the fish's true appearance. This fish had a long body that was no different from ordinary sea fish. However, its two fins were replaced by wings that were almost as long as its body. There were silver feathers that were as hard as scales on the wings. The body of a fish with bird wings, the voice of a mandarin duck. Suyu looked through the iron net at the Yingyu, who was gradually waking up. He raised his head and looked at the emperor. How do you call a mandarin duck? Two plays of Sha Ting, long doubts can't be drawn. Embroidered machines strive to weave patterns, songs love to call names. The sound of a mandarin duck must be ga 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 ga. The Yingyu, who didn't want to be left out, immediately answered Suyu's question. Suyu. This sound, it's not romantic at all. When the Yingyu was brought back to the palace, he naturally had to show it to the national tutor first. The national tutor quietly looked at the noisy Yingyu for a moment. He slowly raised his cold eyes and looked at Suyu. Do you remember how to kill the Yingyu? The Yingyu can attract water disaster. Water is yin. When the yang energy is the strongest at noon, use your inner strength to break its wings. Suyu skillfully recited the method to kill the Yingyu in fish-killing cultivation method. Looking at the sky, it was already past noon. He couldn't kill the Yingyu today. Ga. The Yingyu, who had escaped death, mercilessly mocked the superstitious chef. Suyu scratched his head. Then this official will come back tomorrow. Wait, the national tutor raised his hand and stuffed the cage with the Yingyu to Suyu. Ongwa Tower is the holy land of the country. It's not good to make noise. Suyu, who originally thought that he had completed his task, could only take the Yingyu and leave Ongwa Tower. Ga. The Yingyu was really too noisy. Suyu didn't understand. As a fish, how could it have so many words to say? After thinking for a while, he could only throw the fish and the cage into the small lake in Yishao Palace. In any case, he was staying in Yishao Palace at night, so the noise wouldn't disturb him. After solving the problem of Yingyu's accommodation, Suyu returned to the North Pole Palace to prepare dinner. At noon, the emperor ate a lot of fried jumping fish. Suyu decided to make some soft and easily digestible fish for dinner, so he killed a river ball to make soup. Fish soup needs to be simmered slowly. Since it was still early, Suyu prepared the ingredients and put them in the pot to stew. He told the chef to watch the fire and he would come back to cook in 2 hours. Since Suyu saw through his disguise, the emperor had a lot more freedom in the North Pole Palace. For example, now when Suyu pushed open the door and entered the North Pole Palace, he saw a golden kitten lazily lying on the soft cushion. It was flipping through memorials with its paws and wagging its tail leisurely. A furry cat that was meticulously reading memorials to the emperor's memorial. Suyu immediately felt his blood boil. He rushed forward and threw himself on the soft cushion. He buried his face in the golden fur. His actions were smooth and without any hesitation. The emperor was pressed down and spread his paws. He unhappily turned his head and slapped Suyu. Suyu was unmoved and continued to rub his paws on the soft cushion. With a flash of white light, the soft kitten instantly turned into a slender man. Suyu was stunned for a moment. He realized that he was hugging the emperor's waist and his face was pressed against the emperor's back. He was a little embarrassed as he propped himself up. He suddenly found that the soft white robe had a bit of gold today. It must be because the weather had turned cold. Soft and fluffy clothes, so you couldn't help but stick his paws on the yellow spots again. As long as there was yellow, it would be extra warm and emit the smell of sunshine, making people infatuated. And Hongchul looked at Suyu, who was still rubbing his paws, and slightly narrowed his eyes. As expected, this stupid slave wants it. Seducing me in broad daylight, he really doesn't know shame. However, since this stupid slave wants it so much, I will reluctantly satisfy him. The emperor curled his lips. As a tolerant master, he was helpless. He turned around, picked up Suyu, and strode toward the dragon bed. Suyu, who was rubbing his face vigorously, looked up in a daze and found that the emperor had picked him up horizontally. Before he could react, he was thrown onto the bed. Then, the emperor's slender body jumped on top of him and directly pressed him under his body. Suyu pressed his hands against the chest that felt so good to the touch and stammered, Your Majesty, what are you doing? Eat fish. The emperor said confidently. Seeing the robe with yellow spots disappear, Suyu's mind went blank. She said in a daze, the fish isn't ready yet, and Hongchul ignored him and took out a small green jade box from the bedside. Suyu blushed when he saw the transparent paste. Although he was mentally prepared, he was still nervous when it came to it. He sneaked a glance at the emperor's cold and handsome face. He was so confident this time. He must have done his homework secretly. There shouldn't be any problems now, right? With this thought, Suyu relaxed his body. Then, he watched as the emperor dug out a large piece of glittering and translucent cream and smeared it on his body like barbecue sauce. PFFF, Suyu couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. This wasn't how the cream should be used, right? The emperor frowned. This stupid slave was actually laughing at a time like this. Dissatisfied, he bent down and kissed the mouth that dared to laugh. Suyu, who was laughing at the emperor for not doing his homework, accidentally remembered the correct way to use the cream in his mind and was seen by the emperor. So that's how it is. The emperor propped himself up and his finger that was smeared with cream found the correct place. Suyu couldn't laugh anymore. Simmering it over low heat could make a delicious fish soup. Stir-frying it over high heat could make a crispy fish meat. Since it was his first time trying small fresh fish, he shouldn't overheat it. Fish soup was the best. Suyu felt like he was the river dumpling in the kitchen. After the pain, he felt more and more scorching heat, which almost melted all the bones in his body. At night, a strange sound came from the western palace. Caw caw caw. The eerie sound echoed in the quiet palace, startling countless birds. What's that sound? Concubine woke up from her sleep and carefully identified the direction of the sound. Your Highness. The palace maid on night watch immediately lit the palace lantern. She had obviously been frightened awake. Concubine put on a coat and walked to the window, indicating for the palace maids to be quiet. After a long time, she didn't hear any more sounds. She slowly let out a sigh of relief. It must have been a bird passing by. Just as she turned around and prepared to go back, the clear sound rang out again. It scared her so much that the hair on her back stood on end. What the hell is that? Consort Shu wasn't as brave as Concubine. She wrapped herself in the quilt and didn't dare to get out of bed. The sound was like a bird's cry, but it also wasn't because the hoarse sound was mixed with a whistling sound. Your Highness, the sound seems to be coming from Yishao Palace. The little eunuch who went out to scout came back to report. That night, none of the concubines in the western palace slept well, except for Suyu. When the emperor woke up, Suyu, who had always been diligent and got up early, was still sleeping soundly. The corners of his gentle eyes still had red marks that hadn't faded. And Hongchul tilted his head to look and slowly moved over. He gently licked the slightly red area and then buried his face in that white neck, rubbing back and forth. Only then did he go to court with satisfaction. Compared to the tranquility of the North Pole Palace, the harem was already in an uproar. Frightening screams came from Yishao Palace in the middle of the night. Many concubines couldn't sleep. With dark circles under their eyes, they gathered early in Yuluan Palace. Ben Gong is no longer a noble consort, and I'm still under house arrest. What are you all doing here? Concubine Lu looked around. Everyone's faces showed a bit of impatience. When the Lu family was in trouble, the emperor acted decisively and showed no mercy. The Empress Dowager also advised her not to worry about her maternal family. Concubine Lu couldn't take it anymore and sent people to lure Suyu's cousin into making a mistake. That Suming didn't disappoint and caused a life to be lost. She wanted to see if concubine Xian, who was favored by the emperor, would help her maternal family. In the end, concubine Lu was greatly disappointed. Yesterday, news came that Suyu went out of the palace and took his mother and Shu sister out of the Su family. He acted as if he was drawing a clear line between himself and his uncle's family. He also sent a message to the capital's magistrate, telling him to act impartially. She originally wanted to pay respects to the Empress Dowager today and talk about the Su family scandal. Who would have thought that Suyu was such a ruthless person that he didn't even care about his cousin's life? Her careful plan suddenly became a joke. She was so angry that she didn't even eat breakfast. How could she have the mind to care about other people's business? Concubine De quickly smiled apologetically and said, "We have always followed concubine's lead. Moreover, this is a good opportunity for concubine." "Oh?" Concubine Lu raised her eyes and looked at concubine De, who was making a solemn vow. Consort Shu quickly chimed in, "That strange sound came from Yishao Palace. Concubine Xian might be hiding something unclean in Yishao Palace." "You're saying that the ghosts crying at night came from Yishao Palace?" Concubine Lu's hand paused in the middle of drinking tea. She immediately became interested. Concubine De and Consort Shu looked at each other and nodded in unison. The sun rose high in the hibiscus tent. When Suyu opened his eyes, the bright yellow curtain could no longer block out the bright and beautiful sunlight. It directly shone in. Fish soup. Suyu suddenly remembered the river dumpling that had been forgotten in the kitchen. He suddenly sat up. His sore waist made a creaking sound and he powerlessly fell back onto the bed. He stared blankly at the top of the bed for a moment before remembering what had happened last night. He looked left and right. His Majesty the Emperor had already disappeared. The palace servants outside the door also had no intention of coming in to wake him. Suyu slowly pulled up the bright yellow brocade quilt and buried his face in it. The exhaustion of his body caused the ostrich Suyu to fall asleep again. His increasingly dull brain vaguely remembered that there was something he needed to do today. But what was it? Huff huff. The courtiers discovered that His Majesty the Emperor's mood was exceptionally good today. He didn't lose his temper, didn't tear up memorials, and even agreed to Marquis of Changchun's request to release his daughter early. Such an abnormal situation made Prime Minister Lu's faction even more uneasy. After court, Prince Su and Prince Ling looked at each other. The two tacitly walked towards the imperial study together. His Majesty was in a good mood today. Perhaps he could keep them in the palace for a meal. In the imperial study, His Majesty the Emperor was absent-mindedly reviewing memorials. Today, he didn't have the stupid slave cushion, so the memorials looked much more boring than usual. And Hongchul stuck out the tip of his tongue and lightly licked the corner of his mouth. Recalling the delicious taste from last night, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Oh, he had to quickly finish reviewing the memorials and let the stupid slave accompany him back to sleep. When the two princes came in, they saw His Majesty the Emperor riding at a rapid pace. "Greetings, Your Majesty." The two imperial uncles respectfully saluted. And Hongchul didn't even raise his head as he waved his hand. "Is something the matter?" Prince Ling elbowed his elder brother. He didn't have anything to report. He was purely following his elder brother to freeload off the meal. Prince Su coughed lightly and said, "The matter of the assassin the day before yesterday has been investigated. The previous matter has also taken shape." The tip of the brush paused. And Hongchul finished writing the word approved. He threw the brush to the side and raised his head to look at the imperial uncles with solemn expressions. "Speak." His Majesty's guess was correct. They were indeed targeting Consort Xian. Ever since the Emperor was attacked in the hunting grounds, Prince Su had been investigating the assassin. He had a lot of clues, but they were as messy as hemp and difficult to distinguish. The assassin he took over yesterday, however, gave him a clue. Who did it? His Majesty the Emperor narrowed his eyes. The smile on his face due to his good mood was swept away. Prince Su furrowed his brows. He didn't hide it and bluntly said, "I suspect it's that brat in Xianxia." The emperor gave Princess Mu's fief to the northwest. Prince Su couldn't be more familiar with the roads to the northwest. From the route provided by the assassin, he could tell that they were planning to capture Su Yu alive and transport him to the northwest. Throughout the entire northwest border, other than in Xianxia, there was no other person who would do such a senseless thing. The imperial study was silent for a moment. Suddenly, His Majesty raised his hand and slammed it on the table, instantly shattering the cups on the table. "This is rebellion." The two imperial uncles were His Majesty the Emperor. Recalling the way Lord Mu looked at Su Yu when they were in Xianman Hall, and how he later gave him 3,000 taels of silver to add to his dowry, and Hong Che stood up and paced back and forth behind the table with his hands behind his back. Damn it, he should have thought of this earlier. That despicable fellow actually dared to covet his stupid slave. Write an edict. Escort Prince Mu back to the capital tomorrow. Your Majesty, this matter shouldn't be made public. Prince Ling hurriedly advised. Then execute him on the spot. His Majesty the Emperor was furious. Daring to covet the imperial consort. Zhen will put him to death by 1,000 cuts. Prince Ling, who was about to say something, choked. Prince Su's cold and stern face twitched. Your Majesty, please calm down. He should be like this because of the alien star. And Hong Chul froze. He slowly sat back down on the dragon throne. His face was cold and he didn't speak. I don't know where that brat heard that the person who obtained the alien star could gain the ability to control the world. Pulling His Majesty the Emperor back to the main topic from the evil path of jealousy, Su Wang hurriedly revealed all the clues he had found. Previously, because Prince Mu controlled part of the inner palace guards, Prince Su suspected that he had something to do with the pursuit of the sacred cat. Thus, he had been monitoring his every move. Then, he gradually discovered his abnormalities. Prince Mu was the son of the late emperor, but he was a young man who didn't have the right to inherit. Since the oracle came to the world, Princess Mu had been secretly searching for the alien star. He was very sure that the alien star could change his fate for him. What a pity. Prince Ling shook his head and sighed. Seal off the news. Clean up Prince Mu's men along the way. And Hong Chul coldly said. The information about the alien star must not be leaked. Send troops to guard the strongholds near the fief. Closely monitor the people who come in contact with Prince Mu. This subject obeys. Prince Su received the order and left. When he stepped out of the imperial study, he remembered that he had only come to ask for merit and get a free meal. How come he didn't get a meal and instead had so many things to do? 17th uncle, is there anything else? And Hong Chul looked at Prince Ling, who was still standing in the study. This subject will leave. Prince Ling came back to his senses and quickly left. Because of the delay caused by the two princes, it was already noon when the emperor finished approving the memorials. Your Majesty, Nyang Yang hasn't gotten up yet. The lunch. Wang Gonggong came forward to ask with a troubled expression. And Hong Chul slightly frowned. Put it in the North Pole Palace. The bright yellow curtains were slowly pulled up and golden sunlight poured in. The black head buried in the brocade quilt shrank down, trying to avoid the dazzling light. The emperor waved his hand to let everyone leave. He lightly jumped onto the dragon bed and sat at the head of the bed. He tilted his head and looked for a while. He raised his hand and pulled the quilt away, revealing a face that was red from sleeping. Ugh. Su Yu struggled to open one eye. The sunlight was so dazzling that he couldn't open it, so he simply closed it again. And Hong Chul slowly leaned over and saw that the red mark at the corner of the eye had already disappeared. Only the good-shaped lips were still a bit red and looked much softer than usual. He lightly licked it. The sweet taste was no different from last night. This made the emperor's somewhat anxious mood calm down again. He reached out and pulled Su Yu into his arms, rubbing his cheek against his forehead. Such a good stupid slave, there will definitely be many people coveting him. Fortunately, Zhen protected him in time and brought him to the palace early. Humph. Your Majesty? Su Yu was licked and rubbed. He finally woke up and yawned. What time is it? It's past noon. The emperor pretended to not care. Noon? Oh no. Suyu immediately opened his eyes wide and sat up. Then, with a muffled groan, he weakly fell to the side. And Hongchul caught him and looked at his suddenly pale face. He was very nervous. What's wrong? Where does it hurt? Last night, Suyu had been in a lot of pain and had scared him. After the examination, it was confirmed that he was injured. Fortunately, it wasn't serious. Seeing him like this, he immediately panicked. I'm fine. Suyu calmed down and found that there wasn't anything serious. He asked the emperor again in disbelief, it's already past noon? Hearing this, the emperor's tightly pursed lips gradually curled up. This stupid slave was indeed thinking about making lunch for him. Oh, seeing how pitiful he was, as a forgiving master, he could forgive him for being lazy once in a while. Of course, I asked the imperial kitchen to bring lunch over. I agreed with the national tutor to killing you today. Suyu scratched his head in distress. It's already past noon, so I can't kill her today. The smile on the emperor's face froze. The imperial kitchen hadn't served the emperor for a long time. Today, when they learned that the emperor was calling for lunch, they were pleasantly surprised and worked hard. They didn't expect the emperor to return to his original state, but they hoped that the emperor would be satisfied and remember to eat the imperial kitchen's dishes every few days. However, the emperor didn't show a trace of a smile throughout the meal. His face was dark from beginning to end. He only took a bite of each dish and then stopped eating. In the end, he simply put down his chopsticks. Suyu blinked. He didn't know why the cat was angry. What's wrong? It's not good. And Hongchul said with dissatisfaction. It's quite good. Suyu looked at the dishes in his bowl. In fact, the imperial kitchen's cooking was very good. They made many traditional seafood dishes better than him. Humph. The emperor snorted and ignored him. Scratching his head, Suyu moved closer to the emperor. He picked up a piece of fish for him and dipped it in the sauce. Eat some more. In a while, we'll go to Yishao Palace to bask in the sun. Looking at Suyu's awkward sitting posture, and Hongchul pursed his lips and raised his hand to eat the food in his bowl. The cat was actually very easy to coax. Suyu couldn't help but smile. He looked around and saw that the palace servants all had their heads lowered. He quickly leaned over and kissed the corner of his mouth. Eat properly. The emperor glared at him. He picked up a large amount of food with his chopsticks and piled it into Suyu's bowl. When Suyu was almost done eating, the emperor, who was no longer angry, happily picked him up and carried him to Yishao Palace. The sun was just right today. Lying on the waterside pavilion and basking in the sun while waiting for the grilled fish was a great joy in the world. Suyu looked at the water for a while. The cage of the ink fish was still there, but there was no sound. Through the water, he could faintly see the winged figure swaying in the water. He didn't care about it anymore. The emperor casually swatted a carp and threw it to Suyu. The meaning was clear. Zhen wasn't full yet, so let's grill it. After making a charcoal fire, Suyu relaxed his body and leaned against the soft cushion. From time to time, he would flip the grilled fish. Looking at the emperor's narrowed eyes and basking in the sun, he suddenly thought of a question. Emperor, last time at Anhua Tower, what was up with the cats that ate grilled fish with you? That was. And Hongchul turned over and slightly frowned. Although he didn't want to admit it, that was Hong Ting and the two imperial uncles. Imperial uncles? Suyu's eyes widened. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly saw a black and yellow cat sitting on the roof not far away. His Imperial Highness King Ling was afraid of being caught by his older brother to work together, so he turned a corner and prepared to hide in Anhua Tower for the afternoon. Suddenly, he smelled the tempting aroma of fish and unknowingly found this place. Looking at the emperor who seemed to be asleep and then looking at the grilled fish sizzling in Suyu's hands, the big tabby cat jumped off the roof and lightly jumped onto the waterside pavilion. He tilted his head and looked at the dazed Suyu and wagged his tail. His nieces didn't know who he was, so it shouldn't be a problem to ask for a piece of grilled fish, right? Prince Ling carefully approached the soft cushion that the emperor was lying on. He looked at Suyu, then looked at the grilled fish. He slowly squatted down and stuck out his tongue to lick his mouth. Suyu stared blankly at the big cat that was sitting in front of him. Its black and yellow fur was glossy, its limbs were strong, its whiskers were long and thin, and its amber eyes were bright and full of expression. It was obvious that it was an expert at catching mice. Was this Prince Su or Prince Ling? Meow, the big tabby cat meowed softly at Suyu. Its voice was soft and gentle, completely at odds with its strong body. Suyu's hand that was grilling the fish shook, and he sprinkled a handful of chili on it. The big tabby cat's eyes lit up. It looked at the chili powder on the grilled fish that had been heated up by the charcoal and couldn't help but lick its mouth again. It glanced at the emperor, whose back was facing it, and boldly moved to Suyu's side, stretching its head out to reach the grilled fish. That. Suyu opened his mouth, wanting to say something. The big cat retracted its paw and swung its long tail. It stared innocently at Suyu with its amber eyes. It squatted down again and used its back paw to rub its neck. It had an expression that said, "I'm very obedient, I won't touch anything. I'll wait until the fish is cooked before I eat." Suyu swallowed his saliva and did his best to resist the urge to reach out and stroke its furry head. Such an obedient cat. If it was a real cat, he wouldn't have been able to resist grabbing it and rubbing it in his arms. But this was an imperial uncle. Thinking about the mighty and domineering Prince Su and the shrewd and valiant Prince Ling, no matter which imperial uncle it was, they were completely different from the one in front of him. While the two of them were fighting, the grilled fish in his hand had already turned a golden brown. Suyu raised his hand to remove the fish from the charcoal fire. He took out an exquisite knife and quickly dissected the steaming fish meat. The emperor turned around and lazily moved his head to Suyu's lap, directly facing the black and yellow cat face. The big tabby cat was given a fright, and it abruptly took a step back before looking at the grilled fish on the plate. The fish meat covered in sauce was roasted until it was golden brown and crispy. It was sliced into small pieces and placed on the sweet white porcelain plate. The white and tender fish meat inside was carefully sprinkled with a layer of dried ingredients by Suyu and mixed evenly with delicate chopsticks. After mixing the fish, Suyu picked up a small piece and was about to taste its saltiness and sweetness when he suddenly noticed a pair of large eyes staring straight at him. He turned the chopsticks in his hand and fed it directly into the emperor's mouth. The grilled fish was fresh, fragrant, and tender, with a slight spiciness that stimulated the taste buds. His Majesty narrowed his eyes in satisfaction. Meow, the big tabby cat hurriedly went up and pressed one paw on the emperor's shoulder. It wanted to get a piece of grilled fish too. And Hongchul disdainfully swatted Imperial Uncle's claw away. Prince Ling, not to be outdone, swatted his claw back. "Don't fight." Suyu hurriedly dissuaded them and scooped some grilled fish onto a small plate. Meow. Thinking that the plate was for itself, the big tabby cat immediately scurried over excitedly and rubbed its head against the corner of the small table. Suyu's hand that was holding the fish couldn't help but tremble, and a large piece of fish fell back onto the plate. His Majesty looked expressionlessly at 17th Uncle, wondering if it was too late to tell Suyu that this was actually not Imperial Uncle but a stray cat. The corner of Suyu's mouth twitched as he placed the small plate of fish meat in front of the big tabby cat. His Royal Highness King Ling immediately pounced on the fish excitedly and began to eat in big bites. As he ate, he made threatening purrs to warn the other cat not to steal his food. He really didn't know what to say. Suyu felt that they were all family, and it wasn't good to play around with Imperial Uncle like this. It would be awkward when they met in the future, so he coughed lightly and said, "Imperial Uncle, eat slowly. I'll grill another one in a bit." "Grill another one?" "Okay." Prince Ling was about to respond when he suddenly paused. "Wait, what did he just call me?" He slowly raised his head and saw Suyu's stiff smile and His Majesty the Emperor's eyes full of mockery. Clatter. The fish meat in the big tabby cat's mouth fell straight back onto the plate. Ga. Yingyu, who had just woken up from its afternoon nap, called out in response. In Yulwan Palace, the other concubines had already left. Concubine De and Consort Shu stayed until after lunch. I've heard that if a palace with an owner is left empty for a long time, without the suppression of yang energy, the evil things inside will come out to cause trouble, Concubine De said reasonably. Consort Shu rubbed her arms as if she was afraid. Consort Xian hasn't stayed in Yulwan Palace for a long time. Could it be that something unclean has come out of the palace? If there is something, we have to go take a look to know, Concubine Da said, looking at Concubine Lu intentionally or unintentionally. Lu Fei thoughtfully listened to the two of them singing the same tune, not saying a word. She knew very well that these women had come over to tell her these things because they wanted her to be the one to stand out. Ghosts cry at night, Yulwan Palace, this was an excellent opportunity. She really didn't want to let it go. Concubine Da and Consort Shu looked at each other and didn't say anything else. They stood up and said their goodbyes. Some things were just as bad as not enough. They had pointed it out, and it was up to Concubine Lu to do what she wanted. Concubine Lu watched the two leave Yulwan Palace and raised her hand to summon her personal palace maid. Yulan, go prepare a few things. The imperial palace was destined to not be peaceful today. In Ongwa Tower, the national tutor was lying on a soft couch, looking indifferently at the black and yellow striped cat in the corner. You've been facing the wall for 2 hours. Have you thought of something? His Royal Highness King Ling leaned his head against a pillar, his 2 ears tightly pressed back. His arrogant big tail was listlessly curled up, and his entire body was curled into a ball, looking like he had nothing left to live for. The imperial palace will be locked down soon. Don't stay here. The national tutor didn't bother to pay attention to him and began to chase the cat away. It's too late for me to leave now. The big tabby cat turned around and looked angrily at his younger brother who didn't understand the pain in his heart at all. Then go out and find a place to sleep. The national tutor waved his hand, not intending to take him in at all. They still had to worship the heavens at night, so no one else could stay in Ongwa Tower. 21. Is this how you treat your older brother? Prince Ling jumped onto the soft couch and looked up at his heartless younger brother. The national tutor lowered his eyes and looked back coldly. After the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the snow-white cat leisurely licked its paws. The black and yellow striped cat sprawled on the ground and silently knocked its head against a pillar. If you have nothing else to do, why don't you go to Yixiao Palace and watch that Yingyu? The big white cat swung its tail. Today, so you missed the time and didn't kill the Yingyu. The Yingyu was very dangerous, and if left for too long, it could cause a flood in the imperial palace. The sun was setting in the west, and the moon was hanging high in the sky. Caw 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 caw. The eerie and strange sound once again echoed in the western palace. Concubine Da and Consort Shu brought their own palace guards and eunuchs to gather outside Yixiao Palace. The Jowie and Chiron of each palace also brought their servants to join in the fun. For a time, lanterns and torches lit up the sky, illuminating the surroundings of Yixiao Palace. In the North Pole Palace, Suyu took a comfortable bath. The hot water dispelled the soreness all over his body, and he finally regained some energy after being dispirited for an entire day. His Majesty the Emperor, who had walked out of the bath first, put on his inner clothes and turned around to pick up Suyu, who couldn't move freely. When he saw the fish that had been steamed pink by the hot water, he immediately felt his mouth go dry. Suyu hurriedly used a towel to dry himself. Just as he straightened his back, a pair of strong arms circled around him from behind. A soft kiss landed on the back of his neck, and then, after gently rubbing it for a moment, he suddenly bit it. Ugh! This feeling of being suddenly grabbed by a beast made Suyu tremble. When he thought of the meaning behind the cat's action of biting the back of his neck, his white and pink neck slowly turned red. Your Majesty, don't make trouble. Let the subject put on my inner clothes. His Majesty the Emperor ignored him and lifted him up. Your Majesty, something happened in the inner palace. Wang Gongong's voice suddenly came from outside the door, accompanied by the sound of disorderly footsteps. The Emperor, who was carrying Suyu in large strides, stopped and slightly frowned. What happened? The imperial concubines found something terrifying in Yixiao Palace. Concubine Lu has already gone to invite the Empress Dowager. Wang Gongong's voice was a bit anxious. Quickly put me down. Suyu secretly cursed. He reckoned that it was that noisy Yingyu who ruined it. The national tutor had repeatedly warned him that the sea monster was of great importance and couldn't let others know about it. His Majesty the Emperor put down the person on his shoulder with an unhappy expression. The courtyard of Yixiao Palace was already full of people. The imperial concubines stood together, and the imperial bodyguards surrounded the central waterside pavilion, not allowing anyone to take half a step closer. When Suyu and the emperor arrived, concubine Lu had just helped the empress dowager off the carriage. Imperial mother. And Hongchul bowed to the empress dowager. How come even the emperor was alarmed? The empress dowager frowned. Reporting to the empress dowager, strange sounds have been coming from the western palace since last night. The imperial concubines searched for a day and found that the strange sounds were coming from Yishao Palace. They wanted to see what was going on, but found. Concubine stuttered and didn't want to continue. Found what? The empress dowager was a bit impatient. Found that someone is practicing witchcraft in Yishao Palace. Concubine Lu hurriedly said. Witchcraft. Everyone's expression changed when they heard this. In this dynasty where faith was everything, witchcraft was a big taboo. Imperial mother, please wait. His Majesty the Emperor stopped the Empress Dowager from moving forward. He indicated that he would go and take a look first. If there was no problem, then he would show it to the Empress Dowager. Suyu followed the Emperor to the waterside pavilion. His brows gradually furrowed. With the light of the lanterns, he saw a string of bright red symbols on the 9 winding corridors. It looked quite scary. They weren't there when they were sunbathing at noon. Why do you think this is witchcraft? And Hongchul looked at the strange symbols and coldly looked at the imperial concubines. Has the emperor heard of cat witchcraft? Concubine Lu sneered. Cat witchcraft was an extremely evil curse. It was said that in the previous dynasty, there was an imperial concubine who was good at witchcraft. She used blood as a symbol and a civet cat as a lure to curse the emperor. In the end, the emperor died young. Imperial consort Lu indicated for the guards to move aside. Her slightly raised chin showed that she had a card up her sleeve. This was a pleasant surprise. When they were searching Yishao Palace, they happened to catch a civet cat. This was obvious to everyone. The guards immediately moved aside, revealing the iron cage in the middle of the waterside pavilion. In the middle of the cage sat a black and yellow cat, very suitable for making cat witchcraft. His Royal Highness King Ling. Prince Ling felt that he was really unlucky today. He was just curious and fished up Yingyu to take a look, but this group of people barged in. In a panic, they knocked Yingyu unconscious and hid it in the water, then locked him in an iron cage. In front of so many people, he couldn't turn into a human and escape. He could only maintain the dignity of a prince and sit in the cage expressionlessly. However, when he saw Suyu's expression, His Royal Highness King Ling couldn't help but raise a paw to cover his face. He really wanted to face the wall for a while more. Suyu's mouth twitched as she looked at Imperial Uncle in the cage. She turned to look at the Emperor. The disgust in the Emperor's eyes was almost tangible. This cat might just be passing by. Suyu wanted to go forward and see if Imperial Uncle was injured, but she was stopped by the eunuch guarding the waterside pavilion. Impudent! Wang Gonggong scolded. Nyang Nyang, please forgive me. This cat is ferocious and cannot be approached. That eunuch was concubined as deputy steward in the palace. In a moment of excitement, he stopped Suyu. He only reacted after being scolded by Wang Gonggong. Right now, the spearhead hasn't been pointed at concubine Xian yet. If he was so anxious to take credit, he might overreach himself, so he hurriedly explained. Scram. The emperor coldly spat out a word. That eunuch froze for a moment, then knelt on the ground. Emperor, please forgive me. And Hongchul didn't even look at him. He pulled Suyu to the waterside pavilion and squatted down beside the cage. He slowly stretched out a finger and poked the big cat's head. The people around them immediately had their hearts in their throats. If that cat suddenly went crazy and scratched the emperor, they wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. The Empress Dowager was supported by concubine Lu as she walked over. What the hell is going on? Before she could finish her sentence, she saw the big tabby cat in the cage. After being poked in the head by the emperor's slender finger, Prince Ling's heart was dead. He fell into the cage and didn't want to see his sister-in-law's slightly twitching dignified face. The Empress Dowager couldn't catch her breath and immediately coughed twice. The baleful aura here is too strong. Let's stand outside. Concubine Lu hurriedly handed over a handkerchief and hurriedly pulled the Empress Dowager to leave, as if staying here any longer would shorten her lifespan. The Empress Dowager waved her hand. how did you catch this cat? Empress Dowager, we were searching Yishao Palace and found the blood talisman here. At that time, the cat was standing in the middle of the blood talisman, looking ferocious and terrifying. The chief eunuch in Consort Shu's palace hurriedly said. Prince Ling, who couldn't get up from the ground, scratched the cage with all his might. These people who are lying through their teeth, have they seen this prince's face? The Empress Dowager took a deep look at Consort Shu. Who allowed you to search the Night Cloud Palace? The cold and dignified voice made everyone tremble. The emperor stood up and coldly looked at the concubines and concubines who were dressed up in the middle of the night. How did they look like they were here to catch ghosts? This. Consort Shu felt guilty under the Empress Dowager's gaze. She glared at the talkative eunuch and didn't dare to raise her head to meet the emperor's gaze. That ghost night cry is too frightening. The concubines couldn't stand it, so they came to see what was going on. Empress Dowager, this Night Cloud Palace is suspicious. In Xianxia's opinion, we should thoroughly search it. Concubine Lu glanced at the confused Suyu and her lips hooked into a cold smile. The Empress Dowager looked at Concubine Lu and felt a wave of annoyance. She raised her head to look at the emperor. The emperor pulled up Suyu, who was still squatting and looking at the cat, and slowly raised his hand. The palace guards quickly surrounded the pavilion. The meaning was clear. If this matter wasn't understood, no one could leave. Send this cat to Xian Palace, the Empress Dowager sighed. She couldn't rely on the emperor to deal with the matters of the Hogong. She said to Suyu, who was still in a daze, Xian Fei, carry the cat. Ah? Suyu blinked and then realized that the Empress Dowager was telling him to carry the cat and follow the Empress Dowager to Xian Palace. He hurriedly bent down to pick up the cage, his hands flat to prevent it from bumping into Imperial Uncle. Empress Dowager, this cat is an inauspicious object. You cannot bring it to Xian Palace. Concubine Lu hurriedly dissuaded. She hadn't used her prepared speech yet. How could she just leave like that? The Empress Dowager looked at Suyu, who was carefully carrying the cat, and then looked at Concubine Lu. She slowly pulled her arm out of Concubine Lu's grasp. Ling Gugu hurriedly went forward and replaced Concubine Lu to support the Empress Dowager. At the same time, she stopped Concubine Lu from sticking close again. Concubine Lu dazedly watched as the Empress Dowager turned and left. For a long time, she had relied on the fact that the Empress Dowager was her maternal aunt. She could do whatever she wanted in the palace. Concubine De and Consort Shu still came to curry favor with her after she was demoted. It was all because of this. But just now, when the Empress Dowager pulled her hand away, Concubine Lu clearly felt that something no longer belonged to her. Suyu followed the Empress Dowager to Xian Palace. The emperor originally wanted to follow, but the Empress Dowager asked him to stay and clean up the mess. His Majesty, who was already in a bad mood, became even more unhappy. He slightly narrowed his eyes. The people kneeling on the ground couldn't help but shrink back. The brightly lit Xian Palace was no different from daytime. Suyu stood in the middle of the hall with the cat cage in her arms. The Empress Dowager sat on the main seat and found that Suyu was still holding the cage. She couldn't help but smile. She signaled Suyu to put down the cage and waved her hand to dismiss everyone. Only Ling Gugu remained in the hall to serve her. Suyu obediently put the cage on the ground. The cat in the cage looked left and right, then opened the latch and came out. It shook its fur and sat down dejectedly. Uncle, Ijia doesn't want to scold you, but you're not young anymore. Why did you come out in the middle of the night? The Empress Dowager began to scold him. Prince Ling lay on the carpet and hugged his ears with his paws. How many times have Ijia said that the Empress hasn't been elected yet? There are too many people in the palace. Unless it's necessary, don't turn into a cat and wander around. You're good. You even made a cat venom. The Empress Dowager chattered endlessly. This time, it was lucky that it wasn't hurt. If it was hurt by those who didn't know how to treat it seriously, how could Ijia have the face to see the former emperor? Suyu widened his eyes. This seemed to be different from the cold and taciturn Empress Dowager he usually saw. After talking for a while, the Empress Dowager took the cup from Lin Gugu and drank a mouthful of tea. Only then did she realize that Suyu was still standing there blankly. This child, why are you standing there? Suyu thanked the Empress Dowager and was about to find a chair. Unexpectedly, Ling Gugu handed him a soft cushion. He blinked and looked at the imperial uncle who was lying in a pile at his feet. He put the soft cushion next to 17th uncle and sat on the ground. The half-dead Prince Ling moved toward the soft cushion and scratched the rough edge of the soft cushion with his paws. Suyu looked down at the big cat scratching the cushion and then looked up at the dignified Empress Dowager. He realized in hindsight that the Empress Dowager seemed to know everything. The big black claws quickly scratched the delicate cushion into tatters. As if it was not satisfied, it raised its claws to scratch the corner of Suyu's robe. Suyu looked over and saw the pair of amber-colored cat eyes desperately trying to signal him with their eyes. Suyu blinked and made a winking expression with his furry cat face. He could really see what his imperial uncle wanted to express. He coughed lightly and tried to hold back his laughter. "Hey, don't scratch that." The Empress Dowager saw that Suyu's clothes were also scratched and sighed helplessly. She raised her chin at Aunt Lin. Aunt Lin turned around and took out a small thing from the basket. She took the needle that was still pinned on it and tied the thread into a knot. She respectfully placed it in front of Prince Ling and smiled. This was made by the Empress Dowager recently. Originally, it was going to be sent to Prince Ling in 2 days. Suyu looked at the calm face of Aunt Lin. He guessed that she should have made a blood contract with the national tutor, just like Wang Gonggang. Most women in ancient times knew how to do needlework. Once a woman from a wealthy family became a mother-in-law, she basically no longer touched needlework, let alone the noble Empress Dowager. It was needless to say how precious the needlework made by the Empress Dowager was. It was unknown whether the gift she gave Prince Ling was a precious sachet or an exquisite handkerchief. Suyu looked over curiously and suddenly choked. The small thing on the ground was a toy mouse made of silver-gray silk and exquisitely embroidered. The big cat lying on the ground was still hooking onto Suyu's clothes. When it heard the words, it looked up and was stunned for a moment. It immediately let go of the hook and hugged the little gray mouse. The smooth Sichuan brocade wrapped in soft cotton felt very good when held in the arms. The big cat excitedly kicked it with its hind paws and quickly took a few bites. The hall was silent for a moment. Prince Ling raised his head from the mouse's gentle home and saw Suyu staring at him. He suddenly stiffened and stood up. He hid behind a pillar with the silk mouse in his mouth. On the other side, the emperor called in a large number of guards. Countless lanterns lit up the courtyard of Yixiao Palace as if it was daytime. The blood-red runes on the 9 winding corridors were clearly presented to everyone. "Who drew these?" And Hongchul pointed at the twisted characters and asked. Everyone looked at each other. "We don't know." The emperor coldly looked around and saw the eunuch kneeling by the waterside pavilion. The eunuch. The eunuch instantly broke out in a cold sweat. These runes really were drawn by him. He was the deputy steward of Concubine's palace. Today, Concubine Lu said that this matter could be related to witchcraft. Concubine Da, to show her sincerity, pushed him out and said that he could draw runes. You, and Hongchul looked at the eunuch who was trembling like a leaf. "Clean this damn rune for Zhen." When the emperor looked at the eunuch, Concubine Da was so scared that her face turned white. She and Consort Shu looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. The emperor didn't point to anyone but the person who drew the runes. The meaning of this was self-evident. For generations, as long as witchcraft was involved, there would be countless casualties in the imperial harem. Today's matter happened in Yixiao Palace. If it was spread out, it would be very unfavorable for Concubine Xian. The emperor dealt with it like this because he wanted to suppress the matter. "Your Majesty, the matter hasn't been investigated yet." Concubine Lu secretly gritted her teeth. The Empress Dowager took Concubine Xian away. Half of the plan she had prepared was wasted. If this continued, today's arrangements would be wasted. Lu family was in imminent danger in the imperial harem. Her position in the imperial harem was getting worse day by day. If today's matter was handled well, it would be a good chance for Lu family to turn the situation around. How could she be willing to lose it for nothing? And Hongchul looked coldly at Concubine Lu and slightly narrowed his eyes. "You want to investigate?" "Very good." Yixiao Palace instantly fell into a deathly silence. "You are a good child. Since you have signed the blood contract, take good care of His Majesty in the future." It was the first time the Empress Dowager spoke to Suyu so amiably, making Suyu feel flattered. this subject will do my best. Suyu carefully promised. Although he still didn't understand what the blood contract was, he knew one thing. In the imperial harem, only the empress could sign the blood contract. If ordinary parents knew that their son liked a man wholeheartedly, they wouldn't be happy. The Empress Dowager started to talk to herself. Shandy passed away early. His Majesty suffered a lot in the imperial harem. Ijia's heart ached for him, but there was nothing Ijia could do to help. From the dangers of the imperial harem to the monopolization of power by the relatives outside the imperial harem, the emperor's status was unstable when he reached adulthood. The Empress Dowager had no choice but to support Lu family and so on. Suyu was confused, but when he thought about how such a small kitten had to face a bunch of scheming ministers, it really made one's heart ache, so he nodded. His Majesty's temper hasn't been good since he was young. You have to bear with it. The Empress Dowager sighed. She only found out yesterday that the emperor had let Suyu sign the blood contract in advance. She knew her son's temper very well. It was very likely that he would force the contract regardless of other people's wishes. She had been on tenterhooks all day. Suyu blinked. He didn't think that the cat had a bad temper. After all, no matter how irritable and hard to coax, it was just a cat, so he didn't think much of it. The Empress Dowager looked at Suyu's expression and slowly smiled. His Majesty is very lucky to have met you. Humph. Before Suyu could answer, he heard a cold snort behind him. Turning around, he happened to see the unhappy emperor grabbing his wrist. Your Majesty? Suyu jumped in fright and stood up with the emperor's strength. The emperor grabbed Suyu and stiffly said, "It's getting late. Zhen needs to take him back to the North Pole Palace." Finishing, he didn't wait for the Empress Dowager to speak and dragged Suyu out. Suyu staggered in salute to the Empress Dowager and followed the emperor out of Xianxia Palace. Your Majesty, what's going on? Humph, Zhen is telling you. Muhu is just being polite, and Hongchul angrily glared at him. It's your good fortune to have met Zhen. Suyu stilled. Looking at the fuming emperor, he curved his eyes. When there was no one around, he leaned forward and kissed the emperor's beautiful eyes. Yes, it's the luckiest thing in my life to have met you. The emperor stiffened and his ears gradually turned the color of agate. That's of course. As long as you have self-awareness. Pata, hearing the conversation between the two, Prince Ling, who had taken the opportunity to slip out with the satin rat in his mouth, stumbled. The rat in his mouth fell out. He quickly reached out and pulled back the rat that had fallen off the beam. If you like it, then use it. Watermark advertisement test. Watermark advertisement test. His Majesty the Emperor seemed to have sensed something and raised his head. The fur on the big tabby cat's tail immediately stood up. He quickly hid in the shadows of the eaves with the rat in his mouth. What is it? Suyu followed the emperor's gaze but didn't see anything. Nothing. And Hongchul put away his disdainful gaze and pulled Suyu's hand as they slowly walked down the jade steps of Xianxia Palace. At the bottom of the jade steps was Wang Gonggong and the carriage that had been waiting there for a long time. Where are the concubines? Suyu sat in the carriage and yawned. He was already used to the ancient people's work and rest. When the sky turned dark, he began to feel sleepy. Investigating a case. His Majesty yawned as well. Investigating a case? Suyu's face was full of confusion. What case were the concubines investigating? In Yishao Palace, Concubine De and Concubine Shu glared resentfully at Concubine Lu. Concubine Lu's face was also ashen. She held a stack of rice paper as she stood in the winding corridor. Her sharp nails were about to tear the paper apart. Concubines, please hurry. After midnight, the evil spirit will be strong. It will not be good if you offend the emperor. The leading guard coldly said. The guards around them lit up the torches, illuminating the winding corridor. The concubines all had rice paper and red brushes in their hands. They had to copy down the runes on the corridor and clean it up before the hour of the 11th hour. Previously, when Concubine Lu had questioned the emperor's purpose in cleaning the corridors, someone had pointed out that the cat venom was an evil spirit. Even if the cat had been taken away, after midnight, the seal scripts would still be harmful to the person who had been cursed. Since Concubine Lu had said that the cat venom could have been used to curse the emperor, what was the purpose of keeping the seal scripts? Concubine Lu broke out in a cold sweat. She hurriedly tried to explain, but His Majesty casually said, "Since you have the heart, please make a copy of the runes before midnight and hand it over to the national tutor for judgment tomorrow." Since the spearhead was pointed at concubine Xian, the suspicious concubine Xian naturally could not participate in the gathering of evidence. This important task was given to the loyal concubine De, concubine Shu, and concubine Liu. As a result, concubine De and concubine Shu, who could have left, were forced to stay with concubine Liu to copy the scribbles. The other concubines gloated and went back to sleep. What was drawn? Why is it so hard to copy? Concubine De quietly spat at her deputy chief eunuch, who was kneeling on the side. The scribbles were all over the floor. They were crooked and there was no order to follow. That eunuch's face was ashen. He didn't have the mind to pay attention to concubine De's complaints. When he heard that His Majesty was going to hand it over to the national tutor for judgment, he was already scared out of his wits. The matter of witchcraft had always been unclear. The cat witchcraft of the previous dynasty could implicate a lot of people, but the Den dynasty was different. The Den dynasty had an imperial preceptor who truly possessed divine power. This kind of matter was likely to be explained clearly in front of him. Suyu expressed admiration for the concubine's persistence in investigating the case. Then what about Yingyu? The guards are watching. They won't let them come close. His Majesty the Emperor impatiently waved his hand. What was there to investigate? These people dared to court death, so he could only fulfill their wishes. His Majesty the Emperor returned to the North Pole Palace and lay down on the soft cushion in the middle of the hall. He waved his hand at Suyu. "Come, help Shin take off my clothes." Suyu went over and sat down. He poked the cat who was lazily squinting his eyes. "Emperor, the Empress Dowager already knows that I signed a blood contract." And Hongchul suddenly opened his eyes. He slightly frowned and turned to stare at Wang Gonggong. "Heaven and earth can be my witness. It definitely wasn't this old servant who said it." Wang Gonggong immediately swore with an innocent face. His Majesty the Emperor thought for a while and slowly said, "It was probably Imperial Uncle who said it." National tutor? Suyu's eyes widened. The national tutor didn't look like a person who talked a lot. Previously, when the Empress Dowager sent him to approach the national tutor, he always thought that the Empress Dowager didn't have a good relationship with the national tutor. Wait. A flash of inspiration quickly flashed through his mind. Suyu suddenly asked a rather sharp question. "Emperor, is the national tutor also a cat?" Suyu didn't know what to call the bloodline of the imperial family. He firmly believed that these guys were a group of cats. His Majesty the Emperor glanced at Suyu. "That's natural." The corner of Suyu's mouth twitched. He seemed to know something. Thinking that the godlike national tutor might have been bribed by a satin mouse, his mood suddenly became a bit complicated. His Majesty the Emperor heard this and nodded in agreement. "Muhu's mouse is very fun." The Empress Dowager didn't come from an illustrious aristocratic family. When she was young, she learned needlework. Her family didn't hire a famous embroiderer as a teacher, so she just casually learned. Therefore, the Empress Dowager still didn't know how to embroider complicated and gorgeous dragon-patterned cloud brocade. Instead, she liked to make small things. Speaking of this, His Majesty suddenly didn't feel sleepy. He excitedly got up and rummaged through a cabinet in the many treasures pavilion. He took out a camphorwood box and placed it on the soft cushion. "What is this?" Suyu curiously looked at the camphorwood box. "Darling," His Majesty the Emperor mysteriously said. He pushed the box in front of Suyu and paused for a moment. As if he thought of something, he quickly pulled the box back. "Actually, there's nothing to see." Suyu unconsciously pressed down on the wooden box and raised his head to look at His Majesty. Seeing that he was hesitating and his ears were starting to turn red, he couldn't help but become even more curious. What exactly was inside the box? He blinked and moved over to sit next to His Majesty. "What's inside? Didn't His Majesty bring it over for me to see?" Suyu had a premonition that the box should contain something very important to His Majesty. His Majesty taking it out for him to see at this time, the meaning was self-evident. Of course, he couldn't disappoint Uncle Cat's good intentions. "You really want to see?" His Majesty the Emperor cast a sidelong glance at him. "Let me see." Suyu nodded and looked at His Majesty expectantly. Humph, there's no harm in letting you see. Only then did the emperor snort, with a helpless expression on his face that said Jin dotes on you so that you can be so unscrupulous. Then, he proudly opened the camphor-wood chest. The box was about 3 feet square. It wasn't deep and didn't have any compartments. There were a lot of things inside that were piled up messily. So you quietly looked at the things inside the box and didn't recover for a long time. Among those messy little things, there were cloth mice of various colors, long teeth-grinding sticks, colorful bells and balls, and even a golden doll kitten. So you picked up the doll kitten and looked at it carefully. It was only the size of a palm and was wrapped in 2 layers of apricot yellow satin. The inside was filled with cotton. It was soft to the touch, but it wouldn't change shape. The stitches were so fine that there were no seams. Probably because His Majesty was worried that the pearl-studded doll would be swallowed by the young His Majesty, the doll's facial features were all embroidered. The 2 ears on the top of its head were also filled with cotton. It stood upright and looked very spirited. The doll kitten was a bit old. There were many small holes on its body. In fact, they were rows of tiny teeth marks. There were even a few places where the threads were pulled open. His Majesty the Emperor raised a slender finger and poked the kitten in Suyu's hand. This was made by Imperial Mother when Jin was still the Crown Prince. Apricot yellow was the color used by the Crown Prince. This kitten was made from the fabric left over from the tailoring for the Crown Prince at that time. Suyu blinked and picked up a small ball with a silk ribbon and waved it in front of His Majesty. Pa! His Majesty the Emperor pinched the small ball and glared at Suyu. Don't make trouble. Suyu was unmoved. He picked up a cloth mouse and shook it by the tail. Pa! His Majesty made a move again. He snatched the cloth mouse and pressed Suyu down on the soft cushion. Stupid slave, you dare to tease Jin. He he he. Suyu couldn't help but laugh out loud. His Majesty the Emperor angrily glared at him. You're not allowed to laugh. Suyu buried his face in the soft cushion and laughed until his body trembled. Pa! His Majesty the Emperor raised his hand and slapped that raised buttocks. Then, he angrily pounced on Suyu and bit the back of his neck. Suyu suddenly couldn't laugh anymore. Before he could remedy the situation, he was lifted up by His Majesty and strode towards the dragon bed. He was immediately scared out of his wits. Why, Your Majesty, don't, he was still injured. If His Majesty did this to him, he probably wouldn't be able to get up from the dragon bed for 3 days. Walking to the dragon bed, His Majesty the Emperor threw the person on his shoulder onto the soft brocade quilt, then jumped up and pounced on him. Ugh! Suyu groaned under the weight. He raised his hand to block His Majesty's chest. Only then did he realize that he was still holding the ragdoll kitten in his hand. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. And Hongchul grabbed his hand and pressed it on top of his head along with the ragdoll kitten. Then he leaned over and bit Suyu's neck. Don't bite. You still have to see the national tutor tomorrow. Ouch. Suyu tried to dissuade him. It was embarrassing to go see the elder with such a mark. As a result, His Majesty the Emperor's gentle biting suddenly became more intense. A sharp pain came and he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Humph, what does it have to do with the national tutor that I'm biting my stupid slave? His Majesty the Emperor propped himself up and tilted his head to look at his masterpiece. He was very satisfied with the red teeth marks. However, as he looked at them, he realized that something was wrong. He realized that the teeth marks were a bit too red and actually started to bleed. Hurriedly letting go of Suyu's hand, His Majesty moved his body and hugged Suyu into his arms. Suyu blinked. What's wrong? And Hongchul frowned and reached out his finger to gently touch Suyu's neck. He didn't dare to touch the wound. He looked at Suyu's expression and saw that he was fine. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. With a cold face, he moved closer to the wound and slowly licked it. The wound was actually very shallow. It was only because His Majesty the Emperor's teeth were sharper than ordinary people's that the skin was scraped. His soft tongue licked the small wound and rolled away the blood on it, causing a tingling sensation. Suyu was tickled and twisted his neck to avoid it. Don't move. His Majesty the Emperor held the back of his head and continued to seriously lick it. Ticklish. Suyu couldn't help but laugh. He thought to himself, this big cat can't be hungry, right? The wound on his neck gradually stopped bleeding because of His Majesty's licking. His Majesty the Emperor looked at it and was reluctantly satisfied. So, he continued to lick it in the same posture as before. Your Majesty. So you hurriedly stopped this dangerous action. It's getting late. Okay, Mr. Cat responded and continued licking. Go to bed early. You still have to attend court tomorrow. Suyu's eyes widened. His body suddenly trembled like a fish on a chopping board. He grabbed the Emperor's wrist. His slender fingers had already touched a dangerous place. And Hongchul looked up at him. Suyu looked back. The two silently looked at each other for a moment. Suyu was the first to admit defeat. He coaxed in a low voice, Your Majesty, your injuries haven't healed yet. Please spare this subject. Humph. His Majesty snorted. I was wrong just now, I shouldn't have teased you with that. Suyu rubbed her face against Uncle Cat's handsome face. Uncle Cat's slightly cool cheeks were smooth and tender, just like fine silk. She couldn't help rubbing her face against Uncle Cat's handsome face a few more times. His Majesty was pleased by this action. He cast a sidelong glance at the stupid slave who was trying hard to please him. Do you know your mistake now? Suyu hurriedly nodded her head. And Hongchul's face was tense, but the corners of her tightly pursed lips couldn't help but curl up slightly. She snorted and said, I'll spare you today. If you dare to tease me again, humph. As she said this, she kissed Suyu's lips again. A monarch doesn't joke. His Majesty really didn't do anything to her. She could avoid the death penalty, but she couldn't escape punishment. She was pressed down, kissed, and touched until the middle of the night before she barely had the right to sleep. It really wasn't easy to make someone who had eaten meat go back to drinking soup. And Hongchul woke up in the middle of the night. Looking at the white little fish in her arms, she still couldn't suppress the fire in her heart. With her night vision, she could clearly see the green shadows in Suyu's eyes. She frowned slightly. She simply turned into a cat and curled up into a ball. To sleep, Suyu habitually opened her eyes in the middle of the night. She found Furball nestled in her arms. She slid down until her nose touched Uncle Cat's. Her warm breath blew on her face with a soft purr. She raised her hand to touch the bedside and found the stuffed kitten that had been thrown to the side. She stuffed it into His Majesty's arms. When her golden claws touched the soft stuffed kitten, she consciously reached out and pulled it into her arms. She unconsciously rubbed her head against it and then continued to sleep with her head against the stuffed kitten. Suyu's eyes turned into crescents. He leaned over and kissed the warm chin that was exposed. After interacting with the Empress Dowager today, he finally understood that part of the Emperor's personality was innate, and the other part was probably spoiled by the good-tempered Empress Dowager. However, looking at this little furball, he was also willing to spoil it. Early the next morning, the talismans copied by the 3 concubines were sent to Anhua Tower. Anhua Tower was the holy land of the country. All kinds of evil and crooked practices couldn't hide in front of the national tutor who had divine power. Standing outside Anhua Tower, the guards responsible for delivering the gifts deeply felt the sacred and mysterious aura. However, Anhua Tower wasn't open in the morning. Looking at the tightly closed doors of the tower, the guards looked at each other in dismay. Boss, what should we do? The young guard anxiously asked the leader of the guards. The leader of the guards was Prince of Lu, Gao Peng, who had just been transferred from the Valiant Cavalry Battalion. Although he was suddenly promoted, he was generous and had excellent martial arts skills. The guards trusted him very much. When they didn't know what to do, they immediately asked him. This kind of evil thing naturally shouldn't be used to taint the eyes of the national tutor. The Crown Prince of Marquis Lu took the rice paper full of scribbles from a young bodyguard and walked around the Anhua Tower carefully, which meant that he had shown it to the state preceptor. Then, he led the dumbfounded crowd back to report the completion of the mission. His Majesty, who was eating snacks before going to court, heard Prince of Lu's reply and waved his hand. This matter will be handed over to the Empress Dowager to deal with. Suyu curiously looked at Prince of Lu, who didn't look sideways. He hadn't seen this fellow for a long time. It seemed that he was doing well. It should be known that the leader of the imperial guards and the armed bodyguard in front of the emperor was a very prestigious job for the sons of aristocratic families. Gao Peng received the order and left. Feeling that concubine Xian was looking at him, he generously saluted to her. "What are you looking at?" His Majesty the Emperor slapped the back of Suyu's head. Suyu rubbed his head. Why did His Majesty transfer Prince of Lu into the palace? During the draft, he heard Prince of Lu say that he had a 5th-rank official position in the Valiant Cavalry Battalion. However, he wanted to go to the border to kill enemies. Unfortunately, there were no enemies at the border. It was 13th Uncle's idea. And Hongchul ate the last shrimp soup dumpling and rose to go to court. Previously, there was a problem with the guards in the palace. Even his North Pole palace wasn't safe. Now that he had thoroughly cleaned it, he could barely sleep peacefully. The implications were very complicated. Looking at the dazed Suyu, he didn't say much to him. Suyu was just asking casually. After sending off the emperor who was going to court, he rolled up his sleeves and went to the kitchen to make breakfast. Xian Palace. Last night, the Empress Dowager had slept late. Looking at the concubines in the hall, she saw that they were forcing themselves to be alert, especially the 3 concubines. Each of them had crimson eyes. You must all know what happened yesterday. The Empress Dowager resisted the urge to yawn and sat up straight. Her expression was solemn as she said, "Is there anything else you want to say?" Concubine De and Consort Shu looked at each other and then turned to look at Concubine Lu. Last night, when they were copying the spell talisman, the quack 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 sound started again. The Imperial bodyguard stopped them from looking, so they were scared to death. They complained that Imperial Concubine Lu was meddlesome the whole night. Concubine Lu lowered her head and didn't speak. She heard that the talisman was sent to the national tutor early in the morning. She didn't know what the result was. Now that the Empress Dowager was no longer partial to her, she didn't dare to speak rashly. Last night, the guards found out about the crying ghosts in Yixiao Palace. The Empress Dowager didn't want to waste time with them and raised her hand slightly. Outside the door, Prince of Lu handed an iron cage to the eunuch of Xian Palace. The eunuch carried the cage to the center of the hall. Quack quack quack. A familiar sound came from the cage covered in black cloth, but it was much softer than the sound they heard last night. Concubine De and Consort Shu standing on the side couldn't help but take a step back. The concubines couldn't help but hold their breaths. The eunuch came forward and lifted the cover. Inside the cage stood a fat duck with a confused look on its face. Concubine Lu's blood-red eyes widened. How can there be a duck in Yixiao Palace? You still have the face to say that. The Empress Dowager held a stack of edicts and threw it at Concubine Lu's face. The national tutor didn't even look at this talisman. It's not a cat venom at all. Using something used to fool a 3-year-old child to play with Ijia, isn't it very interesting? When Concubine Lu heard this, she felt as if a basin of ice water had been poured over her from head to toe. She knelt on the ground with a thump. Empress Dowager is wise. Pinky doesn't know what this talisman is about. It's just that when I went to Yixiao Palace, I happened to see that leopard cat. Everyone saw it. The Empress Dowager didn't want to listen to her. She raised her hand slightly and the eunuch who had been called by the emperor last night to clean the 9 winding corridors was tied up and thrown out. This eunuch was the person responsible for drawing the talisman. When Concubine De saw this person thrown out, her face was ashen. The matter was very clear. The 3 concubines led by Concubine Lu were jealous that Xianfei was favored, so they came up with this vicious plan to frame her. Because of past affection, Ijia won't kill you, the Empress Dowager sighed tiredly. Starting today, Concubine Lu is stripped of all her positions and exiled from the palace. The 3rd generation of the Lu family is not allowed to participate in the election. Empress Dowager. Concubine Lu screamed in disbelief. Being exiled from the palace was completely different from being released after the crown prince was established. This kind of concubine was a woman with a bad moral character. It would be difficult for them to marry in the future. Some families found it shameful and would send them directly to the temple to spend their lives in prayer. Concubine De, Consort Shu. The Empress Dowager waved her hand to have the screaming concubine Lu be dragged away. She turned to look at the 2 concubines who were trembling like chaff. Empress Dowager is wise. We were deceived by concubine Lu and did such a foolish thing. The two cried as if their mother had died, constantly kowtowing and admitting their mistakes. They were daughters of civil officials and had strict family rules. If they were exiled from the palace, only death would await them. In the end, the Empress Dowager didn't kill them and demoted them to Zhao. When His Royal Highness King Zhao came to Xi'an Palace, he saw the Empress Dowager sitting alone on the main seat, lost in thought. There was also a quacking duck in the middle of the hall. Imperial Mother? Prince Zhao came to his mother and looked at her with his head tilted. "Io, you scared me." The Empress Dowager came back to her senses and saw a chubby round face with a pair of big sparkling eyes. She couldn't help but laugh. She raised her hand to pinch the chubby cheeks. "Why did you come here?" 17th uncle got a new satin rat. He came to Prince Zhao's mansion early in the morning to show off. Prince Zhao's chubby face scrunched up. "I thought it was something big. Today, I'll make you a bigger one." The Empress Dowager coaxed gently. Prince Zhao was happy for a moment when he heard this, but then he frowned. "Make it harder. The rat that bit 17th uncle in the morning made my teeth itch." "Itch?" The Empress Dowager frowned slightly. She pinched her son's chin and looked at it. Then she smiled and said, "Maybe it's time for new teeth." After Suyu served the emperor breakfast, he went to Xi'an Palace in response to the imperial edict. He saw the Empress Dowager hugging a yellow and white little fat cat. The little fat cat was happily gnawing on a teeth-grinding stick. Suyu blinked and remembered that this was His Royal Highness King Zhao. He wondered if he should greet him. The little fat cat didn't pay attention to him at all. It held the teeth-grinding club and turned over. It lay on the Empress Dowager's lap, exposing its white and fluffy belly. It gnawed and kicked its legs. Thinking of his 17th uncle who almost fell into the pond yesterday, Suyu felt that it was better not to point it out for the time being. He only greeted the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager looked up and down at Suyu's dress. She was a little surprised. "You look better in luxurious clothes than in plain ones." Today, he was wearing a very gorgeous robe. It was a sapphire blue robe with silver edges, and it was covered with a layer of aquamarine silk. The brocade robe had a jade belt, and its wide sleeves were towering. It complemented his gentle and handsome face, making him look refined and noble. Suyu scratched his head embarrassedly. He got up in the morning and asked Wang Gonggong to rummage through the cabinets for a long time before he found this high-collared robe. Although the wound on his neck had miraculously disappeared, the hickeys and teeth marks were still there. After comparing which was more embarrassing, Suyu decided to put on the brocade robe. Meow. The little fat cat, lying on its back, tried to look up. It saw a gorgeous concubine Xian lying upside down, so it echoed. When making winter clothes, ask the Imperial Household Department to make a few more like this for concubine Xian. The Empress Dowager turned her head and said to Aunt Lin. "Yes, I will remember." Aunt Lin responded with a smile. With a light cough, Suyu decided to change the topic from the dress. "Why did the Empress Dowager summon me here?" The Empress Dowager raised her hand and stroked His Royal Highness King Zhao's head. The little fat cat closed its eyes comfortably. "Concubine Lu will leave the palace today. Concubine De and consort Shu will also be demoted to Zhaoi. Now you have the highest position in the palace." When Suyu heard this, he suddenly had a bad premonition. Sure enough, the Empress Dowager's next sentence was, "I'll leave the matter of assisting the 6 palaces to you. This subject is a chef. I only know how to kill fish and cook dishes. Assisting the 6 palaces." Suyu frowned. "You're just an assistant. It's not like you're in charge of everything." The Empress Dowager scratched the little fat cat's chin, and when he let go of the teething stick, she moved her hand to her warm belly and rubbed it. The little fat cat immediately refused and took a bite of his mother's hand. "But, this subject is a man. There are many women in the imperial harem. I'm afraid it will be inconvenient." Suyu tried to struggle. He was already busy enough. In addition to making 3 meals a day for the cat, he also had to go to Anhua Tower to study, help the national tutor to make offerings, and be tortured by His Majesty the Emperor every night. But his monthly salary was still 80 taels of silver. "You don't have to gossip with them. The Empress Dowager pulled her hand out of the cat's mouth and tapped the little fat cat's nose. Xianxia will still be in charge of the Phoenix Seal. You just have to come every other day to help. Since the Empress Dowager had said this, Suyu couldn't refuse anymore. From now on, there was an additional task of managing the inner palace in his daily homework. After agreeing with the Empress Dowager on the time to come to Xian Palace the next day, Suyu got up and left. Today, he had to go to Anhua Tower before noon. Wait. The Empress Dowager picked up the fur ball on her lap and handed it to Suyu. Take Hong Ting with you. Yesterday, the national tutor said that he should go earlier today. His Royal Highness King Zhao, who was lying on his back and gnawing on a teething stick, suddenly froze. He looked at his mother in disbelief and then tried to turn his head to see Suyu's reaction. But his neck was too short. He couldn't see anything even after turning left and right. Instead, because his movements were too big, he dropped the teething stick and hurriedly went to pick it up. The Empress Dowager was afraid that he would fall, so she quickly put her little son on her lap and changed the angle to hold his neck. His Royal Highness King Zhao immediately grabbed the Empress Dowager's dress and looked like he would rather die than submit. This child, let concubine Xian take you there so that you won't run away. The Empress Dowager rubbed the little fat ball. This little guy just shamelessly turned into a cat, but now he couldn't turn back. Running to Anhua Tower with such short legs must be very tiring. Perhaps your highness feels that it is inconvenient. Aunt Lin held back her laughter and came over to persuade him. She took out a small basket. His Royal Highness King Zhao reluctantly nestled into the basket and held his teething stick tightly. He stared at Suyu vigilantly and immediately realized that Suyu already knew that he was his brother-in-law and wouldn't touch him anymore. So, he was slightly relieved. Then, he remembered that he used to stretch out his paws and roll in front of Suyu. He was also forced by his brother to play dead. He silently buried his head in the flannel. While he was feeling sad, a warm and strong hand covered the little fat cat's head and quickly rubbed it. His Royal Highness King Zhao was shocked. He widened his cat eyes and looked up in shock. What? Suyu smiled and couldn't help but rub the little fat cat's head again. He finally knew why this little guy didn't let him touch him before. However, although he couldn't touch him as his brother-in-law, he could still touch his head. Your Highness, let's go to Yishao Palace to fish outing you first, and then go to Anhua Tower, okay? His Royal Highness King Zhao turned around and ignored Suyu, holding his head and tail. We are going to killing you today. This kind of fish is more delicious than mackerel. Suyu sat on the cart and put the basket on his lap. He tried hard to resist the urge to poke the little fat balls but... Eat fish. The little fat cat's ears immediately perked up. He turned his head and looked at Suyu with shining eyes. He decided not to care about Suyu touching his head anymore. If he did it well, he would leave a big piece of fish for him. In the future, he could touch his head whenever he wanted. Suyu didn't know that His Royal Highness King Zhao wanted to exchange his head for a piece of fish. He went straight to Yishao Palace and fished out the iron cage that was hanging in the water. Ga. As soon as the emu came out of the water, it shouted at Suyu in dissatisfaction. It flapped its long and strong wings and shook off the water from Suyu. Suyu put the cage on the ground and patted the water droplets off his body. The little fat cat climbed out of the basket and curiously looked at the emu inside the cage. Ga. The emu flapped its wings and hit the iron cage. The two wings were 1 foot long, almost as big as the fish's body. When they were stretched out, they were much wider than the fish's body. The feather-like things on the wings were actually small scales. The edges of the wings were thin and looked like fins under the sunlight. The little fat cat was also drenched in water. The hair on its head was wet and stuck together. It raised its paws and wanted to scratch it. However, its head was too big and its paws were too short. It couldn't reach it. It anxiously rubbed its head on the edge of the cage. Who knew that the cage was also wet? The more it rubbed, the wetter it became. Suyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He took a cloth from the basket and wiped the little fat cat's head. He threw it back into the basket and put the basket on the cage. He took the cat and the fish to Anhua Tower. The emu had to be killed at noon. If it was killed, it wouldn't be able to cook for the emperor. Suyu had told the emperor this morning and the emperor had expressed his understanding. When Suyu arrived at Anhua Tower, he saw a person wearing a bright yellow dragon robe. The person was standing with his hands behind his back. Seeing him come, the person seemed to want to greet him. However, he felt that it was inappropriate. He slightly raised his chin and stood in place, waiting for him to come over. Humph, as the owner, how could Jin do something stupid like rushing over when Jin sees a stupid slave, so you didn't notice the emperor's small movements? He carried the cage and quickly walked over. Emperor, why did you come at this time? The emperor looked at the small bamboo basket on the cage and the little fat cat in the basket with disdain. What's going on? He raised a finger and poked his brother's wet head. He then used his two hands to pinch the teething club that his brother was holding. I met His Royal Highness King Zhao at Xianxia Palace, so I brought him here. Suyu smiled as he stuffed the small basket into the emperor's hands. He was still carrying the cage. He was afraid that the basket would fall when he went upstairs. And Hongchul dug out his brother, who was desperately trying to burrow into the velvet cloth. He raised him in front of him and looked at him with a frown. The little fat cat tightly hugged the teething club and whispered at him, Muhu asked Consort Xian to bring me here. It has nothing to do with me. The door of Anhua Tower slowly opened. The white-clothed attendants inside the door respectfully saluted everyone. It was the first time that Suyu stepped into Anhua Tower in the morning. He looked around curiously. He didn't know what Anhua Tower was built for, but no matter what time of day, the sun would always shine in from the top of the tower and pass through the center of the 7 floors. Anhua Tower in the morning was quieter than it was in the afternoon. Wang Gonggong escorted the 3 people to the 2nd floor and then retreated. The national tutor, dressed in a snow-white robe, was lying on a soft couch. Her beautiful eyes were closed, and her long white hair was gently spread out. The quiet and warm sunlight shone in through the window, softly shining on the soft couch. When it met the jade-like handsome face, it scattered in all directions. Seeing this scene, Suyu couldn't help but hold his breath, afraid that he would ruin the mood. His Majesty the Emperor didn't appreciate this. He picked up his brother and strode over. He raised his hand and threw the fur ball in his hand at the national tutor. What time is it? Still sleeping? Meow. His brother was startled. He kept kicking his 4 limbs in the air, but he couldn't stop himself from falling. He crashed into Imperial Uncle's arms and buried himself in the layers of gorgeous robes. Her long eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. Her cold and beautiful eyes didn't have a trace of anger. She quietly looked at the emperor standing in front of the couch. She slowly sat up and caught the little fat cat that was trying to escape. Your Majesty, why are you here? The East-seizing fish will be delivered tomorrow. I came to take a look first. His Majesty the Emperor had his hands clasped behind his back. He had a serious expression on his face as if he was concerned about the national economy and the people's livelihood. The national tutor stood up and looked at Suyu. He paused for a moment, and his meaningful gaze lingered on his neck for a moment. Suyu was startled. He unconsciously raised his hand to touch his neck. The gorgeous high collar covered his neck quite well. He thought to himself, does the national tutor have X-ray vision? Then he realized that he was here to kill fish today, but he was wearing a brocade robe. Wasn't this clearly telling others that he had a secret that forced him to wear a high collar? What was he trying to hide? When Suyu's face was about to turn red, the emperor suddenly took a step to the side and blocked the national tutor's mocking gaze. He coldly stared at the national tutor. The national tutor withdrew his probing gaze and turned to go upstairs with the little fat cat in his arms. Humph. The emperor snorted ambiguously and pulled Suyu, who was still in a daze, to follow him upstairs. Everyone had just reached the 3rd floor when 2 large tabby cats, one black and yellow, pushed each other and jumped onto the 2nd floor's window. I'm not lying to you. Yesterday, when I rolled around, my niece-in-law gave me half of the roasted fish and even shaved the bones. The black and yellow cat stretched out 2 paws and gestured the size of half of the roasted fish. His Highness Prince Su glanced at him. Does the emperor not care? How does the emperor care? His Royal Highness King Ling proudly wagged his tail. He can't say that Imperial Uncle can't feed it, right? The black and white cat was silent for a moment, and then nodded seriously. Let's go up and take a look. After saying this, he took the lead and rushed up the stairs. His Royal Highness King Ling used his hind paws to kick his ears and secretly bared his teeth. Brother Shersan, wait for me. The ing fish attracts water. Water is ing, so it should be killed at noon. Suyu pinched the squeaking ing fish, looked at the time, and looked at the national tutor. Uncle, you need to use internal strength to break the fish's wings. You see. He didn't have any internal strength. The previous mackerel was cleaned by the national tutor, so he was ready to give the ing fish to the national tutor. The imperial tutor casually placed the little fat cat on the rack where the dried fish were hung. He took out a half-foot-long jade box and handed it to Suyu. Bring this along. The emperor curiously came over and saw a pair of exquisitely carved silver wrist guards in the jade box. He slightly frowned. Suyu put down the ing fish and picked up the wrist guards to take a closer look. The wristband was about 4 fingers wide and was engraved with complicated patterns. Looking at it carefully, it wasn't any kind of common pattern. It looked like densely packed small characters, regular and clear. It looked more like runes. The tip of the wrist guards was embedded with a pair of sea blue gems. He couldn't tell what kind they were, but they were dazzling under the sun. It was very beautiful. Why are you wearing this? The emperor stared at the national tutor with dissatisfaction. How could his stupid slave wear something given by someone else? The national tutor picked up the fat cat, who was reaching for the fish, and rubbed it. He said casually, this thing can store internal strength. Suyu blinked. Internal strength can be stored? Previously, when the emperor held his wrist and transferred internal strength, he could let the internal strength flow through his veins and break the jade pendant. Is internal strength like electricity? Not only can it be instantly charged, but it can also be stored in a battery? This seems to be different from the internal strength he saw in wuxia movies. No wonder when the national tutor said that Suyu couldn't practice internal strength, he didn't worry at all. It turned out that there was such a treasure. In the future, Your Majesty, fill this wrist guard with internal strength every day. It can also expand your veins. The national tutor took the wrist guard and put it in the emperor's hand. And Hongchul's expression became slightly better. If all the internal energy here was his, then he could let the stupid slave wear it. Taking the wrist guard, he didn't waste any time and directly pinched the position of the 2 gems. Circulating his chi in the palm of his hand, a strong internal energy continuously flowed into the gems. This kind of wrist guard was usually worn when wearing clothes with narrow sleeves. Suyu lowered her head and looked at the gorgeous brocade robe she was wearing. The corner of her mouth twitched. This robe was really not suitable for killing fish. She could only roll up the wide sleeves and tie a knot, fastening the wrist guard to the narrow sleeves inside. Noon arrived. Suyu knocked the fish unconscious with his knife and then tried to chop it with the knife. Clang! The knife seemed to have hit a steel plate. The fish was unharmed except for a few scales falling off. He obediently put down the fish knife and recited the fish-killing chi cultivation technique in his heart. He gathered his inner strength in his palm and sent it to the meridians in his fingers. Kacha! The 2 wings were broken. Suyu quickly picked up the scale-removing knife and removed the scales from the wings. Then he began to clean up the fish body. According to the knife technique chapter, the scales on the wings of the fish must be removed quickly after the wings are broken. Otherwise, when the fish's vitality dissipates, the feather-like scales will sink into the fish meat and cause countless fish bones to appear in the meat. It will be inedible. After removing the scales, the wings of the fish looked very smooth, somewhat like the fins of a shark. Suyu held it in his hand and looked at it. In his heart, he thought this was the real shark's fin. According to Suyu's cookbook, the most delicious part of the fish was its wings. It can be marinated with a large amount of seasoning, roasted, or stir-fried. The taste is excellent, just like a squab. A fish can taste like a squab. With the mackerel as a precedent, Suyu did not have the slightest doubt. Imperial uncle, should we keep this fish for tonight as a sacrifice to the heavens? Suyu suddenly remembered that these strange fish were to be used as a sacrifice to the heavens. If he marinated them like this, he didn't know if it would affect the effect of the sacrifice. As he was talking, 2 big tabby cats quietly ran in. How can we keep it for tonight? If we keep it for tonight, then. Ow. His Royal Highness King Ling happened to hear this sentence and immediately shouted. Shut up. Prince Su slapped his little brother's paw. You're hitting me again. The big black and yellow cat couldn't take it anymore, and bit down on its brother's head. Su heard the cat's meow and turned around to see the two imperial uncles. He blinked and looked at the emperor, asking with his eyes what they were talking about. His Majesty glanced at the two imperial uncles who were huddled together and ready to fight again. He signaled Su to ignore them. There's only one rule. There's no need to sacrifice it to the heavens. Just cook it and eat it. The national tutor put the little fat cat down and walked towards the two big cats. The two big cats who were biting each other's heads felt a shadow above their heads. They slowly raised their heads and subconsciously took a step back. The two noisy big cats were quickly cleared out of the warehouse by the national tutor. His Majesty the Emperor walked to the fish-killing platform and leaned against Suyu's back. He put his chin on his shoulder and watched him kill the fish. A few days ago, the fish-killing platform was very simple and crude. Now, there were a lot of kitchen utensils, pots, bowls, ladles, basins, and a complete set of seasonings. Are you hungry? Suyu took a delicate knife and quickly removed the scales and gills. Seeing that there was no one around, he turned his head and rubbed his cheek against the emperor's. How do we eat this? The emperor saw Suyu cut off the thin fins at the edge of the fish's wings and put them aside. He only put the fleshy part of the fish into a bowl with seasonings. He curiously picked it up and looked at it. This can be used to make shark's fin shreds, Suyu whispered to the emperor, hide this. When we go back, I'll make shark's fin soup for you. The fins at the edge of the wings were where the ingfish's fins were. According to Suyu's recipe, the fins of the ingfish were similar to the fins of sharks, but the taste was more delicious. It was just that the ingfish was too small. The thin fins were only enough to make a bowl of soup. It was better to hide them and use them for their own sauce. When the emperor heard this, His Majesty the Emperor's dissatisfaction at the stupid slave making fish for his imperial uncle disappeared. He proudly licked Suyu's lips. Suyu guiltily looked around. Seeing that his imperial uncles hadn't come back, he quickly returned a kiss. His Royal Highness King Zhao, who was sitting on the rack of dried fish, silently turned around with the dried fish in his mouth. The cat was too small, so it was easy to be forgotten by his older brother. The meat of the ingfish was hard, so it needed to be repeatedly hammered with a mallet before being fried. It was very chewy. The meat of the ingfish's wing was very tender. After being marinated, it was roasted over fire. The smell of the ingfish's skin was very fragrant. After being roasted, the skin of the ingfish became brown and crispy. The other wing was cut into small pieces by Suyu. After being steamed, it was stir-fried in a wok with chili. One fish was used to make 3 dishes. When it was brought to the second floor, the two big tabby cats couldn't wait to scurry under the table. The lunch from the imperial kitchen had just arrived. The table was filled with food. Suyu put the fish on the table and called the national tutor and the emperor to eat while it was still hot. Hurry and roll around. His Highness Prince Su slapped his younger brother and signaled for the big black and yellow cat to go over and beg for food. His Royal Highness King Ling's eyes widened. Why do you want me to go? Didn't you do a good job yesterday? The big black and white cat shook its tail seriously. His Royal Highness King Zhao, who also didn't have a place to sit, walked over and sat with his 13th uncle. Why aren't you going? Prince Ling argued with his older brother. He took the opportunity to lick the little fat cat's head. He smacked his lips and licked it again. Hong Ting, did you secretly eat the sacrificial offerings? There was the smell of dried fish on his head. The little fat cat shrunk its head back. I only ate one. If you do this kind of shameful thing now, when Consort Xian becomes the empress in the future, she will laugh at Ben Wang. Prince Su also licked the little fat cat's head. Ben Wang isn't that stupid. Prince Ling and His Royal Highness King Zhao were both stunned. They looked resentfully at Prince Su. The low table was surrounded by soft cushions. The emperor and the national tutor sat on the ground, each holding a pair of jade chopsticks. They looked at each other, their beautiful eyes shining with a deep meaning. No one else is allowed to eat the food made by my stupid slave. This is the Anhua Pagoda. Everything here belongs to me. Do you want to fight? Then let's fight. So you didn't pay attention to the two's undercurrent. He took 4 small plates and put a piece of fish, a piece of roasted wing, and a piece of dried wing on each plate. He placed them on the empty space at one end of the table, then lay down on the soft cushion and poked his head under the table. 2 imperial uncles, His Royal Highness King Zhao, come to the table and eat. The 2 big cats that were criticizing each other suddenly stopped. The little fat cat that was trying to use its paws to scratch the wet fur on its head suddenly raised its head and saw Suyu's enlarged face. It was so scared that the fur on its tail stood up and it took a step back. It immediately understood Suyu's meaning. It cheered and quickly ran to the table. Prince Ling stood up and quietly retreated. Hee, haha, brother Sher-san, let's go eat first. The white fur on Prince Su's face seemed to be dyed with a shadow. His entire cat face turned black, even concubine Xian knows, and you want this prince to roll around? Ow. I was wrong. The big black and yellow cat was bitten by its big brother and immediately cried out loudly. Your Highness, eat slowly. Suyu's chuckle was heard, and the 2 big cats stopped pinching each other. They looked at each other and decided to put aside their previous grievances for the time being. They quickly went to the table so that the little fatty wouldn't finish eating in a while. His Majesty looked at the 3 cats and 4 plates on the table and was somewhat puzzled. He pointed at the extra plates and frowned, asking Suyu, why is this? Suyu picked up a piece of roasted wing for the emperor and smiled, experience. In his previous life, Suyu liked to feed cats, especially a group of cats. Looking at a pile of furry balls eating sweetly together, he would feel happy all day. Because of this, he discovered many cat feeding techniques. When several cats were eating together, it was necessary to prepare an extra portion of food, because the weakest cat in the group would always be snatched away. An extra portion of food could ensure that all the cats had something to eat. His Majesty raised his head to look. Indeed, the black and yellow striped cat was eating, and it stuck its head into the little fat cat's plate. His Royal Highness King Zhao was pushed away, so he turned his head to eat the fish on the other plate. If you raise a prince in the future, you can't raise him like this. The national tutor gracefully picked up a piece of dried catfish wing and took a bite. That's why it's delicious. His Majesty nodded in agreement. Suyu's mouth twitched. The education style of the royal family was indeed different from the rest. The meat of the catfish was very hard, and it was still very chewy after being beaten. The little fat cat held a large piece of fish and gnawed with all its might. This kind of chewy thing was very satisfying for someone who was itchy. It swung its short tail as it chewed. His Royal Highness King Zhao's tail was yellow and white striped. It swung in the air, and His Royal Highness King Ling didn't forget to scratch the fish twice while chewing. Suddenly, the yellow and white striped tail stopped. His Royal Highness King Zhao, who was holding a large piece of fish in his mouth, froze in place. Your Highness, what's wrong? Suyu, who couldn't help but look at the cat while eating, immediately noticed his brother-in-law's abnormality. Everyone else looked at the little fat cat. His Royal Highness King Zhao put down the fish aggrievedly and opened his mouth with tears in his eyes. Prince Su stretched out his claws and poked the fish. Immediately, a small white fang embedded in the meat was revealed. Hong Ting has grown a new tooth. A voice full of energy suddenly spread across the table. The little fat cat lay on the table and hugged its head with its paws. Oh, a new tooth. Prince Ling immediately went over to watch the show. The national tutor raised his hand and held the small fang in his mouth. This thing is turned over to the national tutor. In the future, any teeth that fall out must be sent over immediately. His Royal Highness King Zhao nodded obediently and lay still listlessly. Hee, Hong Ting, don't eat anything hard these few days. Be careful or your teeth will grow crooked. Prince Ling said as he took a piece of fish from another plate that hadn't been touched and put it on his plate. 17th uncle will eat it for you. Prince Su immediately slapped his younger brother's paw and quickly snatched the piece of fish. If you have something good, you have to show filial respect to your elder brother first. Ow! The black and yellow cat bit the piece of fish the moment it was pulled away. After tearing at its elder brother for a while, it managed to keep a small piece. His Royal Highness King Zhao lay on the table and let his 2 royal uncles fight over his head. His Majesty looked at these embarrassing fellows with disdain and decided to quickly finish eating and take these stupid slaves away. He was already stupid enough. If he stayed with these stupid cats, what would he do in the future? Suyu looked at them for a while in amusement. He picked a tender grilled fish wing and carefully tore off the tender meat inside and handed it to His Royal Highness King Zhao. "Your Royal Highness, eat this." The little fat cat sniffed it and raised its head to look at Suyu. Then, it looked at its elder brother who didn't look happy. It immediately opened its mouth and bit it. The wing meat of the ing fish was actually the most delicious part. Not only did it have the freshness of the fish itself, but it also had the unique fragrance of the wing. The skin was very thin and crispy after being grilled. It tasted like a pigeon, but it wasn't completely so. Pigeon meat was fragrant, but the meat was hard. The fish, on the other hand, was soft and tender. It tasted good and had a long aftertaste. After His Royal Highness King Zhao finished a piece of grilled fish wing, the depression of not being able to eat something hard because his teeth had fallen out disappeared. His short tail began to wag back and forth again. After lunch, His Majesty took Suyu and left. He has finished his homework for today. He doesn't need to come back in the afternoon. The national tutor raised his white slender hand and put the back of his hand to his mouth. He yawned elegantly and then waved his hand slowly. "Go." Suyu bowed to the national tutor and was taken away by His Majesty. The three cats, who had eaten their fill, were still lying on the soft cushion. The big black and white cat lay on its stomach in a dignified manner with a solemn expression and its long tail wagging. The big black and yellow cat leaned on its elder brother's body and licked its paws in satisfaction, savoring the taste of the fish meat just now. The little fat cat lay on its back next to Uncle 13's hind leg and focused on catching the black and white cat's tail. "You guys." The national tutor's cold eyes swept across the pile of furry balls and raised his hand to send them off. 21, come take a nap. His Royal Highness King Ling waved his paws at his younger brother and patted his belly. Ridiculous. The national tutor glanced at the black and yellow cat with a furry belly. How could the dignified national tutor do something like sleeping with a furry belly? After a moment of silence, a big white cat lightly jumped onto the soft cushion and slowly walked over. Then, it gave the black and yellow cat a slap and stepped on his head to climb up and sleep at the highest point. His Royal Highness King Ling, the beautiful afternoon nap time was very important for the Den Royal Highness. His Majesty the Emperor was sleepy on the road, so he turned into a golden kitten and nestled in Suyu's arms, letting the stupid slave carry him back. Suyu hugged the Emperor and found that the Emperor seemed to have grown a little. A few days ago, the Emperor was only the size of a palm, but now he was estimated to be half a foot tall. It was obvious that the Emperor was twice as big as His Royal Highness King Zhao. "Sauce, you've grown taller." Suyu lay on his side on the bed and held the kitten in his arms, stroking his fur. The Emperor was comfortably snoring. When he heard the name Sauce, he only slightly opened his eyes to glance at him, but didn't stop snoring. Suyu measured the Emperor's length with his hand. The growth cycle of these royal cats seemed to be different from that of ordinary cats. Previously, Wang Gonggong also said that 20 years old was considered an adult. Before that, the kittens were the size of a palm, and they would slowly grow up after reaching the age of 20. In his previous life, although Suyu liked cats very much, he never raised one at home. First, he was busy with work. As a cook, he had to work from noon to midnight, so he didn't have time to take care of them. Second, he was afraid that he would have to face the birth, old age, illness, and death of this little furball. The lifespan of a cat was only 20 years. Now, the cat in front of him that he liked so much from his body to his heart had a long lifespan, enough to accompany him for a lifetime. There was nothing better than this in the world. Playing with the long golden tail between his fingers, Suyu, who was no longer taking a nap, began to think about the next day's itinerary. The national tutor said that the ing fish from the East Sea would arrive tomorrow. A large number of ing fish needed to be slaughtered in order to prepare for the full feast festival on October 10th. The Empress Dowager wanted him to go to Xianxia Palace the next day to learn how to manage the harem. Thinking of the Empress Dowager, Suyu's face suddenly changed. So far, the oldest royal he had seen who could transform into a cat was Prince Su, who was less than 40 years old. The reason why the emperor had been threatened in court for so long was because the late emperor had passed away early. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Suyu anxiously poked the sleeping kitten. Meow? The emperor unhappily raised his head that was nested between his paws. Can I ask a very disrespectful question? Suyu looked at the kitten with burning eyes. His eyes were full of panic. The golden kitten tilted its head. A white light flashed, and the emperor, who was wearing a light golden robe, appeared. He turned over and pressed Suyu under his body. Speak. It better be something important, otherwise. A pair of beautiful eyes narrowed dangerously. If you disturbed the emperor's afternoon nap, you should be prepared to pay the price. Suyu swallowed his saliva and immediately regretted it. This wasn't something important. It was the same to ask after the emperor woke up. He guiltily looked at Hongchul, who was still sleepy, and raised his hand to touch his back. I just want to ask, how did the late emperor pass away? And Hongchul's indifferent eyes suddenly became sharp. Why are you asking this? I can't ask? Suyu was stunned. The emperor quietly looked at him for a while, and then lay down on his side. He died in battle. Died in battle. Suyu muttered in a daze. Not only was he not relieved, but he also fell into deep worry. And didn't have any enemies, so how did he die in battle? And Hongchul looked at Suyu, whose face was full of curiosity. He put his head in the stupid slave's neck, closed his eyes, and yawned. Your Majesty, finish speaking before you sleep. Suyu poked the emperor's shoulder with one finger. He didn't finish speaking, but the emperor was suspended in midair, unable to move up or down. The emperor frowned. He put his arms in front of Suyu's chest and stretched them forward, relieving some of his tiredness. Then, he reached a hand into Suyu's inner garment. You want to know? His slender and flexible fingers moved across his chest. Suyu suddenly felt a little restless. Oh, I want to, and Hongchul was silent for a moment, but his hands didn't stop moving. It seemed like he was thinking about how to tell Suyu. Suyu was touched until his entire body was hot. He quickly grabbed that hand. The emperor raised his head in confusion. There was no impurity in his clear eyes. Suyu immediately felt that he was being frivolous. He was about to stop him from touching, but he swallowed back the words he wanted to say. Hasn't the border always been peaceful? Who did the previous emperor fight with? Yazi. The emperor suddenly blurted out these words. Turning his hand, he pulled Suyu into his embrace and rested his chin on his head. Ah? Suyu blinked and raised his head to look at him. What duck? Do you still remember the shadow that attacked you at the hunting ground last time? And Hongchul lowered his head and licked Suyu's nose. Suyu felt his heart itch. He raised his head and rubbed his nose. I remember. At that time, the shadow was hiding in a tree and shooting arrows at him. It really scared him quite a bit. That arrow also carried a black fog. It was very strange. It shot straight at his head. If it hit, he would immediately become a dead fish. Later, the emperor himself rushed up to destroy that thing. The sound it made was also very terrifying. Suyu wanted to go take a look, but he was stopped by the emperor. He wouldn't let him see no matter what. That is the descendant of the ancient ferocious beast, Yazi. His Majesty thought of Yazi and could not help but frown slightly. Yazi was an ancient ferocious beast. It was not something that could be compared to those things that could shoot arrows in the dark. The ones that were still alive in the Den dynasty were the hybrids of Yazi and other things. For some reason, they had set their sights on the royal family. Ever since Taizong's time, there had been frequent incidents of Yazi sneaking attacks on the royal family. A Yazi was different from an ordinary assassin. The Shadow Guard could not kill a Yazi. Only the royal family could do it. This was also why the national tutor urged them to practice hard. The previous emperor was assassinated by Yazi? Suyu's eyes widened. She couldn't help but reach out and hug the emperor's waist. That kind of thing that was hidden in the darkness was impossible to guard against. If that was the case, then wouldn't the emperor be in danger at all times? And Hongchul sensed Suyu's nervousness and snorted coldly. With me here, what are you afraid of? A mere Yazi is nothing to worry about. The previous emperor was indeed attacked by a Yazi, but he didn't die because of this. Seeing that Suyu was still nervous, the emperor felt helpless towards this timid and weak slave. So, he explained the whole story to her. The so-called catastrophe had already begun during the time of the previous emperor. Those sea monsters only appeared occasionally and were quickly caught by the royal family to be sacrificed to the heavens. That way, the world would be at peace. However, since the time of the previous emperor, the sea monsters appeared more and more frequently. The national tutor alone wouldn't be enough to sacrifice to the heavens. If too many mackerels and ink-fish were gathered, the world would be in chaos. At that time, the Eastern Sea was guarded by Prince Jing's biological father, the 7th imperial uncle, Prince Hao. Prince Hao patrolled the Eastern Sea and found that the frequent appearance of sea monsters was related to Yazi. These small creatures were hiding in the Eastern Sea. In a fit of anger, the previous emperor decided to conquer the Eastern Sea. At that time, the princes guarding the Eastern Sea, the 5th imperial uncle, Prince Zhong, the 7th imperial uncle, Prince Hao, and the 9th imperial uncle, Prince Yong, all followed the emperor to battle. No one knew what the previous emperor experienced at sea. The national tutor sensed that the previous emperor was attacked by Yazi and was seriously injured. The princes were also in danger. After that, there was no more news. The catastrophe was temporarily stopped, and the frequency of sea monsters appeared returned to normal. However, the royal family's warship sank. The national tutor found out through the blood contract that the shadow guard and eunuchs who followed the previous emperor were all dead. The emperors of De usually ascended the throne after the age of 20. And Hong Chul, who was still a child at that time, was forced to ascend the throne early. His body wasn't stable and he often couldn't attend court. The Empress Dowager supported the Liu family to temporarily keep up appearances. And Hong Chul had never stopped looking for news of his father since he ascended the throne at the age of 15. Every time, he returned with disappointment. Suyu felt distressed when she heard this. She couldn't help but tighten her arms around the emperor's waist. She felt pitiful when she thought about how a palm-sized kitten was supporting a dynasty. As a little kitten, it should eat good food every day. When it was full, it should take a nap under the sun and dry its fur. It shouldn't sit on the cold dragon throne and face the intrigues of the court. Moreover, it had lost its father. There was no big cat to lick its fur every day, and no big tail to pounce on it. In order to comfort her father, Suyu decided to cook a sumptuous meal for the emperor that night. The fins of the ink-fish were naturally used to make shark's fin soup. In her previous life, she had to protect wild animals. Shark's fin, a delicacy, could no longer be eaten. Moreover, at that time, the sea was heavily polluted. It was said that shark's fin contained a lot of heavy metals. It was not safe to eat it. Now, with the ink-fish in her hands, she naturally had no qualms about eating it. There weren't many fins. It was just enough to make a bowl of shark's fin soup. Shark's fin itself didn't have any flavor. It mainly relied on the surrounding ingredients. The flavor of the other ingredients was soaked into the shark's fin. This could increase the flavor of the ingredients by several times. This was how it became one of the 4 great delicacies of ancient times, shark's fin. She cut the shiitake mushrooms and sea cucumber into thin strips and stir-fried them in the wok until they were fragrant. The other ingredients were processed according to different methods. She spread them to the bottom of the wok and put in the fins of the ink-fish. Modern restaurants would use pressure cookers to speed up the cooking process. Although it was much more convenient, it wasn't as tasty as simmering it over low heat. The soup in the imperial palace was made with the best casserole. It wouldn't destroy the original flavor of the ingredients, so the soup was especially fragrant. She put the shark's fin soup into the casserole and simmered it over low heat. Then, she told the chef to watch the fire. Since she didn't have to go to Anhua Tower in the afternoon, Suyu had plenty of time. She took out 120% of her enthusiasm to prepare dinner. The fragrance from the small kitchen in the North Pole Palace could be smelled from afar. In the evening, His Majesty the Emperor, who had just returned from practicing martial arts in Anhua Tower, saw a table full of delicious food. Steamed scallops with garlic and vermicelli, spicy shrimp, salt-baked crabs. These were all his favorite dishes. There was also a mysterious soup placed on the main seat. His Majesty the Emperor quietly looked at the table full of dishes for a while. Then, he slowly raised his head and looked at Suyu. Why did you make so much? This stupid slave hadn't been so diligent in a long time. What was he trying to do by trying to curry favor with His Majesty today? I didn't have anything to do in the afternoon, so I made more. Your Majesty must be tired from practicing martial arts. You should nourish your body. So you stepped forward and pulled him back. She couldn't help but smile when facing the handsome cat. Looking at the stupid slave with a fawning face, His Majesty the Emperor understood. He must be trying to curry favor with His Majesty because he wanted it. He even made a table full of dishes to curry favor with His Majesty. Humph. Since the stupid slave wanted it so much, His Majesty the Emperor would definitely satisfy him tonight. His Majesty the Emperor made a choice between eating the fish or eating the rice first. In the end, he decided to eat first. Only after eating would he have enough energy to satisfy his stupid slave. It was really troublesome to have such a stupid slave. His Majesty the Emperor thought happily and opened the soup bowl in front of him. The people of the dynasty hadn't discovered this way of eating fins yet, so they naturally didn't know that there was such a delicacy in the world. The moment the soup was opened, the fragrance of the soup rushed out, and His Majesty couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Try it. You can drink the shark fin soup before eating. Suyu smiled and handed a small jade spoon to the Emperor. The thin jade spoon stirred the crystal-clear shark fin soup for a moment, and then he scooped up a spoonful and slowly brought it to his lips. The thick soup was accompanied by the chewy shark fin shreds, the fragrant sea cucumber, and shiitake mushrooms. Several delicious ingredients were mixed together, and because of the long simmering, they couldn't be distinguished from each other. All the flavors blended into one and became incomparably delicious. And Hongchul took a bite and paused for a moment. He glanced at Suyu. This was actually the most delicious part of the fish. This stupid slave deliberately hid it for him to eat. He really wanted it. Is it delicious? Suyu also took a small spoon and took a bite. He couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. He originally thought that the fins of the fish were similar to shark fin, but he didn't expect that the taste was completely different. The shark fins that he ate in his previous life didn't have any taste, and it was all because of the freshness of the ingredients. However, the fins of the fish could absorb the taste of the ingredients, and it was delicious and refreshing, with a long aftertaste. His Majesty didn't say anything. He lowered his head and ate one bite after another. Suyu saw that the Emperor was eating happily, so he was also happy. He picked up the crab on the table and began to peel it. There was a set of tools to eat crab, a small silver hammer, a small silver hook, a silver stick. But for a cook, a hammer was enough. Suyu took a small silver hammer and pried open the crab shell in a few moves. He nimbly pulled out the crab roe and dug out the inedible parts. Then, he cracked open the crab claws and peeled out the white meat. He used the crab legs to push against the crab legs, and smoothly pulled out the crab legs and neatly arranged them on a small plate. The crab meat was intact, and it could be pieced together into a crab without a shell. Suyu opened her mouth and sucked on it. Only then did she realize that it was the spoon that the Emperor had handed over. Inside the spoon was a spoonful of shark fin soup. Suyu blinked in surprise. Mr. Cat would actually share its favorite food with others. This was too strange. His Majesty snorted, "I can't finish it." This shark fin soup was very delicious. Looking at Suyu's greedy yet reluctant look, he couldn't help but want to feed him a spoonful. But after feeding him, he regretted it. He really spoiled this stupid slave too much, and it would make him arrogant. Suyu looked at the empty jade bowl. His eyes curved as he finished the soup in the spoon. "And, if you can't finish it, give it to me. Emperor, come and eat the crab." As he spoke, he pushed the small plate full of crab meat in front of the Emperor. And Hongchul glanced at him, picked up the chopsticks, and began to eat the crab. Forget it, such a good stupid slave. If he spoiled him, then so be it. Who told him to be a generous master? Oh, delicious. Suyu peeled the crab and prawn very quickly. Not only could he feed Mr. Cat, but he also had enough to eat. The spicy prawn covered in chili oil had its back cut open. If the shell was peeled off, it would lose its flavor. Suyu only pinched off the prawn head, and put the bright red prawn with a thin shell directly into the Emperor's bowl. He sucked on his finger, and then went on to pinch the next one. Wang Gonggong stood to the side, watching Xianfei Nyang eat without any etiquette. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he prepared to go up and help. His Majesty looked curiously at Suyu's finger covered in chili oil. Last time in Xianmantang, Suyu also ate and sucked on his finger like this. At that time, he was worried about etiquette outside, so he didn't do it. Now that there was no one around, he reached out and grabbed Suyu's hand that had just pinched off the prawn head, and sucked on the finger covered in oil. Emperor, Emperor. Suyu stiffly looked at the Emperor seriously sucking on his finger, and swallowed his saliva. Wang Gonggong silently swallowed the words, "Let this old servant peel the prawn." He waved away the palace servants standing to his left and right, and stood in the shadows. His Majesty the Emperor smacked his lips. The taste on his finger was indeed not bad. Spicy prawns should be eaten this way, but Mr. Cat didn't want to dirty his claws, so he had Suyu feed him after pinching off the prawn head. Suyu was naturally happy. He pinched off 2 prawn heads at a time, one for the Emperor, and the other for himself. The meal was endlessly enjoyable. Finally, His Majesty the Emperor ate until he was full. He lazily lay under the soft cushion, not wanting to move. Suyu sat next to him and slowly rubbed his stomach. "Emperor, have you read the memorials?" "They're all finished." The Emperor was very comfortable from the rubbing, so he moved closer to Suyu. "So fast." Suyu blinked. Recently, the Emperor seemed to be more relaxed than before. Old Man Lu is obedient, so naturally, there's nothing to do. And Hong Chol narrowed his eyes, and his slender hands retracted in front of his chest. Ever since Imperial Consort Lu was banished home, the Lu family finally recognized their position. After all, they were only the Empress Dowager's cousins, and the Empress Dowager didn't take them seriously. It was already good enough that she didn't get rid of them after they had outlived their usefulness. Prime Minister Lu also found that the current emperor was the same as the previous emperor. He could see right and wrong at a glance, and couldn't be coaxed no matter what. After several probing, he became obedient. Although the Lu family was ambitious, they didn't plan to secretly rebel. They just wanted to be a powerful official. The emperor was an incapable ruler, so he used the Son of Heaven to order his vassals around. The emperor was a wise ruler, so he worked honestly. In the past, it was obvious that he took advantage of the emperor's young age, and showed him all kinds of unimportant memorials. Now that Prime Minister Lu had decided to be a cautious and conscientious official, he naturally had to work with 120% enthusiasm. As a result, the emperor had nothing to do. Suyu understood. He lowered his head to look at the cat sleeping comfortably. He couldn't help but lie down as well, and carelessly rubbed his stomach. His Majesty the Emperor opened his eyes and looked at the stupid slave who consciously lay down. He hooked his lips, turned over, and pressed Suyu under his body. "Oh, Emperor?" Suyu, who had been in a daze, jumped in fright. "Humph, I know you want it." Really, Zhen was planning to wait until bedtime. As he muttered, and Hong Chol started to untie Suyu's belt. Who wants it?" Suyu was confused. A warm kiss landed on his neck. Suyu couldn't help but tremble. Perhaps it was psychological, but he felt that the emperor's kiss on his neck carried a fatal danger. It was like the ritual of a wild beast before it ate. It made people tremble uncontrollably. "Oh, Emperor, we just finished eating." Suyu tried to struggle. Just now, didn't the emperor say that he was full? Why was he so energetic now? It's been an hour, and Hong Chol let go of Suyu's neck, and moved closer to ask his lips, "Seeing how impatient you are, Zhen is counting the time." Wang Gonggong had specially reminded him that he couldn't pamper this stupid slave for an hour after eating. He had been watching the clock the entire time. Suyu choked. Which eye of the emperor saw that he couldn't wait, the emperor's fingers were very nimble. In just a few moves, he stripped Suyu naked. And Suyu, who was trapped by the emperor's strange logic, quickly lost the strength to resist. Suyu felt that the emperor was treating him as some kind of food. With the cat's habit, he would always lick him carefully. The cat's tongue, which was coarser than a normal person's, slid across his body, causing waves of unbearable heat. The bright yellow cushion was wide and soft. Suyu lay on his back and stared blankly at the silk ribbons hanging down from the ceiling. These silk ribbons were directly connected to the beam. He suddenly thought that he could wrap the beam with a piece of flannel. This way, it could become a large cat tree. And Hongchul frowned. This stupid slave, he still had the mind to stare blankly. He unhappily spread open his slender legs and successfully called back Suyu's idea. Moreover, he couldn't let his mind wander anymore. Suyu felt that this cushion was a frying pan, and he was a fried fish placed on top of it. He was being roasted over and over again. The next day, the emperor didn't go to court. Suyu slept until late in the morning. When he woke up, he was met with a pair of sparkling beautiful eyes. Cough, Your Majesty, why didn't you go to court again? Suyu was too lazy to care about this incapable ruler. The emperor didn't go to court for 2 or 3 days. The imperial censors no longer hit the pillars. Today is the day off. The emperor moved closer to Suyu and sniffed his sideburns. Suyu was tickled by this small action. He raised his hand, wanting to silently stroke the emperor's head. However, as soon as he moved, every bone in his body began to creak. His arm was so sore that he couldn't lift it, so he could only give up. And Hongchul found his limp appearance amusing. He reached out and pulled him into his arms. He licked the corner of his red eyes. You cried last night. Cough cough. Suyu choked on his saliva. He blushed and said, that's a natural reaction. The last time they did it for the first time, the emperor was worried that it would hurt him, so he only did it once. He didn't know why he was so excited last night. He actually tossed and turned until the latter half of the night. Later, he couldn't take it anymore and felt a little embarrassed. The emperor looked at Suyu's shy appearance and felt a little proud. He hugged him and rubbed against him. The ing fish from the eastern sea will be delivered today. When you go kill the fish, remember to bring back the fish fins. Oh, okay. Suyu yawned. He rubbed his cheek against the happy cat. Suddenly, he remembered something. Oh no, the Empress Dowager wants me to go to the Academic Association to take care of the 6 palaces today. Go another day. The emperor waved his hand indifferently and pulled a silk sash on the bed. Wang Gonggong, who was looking straight ahead, walked in with a washing tray in his hand. Go send Hong Kuang to accompany Muhu. While you're at it, tell Suyu that he won't be going today. The emperor took a warm towel and wiped his face. He also wiped Suyu's face while he was at it. Yesterday, because he turned into a cat, His Royal Highness King Zhao couldn't turn back for a while. He could only stay in the side hall of the North Palace. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in the main hall of Xian Palace. He was picked up by a pair of cold hands. Zhao Wang had originally slept in the cat bed in the side hall. Not only was there a soft cushion in the cat bed, there was also a mattress and a bedsheet. The yellow and white fur ball was deeply embedded in the soft mattress, and there was even a small blanket covering its body. His Royal Highness King Zhao opened his eyes in a daze and couldn't react to the situation in front of him. He felt a chill under his body, and then the cat and the quilt were lifted up. He was immediately awakened. He looked up and saw the Empress Dowager's smiling eyes. Good boy, Empress Dowager, carry me. Go back to sleep. The little fat cat blinked his eyes. His sleepy head couldn't figure out why Empress Dowager brought him here so early in the morning. He simply didn't think about it and closed his eyes to go back to sleep. The Empress Dowager put the little fat cat on her lap and uncovered the small quilt. His Royal Highness King Zhao, who was about to fall asleep again, couldn't help but shrink his body. Aunt Lin hurriedly handed over a velvet blanket. The white velvet blanket was covered with black paw prints and was very warm to the touch. The Empress Dowager wrapped her legs with the blanket and also covered the little fat cat on her lap, leaving only his furry head outside. Concubine Xian is not feeling well today. His Majesty asked this old servant to come and ask for leave. Wang Gonggong saw that the Empress Dowager was done and said softly. Forget it, forget it. Let him remember to come tomorrow. The Empress Dowager waved her hand and then withdrew her hand into the velvet blanket and rubbed the warm little fat cat. The Empress Dowager didn't need to use incense. She only had a faint honey locust fragrance. His Royal Highness King Zhao felt very comfortable smelling his mother's scent. He turned over and hugged that hand. Ah, my Hong Chang is about to grow up. When he gets married, he won't let Empress Dowager hold him. The Empress Dowager touched her son's warm belly and suddenly felt melancholy. Aunt Lin came over with snacks and said with a smile, His Highness still has 2 years before he turns 20. Moreover, he may have a little prince in a few days. The Empress Dowager is combing the hair on the fat cat's head with the other hand. Hearing Aunt Lin's words, she remembers something. Is Li Wang's family going to have a third son soon? Counting the days, it's almost time. Aunt Lin picked up a booklet and flipped through it. The pulse was taken in the first lunar month. Perhaps it has already landed. Prince Li was ranked second among the princes. He was the biological son of the 5th prince, Prince Zhong. Because he had the right of inheritance, he grew up by the Empress Dowager's side. Now he was guarding the South Sea. The Southern Sea was located in a remote area. One had to travel by land to deliver the letter. It took a long time to travel across mountains and rivers, so the news came later. The Empress Dowager nodded slightly and flipped through the account book in boredom. It was almost the 10th of October. Every year at this time, he would feel a headache. During the full feast festival, some of the princes guarding the border would bring their families to the capital. The princes of the imperial family would go to the Anhua Tower to worship the heavens. These families and the concubines in the palace would attend the palace banquet. Last year, the palace banquet was managed by the imperial consort Lu. Although it wasn't very outstanding, it was decent and no major mistakes were made. Now that the imperial consort Lu was demoted from the palace, these things fell on the Empress Dowager's head. At the palace banquet, except for Suyu, there are only women. There's no need for singing and dancing. The Empress Dowager raised her hand and crossed out singing and dancing. If there's no singing and dancing, they'll keep gossiping. The Empress Dowager doesn't have the patience to deal with them. Aunt Lin hurriedly stopped her. It's better to invite a troupe to perform. His Royal Highness King Zhao was hungry from sleeping. He was lazy and didn't want to move, so he held his Empress Dowager's finger and gnawed on it. Unfortunately, he lost a tooth. The Empress Dowager's slender finger was stuck in her teeth and couldn't bite it. Hungry? The Empress Dowager lowered her head to look at him. Seeing the chubby kitten gnawing on her finger with difficulty, she couldn't help but laugh. Why did you lose your tooth so quickly? She ordered Aunt Lin to bring a bowl of fish soup. The Empress Dowager raised the little fur ball and looked at it. His Royal Highness King Zhao yawned, revealing his chipped teeth. The Empress Dowager's eyes curved with a smile. She raised her hand and closed the account book. She decided to wait for Suyu to come tomorrow and look at it. Today, she would make a big mouse toy for her son. Thus, the palace banquet was temporarily put aside and waited for Her Highness Su to come tomorrow to deal with it. The busy Her Highness Su still couldn't get up from the dragon bed. Her waist was really sore, so she could only lie on the bed and let the sauce trample on her. His Majesty the Emperor turned into a golden kitten and jumped around Suyu's waist. However, his jumping ability was too strong. His narrow waist wasn't big enough for him to jump, so he always jumped over the edge and fell onto the bed. Thus, the Emperor, who was stepping on Suyu's back, decided to run from his beautiful waist to the top of Suyu's head. He excitedly messed up the hair on the back of Suyu's head, then ran back to the soft and round place and used his claws to hook Suyu's underwear. Suyu turned around to look at the cat, who was still happily playing by himself. He helplessly buried his face in the pillow and let him do as he pleased. He really couldn't understand the Emperor's physical strength. They were clearly doing this together, so why was he as tired as a dead dog? How could this uncle still do a 100-meter sprint on him? When His Majesty the Emperor finally had enough, Suyu's hair had turned into a chicken's nest. His expensive brocade underwear was also full of threads. However, the soreness in his waist had eased a lot. Suyu scratched his messy head. It's actually a little useful. The golden kitten sat on Suyu's waist and slowly licked its claws. Nonsense, how could it be useless when I transferred my internal strength to my 4 legs for you to step on? His Majesty the Emperor turned back into his human form and lay down beside Suyu. He stretched his body and kicked Suyu's calf with the tip of his foot. Go and cook when your waist isn't sore. When Suyu heard this, he immediately fell back onto the pillow. He quietly rubbed his nose against the emperor's light yellow soft clothes on his shoulder. It's sore again. Don't get your snot on my fur. The emperor disdainfully pushed Suyu's head away with a finger. The sun rose high in the sky. From now on, the emperor didn't attend morning court. The two of them spent the entire morning doing nothing on the dragon bed. They missed morning court and breakfast. The East China Sea sent a large number of mackerel and ing fish. It was said that Prince Jing had figured out a way to catching fish. He caught one every time and almost all the ing fish in the East China Sea were killed by him. However, sometimes it wasn't a good thing to be too capable. The national tutor looked at the rows of cages in the main hall of the Anhua Tower. His beautiful eyes were filled with coldness. Ga. One ing fish was already very noisy. A group of ing fish was about to tear off the roof of the Anhua Tower. The sacred and tranquil holy tower suddenly became a cafeteria. Shut up. The national tutor stood in the middle of the main hall. His cold voice instantly spread throughout the hall. It wasn't loud, but it exploded in everyone's ears like thunder, causing their hearts to tremble. Ga. The noise of the ing fish stopped abruptly. They instinctively felt danger and didn't dare to make another sound. Don't let me hear a single sound. The national tutor indifferently glanced at the guards in the main hall. Previously, Suyu could take away one ing fish. Now that there were so many ing fish, he could only leave them in the Anhua Tower. Yes, Your Majesty. The leader of the guards, Prince Lu, immediately knelt down and accepted the order. Therefore, after Suyu ate lunch with the emperor and took an afternoon nap, he came to kill the ing fish without feeling any pain in his back and legs. He saw Prince Lu holding a wooden stick and patrolling the main hall with a group of guards. Once he saw a fish that showed signs of making noise, he would hit it with the stick and knock it out. The ing fish cages were lined up in a row. The two groups of guards walked to the left and right of the cages facing each other. At this time, they had reached the end of the cages. The ing fish in the middle of the cages flapped its wings. It seemed like it was about to say something, but it was too late to run over. Prince Lu used his qinggong and flew forward. The wooden stick in his hand flew out in the air and hit the fish's head with a dong sound. The ing fish fell down and the wooden stick bounced back. Prince Lu caught the wooden stick in the air and landed on the ground. He slowly walked back to the front of the group. When he saw Suyu, he took the lead and silently saluted him. Then, he continued to lead the guards to patrol with a solemn expression. The corners of Suyu's mouth twitched. He looked at the large number of mackerel in the water tank from afar. The mackerel were fierce. He didn't dare to get close to them in case he was bitten on the nose. But today, the mackerel seemed to be more obedient. He didn't see any of them jump out of the water. They all sank to the bottom of the water. When they reached the second floor, the national tutor held the list of sea monsters sent by Prince Jing. With a serious expression, he said to Suyu, "It will be the 10th of October soon. These fish will all be made into sacrifices." All of them? Suyu blinked. The only sacrifice he had seen so far was the small dried fish in the first room on the 4th floor. Could it be that these strange fish were also going to be made into dried fish? These two kinds of fish tasted better when they were fresh. The mackerel meat was greasy and the ing fish meat was hard. Neither of them were suitable to be made into dried fish. The national tutor didn't say much. He took Suyu to the 4th floor and slowly pushed open the second stone door. The second stone room wasn't as packed as the first one. On the floor of the room, which was made of black stone, there were all kinds of strange, dried fish. Mackerel, ing fish, wenyao, luoji fish, there were only one or two of each kind of fish. This stone room was more like a museum. The strange fish in the illustrated handbook of mountains and rivers were all turned into real objects. Suyu was dazzled. He tried to match these strange specimens with the pictures in the book. He also tried to think of ways to eat them. In the past, only one or two of these fish would appear occasionally. They were caught as sacrifices to the heavens to ensure the world's peace. The national tutor's gaze stopped on the luoji fish. Suyu walked around the room and looked at the melancholy national tutor. He had a rough understanding of the so-called catastrophe. In the past, the strange fish would appear one by one. Now, they were coming in baskets. Unfortunately, these fish would cause disasters. If they were used as sacrifices to the heavens, even the gods in the heavens wouldn't be able to finish eating so many fish at once. This was the problem. What should we do now? Kill those fish as soon as possible. The national tutor looked at Suyu coldly. Suyu scratched his head. To the national tutor, those fish were a disaster. However, in the eyes of a chef, those fish were precious ingredients. It was a waste to make salted fish in such a simple and crude way. He thought for a moment and said, "Can we not make dried fish? Make something else?" Mackerel meat was thick and could be made into smoked fish. Fish meat was as hard as beef and could be made into spicy shredded fish. The fins could be dried into shark's fin. As for the tender wing meat, it could be made into fish balls. Suyu counted with his fingers. Smoked fish and spicy shredded fish were fine, but the fish balls had to be chilled to store, which was a bit troublesome. However, there was an ice cellar in the imperial palace, so it shouldn't be a problem. Although these methods couldn't be stored for a long time like dried fish, they could still last until the 10th of October. If there were any extra fish, they could be made into fish sauce. But, looking up at the national tutor, Suyu suddenly thought of a problem. "Imperial uncle, is it still useful to disassemble this fish as a sacrifice?" The national tutor quietly listened to him for a long time. His cold eyes suddenly became deep and serene as he stared at Suyu motionlessly. Suyu felt a little guilty. From the perspective of a chef, he was only thinking about the ingredients, but forgot that saving the country and the people was the most important thing. Making spicy shredded fish with the sacrifices was really not serious. He coughed dryly and wondered if he should say something to salvage the situation. However, he was stunned by the national tutor's next words. "The arrival of an alien star is really a blessing for the country." The clear voice was like a cold spring under the moon, distant and moving, as if it came from ancient times. The national tutor left these meaningful words and turned to leave, leaving Suyu stunned on the spot. The arrival of an alien star, an alien star. The national tutor knew that he was an alien star and believed that he would bring good luck to the country. Previously, Suyu had been on edge for a long time because of the alien star. Although the emperor didn't care, he was still worried about the thoughts of the other members of the imperial family. After all, the national tutor's oracle was vague. Even the emperor didn't know how the national tutor viewed this matter. Now, the national tutor personally admitted that he was an auspicious thing and not a jinx. Suyu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As for whether or not he could summon a mythological beast as the rumors said, he shook his head and threw away those unreliable thoughts. It was better to think about how to deal with those fishes on the first floor. According to the national tutor, mackerel and emu had to be executed within 9 days. This was because once these strange fish came into contact with humans, it would trigger their natural instinct to bring disaster. Every time the number reached 9, the probability of disaster would increase by a little. Once the number reached 9, it would inevitably cause a disaster. Only the sons of the imperial family and Suyu could go up to the second floor of the Anhua Tower. It was obviously inappropriate to let the emperor or several Xianxia help him carry the fish, so Suyu discussed with the national tutor to change the location of the fish. That afternoon, the imperial concubines of the Western Palace saw Suyu leading a group of guards, carrying several large chests covered by black cloth, majestically entering Jade Luan Palace. Jade Luan Palace was the former residence of Imperial Consort Lu, and it was also the largest palace in the Western Palace. I thought he had a lot of skill to be unable to endure so quickly. The former concubine now Dejiaoyi, stood far away on the palace road, watching Suyu's busy figure with a sneer. When one person is powerful, it is inevitable that he will get carried away. Xu Jiaoyi slowly walked over and looked at Dejiaoyi. The other Jiaoyi and talented people who had come to watch the show whispered, but they didn't dare to say it out loud like the two of them. Although the two of them had been removed from the position of imperial concubine, their titles were still there, and their status was higher than the Jiaoyi who only had the surname. "Should we go talk to the Empress Dowager?" Li Jiaoyi carefully suggested. "Let's wait and see." Dejiaoyi hesitated for a moment, but still suppressed the urge to immediately complain. Now that they didn't have Lu's daughter as a shield, they had to be careful. The news that Consort Xian couldn't wait to enter Jade Luan Palace quickly spread through the inner palace, And the concubines all waited for a good show to begin. So you didn't know the details at all. He had chosen Jade Luan Palace purely because it was large and remote. Imperial Consort Lu had specially chosen the remote Jade Luan Palace in order to show that she was different from the rest. Jade Luan Palace was close to the Imperial Garden and was far from the other Bixiao Palaces and Yexiao Palaces of the Western Palace, so concubine Lu didn't immediately know about the fish's cry in the middle of the night in Yexiao Palace. It wasn't easy to hear the cry, so it was more suitable to kill the fish here. In addition, Suyu had taken a fancy to the large open space in front of Jade Luan Palace. In Yexiao Palace, there was a scenery every 5 steps, a pavilion every 10 steps, and 9 winding corridors. All of the land was scattered, but the elegant Jade Luan Palace wasn't so complicated. The front yard was a large open space without any trees or flowers, so it was perfect for drying fish. As a result, the spoiled and arrogant consort Xian openly took over Jade Luan Palace. The next day, when Suyu went to Xian Palace, Dejiaoi and Shujiaoi were also there. The two of them respectfully bowed to Suyu. Suyu returned a simple greeting before his gaze was attracted by the furball holding a large red mouse on the couch. He hadn't expected that His Royal Highness King Zhao would still be here. The day before, the Empress Dowager had held the little fat cat and done needlework for the entire day. In order to make it easier for the little fat cat to grind his teeth, the Empress Dowager had filled the toy mouse with some beans, a layer of cotton and a layer of beans. The outside was wrapped in red satin, and she had carefully sewn 2 layers. It took a lot of effort to do this, and by the time the large mouse was finished, the sky had already turned dark. Taking advantage of the fact that he was a cat, His Royal Highness King Zhao shamelessly stayed at his mother's place for the night. How did Consort Xian find the time? I heard that the emperor didn't go to court today. Does Consort Xian not need to make breakfast for the emperor? Shujiaoi said with a smile. The Empress Dowager's dignified brows slightly knit. The emperor didn't go to court again? Yesterday, when Wang Gonggong came to ask for leave, she immediately knew what had happened. The emperor was young, so it was normal for him to mess around once in a while. But if he did this every day? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but look at Suyu. Suyu awkwardly coughed. In all honesty, they didn't do anything last night. She quickly explained, the emperor was tired from practicing martial arts yesterday, so he woke up a bit late today. She was like a normal wife complaining to her mother-in-law about her husband's laziness. These words seemed normal, but in the ears of the other concubines, they were full of bragging. See, you only know that the emperor didn't go to court. As a favored consort, she could complain to the empress about the emperor. The emperor, who was sleeping in Suyu's arms, was awakened by the sound coming from his chest. He yawned and lazily poked his head out. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. On the soft couch, the little fat cat was holding a large mouse that was only a little smaller than itself. It used its hind paws to quickly scratch it, then threw the mouse out. It pretended to be fierce and pounced on it, biting it. It's almost the full feast festival. Does the Empress Dowager want Consort Xian to host the palace banquet this year? Dai lowered her head to hide the jealousy in her eyes. She then raised her head and smiled appropriately. In the past, Imperial Consort Lu hosted it. Today, Consort Xian is hosting. Shujiaoi paused and quickly covered her mouth with a handkerchief. Aya, look at my mouth. Why did I mention Imperial Consort Lu? The news that Consort Xian had brought guards to Yuluan Palace yesterday had already spread throughout the inner palace. They didn't believe that the Empress Dowager didn't know about this. Moreover, there were several meanings in her words. First, it was usually Gui Fei who hosted. This year, it would be difficult for another consort to convince the public. Second, she mentioned Imperial Consort Lu and reminded the Empress Dowager that she couldn't favor Suyu like she did Lushur in the past. This was to avoid another arrogant and despotic Gui Fei Nyang. Suyu didn't understand the twists and turns in her words. When she wasn't paying attention, the cat in her arms suddenly jumped down. Suyu raised her hand to catch it, but she couldn't. The golden cat landed steadily and rushed onto the Empress Dowager's soft couch. Shujiaoi, who was talking excitedly, jumped in fright. Her words were stuck in her throat. His Royal Highness King Zhao was biting a rat when the hair on his back suddenly stood up. A shadow fell from the sky. Before he could dodge, his neck was bitten. His Majesty the Emperor hugged his furry younger brother and used his back paws to scratch him. Then, he suddenly let go of him and jumped far away. Suddenly, he pounced and bit his younger brother's ear. "Don't fight." The Empress Dowager, who had been listening attentively to Shujiao's words, suddenly shifted her gaze. She raised her hand to try to separate the two kittens. Meow. His Royal Highness King Zhao let go of the big rat in his hand and turned over to scratch his older brother. Unexpectedly, the golden kitten let go of his ear the moment he let go of the rat. It quickly rushed over and ran to the side with the big red rat in its mouth. It proudly wagged its tail. Suyu's mouth twitched. She didn't dare to look at the Empress Dowager's expression. The Empress Dowager found it interesting. While the golden kitten was staring at her younger brother, she quickly touched its golden head. The hair on His Majesty the Emperor's tail immediately stood up. He threw away the rat in his mouth and raised his paw to slap Muhu's hand away. He glared at her with dissatisfaction. How could she touch his head in front of a stupid slave? The little fat cat quickly ran over and snatched back its teeth-grinding rat. The speech that the two Joey had prepared was interrupted by the sudden cat fight. The Empress Dowager seemed to have forgotten what Shu Jiaoyi had said. In front of the concubines and concubines, she showed the process of the palace banquet to Suyu. There are only women at the palace banquet. You are the only man. The Empress Dowager took a sip of tea. Ijiao means to invite a theatrical troupe. What play do you think is good? The concubines and concubines looked at the thin book with jealousy. Now that there was no prince, if the son of a Wanyi was made the crown prince, then the position of empress would be decided by the emperor. Originally, they had hoped that the Empress Dowager would think for the sake of her children and suppress Suyu's arrogance. But now? Looking at the Empress Dowager's meaning, she was clearly teaching Suyu how to control the 6 palaces. Before the concubines and concubines finished their jealousy, Suyu scratched his head awkwardly. Reporting to the Empress Dowager, this subject is afraid that this subject can't go to the palace banquet. The national tutor asked this subject to go to the Anhua Tower on that day. What? Dejiaoyi couldn't help but exclaim. Seeing everyone looking at her, she quickly got up and apologized, but her heart was in a perilous situation. On the 10th day of the 10th month, that was the day when the sons of nobles offered sacrifices to the heavens. Only the sons of the imperial family could climb the tower. Suyu was just a male concubine, but he also had to go. This kind of glory was not only in the limelight of the harem. This was unique in the entire den. The Empress Dowager nodded slightly. Since this is the case, you don't have to worry about the palace banquet. The state affairs were important. The palace banquet of the full feast festival was just to entertain the women of the imperial family. It didn't matter if Suyu didn't go. Immediately, Dejiaoyi and Shujiaoyi were selected to come and help every day. They were responsible for the palace banquet. Originally, they had prepared a long speech today in hopes of separating the matters of the palace banquet. Don't underestimate a palace banquet. As long as it was done properly and left a good impression in the hearts of the Wang Fei and the Empress Dowager, there was hope for a promotion at the end of the year. With a promotion, if the son of a Wanya was established as a prince, they would have the right to adopt. Now, they got this job without much effort, but the two couldn't be happy. Xianfei could climb the tower to offer sacrifices to the heavens. They were just cooking a palace banquet. There was no way to compare. Xianfei Nyang is really blessed to be able to climb the tower to offer sacrifices to the heavens. Shu Jiaoyi smiled reluctantly. Why doesn't the Empress Dowager take advantage of the full feast festival to promote Xianfei's position so that she can enter Yuluan Palace? The Empress Dowager separated the 2 small furballs that were fighting again. She smoothed the hair on the little fat cat's head that had been messed up by her brother. The matter of the position is not something you should worry about. The words were like ice water that poured over Shu Jiaoyi's head. How could she forget that they were just little Jiaoyi now? They didn't have the right to mention these things. If you have nothing to do, why don't you go help Xianfei? The Empress Dowager smoothed the little fat cat's hair and then threw him to the emperor. The emperor happily took over the tidied-up little brother and once again pounced to ruffle his hair. Hearing this, Suyu's eyes lit up. After he finished killing the fish, he had to start marinating the shredded fish and drying the fins. The fins of the ing fish were too thin. If they were left on the ground to dry, it would be easy to blow them away. It was best to use thread to thread them. It was best to have a concubine who knew how to sew to help. Shu Jiaoyi and Dejiaoyi didn't think that the Empress Dowager was just being polite to Suyu. This person actually took it seriously. A few days later, he actually asked them to go to Yuluan Palace to help thread the fins. Pushing aside the matter of managing the palace banquet, Suyu focused on killing fish in Yuluan Palace for the next few days. Wearing the bracers given by the national tutor, Suyu was very proficient in using internal energy. He could cook a mackerel in 2 or 3 moves. But this large amount of fish really consumed internal energy. In less than half a day, the internal energy in the bracers was used up. Looking left and right, the emperor wasn't by his side. The national tutor was in Anhua Tower and didn't follow him. Suyu looked at Prince of Lu, who was busy knocking the fish. "Brother Gao, can you help me?" Gao Ping came over with a stick. "What orders does Nyang Nyang have?" Suyu lightly coughed. "Has Shitzi practiced internal energy?" "Naturally, I have." Prince of Lu didn't understand, but he still answered truthfully. "It's good that you have practiced." Suyu smiled as he took off the bracers in his hands and handed them to Gao Ping so that he could charge them with internal energy. He thought that this was very convenient. As long as there was an imperial bodyguard who knew internal energy, he could charge them at any time. The idea was good, but the reality was always unsatisfactory. Prince of Lu looked at the bracers in his hands and then looked at Suyu. He had never heard of a treasure that could store internal energy, and he had never heard of someone who could lend their internal energy to others. Although he was suspicious, he had to follow the Nyang-Nyang's orders. Gao Peng obediently held the bracers and seriously transferred his internal energy to his palms and then to the bracers. Suyu put on the bracers that Prince of Lu had charged them. The bracers were a bit hot from the internal energy. Seeing that the Prince of Lu still didn't believe him, he waved his hand and caught a mackerel. He was ready to show him. He transferred his internal energy to his palms, transferred it to his palms. There was no reaction. Faced with the Prince of Lu's "you're kidding me" expression, Suyu awkwardly coughed. "This subject has practiced martial arts for many years, but I have never heard of someone who could lend their internal energy to others." As for what Nyang Nyang said about transferring internal energy through the bracers, other than injuring the opponent, there is no other effect. Prince of Lu said methodically. Suyu blinked and looked at the upright Prince of Lu. He suddenly felt that this seemed to be the correct martial arts world. The so-called internal energy of the imperial family might not be true internal energy. Thinking of this, Suyu silently handed a mackerel to Prince of Lu and let him try to use his internal energy to force out the blood. Prince of Lu frowned slightly. He picked up the mackerel and transferred his internal energy to his palms. Pa! The fish broke into 2 pieces. He looked up at Suyu with an expression that said, "You're really kidding me." Suyu, only the imperial family's internal energy could kill the fish. Suyu could not count on the imperial uncles. He could only go to the emperor, but the price for the emperor's labor was very high. Thus, the speed of preparing the sacrifices slowed down. It was not until the end of the 9th day that all the fish were killed. The days passed in a hurry as he killed fish and cooked food. The weather became colder and colder day by day. In the blink of an eye, it was October. Before the arrival of the full feast festival, Prince Li, who had been guarding the southern sea, suddenly brought his family to the capital. A prince was different from a royal prince. A royal prince was in his fief and could not enter the capital without being summoned. The princes of De lived a very free life. They could enter the capital whenever they wanted, and there was no mandatory time for them to return. For example, Prince Ling and Prince Su, who had lived in the capital for a long time and had the intention of spending the new year here. A few days after Prince Li's memorial arrived, he also arrived. His 3rd son was already 1 month old. This time, he brought his 3 sons together for the national tutor to be appraised. Once a prince's son was appraised as a noble son by the national tutor, he would have to stay in the palace and enjoy the same inheritance rights as the other princes. Even if he could not become the emperor, he would certainly be a prince in the future. The appraisal by the national tutor determined the child's future and fate. Suyu was very curious about this appraisal ceremony. How does the national tutor determine whether a child has the right to inherit? His Majesty the Emperor put down Prince Li's memorial and pulled the stupid servant cushion behind him into his arms. Do you want to know? Suyu nodded vigorously. Everyone said that the national tutor had great magical powers, but he had never seen the national tutor use magic. He had always been very curious. It was said that every generation of the national tutor had never failed in appraising a noble son. Every noble son could obtain the approval of the emperor and all the other princes. What kind of magical powers did it take to be able to see through a child's quality in the next few decades? Zhen can also do the appraisal. Hearing Suyu praise the national tutor more and more, His Majesty the Emperor couldn't help but coldly snort. Eh? Your Majesty can also do it? Suyu blinked and looked at His Majesty with a bit more admiration. What do you think? And Hong Chol enjoyed the stupid servant's admiring gaze. He hooked his lips and said, You'll know once you see if it's fur. Oh, see if it's fur, fur. Suyu's admiring gaze suddenly froze. In other words, the furry child who could turn into a cat was a noble son, and the child who couldn't was a commoner. This was really. Suyu was speechless. However, he was still very curious about how to tell if a child could turn into a cat. His Majesty the Emperor glanced at him and said casually, Tomorrow, Prince Li will enter the palace and go directly to Anhua Tower to meet the national tutor. Zhen will also go. Suyu immediately understood. Your Majesty, please bring this official along. And Hong Chol snorted ambiguously. He didn't agree or disagree. Suyu naturally understood what Uncle Cat meant. He looked around and saw that the imperial study was empty. Even Wang Gonggong wasn't there. He grinned and leaned over, kissing the handsome cheek loudly. His Majesty the Emperor stiffened and glared at Suyu. He quickly wiped his face with the back of his hand. Damn it, in broad daylight, this. For the sake of this stupid slave's hard work, I'll make an exception and take you to see it this once. Suyu couldn't help but laugh. Just now, Uncle Cat was clearly ready to take him there. He only kissed him in excitement, and this person said that it was a kiss in exchange for a chance to see the test. The morning sun shone in through the pure white curtains of the imperial study and reflected on Suyu's fair face. His gentle eyes had a layer of undetectable moisture because he was trying to hold back his laughter, and they sparkled under the clear sunlight. What are you laughing at? His Majesty the Emperor's ears were a bit red. This stupid slave, when he laughed, he was even more seductive. He couldn't help but snort coldly. Smiling at Jin like this, did he want it? He really couldn't do anything about this stupid slave. There were still many memorials to approve, but as a considerate master, he had to satisfy this stupid slave when he wanted it. And Hong Chol threw down the brush in distress and pressed the stupid slave in his arms down on the wide dragon chair. Your Majesty? So you didn't know what was going on. He was pushed down by Uncle Cat in a daze. He watched helplessly as His Majesty began to unbuckle his belt. He hurriedly reached out to stop him. It's broad daylight, you know it's broad daylight now. His Majesty then leaned over to bite his neck. I really can't do anything about you. What did he mean by he couldn't do anything to him? He made it sound like he was the one who pushed the emperor down. Suyu choked for a moment. Before she could say anything else, her lapel was pulled open by the emperor. At noon, when Suyu walked out of the imperial study, he felt as if he was walking on cotton. Fortunately, he made 8 treasure seafood stew for lunch. It was stewed early in the morning, so he didn't have to work hard to make lunch. In the past few days, there were enough mackerel and anglerfish ingredients, so His Majesty could eat these delicacies every day. Suyu replaced the ingredients in the seafood stew with strange fish. Thick soup, fresh mushrooms, and fresh seasonal dishes. He added abalone, fresh shrimp, crab meat, mackerel belly, and anglerfish fins. He carefully stewed it all morning. Just this main dish alone was enough for Suyu and Uncle Cat to eat. Because His Majesty worked hard in the imperial study in the morning, he ate 3 big bowls of rice with the seafood stew at noon. When Suyu saw him eating happily, he couldn't help but add half a bowl more than usual. The strange fish sent from the East Sea were all slaughtered. Although the meat of these sea monsters was special and the fish wouldn't rot after 3 days in the ice cellar, they still had to be processed quickly. Suyu was busy for a few days and finally made the fish into offerings. He moved the smoked fish, spicy shredded fish, and fish balls into the fourth floor of the Anhua Tower. To Suyu's surprise, there was a cellar in the Anhua Tower. The cellar was dug very deep and had 3 floors. The first floor was filled with a lot of wine, and the other 2 floors were filled with ice. The sparkling and translucent ice bricks were neatly stacked together like rows and rows of treasures. The smoked fish and fish balls were stored in the ice cellar. As for the spicy shredded fish, because it was roasted and oiled, and was full of sauce and chili, it wouldn't rot for a while. In addition to these, there was still a lot of mackerel left. Suyu made a jar of fish sauce and sealed it in the 4th floor of the Anhua Tower. It would be ready to eat during the new year. From beginning to end, the national tutor looked at him with a meaningful gaze as he busied himself. From time to time, he would put a spicy shredded fish into his mouth and didn't say a word. After finishing these things, Suyu could finally rest for 2 days. The national tutor said that he didn't have to go to the Anhua Tower for these 2 days. Therefore, after lunch, Suyu curled up on the soft cushion and happily hugged the old cat with nothing to do. His Majesty the Emperor ate a little too much and turned into a golden kitten to lie on the soft cushion and let the stupid slave rub his belly. Your Majesty, will the little prince of the Li family be born a human or a cat? Suyu touched his furry belly and suddenly thought of the little princes he would see tomorrow. The golden kitten leisurely wagged its tail and ignored him. If the princess gives birth to a cat, will she faint from fright? Suyu thought of the scene where the midwife held a little fur ball that couldn't open its eyes and said loudly, "Congratulations to the princess, it's a male cat." Ordinary people would faint from fright, too lazy to pay attention to him. His Majesty the Emperor yawned and fell asleep. The next day, Suyu didn't get any hints from the Emperor. With a nervous and excited mood, he went to the Anhua Tower early in the morning. When a prince came to the capital, he should pay his respects to the Emperor first. However, if he came with his child to have his identity verified, he had to pay his respects to the national tutor as soon as he entered the palace. His Majesty the Emperor would also be waiting in the Anhua Tower. Just after noon, the national tutor leaned on the soft cushion on the 2nd floor and seemed to be asleep. When he saw Suyu, he was a little surprised. "Didn't I say that you can rest for 2 days?" Suyu scratched his head in embarrassment. He couldn't say that he came to join in the fun. "I brought him here to take a look." His Majesty the Emperor casually sat down on the soft cushion and took a bite of the spicy shredded fish on the table. It was only then that Suyu realized that on the jade plate on the short table was the fish filaments that he had just made. "Your Majesty, this is the sacrifice." "What's wrong?" The Emperor was confused. "What's wrong with the offerings? Shouldn't the offerings be taken out during the sacrifice?" Suyu swallowed his saliva and looked at the national tutor. The national tutor frowned slightly at His Majesty's gluttonous behavior. He got up and sat on the cushion, bringing the jade plate to his side. "Is Prince Jing coming back to offer sacrifices to heaven?" The national tutor picked up a piece of fish filament and gracefully put it into his mouth. "Not coming back." His Majesty was a little unhappy that the fish fillets had been snatched away. However, after eating spicy crab in the afternoon, he felt a little sick of the fish fillets and did not try to snatch them back. The Eastern Sea is in chaos and cannot leave. He should be back before the new year. The national tutor did not say anything else. He was calculating the number of princes in the capital this year. Reporting to the national tutor, "Princely has brought 3 young princes to see you." A voice came from downstairs and the 3 immediately stopped talking. Princely now had 3 sons. The 3 sons were born to different concubines. The prince was going to have his identity verified, and his mother had to follow him. The 3 concubines each took a child and followed Princely into the main hall of the Anhua Tower. The eldest son was already 5 years old. He was held by his mother and looked around curiously. The second son was also 3 years old. He was frightened by the tall roof of the Anhua Tower and was a little scared. He grabbed the corner of his mother's clothes and looked like he was about to cry. The third son was just 1 month old. He was wrapped tightly in his mother's arms. "When you see the national tutor later, do you remember how to salute?" The mother of the eldest son gently taught her son. She glanced at the mother of the third son proudly. Previously, she had complained that the prince took so long to bring the child here. Now it seemed that it was better to let the child be older. Only by being eloquent could he please the national tutor. What's wrong with the third son? He didn't cry or make a fuss on the way here. The mother of the second son comforted the child and curiously went over to take a look. The mother of the third son subconsciously hugged the child and hid. She had a bitter smile on her face. This child has always been well behaved. The other two concubines looked at her suspiciously and then looked at the tightly wrapped quilt. They could not help but curl their lips. Wasn't it just a son? She treasured him so much that she had not let them see him since he was born. Who would want to see him? Princely was wearing a moon-white prince robe. He walked forward with a majestic gait. He stood in the middle of the hall with his hands behind his back. He said in a clear voice, "This official, with the third son, greets the national tutor. Thanks to the ancestors' blessings, we are safe. Thanks to the ancestors' blessings, our descendants will be long." A distant and clear voice came from the tower. The voice seemed to have a divine power that calmed the restless hearts. A melodious sound of a bell rang out, sometimes near, sometimes far, faintly discernible. It was like the national tutor's voice that seemed to have come from ancient times, adding a bit of mystery to the Anhua tower. The concubines didn't dare to raise their heads and quietly waited for the national tutor to speak. Identifying the son of a noble was a very grand event. On this day, other than Prince Li's family, no one else was allowed to enter Anhua Tower. Therefore, Suyu sneaked in with the emperor early after eating lunch. When Suyu arrived, the national tutor was still on the 6th floor of Anhua Tower. He didn't know what he was busy with. His Majesty the Emperor quietly took him upstairs and directly went to the practice room on the 5th floor. This was the first time he had been to the 5th floor of Anhua Tower. He already knew that this was where the emperor practiced. In his imagination, the 5th floor should be a place full of plum blossom piles and wooden figures, with sandbags tied to the beams, soft cushions around the pillars, and words like "Spirit of Martial Arts" written on the walls. In the end, there was nothing. The entire 5th floor was covered with soft cushions, and there were large windows on all 8 sides. It was bright and clear. His Royal Highness King Zhao, who had already returned to his human form, was sitting cross-legged next to a pillar with his eyes closed in meditation. Suyu curiously went over and looked at his Royal Highness King Zhao, who was focused on practicing. He saw him sitting upright with his eyes closed and his jaw slightly tucked in. His expression was calm, as if he was traveling the 3 realms in meditation. His mouth was slightly open, and a strand of crystal slowly flowed out from the corner of his mouth. It sparkled under the afternoon sun. If one listened carefully, one could hear a slight hoo-hoo sound. His Majesty the Emperor walked over and kicked his younger brother. "Oh? What's wrong?" His Royal Highness King Zhao opened his eyes and looked around blankly. "Is this how you practice?" And Hongchul held Suyu and sat down in front of his younger brother. He raised his hand and slapped the back of his head. His Royal Highness King Zhao raised his head and wiped the corner of his mouth. He rubbed his head guiltily and looked up to meet Suyu's curious eyes. He felt a little embarrassed. "I'm asking you a question." His Majesty got angry when he saw his brother standing there in a daze. He raised his hand and slapped him again. "Oh, Huang Su was taking an afternoon nap, so I..." Prince Zhao lowered his head. When he spoke, he didn't open his mouth and only mumbled vaguely. "Speak properly." And Hongchul waved his hand impatiently. When did the younger brother become the younger sister? Why was he being so wishy-washy? "Your Royal Highness, is it because you've lost your teeth that you're speaking a little incorrectly?" So you couldn't help but chuckle when he saw his Royal Highness King Zhao's face scrunched up like a bun. "Oh." His Royal Highness King Zhao covered his mouth and stopped talking. The 3 of them stayed on the 5th floor for a long time before Prince Li and his family finally arrived. The national tutor floated down from the 6th floor. When he saw Suyu, he frowned slightly. "Why are you here?" Suyu shrunk his neck. "Your subject, don't show yourself before the ceremony is over," the national tutor interrupted Suyu and said to the 3 people sitting on the ground, dispirited. "Huang Su." "I won't go down," His Royal Highness King Zhao said hurriedly. The national tutor didn't pay any more attention to them and jumped down lightly. After the distant ringing of a bell, the national tutor, dressed in a snow-white robe, slowly walked down the black and gold stairs. The identification of a noble child was a relatively grand ceremony. Today, the national tutor wore a long robe with a trailing tail. The long robe fell to the ground and slowly slid down the stairs with the national tutor's footsteps. It was like a white mist falling from the ninth heaven. The snow-white robe was complicated and gorgeous. It was covered with a layer of extremely precious white silk. As everyone knew, the silk was woven by the mermaids of the deep sea. It was usually navy blue, and only a few mermaids could weave white silk. It was a national treasure that couldn't be bought with money. In the entire country, only the national tutor could wear it. The snow-white robe and white hair, his steps were bright. The moment the national tutor appeared, the concubines and the young prince all knelt down to pay their respects. Princely also bowed respectfully. Greetings to the national tutor. His cold eyes were slightly lowered. He didn't even look at the people kneeling down. He still walked up the high platform slowly. With a light flick of his wide sleeves, he sat on the throne in the middle of the hall. You may rise. The cold voice was extremely pleasing to the ears. It had a soothing power. The two concubines looked excited, and the three concubines, who were originally worried, also relaxed. Suyu leaned against the hole on the second floor and looked down. Princely looked to be about 27 or 28 years old. His face was handsome and his brows were steady. Looking closely, he was slightly similar to His Royal Highness King Ling, but he didn't have a smile in his eyes like Prince Ling. He looked steady and reliable. This subject has 3 sons. The eldest son is 5 years old, the second son is 3 years old, and the youngest son is Feng Manue. Today, I pay my respects to the national tutor. I hope that you can identify him and verify his bloodline. Princely took a step forward and said word by word. His voice was full of energy and echoed in the hall, solemn and respectful. The imperial preceptor raised her cold and beautiful eyes and raised her hand slightly. The veil in the hall moved without wind, and the candlelight embedded in the pillars like a coiling dragon seemed to come alive and lit up from the bottom to the top. The concubines were shocked by this miraculous scene and didn't dare to breathe loudly. A white-robed servant came forward and slowly led the eldest son onto the high platform. The first secondary consort gripped the handkerchief in her hand and watched as her son walked up step by step and respectfully knelt in front of the national tutor. The national tutor looked calmly at the child in front of him. He slowly raised his hand. His slender hand was so white it was almost transparent. He tapped lightly between the eldest son's brows. A moment later, he slowly shook his head. The white-robed servant came forward and led the child who still didn't understand what was going on back to his mother's side. The first secondary consort showed clear disappointment on her face. The second secondary consort couldn't help but feel even more nervous. The second secondary consort was still young. He grabbed his mother's clothes and didn't want to go with the white-robed servant in fear. The servant indicated for the concubines to come forward together. The second secondary consort glared at her son. She was afraid that his actions would cause the national tutor to think that the child was timid. But the child didn't let go of her clothes, so she could only pull him onto the high platform. Seeing the national tutor up close, it made people feel even more awe. This handsome face was so exquisite it seemed to be carved. He didn't look like an ordinary person. The second secondary consort hurriedly supported the child and knelt down together. The moment the national tutor made his move, she clearly felt a slight disturbance in the surroundings. It was as though an invisible force had spread. Gently shaking his head, the national tutor raised his hand and indicated that they could leave. The second secondary consort didn't dare to object and pulled the child back to his original position. The third secondary consort held the swaddling cloth in her arms and looked nervously at her Wang Yi. Wang Li looked expressionlessly at her and indicated for her to go forward without worry. Suyu, who was lying on the second floor, was nervous. She used her elbow to poke Hongchul, who was also lying on the ground beside her. Emperor, how do you think the national tutor could tell? Could the national tutor use his mana to detect if this child could turn into a cat? His Majesty the Emperor yawned. You'll know in a moment. The third secondary consort bit her lip and carried the child onto the high platform. The national tutor raised his hand and placed it on the swaddling cloth. He slowly raised his eyes and looked at the third secondary consort. "Come up with this seat." Saying this, the national tutor actually stood up. He didn't care about the third secondary consort who was still standing on the high platform and walked up the stairs. Suyu, who was still lying on the ground, suddenly sat up and bumped into the emperor's head with a dong sound. "Stupid slave." His Majesty the Emperor was in pain and glared at Suyu in dissatisfaction. Suyu quickly pulled the emperor up. "Quick, let's hide." "What are you hiding for? The ceremony is over." His Majesty the Emperor stretched and casually sat down by the small table. He started to eat the spicy shredded fish on the table. "It's over?" Suyu was a bit stunned. Not long after, the national tutor walked up. Following behind him was Wang Li and the third secondary consort who was holding the child. "This subject greets the emperor." Wang Li saw Han Chul at a glance and knelt down. The third secondary consort also knelt down. "You may rise." His Majesty the Emperor waved his hand. "Open the swaddling clothes and let the seat see." The national tutor sat down on the soft couch and said to Wang Li's third secondary consort. "This?" The third secondary consort looked pleadingly at her husband. Wang Li took the swaddling clothes and casually placed them on the table. He quickly opened the cloth outside the swaddling clothes. There was a felt blanket, a small mattress, and a thin layer of satin. He opened them layer by layer, and then, there was nothing. It was empty. Suyu's eyes widened. There was nothing in the swaddling clothes except for the mattress. No wonder the third secondary consort, who had just finished her confinement, didn't seem tired after holding the child for so long. The third secondary consort saw Suyu's gaze and smiled awkwardly. "Where's the child?" The national tutor looked up at Wang Li. Wang Li raised his hand and reached into his lapel. He dug left and right. After searching for a while, he slowly took out something and placed it on the bedding on the table. Suyu hurriedly went over to take a look. In the middle of the bedding was a furry, black and yellow kitten. The kitten, who was already 1 month old, was very energetic. It propped up its 2 ears and stumbled between the bedding. It raised its head and looked around. With a pair of big round eyes, it looked at the calm Wang Li and meowed softly, "Meow." The national tutor looked at it quietly for a while. He slowly reached out his hand and tapped the furry little head. "Meow?" The kitten looked curiously at the national tutor's white finger. It stuck out its pink tongue and tried to lick it. The national tutor slowly retracted his hand and said without changing his expression, "This child was born with wealth and was blessed by the ancestors. He should be a noble child." The corners of Suyu's mouth twitched. After talking for so long, this was the judgment of a noble child. The complicated ceremony and elegant singing just now were all fooling people. The national tutor announced the result and turned to look at Prince Li's third concubine. "Since you already know, there is no need for this seat to say more. Today, you need to sign the blood contract." The third concubine looked at the kitten on the table that was trying to scratch the national tutor's sleeve and then turned to look at Prince Li. Prince Li nodded at her. "Sign it. After signing the blood contract, you will be Prince Li's official consort." "Official consort?" Surprise flashed through the third concubine's eyes. Then she remembered that in the prince's family, the first to give birth to a son would be made the official consort. The prince would also dismiss the concubines that had no children. Ever since she gave birth to the kitten, the third concubine had been worried. At first, she thought she had met a ghost. Later, when the prince told her the truth, she knew that the imperial family had such a big secret. She only dared to face her son after a few days. But the prince didn't let her carry the child. He carried the kitten everywhere all day. On the way to the capital, she was afraid day and night that she would be discovered. Fortunately, there were no accidents and she smoothly reached the Anhua Tower. Before, it was like a dream. Until now, when she saw the emperor and the national tutor, she finally believed that the imperial family wasn't a normal imperial family. It was a group of cats. This concubine is willing to sign the blood contract. "I will never betray the imperial family." The third concubine, who would be called Prince Li's consort in the future, knelt down in front of the national tutor and stretched out a slender hand. The national tutor stood up and raised a finger. It floated above Prince Li's consort's wrist and made a cut in the air. A small wound appeared on the white wrist. A round bead of blood separated from the wound and floated in the national tutor's palm, spinning. Suyu's eyes widened. She seriously looked at this scene that only appeared in movies. So the national tutor wasn't pretending. He really had great magical powers. The translucent bead of blood spun in the air. Not long after, the national tutor's bamboo-like finger suddenly closed and then opened again. The bead of blood had disappeared. He made a complicated hand seal with one hand and pointed his index finger between Prince Li's consort's eyebrows. Princess Consort Li felt that something was suddenly pulled away, and something was poured back. Then it was quiet again. "It's done," the national tutor said lightly, then sat back down and looked at the kitten on the table without saying anything. Meow? The kitten didn't understand what the adults were talking about. It turned its head to look at whoever was talking. When it saw the national tutor's elegant wide sleeves return to the table, it was immediately attracted and reached out its paw to scratch again. "This is a secret of the royal family. You cannot tell anyone. Once you do, you will be killed." The national tutor repeated the rules as usual. Princess Consort Li respectfully agreed and naturally did not dare to have any objections. After the national tutor finished speaking, she hesitated for a moment and then asked tentatively, "May I ask, what will happen to the child in the future?" Once the sons of the Qinhuang family were settled, they would immediately be handed over to the empress for education. They were not allowed to leave the capital before they turned 20. Currently, there was no empress in the palace. Moreover, the sons of the Qinhuang family had the right to inherit, but the emperor himself did not have any children. Was he going to make her son the eldest imperial son? His Majesty the Emperor chewed on the spicy fish while looking at the kitten on the table. He reached out a finger and flicked the kitten's head. The kitten was not angry at being flicked. It turned its head to look at him in confusion. Seeing that he was chewing, it meowed at him. "This child will be the eldest imperial son. Zhen will announce it to the world tomorrow." His Majesty the Emperor swallowed the fish in his mouth and lowered his head to look at the kitten. Meow. The kitten was startled by the suddenly enlarged face. Then it smelled the freshness of the emperor's mouth. It twitched its little nose and moved over, licking the tip of the emperor's nose. And Hongchul suddenly sat up and snorted in confusion. "The eldest imperial son will be handed over to the emperor from today onwards. He will not see outsiders before he turns one." Prince Li picked up his son and waved it in front of Princess Consort Li. The freshly baked eldest imperial son was picked up by his father. He was not afraid and waved his 4 paws in confusion. "Wang Ye." Princess Consort Li was startled and quickly reached out to hold him. Meow. The kitten tilted its head in its mother's hand. Princess Consort Li looked at the little fur ball in her hand. At first, she was very scared and did not dare to hold the child. But Prince Li also did not let her touch him, so she was relieved. She really did not know how to face it. Now that the parting is imminent, she found out that even if it's a cat, it's still her child. She slowly put her face on the kitten's fur and gently rubbed it. Tears appeared in Princess Consort Li's eyes. "These days, it's mother's fault. I didn't hold you properly. If you miss the child, you can go to the palace to see him at any time." Prince Li didn't care. He patted Princess Consort Li and took his son to let her go back to the palace with the 2 concubines to rest. The imperial family still has business to discuss. After Princess Consort Li left, Prince Li, the national tutor, and His Majesty the Emperor looked at each other, and then looked at Suyu. Suyu is pressing his face on the table, looking at the kitten in the quilt with shining eyes, almost drooling. "This must be Xian Fei." Prince Li suddenly opened his mouth. When Suyu heard someone call him, he reluctantly tore his eyes away from the kitten. Only then did he remember that he and Prince Li haven't greeted each other. He hurriedly got up. "Suyu greets His Highness Prince Li. No need to be so polite, I am the Emperor's elder brother. Jingtang will be like the Emperor in the future. You can call me second brother." Prince Li said with a smile. His attitude was kind and friendly, just like a mature and prudent elder brother. Suyu blinked. This princely knows a lot, he even knows his courtesy name. The eldest prince will be raised in the North Pole Palace in the future. I heard that Jin Tang is now living in the North Pole Palace. My son will have to trouble you in the future. Princely picked up the kitten in the quilt and rubbed his chin with his stubbled chin. The kitten was very comfortable, so it turned its head and rubbed the top of its head against his father's chin. So long-winded. His Majesty the Emperor glared at Princely with dissatisfaction. He snatched the kitten and stuffed it into Suyu's arms. Suyu was stunned for a moment before he reacted. These people mean, this little kitten will be raised by him in the future. He carefully held the little fur ball in his hand. The kitten wasn't shy at all. It obediently squatted in his palm and looked at him curiously with a pair of big eyes. No trouble at all. Suyu tried to control the grin that wanted to go behind his ear. It's getting late. The national tutor couldn't stand it anymore. He got up and put the kitten on the quilt. Let's start. In order to give the child to the emperor to raise, the imperial family had to have a handover ceremony. They sent Li Wangfei away for this. The national tutor motioned for Suyu to stand further away and not disturb the little prince. Suyu obediently stood further away with the national tutor. Prince Li and the emperor stared at each other. A white light flashed and a big black and yellow cat and a golden cat that was smaller than him appeared on the small table at the same time. Prince Li was also black and yellow, but it wasn't the same as Prince Ling's. There wasn't any pattern on Uncle 17's body. Last time when he was rolling around, Suyu saw that Uncle 17's belly had spots like a mahjong tile. But Prince Li had symmetrical stripes all over his body. The big striped cat walked to the little kitten. The little kitten excitedly called out and went to his father's belly. Prince Li lowered his head and licked his son's head. He slowly smoothed out the messy fur on the kitten's head. His Majesty the Emperor slowly walked over and squatted down next to the father and son. Prince Li licked for a while, then pushed his son away and took a step back. Me? The little kitten was pushed away by his father and didn't understand. The golden cat went forward and licked the little kitten's head. The little kitten raised his head and saw a piece of golden fur. He slowly went over and sniffed it. Then, he happily went into the golden fur and rubbed against it. Suyu's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. This change of father was too quick, thus, the newly born eldest prince was carried back to the North Pole Palace by the emperor. The national tutor announced to the royal family that Prince Li's third son was blessed by his ancestors and had a pure bloodline. The emperor announced to the world that Prince Li's third son was the eldest prince. As soon as the news came out, the palace suddenly exploded. Several Jowie went to Xian Palace to inquire about the little prince's situation. The crown prince hasn't been appointed yet. Naturally, the emperor will raise him personally. The Empress Dowager said with a cold face. That year, before the Empress Dowager gave birth to the emperor, Prince Li was already the second prince. The retired emperor didn't give it to any of his concubines. Instead, he raised it by his side. When the emperor was born and she signed a blood contract, he threw all the kittens to her. But now Consort Xian lives in the North Pole Palace. Doesn't this child belong to Consort Xian? Jowie said anxiously. They were still planning to get promoted before the new year. They didn't expect to have a son so soon. Consort Xian has the highest status now. It's understandable for her to raise him. The Empress Dowager waved her hand and didn't want to talk about it anymore. She only warned the concubines not to meddle in other people's business and disturb the little prince. His Majesty the Emperor felt that it was very troublesome to have a delicate and weak furball by his side. Suyu was very happy. In the evening, after His Majesty the Emperor had dinner, he turned into a golden kitten and lay on the soft cushion to digest his food. His four paws faced the sky and he leisurely wagged his tail. The black and yellow furball stumbled over and stared at the big golden tail. Its glass-like eyes followed the tail as it swayed left and right. Then it lowered its body and rushed over to hug it. His Majesty the Emperor was startled. He glared at the reckless furball with a dark face. His Royal Highness the eldest prince didn't realize the danger at all and continued to chase after the big tail in high spirits. At this time, Suyu came over with a small jade bowl and sat down on the soft cushion with a smile. It's time to eat. His Majesty the Emperor raised his head and looked at the fish paste in the jade bowl that was clearly not for him to eat. His face turned even darker. Children loved to sleep. Although the eldest prince looked like a kitten now, he was also a baby who had just turned 1 month old. When they were eating, the child was still sleeping. So you didn't have the heart to wake him up. So you asked Prince Li and Wang Gonggong in detail. This child didn't need to drink milk. He could eat soft fish and prawns, and even vegetables and fruits. Therefore, Suyu cooked the fish and mashed it. He added some soup made from fresh prawns and added some seafood soy sauce. The taste wasn't very strong and was easy to chew. Meow, meow. The kitten, who had just caught a big tail, smelled the food. It immediately dropped its tail and turned to meow at Suyu. Suyu took a small jade spoon that was as small as a teaspoon and scooped up a spoonful of fish paste. He blew on it and fed it to the kitten. The kitten's small black mouth immediately opened. It put the fish meat into its mouth and chewed quickly. There were only a few teeth in its small mouth, but the meat paste was very fragmented. It didn't need to chew much. It tossed it around in its mouth and swallowed it. Looking at the small kitten sitting obediently with its head raised and waiting to be fed, Suyu couldn't help but smile. He scooped up another spoonful. The emperor, who was lying on his back, couldn't watch it anymore. He turned over and jumped up. He pushed away the black and yellow fur ball and fed the small jade spoon to the golden kitten's mouth. Suyu blinked. The jade spoon stopped in the air. The emperor glared at him. Stupid slave. Feeding the prince like this will spoil him. Quickly put down the bowl and come over to rub my belly. Your Majesty also wants to try it? The jade spoon paused for a moment. It continued to move forward and directly fed the golden kitten. The emperor's eyes widened even more with a mouthful of fish in his mouth. Is it delicious? Suyu smiled. Looking at the golden kitten's puffy cheeks, he felt that it was really cute. He couldn't help but lean over and kiss its furry face. Me? His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, was pushed away by the big cat. He somersaulted on the soft cushion and got up in confusion. When he saw Suyu kissing the emperor, he followed suit. He stood up on the front legs of the golden kitten and sniffed it. There was the smell of fish paste and furry, and the little fur ball was immediately happy. It stuck out its little tongue and licked His Majesty's beard, and then licked the corner of his mouth, licking away a small piece of fish residue. Damn it, the golden cat stiffened and pursed its slightly red ears. It tilted its body in disdain and looked at the little thing from the corner of its eyes. Me? The little fur ball clung onto his neck and tilted its head to look at him. Ha 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 ha. Suyu couldn't help but laugh out loud. He weighed the jade spoon and successfully diverted the little cat's attention, saving the emperor from being pestered by his son. His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, hadn't eaten anything since they went to Onwa Tower for the appraisal at noon. Now that he had a bite, he immediately felt hungry. He hurriedly swallowed a spoonful of fish and impatiently clawed at Suyu's hand. His little furry head almost reached into the bowl. Suyu saw that he was hungry and didn't have time to feed him. He put down the small bowl and let him eat by himself. This is indeed easier to raise than a normal child. Suyu lay on the soft cushion and watched the little cat wolf down the food. His Majesty had turned back into his human form at some point and was lying next to Suyu. He raised a finger and poked the little furry head. The little cat, who was happily eating, suddenly stumbled. Its mouth was stained with fish, and it raised its head in a daze. So stupid. This was the emperor's first evaluation of his eldest son. When it was time to sleep, Suyu found that the big cat didn't like the little cat. He was a bit distressed. He looked at the big cat who was sprawled out on the dragon bed and then looked at the small cradle by the bed. In order to fool people, the cradle was made like a normal baby's. It was fixed on both sides and couldn't really be shaken. There was a soft blanket inside and a small pillow was put in a pretense. Suyu put the little fur ball in the cradle and covered it with a small blanket. Then, he climbed onto the dragon bed. His Majesty narrowed his eyes and stared at Suyu. He was thinking that if this stupid slave dared to bring the stupid thing to the bed, he would have to talk to them about the family rules. In the end, the stupid slave put the child in the cradle and took the initiative to take off his clothes and climb to his side. The emperor was very satisfied with Suyu's understanding of the situation. He raised his hand and pulled him into his arms. "Oh, Emperor, don't." Suyu had just laid down on the bed when a pair of slender arms wrapped around him and pulled him over. Without another word, the person began to tear off his inner clothes. "Me?" His Royal Highness, the eldest son, finally got out of the blanket and stood up by the edge of the cradle. He curiously looked at the two people on the bed. Suyu gasped for breath and looked outside. When he met a pair of clear eyes, he immediately stiffened. In front of the child, it didn't seem good, and Hongchul naturally noticed Suyu's discomfort. He slightly frowned and followed his gaze. "Meow," seeing its new father look over, the little cat happily called out to him and excitedly jumped out. The cradle was 3 feet off the ground. If the little cat fell down, it would definitely be injured. Newborn calves were not afraid of tigers. The little furball didn't realize the danger at all. It clung to the edge of the cradle and climbed up. Suddenly, its paw slipped and half of its body fell out of the cradle. Suyu was scared witless. He pushed the emperor away and reached out to pick up the little cat that was hanging on the cradle. "Emperor, the child is too young. He still needs to sleep on the bed." Suyu discussed with the cat. His Majesty the Emperor snorted. How could he be so delicate? When he was young, his imperial father threw him onto a soft cushion. Not to mention covering him with a blanket, he also threw Prince Jing, who was about the same age as him, over there. The two of them had to fight. Whoever lost would have to be a heater and give the other one his belly. Although that was the case, Suyu still felt that it was too cruel to throw a 1-month-old child onto a cold, soft cushion to fend for himself. In the end, Suyu used 3 steamers of seafood soup dumplings in exchange for the right to sleep on the bed with His Highness the Crown Prince. The emperor had always wanted to eat seafood soup dumplings, but it was very troublesome to make. Suyu had been tossed around at night recently, so he didn't have time to make such a time-consuming breakfast in the morning. His Majesty the Emperor thought that he would be able to eat delicious soup dumplings tomorrow, and his mood improved. Then he remembered that this stupid slave was only willing to do it for the furball, so he immediately became unhappy. At this time, the little furball, who was excitedly exploring the bed, climbed onto the pillow. Phew! And Hongchul fiercely blew at the little cat that was trying to get close to him. The little cat's head was blown into a mess and one of its soft little ears was blown over. Meow? His Highness the Crown Prince used his back paw to stare at the little cat's ear. His legs were a bit short and he couldn't reach the ear, so he used all his strength to pull. His Majesty the Emperor slightly frowned. He felt that this son seemed to be even more stupid than his younger brother. He lightly snorted, took the stupid slave into his arms, and closed his eyes to sleep. He decided not to argue with such a stupid son for the time being. The moon was high in the sky, and the imperial palace fell into silence. However, the North Pole Palace was not quiet. Meow, meow. The soft meowing of the cat was endless. Suyu drowsily opened his eyes. With the help of the moonlight, he saw the black and yellow kitten lying alone on the bed. From time to time, it would meow, look around, and then meow again. It was the first day that he left his father, so he was still not used to it. Suyu immediately felt distressed. He reached out and picked up the little fur ball, put it on the bed, and let the little cat lean on his body. He stroked its fur. Meow. Feeling the warmth of his body, the little cat immediately stopped meowing. His Majesty the Emperor was naturally also awakened. He clearly saw Suyu's series of actions with his night vision. He watched as the little furball was stroked back and forth by Suyu. He only felt the veins on his forehead begin to bulge. A white light flashed, and a golden kitten suddenly appeared. It squeezed away the little furball that was hugging Suyu's fingers and acting spoiled. Suyu looked at the emperor's actions with amusement. He quickly put his hand on the cat's body and stroked the smooth golden fur. The fur on the child's body was thin and soft, so he didn't dare to touch it. However, His Majesty the Emperor was different. The glossy golden fur felt very good to the touch. Suyu wasn't the only one who liked this fur. His Highness the Crown Prince also liked it. As soon as the golden fur appeared, he couldn't wait to dive into it. It was warm and soft. It was his father's fur. His Majesty the Emperor slowly lowered his head and looked at the little fur ball on his body. He narrowed his eyes dangerously. He stared for a while, but the little thing didn't seem to be afraid. He raised his paw and poked at it. He found that the little cat that was so nervous just now had already fallen asleep. He waved his paw and bared his teeth in disgust. In the end, he didn't push it away. In the dead of night, Suyu habitually woke up in the middle of the night. He hurriedly looked under the blankets, afraid that the cat would be unhappy and throw the little cat onto the soft mattress to fend for itself. He slowly lifted the blankets. He saw that the back of the small golden kitten was pressed against Suyu's chest. Its two front paws were hugging a black and yellow fur ball. Perhaps it was awakened by Suyu's cold wind. It opened its eyes in a daze and looked around. It yawned, pulled the little cat closer to its chest, licked the fur ball, and fell asleep again. Suyu looked at the Emperor's movements and couldn't help but curl his lips. This guy was really awkward. He raised his hand and pulled the father and son into his arms. He stroked the Emperor who was sleeping warmly. According to the imperial rules, all the sons of this generation would be titled as princes and counted as the Emperor's children. They would be raised in the palace to protect the young kittens and prevent secrets from being leaked. The imperial concubines in the palace, no matter if they gave birth to ordinary or noble children, would be ranked together. However, the ordinary children of the imperial concubines still didn't have the right to inherit. At most, they would be given the title of Junwang when they grew up, just like Princess Mu who always schemed against him. Perhaps they would never understand why they couldn't inherit the throne. Suyu shrank down and kissed the Emperor's furry head. Compared to his imperial uncles and princely, the Emperor's figure was still a kitten. It was unreliable to let a kitten raise a little kitten. Master Cat still needed someone to dote on him. Thinking of this, he felt his heart ache again. The next day, Suyu got up early and wrapped the father and son who were still sleeping soundly in the quilt. He ran to the kitchen to make seafood soup dumplings. Suyu wasn't good at making pastries. This seafood soup dumpling was one of the few things he knew how to make. However, the kneading and rolling of the dough were still handed over to the palace maids who helped cook. He only prepared the filling. The sea cucumber was shredded and fried until it was fragrant. The fresh shrimp was blanched and the meat was peeled off. He added dried bamboo shoots and shiitake mushrooms into the soup that he had made the night before and mixed it with enough seasoning. After making the filling and the skin, Suyu wrapped one himself. It didn't look good, so he gave it to the palace maids to wrap and he went to cook porridge. It was better to eat porridge for the fragrant seafood soup dumplings. Suyu cooked a pot of porridge and mixed it with 2 cold dishes. After the dumplings were steamed, Suyu returned to the North Pole Palace. He saw that the Emperor had already gotten up. Wang Gonggong helped him quietly get dressed. On the dragon bed, a black and yellow fur ball was still sleeping soundly under the quilt. The steamed buns are ready. Eat 2 before you go to court. Suyu pulled Uncle Cat to the table and opened the lid of the steamer. Steaming hot soup dumplings appeared in front of him. This steamed bun was wrapped in rice skin. The thin, translucent skin was wrapped in bright-colored fillings. Through the thin skin, one could see the bright red shrimp meat and marinated sea cucumber mushrooms. His Majesty picked one up and stuffed it into his mouth. The fragrant and rich soup immediately overflowed. Oh! He immediately frowned and swallowed the bun in 2 or 3 bites. What's wrong? Suyu saw that the Emperor's expression wasn't right and hurriedly went over to take a look. And Hongchul opened his mouth and sucked in a breath of cold air. He glared fiercely at Suyu. Are you trying to burn me to death? The soup of the soup dumplings was very hot for the Emperor's cat tongue. Although he was not like ordinary cats who could not eat hot food, he was still more sensitive than ordinary people. Scalded? Let me take a look. Suyu hurriedly pinched the Emperor's chin to take a look and blew on his pink tongue. His Majesty stretched out his tongue and let him blow. The cool breeze carried a faint peppermint fragrance. It very well relieved the pain on the tip of his tongue and gradually dyed his ears red. Humph, seeing that this stupid slave was so attentive, he would not bicker with him for carrying his stupid son to bed last night. After eating a steamer of steamed buns, His Majesty was still not full. However, it was time, so he had to get up and go to court. He would continue eating when he came back. Before he left, His Majesty looked back at the little furball on the dragon bed and then looked at Suyu. He slightly narrowed his eyes. Remember to bring him to Mother Empress to see. Suyu patted his head. If he didn't mention it, he would have forgotten. No matter what, this was the eldest prince. Today, he would announce the imperial edict to the world. Before that, he had to let the Empress Dowager see him. Son, get up. After sending off the emperor, Suyu quickly walked back to the bedroom. He threw himself onto the bed and accurately buried his nose in a pile of fluff. Me? The eldest prince opened his eyes in a daze. He stretched out a small paw to press on Suyu's nose and opened his mouth to yawn. His pink paw was only the size of a fingertip and had a milky fragrance. It was warm and soft. Suyu couldn't help but give him a kiss. He picked up the little furball and put it in his arms. When he made the soup dumplings in the morning, he deliberately left a few shrimp for his son to make breakfast. The cooked shrimp meat was chopped and simmered in the soup dumpling stock until it became a delicious shrimp paste. After the eldest prince was full, Suyu wrapped him in a small blanket and carried him to Xianxia Palace. He sent someone to report to the Empress Dowager in advance. The Empress Dowager quickly sent away a few imperial concubines who came to pay respects. Oh, I didn't expect to have a little prince so soon. The Empress Dowager was very happy. She picked up the basket and wanted to make some toys for her eldest grandson. She said to Aunt Lin, "There are still a lot of snow eagle feathers left from last time. Weave a small blanket." On the other side, the atmosphere in the imperial court was very tense. When Princely came to the capital, he naturally had to attend the imperial court. Every year before the full tribute festival, many princes would come to the capital. The officials were very nervous. They were afraid that these princes, who held a large number of troops, would cause a storm, especially Princely. As the oldest son of this generation, Princely was always calm and reliable. Even if he left the capital for a year, he still knew the news in the capital like the back of his hand. The emperor hasn't had an heir yet. Appointing a prince as the eldest prince is not in line with the etiquette. The emperor just announced the result of the national tutor's judgment of Princely's third son. Some ministers raised objections. Although each generation of emperors would appoint many princes as princes, most of the crown prince was still the emperor's own son. It was rare for the current emperor to only favor a male concubine and appoint the eldest prince without an heir. The courtiers were worried that if this went on, the crown prince would be chosen by a prince. Princely glanced at the courtiers, who spoke with conviction, and said slowly, "I heard that Li Daren's concubine recently gave birth to a concubine's eldest son for Li Daren. Presumably, Li Daren has been very happy recently." Li Daren, who came out to oppose, suddenly turned pale. He didn't have a legitimate son, but he had a concubine's eldest son first. Although this kind of thing was not a big mistake, it was not good. His virtue was not good, so he didn't have the face to say anything bad about the imperial family. He could only shut his mouth. His Royal Highness King Zhao stood at the bottom of the jade stairs and silently watched Princely expose the shortcomings of those courtiers. Wang Daren's family newly bought a garden. Zhang Daren had a mistress 2 days ago. Those courtiers who were full of benevolence and righteousness were speechless. Prince Zhao only started to enter the court a year ago. He didn't see his second imperial brother in the court before, so he felt strange. After the court, His Royal Highness King Zhao asked the emperor with difficulty, "Second imperial brother is so capable, why don't you keep him in the capital?" His Majesty glanced at his younger brother and was too lazy to pay attention to him. It just so happened that Suyu was holding the eldest prince to accompany the emperor to review the memorials. His Majesty threw his son to his younger brother and let him go talk to Princely. He also threw his stupid son to Princely for a while. "Me?" His Royal Highness King Zhao squatted on a fat hand and looked at His Royal Highness King Zhao with his head tilted. He found that the face in front of him had the same shape no matter when he looked at it straight or crooked. He felt strange. When his stupid younger brother left with his stupid son, His Majesty reached out and pulled the stupid slave cushion over. What did Imperial Mother say? The Empress Dowager liked it very much. She said that she wanted to keep the child in Xianxia Palace. Suyu answered honestly. Today, the Empress Dowager held the kitten and didn't let go. She said that the child looked exactly the same as Princely when he was young. They were both so well behaved. Then why didn't you keep him in Xian Palace? His Majesty frowned. Didn't you want to show him to the two imperial uncles? Suyu blinked. Yesterday, the emperor said that he would invite Prince Ling and Prince Su to the North Pole Palace to see the child. That was why he refused the Empress Dowager's request to keep the child. His Majesty. His Royal Highness King Zhao held his eldest son and searched for a long time. Finally, he found the big black and yellow striped cat by the pond in the imperial garden. At this moment, His Royal Highness Princely was sitting in the middle of a group of wild cats, seriously chatting. Since the election, the emperor has only favored imperial concubine Xian. She used to go to Yishao Palace every night. Later, he simply let imperial concubine Xian live in the North Pole Palace. He didn't even need to summon her. The big yellow wild cat said while eating the koi fish that Princely had just fished out of the pond. You know quite a lot. Princely used his hind paws to kick his ears. This wild cat's words sounded like a cat that had read a lot of books. I heard concubine to talk about it. The tricolored female cat quickly said. She was already full, but she didn't eat the raw fish. Instead, she looked at Princely with shining eyes. His glossy fur, his strong body, and the symmetrical perfect stripes on his face, he was really handsome. There is always a strange sound in the North Pole Palace at night. The emperor always seems to bite imperial concubine Xian, and imperial concubine Xian will make a sound. The cat that often slept on the roof of the North Pole Palace said. The other cats also echoed. Imperial concubine Xian's cooking is very fragrant. We have all smelled it. Those two big tabby cats often go to the kitchen to steal food. They seem to be like you. We don't dare to go near them. The stray cats were all talking at once, with one sentence after another. Princely shook his tail. He understood that the wild cats were talking about Uncle 17 and Uncle 13. He couldn't help but curl his lips. And then, will they be beaten by the emperor if they steal food? Of course, the tricolored female cat said. But they are not afraid of the emperor. They will steal food. His Royal Highness King Zhao looked at the situation in front of him. The corner of his mouth twitched. He hesitated whether he should go forward or not. Meow, the kitten in his palm saw Princely and stretched out its neck to call out softly. Kingly and a few stray cats turned around together. The stray cats were a little nervous when they saw people. They shrank their necks and were ready to run away. Don't be afraid, he's my younger brother. Kingly waved his paw and said to His Royal Highness King Zhao, Hong Kuei, I was wondering why you didn't talk to me since yesterday. It turns out that you've changed your teeth. What's there to be shy about? Second brother. His Royal Highness King Zhao greeted him with a smile, then shut his mouth and stopped talking. He's the kitten that lost its teeth? The yellow cat finished eating the koi and looked up at Prince Zhao. Suddenly, it lay on the ground and laughed with its four paws facing the sky. You're already so old, yet you're still growing your teeth. Ha 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 ha, the other wild cats also laughed. His Royal Highness King Zhao handed the kitten in his hand to Kingly, wondering if he should leave first. It was bad enough to embarrass himself in front of his own family, but now he had to embarrass himself in front of a stray cat. I heard you got a new big red mouse. Li Wang didn't laugh at him, but asked about something else. Was it snatched away by the emperor? Let second brother see it. Prince Zhao's mouth twitched. He seemed to understand why he didn't leave Li Wang in the capital. The striped cat stretched out its paw to take its son, licked him twice, carried him on its back, and continued to excitedly ask the wild cats for information. Me? His Royal Highness the eldest prince found himself on the back of the big cat. He curiously crawled 2 steps, pressed his 2 paws on Li Wang's head, and looked down with his ears propped up. Li Wang sat motionless, letting the kitten climb up and down on his body. Come and tell me about the cat voodoo. Was it the spotted black and yellow cat that was caught, or the black and white cat? So you didn't know that he said something wrong again? The cat was inexplicably unhappy again. If the cat was unhappy, he would be unlucky. In the morning, he reminded Suyu to bring the eldest prince to the Empress Dowager, because he expected that the Empress Dowager wouldn't be able to resist keeping the kitten. Who knew that this stupid slave would refuse? His Majesty the Emperor caught Suyu, who was still in a daze, and fiercely bit him. Don't bite there, hey! Suyu saw the Emperor biting his neck again, and hurriedly dodged. Unexpectedly, this dodging made the tender meat under his neck available. His Majesty the Emperor naturally bit him without hesitation. Hua la, the memorials on the table were swept to the ground, turning into a smooth chopping board. His Majesty the Emperor pressed the fish on the chopping board, peeled off the complicated cloves, and revealed the fresh and tender fish meat. He took out the cream, and evenly smeared it on the fish meat. Suyu lay on the hard table, his body uncontrollably bouncing, like a fish on the chopping board waiting to be slaughtered. He could only struggle for a moment, and then he was eaten by the ferocious cat. His Majesty the Emperor looked at the fish that had turned pink under him and snorted softly. This stupid slave, I haven't done much and it has become like this. It is obviously seducing me. Last night, I was disturbed by my stupid son. Now, I must miss me very much. As a considerate master, he naturally has to satisfy his stupid slave well. Thus, he unceremoniously rushed in. Suyu, who was originally only used as a cushion, was pressed down in the imperial study for the entire morning. As a result, the Emperor's memorials were not approved, and lunch was not made. When His Majesty the Emperor finally calmed down, it was already time to eat. Suyu was limp on the table, and he didn't even have the strength to get up. Your Majesty, it's time to eat. Wang Gonggong dutifully reminded him outside the door, but he had no intention of coming in. His Majesty the Emperor got up from Suyu's body, and conveniently picked him up as well. He nestled in the dragon chair and licked for a while. Suyu yawned, Your Majesty, go eat. I'm going back to sleep for a while. His Majesty the Emperor hooked the corner of his mouth. Was he acting coquettishly with him? Really, just directly say that you don't have the strength and want him to feed you. Beating around the bush like this really gave him a headache. Thinking like this, and Hongchul raised his head and said to Wang Gonggong outside the door, Put the food in the North Pole Palace. Lunch was not made by Suyu, but the Emperor was in a good mood, so he was not picky. After eating, he hugged Suyu and took a nap on the soft cushion in the North Pole Palace. When he woke up, he went to approve memorials. Suyu slept until the sun set. Originally, he was going to Anhua Tower to discuss with the national tutor about the sacrificial dishes, but this was delayed again. Suyu got up and rubbed his sore waist. In the evening, the imperial uncles would come to see the eldest imperial son, so he had to make some delicious food to entertain the elders. October was the time when crabs were fat and plump. Crabs accounted for more than half of the ingredients sent today, so Suyu simply made spicy crabs. As the weather turned cold, the family gathered together to eat spicy crabs. After eating, they could use the soup base to make hot pot. What smell is so fragrant? When Prince Ling stepped into the North Pole Palace, he was stopped in his tracks by the rich fragrance. Useless. Su Wang raised his hand and slapped the back of his younger brother's head. He walked in with firm steps and sat in front of the table. Taking a deep breath, he said, It smells like crab. As he said this, Prince Li walked in with the eldest imperial son in his arms, followed by His Royal Highness King Zhao, who looked listless. Hong Quan, what's wrong? Did your second brother bully you? Prince Ling rubbed the little fatty's head. Prince Li didn't care about the imperial uncles saying that he bullied his younger brother. He very steadily held the little fatty and bowed to the two imperial uncles, Greetings to 13th uncle, 17th uncle. This is the eldest imperial son, right? Prince Su solemnly stared at the little furry head that popped out of Prince Li's lapel for a long time. He slowly reached out and picked up the kitten. Meow, the black and yellow kitten kicked its four paws and looked at the cold-faced person in front of it with a slightly frightened expression. Prince Su put the kitten in the palm of his hand and quietly looked at it for a moment. He expressionlessly said, Call me Grandpa. Meow? The kitten shrunk its neck and didn't understand. Don't scare him. Prince Ling slapped his brother and smiled. He moved closer and touched the kitten's ear with the tip of his nose. Meow, I'm Grandpa 17th. Don't mind this Grandpa. He's a bad guy. He'll steal your fish paste to eat. Meow, the kitten was tickled. It twisted its small body and turned its head to lick Prince Ling's nose. What de Mao? Don't call me that. Prince Su raised his hand and slapped his brother back. He moved the kitten away and didn't let him touch it. Prince Li saw the dispute between the two imperial uncles, but he didn't intervene. He sat at the table and slowly drank tea. After Prince Ling was scolded by his brother, he sat down angrily. Then he solemnly said, Uncle 17th, I heard that you were caught as a cat venomous insect. Your nephew was very worried. Did you get hurt? When Prince Ling heard this, he immediately pulled a long face. The South Sea isn't peaceful now. Don't always come to the capital if you don't have anything to do. Go back quickly after the sacrifice. The sea monsters are in the East Sea. The South Sea isn't a big problem now, Prince Li said without changing his expression. Your nephew heard that you got something called chili. What? Prince Ling looked at him vigilantly. This fragrance must be from the food made with chili. Prince Li took a deep breath. The smell of spicy crab became stronger. Uncle 17th, why didn't you send me some good things? Father will be sad to see you being so biased. Blue veins appeared on Prince Ling's forehead when he heard this. This has nothing to do with fifth brother. Then tell me, what's the deal with the cat venomous insect? Prince Li asked with a sincere face. Prince Ling quietly looked at Prince Li and slightly narrowed his eyes. His Royal Highness King Zhao, who was secretly gnawing on a crab stick, moved back slightly. When Suyu came in with a large basin of spicy crab, the entire dining hall was in a mess. His Majesty, who had finished dealing with political affairs, came over and saw Suyu standing outside the dining hall with a large basin in a daze. He lifted his chin and Wang Gonggong hurriedly went forward to take the heavy basin. Why are you standing here? And Hongchul walked to Suyu's side and saw that he was still in a daze. He slightly frowned and turned to look at the hall. His face immediately darkened. Two black and yellow cats were fighting on the table. The striped cat was biting the spotted cat's tail, and the spotted cat was using its hind paws to kick the striped cat's chin. The black and white cat was playing with the kitten on the carpet. The kitten loved the fluffy black and white tail and held it tightly. Only His Royal Highness King Zhao was decent. He sat in the corner in his human form and quietly gnawed on a crab stick. Wang Gonggong walked in without looking sideways and placed the plate of spicy crab in the center of the table. The fragrant smell immediately filled the dining hall. The two big cats, who were in the middle of everyone, raised their heads. The big striped cat had never seen spicy crab before and wanted to see what it was. Seeing this, Prince Ling quickly kicked him off the table. Prince Li was startled, and he quickly bit the tail by his mouth. Meow. Uncle 17, who was feeling proud of himself, was suddenly grabbed by the tail. He hurriedly waved his paws, but he didn't catch anything and fell straight off the table. The two black and yellow striped cats fell into a ball and rolled over to Su Wang's side. The big black and white cat raised his paw to block the big fur ball that rolled over and protected the small fur ball that was still waving its tail behind him. Uncle 17, a sneak attack is not the conduct of a gentleman. Prince Li got up and spat out a mouthful of fur. You dare to attack your uncle, and you still call yourself a gentleman. Prince Ling rubbed his bitten tail and bared his teeth, ready to pounce again. Both of you, shut up. Prince Su slapped the two big cat heads. Don't you think it's embarrassing enough? The two big cats turned their heads and saw the disdainful emperor and the dumbfounded consort Su. It seems that imperial uncles and imperial brothers don't want to eat spicy crab. The emperor raised his hand and grabbed Suyu's waist. Wang Fuhai, bring the plate and return to the North Pole Palace. Wait. His Imperial Highness King Zhao, who was sitting in the corner, quickly stood up. Hearing this, Prince Ling immediately turned around and scurried onto the table, baring his teeth at Wang Gonggong who was trying to get close. With a flash of white light, Prince Li turned into his human form and wore a black and yellow wide-sleeved robe. He picked up the prince's uniform that was scattered on the ground and quickly hid in the inner room. Not long after, he walked out neatly dressed and saluted without changing his expression. Greetings, Your Majesty. Long live the Emperor. Suyu, after the commotion, the princes finally put on their clothes and sat at the table again. The Emperor's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. He really didn't want to admit that these guys were his royal uncles and brothers. His Highness the Crown Prince squatted on Prince Su's shoulder, looked back and forth, and then called out to Suyu in a soft voice. "Demao, you don't want Grandpa anymore after seeing Consort Xian." Prince Ling leaned over and rubbed his nose against the kitten's, but the kitten pushed him away in disdain. What did 17th uncle call him? Suyu didn't hear clearly and turned to ask the emperor. The emperor glanced at Prince Ling. "Don't pay attention to him." He reached out and picked up a crab claw from the basin and began to eat. The spicy crabs that Suyu made had always been chopped. The crab legs and pincers were scattered all over the basin. Suyu scooped up a spoonful of crab paste and gave it to the emperor. Then he took the kitten, who kept jumping towards him, and put him on the table. He picked up a bit of crab meat and tore it up for him to eat. The emperor raised his eyebrows and looked at the bright crab paste in the bowl, then looked at the red marks on Suyu's neck. His eyes couldn't help but darken. Was this stupid servant hinting at something? Could it be that he still hadn't satisfied him today? And Hongchul ate the sweet and fragrant crab paste in one bite. He licked the corner of his lips. He had to find a way to throw his stupid son out tonight. The basin full of spicy crabs was bright red and shiny. The thick soup base was covered with all kinds of side dishes, and a layer of sesame seeds was casually sprinkled on top. It looked very appetizing. When Prince Ling saw that the kitten was taken away, he didn't say anything and began to focus on eating the crabs. His Highness Prince Su, who didn't like to talk much, hadn't said a word since he sat down. He had been expressionlessly dismantling the crab shell. "This is a dish made with chili?" Prince Ling curiously picked up a crab leg and tried to discuss the uniqueness of the chili with everyone. He looked around, but found that no one answered him. He coughed lightly and put the crab leg into his mouth. The fresh and rich soup, coupled with the unique flavor of the chili, exploded at the tip of his tongue. It was an indescribable delicacy. Prince Ling couldn't help but widen his eyes. He quickly sucked up the spicy oil on the crab leg and bit off the hard shell. The white and tender crab meat inside was revealed. The crab meat wasn't soaked in the spicy oil, so the freshness and sweetness of the crab meat was still intact. It was just that the spiciness of the shell remained in his mouth. When he bit into the crab meat, he had the illusion that the crab meat also had a spicy flavor. The basin full of spicy crabs was quickly swept clean. His Majesty, who hadn't eaten enough, was suddenly unhappy. There were many side dishes in the soup base. The side dishes that had been stir-fried before were stewed in the spicy crab broth. They didn't taste any worse than the crab meat. Suyu scooped a few spoonfuls of side dishes and crab soup, mixed them well with the white rice, and handed it to His Majesty. And Hongchul snorted and enjoyed the service of the stupid slave with a clear conscience. He took the jade bowl and ate the rice in 2 or 3 bites. His face finally looked better. Meow. His Royal Highness saw it. He grabbed Suyu's hand and wanted to eat. Suyu didn't dare to give the child spicy food, so he coaxed him to eat some white rice mixed with crab meat. When the other princes saw this, they followed suit and ate a few bowls of rice with the soup base. They ate a basin full of dishes. Suyu looked at His Majesty, who seemed to have eaten too much, and didn't mention the hot pot with soup. Prince Ling ate 3 bowls of rice in a row, and then he put down the bowl and chopsticks. "Jin Tang, how is this spicy crab made?" "It's sold in Xianmantang. If you want to eat it, go buy it yourself." Before Suyu could speak, His Majesty the Emperor spoke first. He didn't want to let Suyu talk to Prince Ling anymore. Xianmantang. Prince Ling thought for a bit. Yesterday, he heard about Xianmantang from a civet cat. It was said that Prince Zhao opened it. So he turned his gaze to Prince Zhao, who was covering his mouth. "Hong Chuan, come, second brother wants to discuss something with you." As he said this, he dragged His Royal Highness King Zhao out of the dining hall. "You too." His Majesty the Emperor turned to look at his 2 uncles, ready to chase the cats away. Since Suyu found out his true identity, the 2 uncles didn't care anymore. After eating, they turned into big cats to play with the eldest prince. The eldest prince loved Prince Su's big black and white tail very much. He hugged it and didn't want to let go. "Your Majesty, can you lend Demao to us to play with tonight?" "Ah, no, take care of it for one night?" Prince Ling sat behind the kitten. Taking advantage of its unpreparedness, he scooped it up and rolled it on the carpet with him. His Majesty the Emperor, who was about to throw a tantrum, froze. He coldly snorted, "Prince is young, I definitely won't let him be wronged." The big black and white cat raised its paw and gave its younger brother a slap. It snatched the kitten over and licked its messy fur. The little furball liked this rolling game very much. It crawled out from under Prince Su's belly and pounced on the big black and yellow cat lying on its back. Its meaning was very clear. It wanted to do it again. Prince Ling took the opportunity to bite the back of the kitten's neck. He stood up and ran. Prince Su glanced at the emperor and ran after him. Before Su could react, his son had already disappeared. "Your Majesty, where did they take the child?" "Don't worry about them, His Majesty." The emperor's face was cold, but his thin lips couldn't help but slightly tilt. He picked up Suyu. "Let's talk about the spoon of crab paste you gave Zhen." "Ah? Crab paste?" Suyu blinked. He was carried back to the North Palace by the emperor in confusion and thrown onto the dragon bed. As the full feast festival approached, the Qinhuang were all living in the palace. The palace was rarely lively for a few days. The Empress Dowager was very happy to see Li Wang and chatted with him for half a day. Li Wang also very patiently chatted with the Empress Dowager. "You're still the most filial. His Majesty and Hongwen don't have the patience to listen to Aijia," the Empress Dowager said as she sewed the cloth rat. "Son misses Muhu every day in the South Sea and has a belly full of things to say to Muhu." Li Wang sat next to the Empress Dowager and looked earnestly at the cloth rat in the Empress Dowager's hand. "Can you sew one with fur?" In the blink of an eye, it was the 10th of the 10th month. On this day, the entire country celebrated. It was the autumn harvest season. This year, the weather in De'an was still good. The common people had harvested a full warehouse of grain. Joyous families gathered together and ate a big meal to celebrate this year's harvest and pray for a good year in the coming year. The imperial house had to prepare for the sacrifice. Today, there was no need to go to court. It was rare that the emperor could sleep in. So you had to get up early to prepare the sacrifice for the evening. His Majesty the Emperor raised a hand to pull the person next to him into his arms, but it was empty. He blearily opened his eyes and saw Suyu standing by the bed dressing. He frowned with dissatisfaction. "There's no court today, what are you getting up for?" Not going to court meant that the emperor didn't have to eat the morning meal. Suyu didn't have to get up so early. "I have to prepare the sacrifice." Suyu bent down and stroked the sleeping cat granduncle's handsome face. He couldn't resist kissing it. "You sleep." His Majesty the Emperor grabbed the back of his neck and pulled him down to the bed, pressing him under his body. "You're not allowed to go. Sleep with Zhen." "Oh." Suyu stumbled and fell on the bed. He helplessly pushed the big head on his chest. "Don't make trouble. The national tutor is still waiting for me at Anhua Tower." "Me?" The little cat that was squeezed between the pillows was awakened and stumbled out. Suyu coaxed the cat a bit and struggled to get up. He stuffed the little fur ball into the emperor's arms. "I'll be back at noon. You two don't fight." After that, he hurried out the door. His Majesty the Emperor pinched his son and rubbed his slightly itchy nose. Then he raised the little fur ball in front of his eyes and stared at it for a moment. He snorted, stuffed it under the covers, and went back to sleep. The Eastern Sea sent a few fresh fish that needed to be killed quickly. The smoked fish and fish balls that were frozen in the freezer needed to be taken out and defrosted. The dried fins of the ing fish needed to be soaked in advance and used to make shark fin soup at night. There were many things to do in the morning. Suyu was so busy that his feet didn't touch the ground. Naturally, he didn't have time to take care of his son. His Majesty the Emperor looked around, but he couldn't find the figures of his brothers and uncles. He could only carry his eldest son to the imperial study to read the memorials. Prime Minister Liu had been very capable recently. He had dealt with all the unimportant memorials. Coincidentally, his brothers and uncles were all there these days, so the emperor often threw his son to them to play with. He used the excuse that "it's rare that my son isn't around" to fool around with Suyu. As a result, the memorials that could have been approved on a normal day were piled up for several days. Today was the Manchuria festival, so there weren't any important memorials. Most of them were memorials from various officials, congratulating Den on the good weather this year, greeting the national tutor, and reporting on how much grain each province could contribute this year. There weren't any important memorials, but they had to be read. And Hongchul was bored to death. He put his son on the table, took out the memorials, and began to read them. After reading one, he put it next to the eldest prince and let him hold it with his paws. The kitten had just turned 1 month old, so he didn't listen to him. He jumped on the memorials that were bigger than him, then stuck his butt out and sharpened his paws against the edge of the memorials. The emperor tapped the kitten's furry butt with a pen. The kitten immediately turned around and looked at him in confusion. So stupid. And Hongchul curled his lips. He felt that his eldest son looked a little silly, just like his younger brother when he was young. He didn't know how to fight back when he was beaten. After quickly approving a pile of memorials, the emperor paused when he saw Prince Jing's memorial. Prince Jing lived in the East Sea, and it only took a few days to get to the capital by boat. In previous years, Prince Li, who lived far away, didn't necessarily come to the Manchuria festival, but this guy would never be absent. However, he couldn't come this year. There were endless sea monsters in the East Sea. According to the memorial, they had found a mackerel and a thin mackerel recently. However, there were only 2 of them, and he killed them on the spot. The thin mackerel was similar to the mackerel, which could cause a drought. The mackerel, on the other hand, could cause chaos. If they were transported, it was very likely that it would affect the fate of the local area, so they had to be killed on the spot. Mackerel is fishy, so burn it on the spot. Prince Jing complained that the mackerel wasn't delicious in his memorial to show that he had contributed a lot. And Hongchul sneered and raised his hand to reply, "You're long-winded." Meow. As he was writing, a furry paw reached over and hooked the pen. His Majesty turned his head and saw the little furball squatting beside his hand, staring intently at the swaying shaft of the pen. It stretched out its claws one by one. He stopped, and the pen stopped moving. The little cat tilted its head, jumped up, and pounced on the back of his hand, biting the pen shaft. Quietly watching for a while, His Majesty did not drag the kitten down. Instead, he let the kitten hang on his hand and carried his son to write comments on the memorial. The memorials were quickly approved. Bored, the emperor raised his hand and rubbed his nose with his son. After some thought, he spread out a piece of paper and prepared to draw a portrait of Suyu. There was a saying in novels, draw a picture for your sweetheart and take it out when you miss them. If your sweetheart saw it one day, you might be rewarded. His Majesty took down his son who was in the way and put him on the side of the document as a paperweight. His Majesty used the pen shaft to point at the little head, "Don't move." Me. His Royal Highness shook his head and straightened the messy fur that was messed up by his father. He looked curiously at the large piece of white paper in front of him. His Majesty picked up the pen, dipped it in ink, brewed it for a moment, and waved it. The thick ink touched the soft tip of his nose and spread out on the document. Every stroke carried unprecedented patience. Drawing with the hand was just drawing the shape, drawing with the heart could draw the spirit. His Majesty the Emperor did not often draw, but his painting technique was extraordinary. With just a few strokes, a fat fish appeared on the paper. Slightly frowning, he thought for a while and drew chili and pepper. Well, this should be enough. When the stupid slave sees this painting, he should know that I want to eat boiled fish. His Majesty the Emperor put away the pen and blew dry the ink with satisfaction. His Majesty the Emperor excitedly took out his private seal and stamped it at the corner. As soon as he put away the private seal, a furry paw with ink pressed on it. Next to the beautiful red seal of His Majesty the Emperor, there was a black paw print. His Majesty the Emperor was so focused on drawing that he did not notice that the furry paperweight had already run away to play with the ink. His Majesty the Emperor was immediately unhappy. This was the painting he drew for his stupid slave. How could he put another cat's paw print on it? Me. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince raised his paw and found a black dot on the paper. He was very happy and pressed another paw print. His Majesty the Emperor could not bear it anymore. He flicked his son's finger. A white light flashed and the golden kitten jumped on the table. It pushed away the furry ball that wanted to join in the fun, dipped its paw in ink, and pressed a paw print on the blank space. Meow. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince thought that his father came to play with him, so he quickly pressed another paw print on the side. He excitedly got on the golden fur and rubbed his head. Damn it. His Majesty the Emperor was dissatisfied that there was another paw print next to his paw print, so he pressed another paw print. The kitten followed suit. Not long after, the whole blank space on the paper was filled with the father and son's paw prints. When Suyu finished her work and came back to call the father and son for lunch, she saw the two cats, one big and one small, lying on their backs on the large desk in the imperial study. They were holding a ball of imperial edict and tearing it apart happily. His Majesty the Emperor held the ball of imperial edict and scratched it quickly with his hind paw. The furry ball beside him tried its best to pounce on the ball of imperial edict and scratched it with its paw. The painting that he wanted to draw for Suyu with his own hands ended like this. I have already stamped my private seal, but it was all ruined by this boy. His Majesty the Emperor thought about the boiled fish that he painstakingly drew and could not help but feel angry. He pointed at the furry ball that was being fed by Suyu and complained. Suyu held back her laughter and wiped the mouth of the stuffed furry ball. Next time you draw, just hold your son in your arms and don't let him touch you. Drawing with a kitten, it was impossible to draw successfully. His Majesty the Emperor thought about it and felt that it made sense. He raised his hand and picked up a piece of boiled fish for Suyu. Although the stupid slave did not see his painting, she still made boiled fish for him. Then the painting was not important. If it was destroyed, then it was destroyed. Suyu did not know the mystery of the painting. What was the matter in the afternoon? The dishes needed to be cooked at dusk. Thinking that they would have to stay up until midnight to worship the heavens, Suyu, who did not take a nap, was pulled to sleep by the emperor. At first, she could not fall asleep. In the end, the emperor said, "If you can't sleep, I will help you." Suyu was so scared that she immediately closed her eyes. If she asked the emperor for help, she estimated that she would sleep until night. The full feast festival was a very grand festival for the imperial family. All the sons of the imperial family had to wear a complicated and gorgeous black ceremonial robe with a black silk robe embroidered with different patterns. The prince used silver thread to embroider 5 silver dragons, and the emperor used gold thread to embroider 9 golden dragons. Suyu also had to wear the same robe, but his robe was not embroidered with dragons. Instead, it was embroidered with complicated and gorgeous cloud patterns. I still have to heat up the dishes. It's not good to wear this. Suyu raised his hand. The cloud-wide sleeves were soft and smooth. It was very beautiful. The problem was that the sleeves were too wide. He still had to kill the fish and stir-fry the dishes later. It doesn't matter. You also have to wear the ceremonial robe to prepare the offerings. The national tutor slowly walked down the stairs. In the main hall on the first floor of the Anhua Tower, servants had been holding the national tutor's ceremonial robe and waiting for him for a long time. Today, before ascending the tower, he would first receive the congratulations of the imperial family and the officials. The national tutor's ceremonial robe was even more complicated than the emperor's. Suyu looked at the ceremonial robe that the white-robed servant was holding. It was 1 zhang long. He suddenly felt that his robe was quite simple. The sun set in the west. The golden afterglow scattered on the spacious Taiji diagram in front of the Taiji palace. The special stone material reflected the sparkling light, causing the Taiji diagram in the center of the square to sparkle. It suddenly gave birth to a sense of mystery. The national tutor, who rarely walked out of the Anhua Tower, would come to the Taiji palace every year on this day to receive the kowtows of the imperial family and the officials. The citizens of the country would also bow in this direction the moment the sun set. As one of the members who could ascend the tower to offer sacrifices to heaven, Suyu stood around the Taiji diagram. The officials lined up neatly below the jade steps. The dusk drum was slowly beaten 3 times. The solemn ceremonial music sounded. The national tutor, dressed in a snow-white robe, slowly walked over. The 2 yin and yang fish eyes of the Taiji diagram suddenly rose. They reflected the setting sun and drew a long shadow on the Taiji diagram. The national tutor stopped in the center of the Taiji diagram. He lightly tapped the ground with the tip of his foot. Like a snow-white butterfly, he fluttered up and effortlessly flew up to the stone platform that was 3 zhang high. His gorgeous snow-white robe was embroidered with complicated cloud patterns with golden thread. It couldn't be seen in the backlight. Standing under the sunlight, his entire body seemed to sparkle. The soft snow-white silk was like the flowing clouds in the sky. The hem of his robe fluttered in the breeze. Part of his snow-white hair was tied up by a jade crown. The rest was draped over his back and fluttered in the wind with the hem of his robe. At this moment, the national tutor was incomparably solemn and sacred. Even Suyu was overwhelmed by emotions. He had the urge to prostrate himself on the ground and kowtow. There was no long chant or complicated ceremony. The national tutor raised his head slightly. The golden light reflected on his handsome face. His pale thin lips opened slightly. God bless Den. His clear voice wasn't loud, but it strangely reverberated in everyone's ears. It was ethereal, like a chant that came from ancient times. It knocked on people's hearts. God bless Den. God bless Den. The officials shouted in unison. Their voices shook the 9 heavens. When everyone recovered from their excitement, the national tutor's figure had long disappeared from the high platform. In his place was His Majesty, the Emperor, who stood with his hands clasped behind his back. The officials knelt down again and shouted, "Long live the Emperor!" After the ceremony, the officials could return home to reunite with their families. The sons of the imperial family had to climb the pagoda to worship the heavens. The womenfolk of the imperial family went to Xianxia Palace. The Empress Dowager set up a banquet to entertain all the concubines and foreign of the imperial family. Because Suyu was busy with the worship, the banquet was arranged by Dejiaoyi and Shujiaoyi. The two of them came from great families. Even if they were not outstanding in the arrangements of the banquet, they did not make any mistakes. The Empress Dowager nodded in satisfaction and gave a rare praise to the two. In the imperial family of Den, other than the sons of the emperor and Qin Wang, the rest of the sons belonged to the imperial family. The nobility of the imperial family was passed down every generation. Even if it was a Jun Wang, after 5 generations, they would not have any nobility. So the women that could come to the banquet were all close relatives of the imperial family. At this banquet, everyone's eyes were focused on Li Wang's family. Prince Li had recently had a son, and had already announced to the world that he was the eldest son of the emperor. And the third concubine, whose mother's status depended on her son, had suddenly become the Qinhuang Jingfei. Now she was wearing the Qinhuang Feifei title, sitting upright on the right side of the Empress Dowager. The rank of Qinhuang Fei was comparable to Guifei. Now that Suyu, who had the highest rank in the palace, was not present, Li Wang Jingfei naturally had to sit at the head. When the banquet started, the Empress Dowager said a few words and then let everyone eat. There was no need to be restrained. The women of the imperial family in Jing were used to the Empress Dowager's kindness and chatted in low voices as they ate. Are you used to living in Jing these days? The Empress Dowager turned and asked Li Wangfei with a smile. Everything is good in Jing, but I miss the child. Li Wangfei smiled, but the look in her eyes was complicated. Wang Yi had not been home these past few days, so she had not been able to ask about the child. But because she had been given the title of Jingfei, her days in the Wang Fu had become very comfortable, which made her feel much happier. If you miss the child, you can come to Aijia and see him. The Empress Dowager naturally understood Li Wangfei's feelings. She pointed to a dish in front of her and gave it to her. Li Wang is filial and will chat with Aijia when he is free. You can come often. If there is anything you don't understand, you can tell Aijia. Seeing the dishes brought by Aunt Lin, Princess Li is flattered and stands up to thank the Empress Dowager. She grew up by the South Sea and has never been to the capital. She is a little nervous when she sees the Empress Dowager. Now seeing the Empress Dowager so kind, she is relieved. Thinking that the Empress Dowager's sons are also cats, and there are 2 of them, she suddenly feels much closer. She thinks about going to the palace to talk with the Empress Dowager in a few days. Prince Li's 2 concubines and their children were also at the palace banquet. However, they were concubines. Although they were not as humble as concubines, they were still far inferior to princess consort. They could only sit with a group of noble women. B. Her belly worked hard and gave birth to a son. The second Jingfei sneered. Mother, I want to eat that. Li Wangfei's eldest son pulled his mother's sleeve and pointed to the pastries in the distance. Eat, eat, eat. You only know how to eat. I told you to perform well in front of the national tutor. Why are you so disappointing? The first Xingfei gritted her teeth. Under the banquet, there was jealousy and intrigue among the women. However, this had nothing to do with Suyu, who was supposed to be here. He was busy preparing the offerings. The national tutor returned to Anhua Tower. After telling Suyu how to prepare the offerings, he went directly to the 6th floor. His Majesty the Emperor and the Wangye dismissed the officials and gathered on the 2nd floor of Anhua Tower. As the sun sank into the western mountains, the heavy doors of Anhua Tower closed. The heaven worship ceremony started when the moon was in the middle of the sky and lasted until sunrise. During this time, the sons of the royal family would not step out of Anhua Tower. Naturally, unrelated people were also not allowed to come close. This is the new tea I brought from the South Sea. Let's make a pot first. Li Wang took out an oiled paper bag from the sleeve of his gorgeous ceremonial robe. He wanted to bring a pot, but his robe was too light and thin. It couldn't fit, so he could only bring one bag. Let's make a pot. It's going to be hot at night. Prince Ling thought of the second half of the heaven worship ceremony and couldn't help but make a bitter face. He ordered the servants on the 1st floor to boil water. Give me a cup first. Prince Su felt thirsty just thinking about the table full of dried fish. He asked the servants to make a pot to drink first. Suyu looked at the Wangye's appearance and didn't know what was going on. He whispered to Hongchul, Emperor, I'll go to the 4th floor to prepare the offerings. His Majesty the Emperor looked at his listless uncle and brother, then looked at the gentle and white Suyu. He decisively took out his eldest son from his sleeve and threw it to Li Wang. He followed the stupid servant upstairs. Although he couldn't help much, watching Suyu cook was very interesting. The 4th floor had a separate stone room for Suyu to prepare the offerings. There was a stove, knives, pots and pans, oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. The spicy dried fish was ready-made. It only needed to be shredded. The fish balls needed to be eaten and made. The national tutor had already explained the process to him, so he could put it aside first. The defrosted smoked fish needed to be put on a plate and sprinkled with some seasoning. These were all very simple and didn't need to be prepared. Only the fish that had just been killed this morning needed to be made into dishes. After thinking about the time of the heaven worship ceremony, he sliced the fish into pieces and marinated them. He also put the broken tendons of the winning fish to the side. His Majesty the Emperor circled around Suyu with great interest, and then stuck to his back. He put his chin on Suyu's shoulder and watched him shred and slice the fish neatly. Are you hungry? Suyu picked up a small piece of smoked fish, removed the fish bones, and stuffed it into the Emperor's mouth. His Majesty the Emperor opened his mouth and ate it. The fresh fish meat had a bit of sweetness and sourness. Although he didn't like to eat sweet things, this degree of sweetness and sourness was just right for him to accept. After eating a piece, he wanted to eat another piece. This is a bit cold. Eat less. Suyu had no choice but to cut another piece for him. His Majesty the Emperor happily picked up a large piece of smoked fish and slowly chewed it. He saw Suyu take out the soaked fins of the winning fish and began to shred them. He couldn't help but frown. Isn't this for me to eat? Why is it used for the heaven worship ceremony? The national tutor said that the fish used for the heaven worship ceremony must be whole. Any part that can be eaten cannot be thrown away. Suyu scratched his head. He originally wanted to keep these fins for his family's sauce, but after hearing the national tutor's words, he didn't dare to act recklessly. If he had food for the emperor and caused the world to fall into chaos, then that would be terrible. His Majesty the Emperor snorted. How come he had never heard that the fish needed to be whole for the heaven worship ceremony? When he was young, his younger brother secretly ate half of the dried fish, but Imperial Uncle still took it to the heaven worship ceremony without batting an eyelid. Suyu put the shark fins into the pot and simmered them over a small fire. He clapped his hands. The things that the national tutor asked him to do were basically all prepared. When the two of them returned to the 2nd floor, the princes who had been sitting upright and still had long since disappeared. Their black silk robes were scattered all over the floor, and a few big cats were playing around the small kittens on the soft cushions. On the table, there was a white porcelain water jar that was 1 foot long. It was filled to the brim with tea. The yellow and white striped little fat cat crawled out from under the table. It tried to swallow the last piece of spicy fish and tried to climb up the water jar to drink some water. His Majesty the Emperor reached out and picked up his younger brother who was about to fall into the water jar. Stealing food again? The little fat cat blinked and opened its mouth to show that it didn't eat anything. There was a small piece of fish filament stuck in the gap formed by the tooth that fell out. As the cat opened its mouth, the fish filament fell out with a clatter. Suyu smiled and filled a plate with water for his younger brother-in-law to drink. Your Majesty, why is there so much tea? His Majesty the Emperor raised an eyebrow. After the heaven worship ceremony, the offerings that have not been taken away by the ancestors must be finished before sunrise. Finished? Suyu couldn't help but open his eyes wide. In his opinion, the heaven worship ceremony should be a sacred ceremony. It was no different from the usual ancestral worship ceremony. He didn't want to waste precious ingredients, so he suggested to the national tutor to make the fish into something else. He thought that they could eat it after the heaven worship ceremony. He didn't expect that eating the offerings after the heaven worship ceremony was a must. Do you think it's so easy to protect the country? His Majesty the Emperor sneered. Eating dried fish was very difficult. At first, they thought it was delicious, but after a while, they couldn't stand it anymore. The national tutor forced them to finish it. The moon was in the middle of the sky. When it was close to midnight, the national tutor called everyone to go to the top of the tower. Suyu had only been to the 5th floor. He knew nothing about the top 2 floors of the Anhua Tower. The princes put on their ceremonial robes again. Princely picked up the big vat full of tea. His Majesty the Emperor carried his son and Suyu in his arms. They jumped up the stairs agilely. The national tutor often left the guests behind and went to the 6th floor. Suyu had always been curious about the 6th floor. Since the national tutor often went there, it must be a place where he deduced the star map or practiced his divine power. After the empty practice room on the 5th floor, it was the mysterious 6th floor. The hollow hole in the middle of the Anhua Tower stopped abruptly at this floor. The national tutor was waiting for them here. It was snow white. Everything was snow white. The whole 6th floor was covered with a white plush carpet. It looked very soft and warm. In the middle of the soft carpet, there was a big bed about 10 feet square. It was short and had a round top. It was covered with a thick cushion and a plain brocade quilt. It looked very soft and comfortable. In addition to the big bed, there were 2 soft couches of different shapes. One was a hammock, and the other was a rocking chair. The peerlessly handsome imperial preceptor just stood there quietly on the fluffy carpet, making the palace that made people feel sleepy with just one look like an immortal. Let's go. The imperial preceptor had changed out of his extravagant long robe and put on a more normal length robe. It was still snow-white silk, but the golden thread embroidered on it was not cloud patterns, but more complicated patterns. It looked like some kind of talisman. He raised his hand gently. The mechanism on the 6th floor clicked. The round hole appeared again, and the clear moonlight poured in. He always thought that this round hole would lead to the top of the 7th floor. He didn't expect that the 6th floor was the end, and the 7th floor was actually an open-air platform. Suyu always thought that the 6th floor was the most important floor of the Anhua Tower because the national tutor often stayed on the 6th floor. It was said that he was doing very important things. He never thought that the mysterious 6th floor was actually the national tutor's bedroom. There weren't any astrological or divination tools, only all kinds of luxurious sleeping equipment. The corner of Suyu's mouth twitched. He didn't have much hope for the 7th floor anymore. However, after going up, he was still a little surprised. The 7th floor of the Anhua Tower was actually open air. From the outside, it looked like the top of the tower, but it was just 8 slanted walls. In the center, there was a magnificent altar. On the altar, there was an incense burner, an offering table, and a cauldron. In the east corner, there was a stargazing platform made of black gold. It stretched high into the starry sky, looking sacred and solemn. There wasn't anything superfluous. The entire 7th floor looked unexpectedly proper. Suyu blinked and watched the national tutor slowly walk up to the altar. Princely put down the teacup in his hand. Prince Ling and Prince Su straightened their lapels. Even the emperor had a serious expression. He couldn't help but put away his curiosity and followed the emperor up. On the altar, there was a huge sacrificial table. The state preceptor had unknowingly moved the sacrificial offerings that Suyu had made onto the table. The uninterested princes, who had thought that the sacrificial offerings would be endless dried fish, suddenly widened their eyes. Bright and glossy spicy shredded fish, white and tender fish balls, cool marinated smoked fish, steaming hot shark fin soup, and cooked whole mackerel. This is this year's offering? Princely pointed at the table full of delicacies and swallowed his saliva. Let's eat. Let's eat. Princeling followed suit and raised his hand to take the smoked fish. The national tutor slapped the back of Princeling's hand and looked at him coldly. Princeling embarrassedly took back his hand and coughed dryly. What are you doing? Sacrifice to the heavens is more important. Suyu pursed his lips and held back his laughter. He watched the princes being mercilessly suppressed by the national tutor and obediently listened to the lecture with their heads lowered. He couldn't help but glance at the emperor beside him. The emperor looked at the sky impatiently. He seemed to have sensed something and turned to look at him. What's wrong? Nothing. Suyu shook his head. With me here, even if it's the ancestors, they won't hurt you. What are you afraid of? After dealing with the brothers and nephews who tried to steal the offering, the national tutor stood in the center of the altar and clasped his hands in front of his chest. Today is the 10th day of the 10th month. The 5th generation national tutor of De-en, together with his clansmen, kowtowed to the ancestors to bless the prosperity of De-en and protect the bloodline of my clansmen. His clear voice was no longer as ethereal as when he was fooling the officials. Instead, it was clear and steady, full of sincere respect. Then, the national tutor opened his arms and slowly knelt down. His eyes were slightly closed. The moonlight passed through the clouds and went straight down. The moonlight reflected the light of the crystals on the altar and enveloped the national tutor in light. The emperor pulled the stunned Suyu and knelt down as well. The national tutor began to recite in a strange tone. The tedious words seemed to go on forever. His Royal Highness King Zhao secretly looked at the offerings on the table and whispered, 17th uncle, the ancestors only accept dried fish, right? Prince Ling poked his 13th brother, who was next to him. What do you think? Prince Su frowned. Just as he was about to say something, a white light suddenly appeared on the altar. The emperor quickly covered Suyu's eyes. The white light was too bright and might hurt his eyes. Even through the emperor's hand, Suyu could still feel the light. When the emperor let go of him, Suyu couldn't wait to stretch his neck to look. The mackerel-ending fish on the table had disappeared. Along with them, there were many fish balls and smoked fish. The shark fin soup was probably spilled during the teleportation process, so the ancestors didn't take away a single bowl. There's only so much left. His Royal Highness King Zhao wailed. In the past, the ancestors would just casually take a few dried fish. How come there were less than half of the offerings on the table this year? May the ancestors bless us. The national tutor whispered. After the last sentence, he slowly stood up. His cold eyes faintly swept over everyone. He looked at the sky. Let's eat. Everyone cheered and quickly moved the incense burner on the table to gather the remaining offerings. Then, they were dismayed to find that all the cooked fish balls were taken away by the ancestors. Only raw fish balls, sashimi, and a few smoked fish were left. The several princes looked at each other and swept the few pieces of smoked fish on the table at the same time. How do we eat this? Princely poked at the raw fish balls. Wait a moment. Suyu handed the Royal Highness, who had crawled into his arms, to Princely. Then, he brought a pot and dipping sauce. Prince Su expressionlessly pulled out the incense from the bronze cauldron and added charcoal to the fire. When the people in the capital saw the bright light at the top of the Anhua Tower, they all went out to worship. Then, they saw the smoke at the top of the tower. It's really hard for the royal family to worship heaven at the top of the tower all night. The people sighed. The royal family at the top of the tower indeed had a hard time. While cooking fish balls, they had to guard against brothers, nephews, and uncles. The national tutor took out the sacrificial wine from under the table. He frowned slightly. He was so focused on the fish balls that he forgot to prepare the sacrificial wine. He sighed and opened the mud seal. Since the ancestors didn't drink this year's osmanthus wine, they would drink it themselves. He expected that the ancestors would eat the delicious fish balls and wouldn't blame him. After drinking the delicious shark fin soup, eating the fresh and tender fish ball hot pot, and drinking the osmanthus wine, the hard work of worshipping heaven lasted until dawn. When the princes ate the last fish ball, they all looked at Suyu and said in unison, "May the heavens bless." And after worshipping heaven, Princely left the capital with his family. He was worried that the sea monsters in the East Sea would affect the South Sea, so he had to go back quickly to guard it. He wouldn't return to the capital again until the new year. Before leaving, Princely asked for one of Suyu's apprentices. He said that he wanted to open a Xianmantang branch in the South Sea. Recently, Xianmantang had opened 2 branches in the capital. It hadn't opened a branch outside the capital yet. When Princely mentioned this, Suyu was very happy. She also gave Princely a lot of pepper seeds. The days were peaceful. The East Sea sent a lot of strange fish one after another. There were thin fish, luo fish, and even hiluo fish. Only some extremely dangerous fish that needed to be killed immediately were not sent. The weather was getting colder day by day. The Empress Dowager was afraid that the kitten's fur was too little to withstand the cold, so she made a lot of small clothes for the eldest prince. "Damao, you're wearing new clothes again?" As soon as Prince Ling entered the imperial study, he was attracted by the little fur ball wearing a red vest on the table. He picked up the eldest prince. "Me." The eldest prince stretched out a paw and pressed Prince Ling's mouth, which was trying to kiss him. "Why aren't you two leaving?" The emperor put down the red brush in his hand and frowned at the 2 imperial uncles who were still hanging around. "The winter in the northern desert is too cold. I want to spend the winter in the capital." Prince Ling sat down on the thick carpet with the kitten in his arms. He had an expression that said, "I don't want to leave." "What can you do to me?" Prince Su said with a solemn expression, "It's going to be the new year soon. If we go back now, we'll have to come back soon." What he meant was that he didn't plan to leave either. His Majesty the Emperor coldly snorted and handed a memorial to the Su Wang. "Look at this." This memorial to the throne was a list of gifts copied by the Ministry of Rights. As the new year approached, the princes and princesses from all over the country began to send gifts to the capital. In fact, it was a kind of tribute in disguise. Princess Mu sent a lot of jewelry. Prince Ling's fief sent a lot of animal skins. Prince Su's fief sent horses. Prince Li sent pearls from the South Sea. Prince Jing offered a mermaid? Prince Su widened his eyes slightly. Mermaids lived in the deep sea. They were a very mysterious race. They were most famous for the mermaid silk they weaved. It was said that mermaids in the deep sea would transform into fish tails when they entered the water and transform into legs when they left the water. More importantly, the women of the merfolk race were all peerless beauties. What mermaid? Prince Ling, who was playing nose-to-nose with the eldest prince, raised his head when he heard the question. A cool little nose poked his cheek. Meow? The eldest prince rubbed his snot on Grandpa 17's face. The emperor narrowed his eyes slightly and tapped the Prince Jing's secret memorial book beside him. In the past 6 months, the influence of the strange fish had become more and more serious. The price of fish and prawns in the capital had become ridiculously high. Prince Jing was especially diligent in catching fish in the East Sea. Every few days, a ship would be sent to the capital. Now, the deep-sea mermaids, a race that he had only heard of but never seen, had been caught by him. Did something happen in the sea? Prince Su frowned. Mermaids usually only lived in the deep sea and rarely appeared in the coastal waters. Of course something happened. The emperor sneered. Sea monsters were alive. It was impossible for them to only wreak havoc in the coastal waters. Prince Ling wiped the snot off his face and picked up the kitten in the red vest to rub its head. When will we enter the capital? He had never seen a mermaid in his life. The list of gifts was only reported by each fief in advance. Many of the gifts were still on the way. The arrival time depended entirely on the weather. The weather was not good. On the night when the list of gifts was presented, it started to snow. Suyu habitually woke up in the middle of the night. When he found the emperor huddled close to him, he knew that he was cold. The changes brought by the snow were nothing to ordinary people. However, it was different for the cat who was afraid of the cold. He reached out to tuck in the emperor's quilt. As a result, he woke up the cat who had not slept well. The emperor opened his eyes and frowned slightly. "Are you cold?" After saying that, without waiting for Suyu's reply, it suddenly turned into a golden cat and crawled under the blanket. With great familiarity, it crawled into Suyu's inner shirt and curled up against his chest. Really, this stupid slave. He didn't even say anything when he woke up from the cold. He wanted the emperor to crawl in to warm him up. When winter came, the Empress Dowager was afraid that the two men would not be able to take good care of the child, so she let the eldest son sleep in Xianxia Palace at night. This actually prevented the big cats and small cats from fighting for territory in the bed at night. Suyu blinked. She was tickled by the warm fur. Not only was her body tickled, but her heart was tickled as well. She couldn't help but reach her hand into her inner shirt and touch the emperor's furry body. In the past few months, the golden kitten's body had been growing very quickly. It seemed that once it passed the age of 20, its body would become like that of an ordinary cat. Within a year, it would grow into a big cat. The emperor was very comfortable with Suyu's touch, so he gradually stretched out his 4 limbs and pressed his furry belly against Suyu's chest. His hind paws pushed against Suyu's lower abdomen, while his front paws stretched out and gently pressed against Suyu's chin. He arranged himself into a long strip so that Suyu could touch him from head to toe. "It seems to be snowing outside." Suyu hugged Furball in her arms and quietly listened to the sound of snow outside the window. The emperor moved his body forward and revealed his head. He patted Suyu's face and motioned for him to come closer. Suyu lowered his head and received a cool, furry kiss. The emperor's voice sounded in his mind. There was only one sound, and then there was no more. What did mean? Suyu was stunned. The warm paw patted his face, and the emperor impatiently kissed him again. "Didn't you say it was snowing?" "I just said yes." Suyu's mouth twitched. As a cat, there was no need to be so demanding with such a casual answer. He raised his hand and pressed the cat's head into his neck. He tucked in the corner of the blanket and went to sleep. The road was slippery on a snowy day, and the tribute could only move forward slowly. In the blink of an eye, it was the 8th day of the 12th lunar month. There was a family banquet in the palace for the Laba festival. There were no princes or members of the imperial family attending this banquet. There were only the Empress Dowager, the emperor, and the concubines. If there were any princes or princesses, they would also attend. In short, this was a family banquet in the inner palace. Everyone gathered together to eat a bowl of laba congee for the liveliness. Because there were no foreign officials present, the songs and dances at the family banquet could be performed by the concubines. The concubines who rarely saw the emperor naturally did their best to show their faces. During the day, the concubines in the imperial harem were busy rehearsing the songs and dances in the evening, but Suyu was busy cooking congee. The emperor was unwilling to eat beans, but the laba congee had to be eaten. Suyu had no choice but to make some small fish balls to serve as beans. The thin fish sent from the eastern sea was, as its name suggested, very thin and had many bones, so it could only be made into fish balls. The flesh of this kind of fish looked soft, but it was surprisingly tough after being boiled in boiling water. No matter how small a piece was, it could be condensed into fish balls, which tasted smooth and springy. Suyu mixed the minced fish with different vegetable juices and squeezed them into pearl-sized, colorful little fish balls. At first glance, they looked very much like beans. The palace banquet was held in the eastern warm palace hall. The emperor and the empress dowager sat on the high seats, while the concubines sat on both sides. Of course, Suyu was the only male concubine, so he sat alone on the left side, while the rest of the concubines squeezed on the right side. The emperor originally wanted Suyu to sit beside him, but because the empress dowager was also present, it would be inappropriate for Suyu to sit on the same level as the empress dowager. He could only give up with an unhappy expression. At the start of the banquet, several talented people danced a colorful silk dance. The music was melodious, and the colorful silk fluttered in the wind. It was very beautiful. On such a cold day, the talented people wore thin silk clothes and swayed their slim figures, trying their best to attract the emperor's attention. The emperor was focused on picking fish balls from the bowl of congee and didn't raise his head at all. Meow. His Royal Highness, who was wearing a dark yellow little vest, came out from the dragon robe. He looked around and meowed softly at Suyu, who was not far away. Suyu raised his head and smiled at the kitten, indicating that he should be obedient. Meow, meow, meow. The kitten was already 3 months old. Compared to when he was just a month old, he could now meow more. The emperor frowned slightly. He picked up a green fish ball and stuffed it into the kitten's mouth, blocking the kitten's coquettish voice. Be careful not to choke him. The Empress Dowager said to the emperor in a low voice in disapproval. She raised her hand and picked up the kitten. The Den imperial family liked to raise cats. This was known to all, so the concubines didn't find it strange when they saw the Empress Dowager holding the kitten. Is the emperor raising a new kitten? Xu Zhaoyi asked with a smile. This is the son of the sacred cat. The Empress Dowager smiled and used a handkerchief to wipe the porridge-stained fur. The concubines all smiled and praised the kitten. They said that the kitten looked spirited and was definitely an expert at catching mice. Suyu almost spat out the laba congee. After the talents performed, it was time for the Zhaoyi concubines to take the stage. These noble ladies weren't proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting, but they all had 1 or 2 specialties. De Zhaoyi finished playing the 7-string zither and looked at Suyu, who was still focused on eating porridge. I don't know what consort Xian is going to perform. The concubines have been curious for a few days. Suyu raised his head in confusion and looked at the provocative De Zhaoyi. I'm not going to perform. He didn't know how to sing or dance. Was he going to perform a fishball boiling? The concubines didn't expect Suyu to be so straightforward. De Zhaoyi was choked. However, she was an imperial concubine, so they couldn't say anything. Thinking about it, Suyu was an imperial concubine. Naturally, she didn't have to do the things that only singers and dancers did. The feeling of being in the limelight immediately disappeared. Reporting to the emperor, Prince Jing's New Year's Day gift has arrived. Wang Gonggon's report broke the awkward atmosphere in Dongguan Hall. Bring it up. His Majesty the Emperor swallowed the last fish ball and waved his hand. Because mere people were too rare, the Empress Dowager also wanted to see it. Since she had just arrived in the capital today, the emperor had someone send it directly to the palace banquet. Following the announcement, a burst of tinkling bells came from outside the hall. The door opened, and the cold wind from outside the hall instantly blew in. Following it, there was a very faint smell of the sea. The heavy door quickly closed, blocking the cold outside, leaving a woman wearing a thin gauze standing helplessly in front of the door. The woman was wearing a light blue silk that clearly outlined her graceful figure. Her face couldn't be seen clearly through the gauze, but from the pair of bright eyes that were exposed, it could be seen that she was a rare beauty. Her long black hair was unadorned and just draped over her body. Under the candlelight, a layer of light blue could be seen. This was the legendary deep-sea mermaid. Everyone in the hall, including Suyu, was attracted by this mysterious beauty. His Majesty the Emperor stared unblinkingly at the mermaid who was slowly walking forward. The kitten in the Empress Dowager's arms raised its head, sniffed, and tilted its head in confusion. Meow? The concubines came back to their senses and naturally noticed the Emperor's reaction. They were immediately on guard. The woman of the sea greets His Majesty the Emperor. The slender figure bowed down in the center of the hall. Her soft and beautiful voice was like the singing of a lark, with a somewhat bewitching ending note. Legend said that the singing of mere people could make ships in the sea lose their way. And Hongchul frowned slightly. He didn't expect mere people to speak so clearly. He thought that mere people, as fish, couldn't speak. At most, they would cry out a few times like Yingyu. There's nothing strange about it. On the beam, the black and yellow spotted cat curled its lips. Shut up. The black and white cat next to him slapped his younger brother's paw. At this moment, Dongguan Hall was completely silent. It wouldn't be good if His Majesty heard it. Prince Ling remembered not to make a fuss this time. He just silently opened his mouth and bit his elder brother's ear. His Majesty the Emperor got up and walked down the high platform. He didn't let the mermaid get up and slowly walked to her. Take off the veil. Suyu looked at His Majesty's reaction and felt his heart tighten for no reason. The mermaid looked up at the handsome His Majesty the Emperor and slowly raised her hand. The veil covering her face instantly fell, revealing an enchanting face. "Pa, Pa," Prince Ling spat out the fur in his mouth. "She looks like this." He was expecting to see fish lips under the veil. Who would have thought that she looked exactly like a mortal? Prince Su also felt a bit bored. Might as well go to Anhua Tower. Previously, when Suyu sent a large pot of fish balls and laba congee to the national tutor, His Royal Highness King Zhao ran to Anhua Tower to celebrate the festival with his imperial uncle. They didn't go because they were curious about the mermaid. Now, they regretted it. "Let's go. Maybe we can still make it now." Prince Ling finished speaking and turned to run. Prince Su turned back to look at the mermaid and also ran. His Majesty the Emperor quietly looked at the mermaid for a while. "Bestow her to live in Bishao Palace." The concubines were in an uproar. Bishao Palace was a place that only the 4 concubines could live in. This new beauty didn't do anything and directly moved in. While they were jealous, they couldn't help but look at Suyu's reaction. They were all a bit gloating. Flowers don't bloom for 100 days. So what if he was only favored before? Look, now that there's a new person, His Majesty will soon forget him. "Thank you, Your Majesty." The mermaid was very tactful and didn't look like someone who lived in seclusion in the deep sea. She bowed gracefully and looked at the Emperor with a smile in her eyes. The Emperor waved his hand impatiently, indicating for the guards to take her away. Suyu secretly sighed in relief. Today in the kitchen, this fellow nagged at him for a long time, saying that Prince Jing had sent a big fish. He didn't know what it looked like and told him not to get close to it during the banquet. At first, he guessed that it was some strange ingredient, but he never expected it to be a mermaid from the deep sea, the mermaids in the stories from his previous life. This world was far crueler than the fairy tales. So you didn't think that the mermaids here were kind people who would turn into bubbles for the prince. According to the illustrated handbook of mountains and rivers, mermaids were fierce and dominated the deep sea. When he saw the Emperor walk down the stage, he knew that the cat was curious and wanted to see what was going on. He couldn't stop it in time, afraid that the mermaid would attack and hurt the curious cat. Fortunately, nothing happened. However, to let the mermaid live in Bishao Palace. Suyu frowned slightly and looked up at the Emperor. The Emperor had already returned to his high seat and happened to look over. He raised his chin at him and lowered his eyes, indicating for Suyu to come up the stage and serve him congee. The fishball congee had already been finished and he wanted another bowl. Suyu winked at the Emperor with a headache. It was fine to change the laba congee to fishball congee before putting it on the table, but if he served another bowl in front of the concubines, it would be easy to expose him. The Emperor glared at Suyu with dissatisfaction. The imperial concubines, who had been waiting to see a joke, froze in midair. The Emperor had just excitedly bestowed a palace to the new beauty. Why did he turn his head and start flirting with concubine Xian? This small family banquet wasn't like the big palace banquet on New Year's Eve. After eating the laba congee, it was almost time to disperse. The Emperor didn't even look at the concubine's performance. He stared at the empty bowl in front of him for a moment and snorted coldly. "Disperse." He threw the fur ball that had sneakily crawled into his arms back to his mother and walked down the stage. He grabbed Suyu, who was stuffing snacks into his mouth, and turned to leave. In the center of the hall, Zhang Jiaoyi, who was still trying her best to perform the moon dance, suddenly sprained her ankle. Even that kind of beauty can't move His Majesty. It seems that His Majesty really doesn't like women. On the way back to the palace, De Zhaoyi angrily said to Xu Zhaoyi. If he didn't like her, why would he allow her to stay in the Bishao Palace? Xu Zhaoyi disagreed. The Emperor has favored imperial concubine Xian for so long. Naturally, she won't fall out of favor overnight. However, once a man's heart is divided into 2 halves, it can be divided into 3 halves, 4 halves. Just wait and see. Zhaoyi De was about to say something when a young eunuch suddenly rushed in and whispered, "The Emperor went directly to Bishao Palace." "What did I say?" Zhaoyi Shu curled her lips and smiled at Zhaoyi De. When the Emperor visited the Bishao Palace, the harem immediately exploded. The days of only favoring concubine Xian had finally come to an end. The imperial concubines were so excited that they couldn't sleep. Right now, there was only the eldest prince and no crown prince. They still had a chance. The 4 imperial concubines' palaces were divided into Bixiao Palace, Zhixiao Palace, Yuxiao Palace, and Yixiao Palace. And Hongchul previously had 3 imperial concubines. Only Bixiao Palace was unoccupied and had never been properly renovated. There was a pond in the front yard of Bixiao Palace. This pond wasn't big, only 2 zhang square. It was supposed to be used to plant water lilies or raise goldfish. Because there was no one to take care of it, there was no fish or flowers. Now, the beautiful mermaid was soaking in this clear and shallow water. The mermaid's silk didn't get wet when it came in contact with the water. The woman's dress was intact, but under the skirt, her legs turned into a fish tail when it came in contact with the water. The blue scales on her body sparkled under the bright palace lanterns. A handsome man wearing a bright yellow dragon robe stood at the edge of the pond with his hands behind his back. He stared at the woman in the pond with a grave expression. The mermaid lowered her eyes to hide the disdain in her eyes. These men on the continent were really the same. When they saw beauty, they couldn't move. Soon after, she said with a slight grievance, "Your Majesty let this slave live here. Why did you let a group of imperial bodyguards guard it?" As she said this, she seemed to inadvertently reveal the red marks on her wrists. Just now, a group of imperial bodyguards had sent her here. She originally thought that there would be servants waiting to welcome her. Unexpectedly, the commander of the imperial bodyguards, Prince Lu Gaopeng, didn't say anything. He grabbed her and threw her into the pond with a plop. The weather was cold and the ground was frozen. The water in the pond was still covered with a thin layer of ice. Although mermaids didn't fear the cold, it was still very painful to fall on the thin layer of ice. The delicate beauty looked aggrievedly at the tall commander of the imperial bodyguards. "Big brother imperial bodyguard, why is this?" Gaopeng ignored her and selflessly guarded the edge of the pond with his saber. The other imperial bodyguards looked at the sobbing beauty and couldn't bear it. "Boss, why didn't you let her go in to rest?" Prince Lu pointed at the pond and said expressionlessly, "This is the place the emperor granted her to live." The imperial bodyguards widened their eyes. They looked at the magnificent main hall of Bixiao Palace behind them and then looked at the simple and crude pond. They suddenly felt that the emperor's heart was unpredictable. His Majesty the Emperor didn't answer the mermaid's question. He still looked straight at her. The mermaid didn't respond for a long time. She raised her head and looked at the person by the pond. Under the bright light of the palace lanterns, His Majesty the Emperor's tall and straight figure appeared even more slender. His impeccable handsome face was even more beautiful than the mermaid men. Today in the main hall, her heart was in a panic and she didn't look carefully. Only now did she realize that the Emperor of the mortal world was actually so handsome. Suyu, who was standing behind the Emperor, quietly poked his head out to take a look. He was immediately unhappy. After coming out of the East Warm Hall, Uncle Cat dragged him straight to Bixiao Palace. Because he was afraid that the mermaid would jump out of the water and bite people like mackerel, the Emperor protected Suyu behind him. He knew that Uncle Cat was good-looking. This woman was just looking at him. Why was she blushing? The mermaid swam closer with a red face. She clung to the edge of the pond and gently swung her blue fishtail. This slave was originally a person of the sea. I encountered a sea monster in the East Sea and was saved by His Highness Prince Jing. Now that the Emperor has taken me in, my daughter, Suyu couldn't stand it anymore. He walked to the front and stood side by side with the Emperor. His Majesty the Emperor turned to look at him and asked with a serious expression, "How do you eat this?" "Ka ka ka." The mermaid's moving words were stuck in her throat. Suyu widened his eyes and stiffly turned to look at the mermaid with a distorted expression. He then looked at the serious Emperor and laughed dryly. "This can't be eaten, right? Isn't this a fish? Why can't it be eaten?" And Hongchul frowned and looked at the stiff blue fishtail in the water. He said unhappily, "If it can't be eaten, why did Prince Jing send it here?" Suyu's mouth twitched. He didn't dare to look at the mermaid's expression in the pond. Seeing that Uncle Cat was about to lose his temper, he hurriedly pulled him and coaxed, "I haven't seen a mermaid." "Maybe, it can be eaten." His Majesty the Emperor's expression softened when he heard this. He looked at Suyu expectantly. "Well, I'll go back and look at the menu." Suyu swallowed his saliva. See if there are any dishes related to mermaids, okay? His Majesty the Emperor responded. He looked at the big fishtail in the pond again and pulled Suyu back to the North Pole Palace. I'm not full yet. Since he couldn't eat mermaids today, he would eat something else. What do you want to eat? Suyu asked gently. Well, seafood noodles. His Majesty the Emperor didn't want to walk anymore. He looked around and saw that the guards didn't follow, so he hung on Suyu's back. Okay, but it's already so late. You can't eat too much. Just one bowl. Their voices gradually faded away, leaving the mermaid who looked as if she had been struck by lightning in the cold wind. She finally knew why the Emperor didn't answer her just now. It was because she was food. The mermaid race also had this rule. They didn't talk nonsense with food. The concubines in the harem all perked up their ears and waited for the news. They had to make sure that the Emperor was sleeping in Baishao Palace and that Consort Xian was sleeping alone before they could sleep peacefully. Reporting to Nyang, the Emperor did go to Baishao Palace. The eunuch who went to investigate came back to report. What about Consort Xian? Did she go back to the North Pole Palace alone? The person who heard the news covered her mouth and chuckled. The Emperor went to Baishao Palace. He took Consort Xian with him. The eunuch braced himself and said. Dejiaoi knocked over the cup in her hand, Shu Jiaoi tore the handkerchief in her sleeve, and Zhang Jiaoi who was being supported back also twisted her other leg. Investigate again. Everyone gritted their teeth. The Emperor went to visit beauties. Why did he take Consort Xian with him? It must be that Consort Xian was unwilling and followed him. Humph, she would return to the North Pole Palace in a daze and a while. Back. The eunuch ran until he was out of breath. Consort Xian went back to the North Pole Palace? The person who heard the news brightened. The eunuch nodded. The Emperor and Consort Xian went back to the North Pole Palace together. The Emperor's so-called going to Baishao Palace to see beauties was taking Consort Xian for a stroll. Dejiaoi didn't knock over the utensils, Shu Jiaoi didn't tear the handkerchief, and Zhang Jiaoi didn't have a third leg to twist. Everyone's eyes rolled back and they fainted. Great joy and great sorrow, the fire of anxiety attacked the heart. The Tai stroked his beard and prescribed the same medicine for the concubines. The weather was cold, but they could still get heaty. It must be because the charcoal fire in the palace was too strong. He suggested that the Empress Dowager appropriately reduce the amount of charcoal the concubines ate every day. Returning to the North Pole Palace, the Emperor held a bowl of hot seafood noodles. As he ate, he urged Suyu to look at the recipe. Suyu helplessly flipped open Su's cookbook page by page. From beginning to end, there was no way to eat the food of the merfolk. His Majesty chewed on a prawn and said unhappily, "Your cookbook is incomplete. Get me another one." Emperor. Suyu sighed. He took the empty bowl from the Emperor's hands and handed it to Wang Gonggong. He used a cloth to wipe the cat uncle's hands. Sharkmen have already gained intelligence and are no different from normal people. This can't be eaten. No matter how smart a fish is, it's still a fish. His Majesty disagreed. In ancient times, which ferocious beast didn't have intelligence? Didn't our ancestors still eat them? How can the savage era be the same as now? Suyu scratched his head. Why did he feel like he couldn't explain it clearly to the Emperor? Of course it's the same. This Emperor is still eating vicious beasts. And Hong Chul pointed to the desserts made with halua fish on the table. If my family doesn't eat ferocious beasts, the world will be in chaos. Suyu rubbed her shoulders weakly. Why was it so hard to reason with a cat? The Emperor picked up the listless Suyu and threw him onto the dragon bed. Then he jumped up and pounced on him, hugging and rubbing. Tomorrow, go look for it on the 3rd floor of Anhua Tower. Maybe it's on the other recipes. Suyu's lips twitched. Emperor, that Sharkman only has a fishtail on her lower body. If you want to eat her, what about her upper body? As he said this, he felt it was very cruel. He couldn't imagine himself sharpening his knife to kill a delicate beauty, chopping her in two, throwing one away, and making soup with the other. Frightened by the scene he imagined, Suyu couldn't help but tremble. Cold? The Emperor who was playing with tassels on Suyu's chest looked up at him. Without waiting for an answer, he took off his outer robe and crawled under the blankets, pulling the other into his arms. Emperor, that shark man is a person no matter how you look at her, and she's a weak woman. I can't do it. So you decided to give up on trying to persuade the emperor. And Hongchul frowned. Only now did he remember what the upper body of the big fish looked like. His face instantly darkened and he grabbed Suyu's chin. What, are you taking pity on her? That damned stupid slave, he actually dared to pay attention to other women. Thinking about how Suyu had said many good things about the shark man after they left Bai Shao Palace, the emperor instantly exploded with anger. No, it's not, Suyu swallowed. His intuition told him that it was very dangerous right now, but he didn't know what sentence he said that angered the cat. She looks like a person, I feel, ugh. Before he could finish, Suyu's inner robe was torn apart by the cat's claws. Humph, you dare to mention other women in front of Zhen. Tonight, I'll have to talk to you about the family rules. The emperor pressed down on the white fish and flipped it over, biting the back of his neck. The pitiful fish that was pressed under the cat's claws could only struggle a few times before it was eaten into the emperor's stomach. As the cat exerted force, it calculated how many sentences the stupid slave had said on behalf of the shark man tonight. Every time he said a few sentences, it would punish him a few times. Humph, thus, in the long night of winter snow, the North Pole Palace was overflowing with spring. Your Majesty, this subject only said 2 sentences in total. Twice is already, ugh, it's already enough. The end of the sentence was accompanied by a cry of surprise. Nonsense, you said a total of 3 sentences. This is deceiving the emperor, you'll be punished once more. Hey! Due to the tyrant's terrible family rules punishment, Consort Su couldn't get up from the dragon bed the next day. The emperor wasn't angry that he didn't eat breakfast. He held the sleeping fish and licked it, then happily went to bed. It started snowing in the middle of the night, but it stopped in the morning. Because no one lived in Bai Shao Palace, a thin layer of snow had accumulated on the road. Now, there was a string of plum blossom paw prints on the road. At the end of the paw prints were 2 big tabby cats and a small fat cat. On the big tabby cat, there was a small fur ball wearing a vest. This is the mermaid Sue? The small fat cat sat on the edge of the pool, curiously looking at the mermaid in the corner of the pool. Why don't you have gills? Meow dash the small cat wearing a vest on the big cat's back wanted to go forward. Prince Su jumped on the edge of the pool, walking on the narrow stone edge as if it was flat ground. He walked to the side of the mermaid. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince excitedly called out twice and stretched out his small paw to hook the long blue hair. Ah! The mermaid hurriedly dodged, shivering in fear. She could feel the unusual aura of these cats. It was a dangerous aura that only ancient fierce beasts had, making her instinctively feel afraid. Because the mermaid dodged in panic, the water in the pool was thrown out. The big cat quickly jumped away with the small cat on its back, shaking its wet paw. The mermaid hid on the other side of the pool, staring at the big and small cats vigilantly. Look at you, so ugly, you scared people. The meowing of a cat came to her ears. The mermaid turned around stiffly and saw a black and yellow cat's face. The cat was baring its teeth at her, as if it wanted to make a smiling gesture. Beauty, don't be afraid. Ah! The mermaid was so scared that she dove into the water. Splash, the huge fishtail rose and fell, creating a huge splash, drenching His Royal Highness King Ling Achu. The big black and yellow cat quickly shook the water off its body. Oh, Your Highness, hurry up. Wang Gonggong, who happened to accompany the emperor, quickly took out a cloth and wrapped the big wet cat. His Majesty the Emperor narrowed his eyes and looked at the mermaid hiding in the water. His killing intent suddenly rose. Therefore, when Suyu woke up and came to call the emperor back for dinner, he saw a group of cats squatting on the soft couch that Wang Gonggong had made. They were roasting the charcoal fire while staring at the pool. Such a big fish, it should be enough to eat for a few days, right? His Royal Highness King Ling, who had dried his fur, swallowed his saliva. Prince Su put down the kitten on his back, held it in his arms, and licked its head. Unfortunately, we can only eat half of it. Sister-in-law. His Royal Highness King Zhao saw Suyu. Although Suyu didn't understand, he understood that Prince Zhao was greeting him. He went up and touched the little fat cat's head, then picked up the golden kitten that was staring at the fish. It's time to go back and eat. The cat in his arms stretched its neck and asked for a kiss. Did you find the recipe? I just woke up and didn't have time to look for the recipe. Suyu looked at the shivering mermaid in the water and coughed dryly. How did he scare the girl to this extent? Don't eat me. The mermaid finally saw someone who could talk, and she trembled as she floated up. I've seen a cat that looks like him. It's pure gold. Hearing this, all the cats widened their eyes and looked at the mermaid in unison. The mermaid was so scared that she almost fainted. The kitten in Suyu's arms jumped to the ground and instantly turned into a handsome emperor. He said in a cold voice, "Tell me clearly, where did you see it? Is it really gold?" When the mermaid saw the cat turn into the emperor in an instant, she was so scared that her face turned ashen. Thinking that the beautiful eyes were actually a pair of cat eyes, she no longer felt that the man in front of her was extraordinarily handsome. Golden, there are two of them. They can also turn into humans. Where are the two cats? Prince Su couldn't help but turn into his human form. He wore a white fur robe with black spots. He came closer and asked with a serious expression. Suyu blinked and looked at the furry robe on Su Wang's body. Only then did he notice that the clothes that His Majesty the Emperor had conjured up this time were no longer white. They were all pale gold, and there was a layer of short and soft fur on the outside. She walked over and secretly touched the Emperor's back. The smooth and soft touch made people unable to let go. And Hong Chul, who was tense all over, was comforted by this soft touch. He slowly relaxed his shoulders. Suyu just realized that the cat was nervous. She quickly patted him a few more times to calm him down. She turned her head and gently said to the mermaid who was scared by Prince Su, "Miss, don't be afraid. Tell them what you know. I promise that they won't hurt you." The mermaid raised her head and looked at Suyu. She saw that this person's eyebrows were gentle and his breath was peaceful. He didn't have the breath of a ferocious beast. He should be immortal, but he got along well with these ferocious cats. Seeing that the Emperor was so close to him, his words must be very important. With this guarantee, the mermaid was slightly relieved. What the big cat said is true, she said as if she was sighing. She secretly observed the Emperor's reaction. She knew that the people on the land were cunning. Their royal family was full of schemes and schemes. She just didn't know whether the big cat and these cats were enemies or friends. His Majesty frowned impatiently. 17th uncle. Meow. Princeling responded and suddenly jumped onto the pool. He bared his teeth at the mermaid and made a threatening sound. Ah. The mermaid trembled and didn't dare to keep them in suspense. She was meat on the chopping block. She didn't care about their power struggles. Saving her life was more important. So, she spilled everything she knew. Those cats were on an island in the East Sea. They were extremely savage and would capture mermaids. According to the legends of the merman race, once caught by them, they would be forced to cry day and night. They would also be subjected to all sorts of terrifying torture. Only when they were tired of playing with them would they throw them back into the sea. So much so that the children of the merfolk race would cry when they saw the island. As this mermaid often came to the coast, she would occasionally pass by that island. On the island, two golden cats leaned against each other and gazed into the distance. They saw a merman emerging from the sea. One of them transformed into a human and grabbed the other, about to throw it into the sea. "Merman, I'll give you a cat to eat." The mermen were attracted by this strange action and stared at them blankly. "Haha, look, she's scared." The man pointed at the mermaid and said to the cat. In the end, he was scratched by the cat. He bared his teeth and coughed lightly. He shouted at the mermaid, "Little mermaid, if you meet a cat that wants to eat you on the shore, just tell him that there are two golden cats on the island and they won't eat you. I always thought that they were ancient ferocious beasts in the sea, so I didn't take it seriously." The mermaid said. This was already a year ago. If it wasn't for the fact that it was a matter of life and death, she might not even remember it. After everyone heard this, they instantly fell silent. It was unknown when it started snowing again. The surroundings were silent, and only the sound of snowflakes falling could be heard. Me. The snowflakes landed on His Royal Highness's little nose. The cold touch made the little cat feel cold. He couldn't help but squeeze onto the little fat cat beside him. His Royal Highness King Zhao came back to his senses. He stretched out his claws and pulled his nephew into his arms. His entire body turned into a round ball. Brother, is Royal Highness King Zhao? Royal Highness King Zhao is still alive. His Majesty the Emperor said softly. Still alive. Su Wang muttered, a crack appearing on his normally solemn face. That golden cat is the late emperor? Su Yu's eyes widened. The war that year was so tragic. All the officials and subordinates who had blood contracts with the national tutor on the same ship died. The blood connection between the national tutor and his brother became weaker and weaker until it disappeared. The national tutor spent a lot of effort but still couldn't sense his brother's existence. He could only announce that the emperor had died on the battlefield. The late emperor had long become a ranking in the imperial ancestral temple. Now, there was suddenly news. Ha 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 ha, it must be. Other than those two fellows, who else can have golden fur? Prince Ling turned into his human form and said excitedly. Suddenly, he was glared at by His Majesty the Emperor, and immediately stopped laughing. How could he forget that His Majesty the Emperor was also golden? He coughed dryly and quickly changed the topic. He explained the whole story to Su Yu, who looked confused. Among the royal family, only cats who inherited the pure bloodline of the Swanni would have light golden fur. Golden cats were rare in the world. Moreover, two of them appeared at the same time. They must be the late emperor and Prince Hao. Prince Hao was Prince Jing's biological father, the emperor's seventh imperial uncle. And Hong Chul recovered from his shock and rested his chin on Su Yu's shoulder. He sighed softly. Seventh imperial uncle and imperial father are twins. Su Yu raised his hand to hug Mr. Cat, who had lost control of his emotions. He stroked his back and turned to look at the mermaid who was looking down. That big cat turned into a human. Didn't he ask you to bring them back to the shore? This mermaid girl seemed to be very familiar with the mortals on the shore. It probably wasn't her first time on the shore. Since the mermaids had a way to get to the shore, why didn't the late emperor make a deal with them? The late emperor had come back to life. This was great news, but this girl's words couldn't be completely trusted. Su Yu's brain, which wasn't very bright, suddenly became very useful when it came to Mr. Cat. He was afraid that this was fake news and he would be happy for nothing. The aura of the ferocious beasts on that island is very strong. Moreover, there are legends about those cats in the clan. We didn't dare to go near them, let alone talk to them. The mermaid said timidly. She was only stunned for a moment. After hearing the cat say a few words, she turned around and hurriedly swam away. She was afraid that she would be caught and forced to cry day and night. Su Yu's mouth twitched. What was the story about the ferocious cat? Mr. Cat caught a fish but didn't eat it. Would it torture it? He couldn't help but look at the emperor. The emperor frowned slightly. He also felt that this was very strange. What's the use of a mermaid crying? Hearing this, the mermaid in the pool shrunk her shoulders. She didn't seem to want to say. I still remember the way to that island. I can take you to find those cats, I'm asking you. Will a mermaid's crying cause anything special? Prince Su also sensed that something was wrong. He looked at the mermaid and asked coldly. It won't. The mermaid girl said angrily. She thought that these cats were just as ferocious. She suddenly felt that her life was bleak. There was no difference between entering the palace and going to that isolated island. Where's your knife? The emperor narrowed his eyes and pinched Su Yu's waist. Hearing the emperor mention the knife, Su Yu couldn't help but twitch his mouth. The day before yesterday, the emperor threw a short knife that was slightly wider than a dagger to Su Yu. It's a reward for you. Su Yu took it and looked at it. The knife was embedded with jewels. It was very gorgeous. At first glance, it didn't look like a knife. It looked more like jewelry. It's newly made at the Flying Stone Workshop. And Hong Chul said casually. The Flying Stone Workshop was the place that made hidden weapons for the Imperial Shadow Guard. Although it had recently been reduced to making kitchen utensils for Su Yu, it was undeniable that the things they made were treasures. Looking at the emperor who slightly raised his chin but kept glancing at his face, Su Yu immediately understood and cooperatively thanked him. Thank you, Emperor, for your reward. This is really a treasured knife. While he was at it, he leaned over and kissed the emperor's handsome face. Of course. The emperor's ears were red as he waved his hand. He looked like he was showing great imperial favor. Zhen allows you to wear a knife on a daily basis. Allowing Suyu to wear the saber meant that he agreed to let Suyu wear the saber as an ornament on his waist. This was a very rare grace in the imperial family. Only those close officials whom the emperor trusted enough to entrust his life to would have this privilege, just like the guard commander Gao Peng. As an imperial concubine, she was not allowed to wear a knife. She couldn't even place a knife in her bedroom. This time, Suyu was really moved. He sniffed and pulled the knife out of the scabbard. The blade, which was 4 fingers wide, was neat and tidy. It was slightly indented, showing a beautiful arc. On the blade, there were densely packed pits, each of which was extremely sharp. This was a priceless, top-notch scale-removing knife embedded with jewels. Suyu stared fixedly at the gorgeous scale-removing knife. The corner of his mouth twitched as he allowed the emperor to excitedly attach a silk ribbon to his waist. At this moment, when the emperor mentioned the knife, imperial uncle and his younger brother looked over. Consort Xian is wearing a knife? Prince Ling was surprised. Suyu laughed dryly. He took the knife out of his waist and handed it to the emperor. The emperor handed it to Prince Su. Prince Su didn't understand, but he pulled the knife out of the scabbard. When he saw the shape of the knife, he immediately understood. He nimbly twirled a flower in his hand and showed the shiny scale-removing knife in front of the mermaid. If you don't tell the truth, I'll scale you. Ah. The delicate mermaid was so scared that she cried. She wanted to shrink back, but Prince Ling, who was glaring at her like a tiger watching its prey, stopped her from moving. Big drops of tears fell from her beautiful eyes and dripped onto the side of the pool. They condensed into sparkling and translucent beads and rolled onto the ground, making a crisp sound. Meow. His Royal Highness King Zhao, who was holding Furball, had a bright light in his eyes. He immediately threw his nephew aside and pounced on the bouncing ball on the ground. Meow. His Royal Highness also saw the sparkling and translucent ball. He ran to the edge of the couch and anxiously wanted to jump down, but he didn't dare. He kept grinding his claws on the edge of the couch and was about to fall down. Suyu quickly reached out and hugged the little cat in his vest. However, the little guy wasn't obedient in his arms and struggled to jump down. Clatter. The little fat cat played with the beads on the ground happily. Prince Ling was a little jealous. He only came back to his senses after his elder brother slapped him. He coughed dryly and said, I think I know why Imperial Brother and the others made the mermaid cry. Everything was just to play with marbles, that's all. The weather was cold, and after extorting confessions for a long time, the cats were all hungry, so everyone decided to eat first. After eating, they would deal with the matter of the mermaids. Because they didn't expect the imperial uncles and Prince Zhao to come for dinner, Suyu didn't cook enough food, so he simply brought out the hot pot. On a snowy day, there was nothing more comfortable than eating hot pot around the stove as a family. Feisher made a double-flavored hot pot according to Suyu's request. Half of the hot pot was poured into seafood stock, and the other half was poured into chili oil, boiling over the charcoal fire. The aroma immediately spread in the house. Fresh prawns, fish fillets, and Suyu's homemade fish balls, prawn balls, and crab sticks were rolled in the broth and taken out. It was delicious even without seasoning. Suyu made several dipping sauces at the last minute, such as sesame sauce, seafood sauce, sesame oil sauce, and garlic sauce. It was delicious when eaten alone or mixed together. His Royal Highness King Zhao asked for a bowl of each dipping sauces and tasted them one by one. He felt that all of them were delicious, so he took a bite and changed to another one. Oh, remember to bring the dipping sauces when you worship the heavens next time. Prince Ling threw a fish ball into his mouth. It was so hot that he couldn't stop breathing. The last time he ate the fishball hot pot during the worship ceremony, because Angua Tower didn't have any dipping sauces, he just rinsed it and ate it directly. He felt that it was delicious. Now that he had dipping sauces, the taste was even better. It's not good to bring this to worship the heavens. Suyu's mouth twitched. Last time, it was already difficult for Princely to bring a bag of tea leaves. How could he bring a pile of hot pot sauces to the altar? Why not? Prince Su fed the imperial eldest prince a small mouthful of fish meat. The ancestors will be happy to see the dipping sauces. Meow. After swallowing the fish meat, the kitten chimed in. You know what we're talking about, so you're blindly following us. Prince Ling tapped the kitten's head. Meow? The imperial eldest prince tilted his head and opened his mouth to bite off a piece of fish ball on Prince Ling's chopsticks. After a lively lunch, the cats huddled on the cushions in the North Palace and didn't move. Suyu looked outside, which was getting heavier and heavier. What about the mermaid? Although the deep sea was cold, it wouldn't snow. The pond in the Bixiao Palace was filled with fresh water, and it would freeze in this weather. It was possible that the delicate girl would become a frozen fish. If she froze to death, this clue would be lost. The big black and yellow and 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 yellow and yellow and yellow and black and yellow and yellow and yellow and black and yellow and black and yellow and black and yellow and yellow and black and yellow and with black and to with yellow and with black and yellow and yellow and yellow and yellow with to time. His Majesty the Emperor looked at the bunch of lazy cats on the cushions in disdain. Send the mermaid to Anhua Tower. The mermaid was too scheming. Just extorting a confession would not be enough. It was best to hand her over to the national tutor. Suyu was about to nod and sigh with emotion that His Majesty the Emperor was still the most reliable, but in the blink of an eye, His Majesty picked him up and threw him onto the bed. Then, His Majesty pounced on him. Your Majesty? Aren't we going to Anhua Tower? His Majesty the Emperor hugged Nuanyuan's stupid slave and rubbed against him. He yawned on his chest. We'll go after you wake up. Suyu, after the cats had their fill of sleep, he slowly brought the mermaid to Anhua Tower and learned that the national tutor was still studying the stars on the 6th floor. I told you that 21 is definitely not awake yet. What's the hurry? Prince Ling yawned and lay down on the cushions. Prince Su frowned and took out the little fat cat and his best kitten from his arms. Hong Ting, bring De Mao upstairs and call Uncle His Majesty down. Why am I the one going? His Royal Highness King Zhao widened his eyes. He would definitely be beaten if he called Uncle His Majesty out of bed. Just go when I tell you to. His Majesty the Emperor flicked his younger brother's head. Due to the threats from his elder brother and his uncles, the little fat cat had no choice but to carry the best kitten upstairs unwillingly. The 6th floor of Anhua Tower was covered with a thick snow-colored velvet carpet. However, for His Royal Highness King Zhao's short legs, it was quite strenuous for him to walk. Meow. Being carried by his uncle, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince wobbled as he climbed onto the spacious bed. Every time he took a step, his tiny claws would sink into a small pit. The little fat cat squatted by the bed and used its hind paw to kick its ears. It hesitantly looked at the sleeping beauty in the middle of the bed. Seeing the black and yellow fur ball fearlessly climbing up the thin blanket, it raised its paw and didn't go forward to stop it. Instead, it silently covered its eyes. Hopefully, Uncle His Majesty wouldn't send this little guy flying with his paw because of his small size. The Royal Highness the Crown Prince climbed onto the national tutor's chest and stumbled forward. The calmness of the national tutor's body was what the cub liked very much. He instinctively leaned over and sniffed the jade-like handsome face. He stuck out his tongue and licked the tip of the handsome nose. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and her cold beautiful eyes slowly opened. What he saw was a pair of amber eyes looking at him in confusion. Everyone drank a round of tea on the 2nd floor. Finally, the national tutor came down with the 2 kittens in his arms. The kitten in the vest looked excited and kept rubbing its head on the snow-colored lapel. The little fat cat was listlessly carried by the national tutor. It was obvious that it had been taught a lesson. Oh, what trouble did Hongga get into this time? His Royal Highness King Ling suddenly sat up and pretended to take the little fat cat. The national tutor looked at him coldly. Prince Ling laughed dryly and stood up with the little fat cat in his arms. He gave the soft couch to the national tutor. The national tutor didn't stand on ceremony. He waved his wide sleeves and leaned on the soft couch. The little cat hanging on his lapel climbed onto his shoulder and nestled on his shoulder. What's the matter? Prince Jing sent a mermaid. His Majesty pointed at the mermaid curled up by the pillar. When the mermaid left the water, her fishtail turned into a pair of legs. The mermaid's dress didn't get wet. At this moment, she looked like an ordinary beautiful woman. When the mermaid heard them say that it was the national tutor, she couldn't help but look up. She couldn't help but be stunned. His features were picturesque, his temperament was noble, and his hair was like snow. He looked like an immortal who had mistakenly entered the mortal world. More importantly, this person was surrounded by the peaceful aura of an auspicious beast. It made people relax and have the urge to worship him. With this thought in mind, the mermaid did as she was told. She slowly walked forward and bowed down. Her excitement was written all over her face. The woman of the sea greets the state preceptor. She did not expect to see an ancient auspicious beast here. It was rumored that auspicious beasts were kind-hearted and helped the weak. As long as she was recognized by him, she might be able to get his help and get away from the claws of these ferocious beasts. Her cold gaze swept across the mermaid's body. The state preceptor slowly raised her hand and took down the little fur ball from her neck. She placed it on the soft couch and stroked its fur. Then, she slowly opened her mouth. Her voice was extremely pleasing to the ears. How do you bring the live fish to the tower? It's not easy to keep them in the damp weather. Dry them in the sun and send them here. The mermaid suddenly raised her head and looked at the extraordinarily handsome auspicious beast in disbelief. Suyu looked at the mermaid who had an ugly expression. He coughed lightly and said, "Uncle, this mermaid knows the whereabouts of the late emperor, is that so?" The national tutor finally looked at the trembling mermaid. He leaned over and supported his chin with one hand. "Raise your head." The mermaid raised her head and looked at the cold and beautiful eyes of the national tutor. That pair of eyes was simply too beautiful. They were as clear as a clear stream on a snowy mountain. Just one look was enough to make people unconsciously sink into them. Their inferiority complex and the filth in their hearts made them look up at this pure nobility. "What's your name?" The national tutor's voice became distant and close again. It was ethereal and hard to catch. "Haiju." The mermaid looked up at the national tutor as if she was obsessed, but her eyes were a little dazed. "How did you come here?" The national tutor pressed down the fur ball that was trying to jump off the couch. He turned the mermaid over and stretched out his slender fingers to scratch the little chin. "My family is responsible for trading mermaid silk and pearls with the people on land. We come ashore every year. This time, we encountered a group of sea monsters near the coast and got separated from my family. We were caught by a big fish net and came ashore." The mermaid very gently revealed her background. Suyu looked at this scene in surprise. She nudged the emperor beside her and whispered, "The national tutor is really charming. Look at how charming she is. She's spilling everything." The emperor glanced at her. "So stupid." "Ah?" Suyu felt the cat's disdainful gaze. "What's wrong?" "This is mental manipulation," Prince Ling kindly explained. Suyu's eyes widened. In the past, when she saw how the national tutor seemed to know everything, she thought he was more intelligent than others. She did not expect that he was really blessed with divine power. She wanted to ask Uncle 17th a few more questions, but she was pulled away by the emperor. "Humph. This stupid slave. How dare he not ask me first when he has questions?" The emperor was a little unhappy and bit Suyu's neck as a punishment. "Hey!" Suyu immediately blushed. He looked around and saw that the imperial uncles were listening attentively to the mermaid's story. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. The emperor did not let it go. He hugged Suyu from behind and whispered in his ear about the national tutor's divine power. The national tutor's eyes and voice contained divine power. They could soothe people's hearts and control their minds. Suyu guessed that the national tutor could read minds, and it was not wrong. The mermaid was controlled by the national tutor, so she explained her background clearly. Mermaid silk was precious. Although people knew that it was woven by the mermaids in the deep sea, they did not know how it was sold ashore. Now, they understood. This mermaid called Haiju and her family were responsible for communicating with the outside world. Every year, they would bring mermaid silk and pearls and disguise themselves as merchants to the East Sea to sell and exchange for some goods ashore. This year, when they came ashore, they coincidentally met Prince Jing, who was fishing in the shallow sea. The sea monsters caused the mermaids to be separated. Haiju's father was even bitten by a mackerel. The mermaids were afraid of attracting more bloodthirsty strange fish, so they left in a hurry. The unlucky Haiju bumped into Prince Jing's fishing net. Prince Jing looked at the mermaid for a long time. No matter how she tried to coax him, he was unmoved. In the end, he waved his hand and decided to offer her to the emperor. He could save this year's tribute. The island is near our clan. It's very dangerous there. The mermaid could not help but tremble when she mentioned the place where the previous emperor lived. Is there a way to get there? The national tutor took a sip of tea. You can swim there, the mermaid said honestly. Although it was very far from the shore and there were many reefs, dangerous shoals, and sea monsters on the way, it would be fine as long as they swam slowly in the shallow water. Nonsense. The national tutor put the cup on the table and looked away. The mermaid suddenly came back to her senses. She was stunned for a moment before she realized what she had just said. Her expression changed greatly. Just now, because the person in front of her was too good-looking, she had revealed the secret of her clan. The mermaid could not accept this fact. Her eyes rolled back and she fainted. Suyu looked at the merman on the ground with lingering fear. He suddenly remembered that before he had signed the blood contract, the state preceptor had looked at him like this as well. At that time, other than thinking that the state preceptor's eyes were really beautiful, he was only stunned for a moment. It's not easy for people with pure minds to be confused, Prince Su said seriously. Suyu blinked. Was he praising him for being pure? A pure mind is a simpleton, His Royal Highness King Ling said with a smile. 21st said the same thing about me. Suyu looked at Prince Ling's, where the same kind of people look and twitched the corner of his mouth. He did not want to be the same kind of person as his uncle 17, really. The national tutor sat up and threw the fur ball on the couch to the little fat cat who was eating fish filaments on the small table. Leave the mermaid here. There's a pool in the 7th room on the 4th floor. That's right. It's easy to freeze in the Bixiao Palace. Prince Ling pinched some fish filaments and chewed. He noticed that the national tutor was looking at him. Only then did he realize that his brother wanted him to carry the mermaid to the 4th floor. 21st, how can you order your brother around like this? The national tutor looked at him without saying a word. After a moment, His Royal Highness King Ling accepted his fate and carried the unconscious mermaid up the stairs. What are you going to do? The national tutor looked up at Hongchul. That place is very far away. I'm afraid that an ordinary boat won't be able to reach it. The emperor frowned. I want Prince Jing to come back and discuss it. The national tutor nodded slightly. Thinking of his brothers who were still alive, a cold light flashed in his eyes. It's not suitable to go out to sea in winter. We'll go in spring. In the distance, on an isolated island. Achoo. The late emperor, no, he should be called the retired emperor now, suddenly sneezed. Why do I suddenly feel cold? If you're cold, you can sleep below. The big golden cat who was pressed down below shouted. Humph, someone must be thinking about me. The retired emperor snorted and slapped his disobedient brother's paw. Old 9, go add more firewood. Back at the North Pole Palace, the emperor immediately issued a decree to summon Prince Jing to the capital. He then unfolded a sea map and remained silent. Your Majesty, should we tell the Empress Dowager that the late emperor is still alive? It was late and Suyu was about to send the eldest prince to the Xian palace. Don't tell her yet. And Hongchul shook his head. The matter hadn't been settled yet. Moreover, the mermaid saw the golden cat a year ago. Nothing could have happened in between. Imperial Mother had finally accepted the news of Imperial Father's death. If he let her rejoice in vain, he might as well not give her any hope. During the new year, the Prince Jing was supposed to return to the capital for a reunion. Now that Prince Jing had received an imperial decree, he had to return to the capital early. Thanks to the snow, there are fewer sea monsters. This subject can enter the capital after a heavy snowfall. Prince Jing's reply came very quickly. He said that as long as there was a heavy snowfall, he would be able to enter the capital. Why is that? So you didn't understand. What did sea monsters have to do with snow? Snow is an auspicious sign. The snow in Den is supported by the national tutor and by Zay's divine power. It can deter sea monsters and keep them quiet for a period of time. The emperor looked up at the light gray sky. The heavy snowfall was approaching. That guy was coming. On the 13th day of the 12th lunar month, it was snowing heavily from the eastern sea to Jing. Prince Jing set out for Jing. I heard that the emperor sent the mermaid to the Anhua Tower. Dejiaoui went to Shujiaoi's palace to warm herself by the fire while admiring the snow. Last time, because the concubines had a lot of internal heat, the Empress Dowager had reduced the amount of charcoal for the fire. Therefore, the concubines moved around more frequently and could save some charcoal during the day. Is he going to give her to the national tutor as a sacrifice to the heavens? Shujiaoi's expression changed. The emperor was willing to give up such a beauty. It seems that the emperor won't favor evil things. Dejiaoui sighed. She had thought that the emperor was finally willing to favor a woman. Who would have thought that the emperor was just curious and threw her to the national tutor after looking at her? Why is the emperor so unromantic? Shujiaoui pulled at the handkerchief in her hand. They had also thought that the emperor didn't like women and only liked men. However, other than Xianfei, the emperor didn't seem interested in any men. Speaking of understanding, Dejiaoui suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but chuckle. I heard that Prince Jing is going to enter Jing early this year. Really? Shujiaoi's eyes lit up and then she sighed. It's a pity that we can't go to the docks to welcome him. On the 15th day of the 12th lunar month, Mr. Yuan came to deliver the account book and discuss something with Suyu. How much did you say? 100 taels? Suyu's eyes widened. Mr. Yuan was talking about the Xianmantang branch near the docks. The location of the branch near the sea was very good. Because Prince Jing was going to enter Jing on the 17th day of the 12th lunar month, there were already people who had come early to reserve seats. Mr. Yuan meant that the seats in the lobby on the first floor were 20 taels, the seats on the second floor were 50 taels, and the seats by the windows were 100 taels. This didn't include the cost of the food and drinks. The price of the food can be doubled on the same day. Those rich young ladies don't need that much money anyway. They won't eat if it's cheaper. Mr. Yuan was calculating on his abacus. Wait a minute, Suyu gulped. Are you saying that there will be a lot of people going to watch the Prince Jing docks? Wasn't the national idol the national tutor? Why was the third prince so popular? Boss doesn't know? Mr. Yuan was a little surprised. Every year, when Prince Jing returns to the capital, there is always such a big ceremony. All the young ladies and madams in the capital, as long as they can go out, will go to the docks to welcome him. It was rumored that Prince Jing was peerlessly handsome, cultured, and refined. He was the man of many girls' dreams. Back then, the young miss of the Marquis of Changchun, who was Lady Tsin's youngest aunt, had seen Prince Jing once at a palace banquet. From then on, she became lovesick and wanted to marry Prince Jing no matter what. Unfortunately, there was a difference in seniority between the two of them, so they couldn't get married. That young miss washed her face with tears every day, and in the end, she died of depression. Suyu listened to Mr. Yuan's story in a daze. It was hard to imagine what the charming Prince Jing looked like. After setting the price of the seats with Mr. Yuan, Suyu ran to the imperial study to find the emperor. His Majesty was reading memorials. The weather was cold, so he put the kitten, who was wearing a vest, on the back of his hand. Hold on tight. Me. His Royal Highness the eldest prince responded, and hugged his imperial father's hand with all four paws. When Suyu came in, she saw the emperor quickly reading memorials with a pair of furry gloves. The furry gloves on the back of his hand were still mischievous, and from time to time, they would reach out and hook the jade pen. Your Majesty, what does Prince Jing look like? Suyu wanted to ask if Prince Jing was very handsome, and if he was as good-looking as the national tutor. But if he said that out loud, Uncle Cat would definitely get angry, so he changed the topic. And Hongchul didn't even raise his head as he answered, I'm the same. It was just a stupid cat, nothing special. Suyu's mouth twitched. That wasn't what he was asking. He swallowed his saliva, but still couldn't hold back his curiosity. Is Prince Jing very handsome? Only then did the emperor raise his head, and look at Suyu with a puzzled expression. Suyu felt a little uncomfortable under the emperor's gaze, and suddenly felt a little guilty. I was just asking, haha, of course. The emperor suddenly responded, and then lowered his head to continue reading memorials. Huh? Suyu blinked. Uncle Cat wasn't angry, and even admitted that Prince Jing was very handsome. Then Prince Jing must be very handsome, and even the emperor had to admit that he was very handsome. He couldn't help but feel even more curious. On the 17th day of the 12th lunar month, it was freezing cold, but the docks in the eastern suburbs of the capital were in full swing. I put on my New Year's clothes in advance. His Highness Prince Jing must take a look at me. So many people are wearing pink dresses, Prince Jing won't be able to see you. Silk flowers, 20 copper coins for one. The entire docks were crowded with people. Suyu pulled the emperor, who was dressed in casual clothes, out of the crowd with great difficulty, and rushed to the door of the Xianmantang. Dear guests, I'm really sorry, our seats are all booked. The waiter stood in front of the door, and kept apologizing to the people around him. How can the two of them go in? The waiter who was looking for seats for his young miss pointed at Suyu and the emperor with dissatisfaction. They have reserved seats. The waiter looked at the wooden tablet that Suyu showed and immediately said, Gongzi, can you give your seat to my young miss? The waiter quickly stepped forward, stopped Suyu, and pointed at the palanquin not far away. If you want to eat, you can eat at the Xianmantang in the city, it's the same. I'll pay you double the price. I'm not selling. Suyu waved his hand, and pulled the emperor inside. Bah, why are two grown men joining in on the fun? The waiter angrily spat. With great difficulty, they finally sat down in a private room on the second floor. Suyu sighed, picked up the tea on the table, and took a sip. This scene was comparable to the tourist attractions of his previous life. The emperor was annoyed by the noise, and unhappily kicked Suyu. It's too noisy here. This is already the most secluded place. Suyu saw that the great cat was about to throw a tantrum, so he quickly coaxed, the spicy shrimp here is the best. Order one for us to try. The emperor curled his lips. It was only made by Suyu's disciple, how could it be better than his own? The private rooms were separated by a screen, and most of the people sitting inside were young misses from wealthy families. Everyone was elegantly drinking tea and eating melon seeds, and talking about the legend of Prince Jing. I heard my father say that Prince Jing could have been the crown prince. The national tutor said that this child was worthy of the country's trust. A soft voice came from the private room next door, and it should be several young misses chatting. I also heard that, another young miss immediately followed up, her voice full of pity, Prince Jing was the emperor's older brother, so he should have been the crown prince. Unfortunately, the seventh prince didn't bring Prince Jing to the capital in time because of the heavy snow that year, and the current emperor took the initiative. How come I heard that Prince Jing was robbed of the position of crown prince because he was a blood prince and couldn't compare to the emperor's noble birth? The emperor was afraid of this talented older brother, so he sent him to the Eastern Sea. The young misses all talked at once, and in the end they all took out their handkerchiefs to wipe their tears. Prince Jing's life is really full of misfortune. The spicy shrimp is here, the waiter shouted, breaking the sad atmosphere. Who is it, still in the mood to eat at a time like this? What a wet blanket. The young misses were immersed in their stories, and after being disturbed, they immediately felt disdain. Suyu peeled a shrimp for the great cat, and secretly looked at his expression. Seeing that the emperor opened his mouth and ate it without the slightest effect, he breathed a sigh of relief. Coming to the docks to see Prince Jing was just a spur of the moment. If his precious sauce was unhappy because of these ignorant commoners, then the gains didn't make up for the losses. At this moment, there was a sudden clamor at the docks. Suyu couldn't help but look up, and saw a very magnificent ship quickly approaching. It suddenly stopped, and a group of black-clothed imperial bodyguards jumped off the ship and pulled it down to the deck. The sea blue curtains were slowly pulled open, and a person wearing a moon-white prince's robe stepped out. He stood tall and straight, as pure as jade, and was incomparably handsome. Suyu's eyes widened. He finally understood why His Majesty didn't deny that Prince Jing was handsome. Because, except for that pair of amorous peach blossom eyes, Prince Jing's appearance was almost exactly the same as His Majesty's. Suyu stiffly turned his head to look at His Majesty, who was gnawing on the spicy shrimp, and the corners of his mouth twitched. His Majesty glanced at the foolish servant, rubbed his chin, and smiled proudly. The imperial family's carriage had been waiting at the dock for a long time. When they saw the ship docking, the imperial guards parted the crowd and made a path for them. When Prince Jing got off the ship, the black-clothed guards quickly gathered around him. His Highness Prince Jing is indeed extraordinarily handsome. The young ladies in the private room next door were very excited. Rumor has it that his eyes are the most affectionate. Just one look is enough to make people unable to forget him. Another young lady said infatuatedly. Suyu's mouth twitched. After talking for so long, it turned out that these young ladies had never seen Prince Jing before. He turned his head to look at the fanatical crowd below. The beach was flat, so when Prince Jing walked on the beach, most people's line of sight was blocked by the people in front of them. However, Prince Jing only took a few steps to get on the imperial family's carriage. Even if they stood in the front row, they would only be able to see him. Do these people really recognize Prince Jing? Suyu was very suspicious. These people probably didn't even know what Prince Jing looked like. Otherwise, if the Emperor and Prince Jing looked so similar, why didn't anyone recognize him when he was walking on the street with the Emperor? I don't recognize him. His Majesty the Emperor ate the last prawn, wiped his hands, and glanced at the scene below with a hint of schadenfreude. Prince Jing was a country's imperial prince and was stationed in the Eastern Sea all year round. Naturally, very few people in the capital had seen him before. How could those young ladies of noble families, who rarely left their homes, have seen Prince Jing before? Everything was just a legend. This all started with the young lady of Marquis Changchun's household. 2 years ago, in the 12th month of the lunar year, the Empress Dowager held a banquet for a married woman. Because this kind of banquet was a good opportunity for the madams to build relationships and matchmake, most of the madams of high-ranking officials brought their favorite daughters or sisters-in-law. This Mistsun was Marquis Changchun's youngest sister. Because of her weak body, she was very doted on by her brother. The charcoal fire in the warm room of the banquet was very strong. This made the weak Mistsun unable to stand it, so she went out to get some fresh air. As he walked, he unknowingly walked to the side of a small lake. The winter-sweet flowers by the lakeside were in full bloom, and one could smell their fragrance from afar. At the end of the fragrant flowers, there was a slender figure standing with his hands behind his back. That person wore a sapphire blue brocade robe with wide sleeves and a silver tassel crown on his head. Some fine black hair hung down from his temples, covering the side of his face that was almost perfect. May I ask if this gentleman? Mistsun was a little dazed by the sight. She forgot that no man was supposed to be here and tried to approach him. The man turned his head so that Mistsun could see the smiling peach blossom eyes. The ends of her eyes were like peach blossoms, unstained and vermilion. Her bright eyes were like mist, full of emotion. When the handsome man saw her, he seemed a little surprised. His thin lips parted slightly. Don't go any further. Ah? Mistsun, who was so focused on looking at him, didn't notice that she had already stepped onto the frozen lake. Crack, crack, crack. The thin ice couldn't withstand Mistsun's weight and quickly cracked. Before she could react, she fell into the icy water with a splash. The mysterious handsome man was naturally His Highness Prince Jing. When he saw this, he lightly tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and flew over. He grabbed Mistsun's collar and pulled her head out of the water. Then he threw her onto the shore. Ah, no, he gently placed her on the shore. When he saw that her face had turned purple from the cold, he took off his outer robe and wrapped it around her delicate body. It wasn't until the handsome man called for the palace servants to bring her back to the warm room that Mistsun realized that the person who saved her was Prince Jing. What happened after that? Suyu poked the emperor, who was lying on his lap. The carriage was swaying. It took 4 hours to travel from the eastern suburbs to the imperial palace. The sleepy Sir Cat had always been an irresponsible storyteller and would fall asleep in the middle of a story, so he had to be reminded from time to time. The emperor yawned. After that, she died. After he finished speaking, he reached out and hugged Suyu's waist, preparing to sleep. Hey! Suyu pushed the emperor. Who would tell a story like this? How did she die? She died of an illness. The emperor slapped away the hand that kept poking his shoulder and finished speaking impatiently. Mistsun's health had been poor since she was a child. When she fell into the icy water in the dead of winter, she fell seriously ill when she returned home. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't be cured. In the end, she died a tragic death. After that, there was a rumor in the capital that Miss Tsun couldn't forget Prince Jing after she saw him. When she returned home, she became lovesick. Unfortunately, there was a difference in seniority between them and they couldn't get married. As a result, she washed her face with tears every day and died of depression. At that time, the people who knew that Prince Jing had saved Miss Tsun were all young ladies and madams of high-ranking officials in the capital. Therefore, the news spread widely in the boudoir. Thus, the rumor that Prince Jing was so handsome that he could steal a person's life spread throughout the capital. Suyu's mouth twitched. Why was Prince Jing standing in the middle of the lake? It was the 12th month of winter, and there was a thin layer of ice on the lake. Moreover, it wasn't far from the warm rooms where the womenfolk were staying. It was really strange that Prince Jing would appear there at that time. To catch fish. The emperor looked at Suyu in confusion. What else could he be doing, Suyu? Prince Jing's carriage slowed down a bit because of the enthusiasm of the people. He waited for the emperor to return to the palace to change his clothes and drink a cup of hot tea before he hurriedly entered the palace. This subject pays his respects to the emperor. Long live the emperor! Prince Jing's moon-white uniform looked dignified and serious when worn by Prince Li, but it looked noble and luxurious when worn by Prince Jing. Rise. And Hong Chol waved his hand and motioned for him to rise. Suyu stood to the side and looked curiously at Prince Jing, who looked 70% similar to the emperor. The two of them looked almost identical except for their eyes. But no matter if they stood together or looked at each other alone, it was impossible to mistake them for each other. This must be Consort Xian? Prince Jing raised his head and looked at Suyu. His peach blossom eyes were naturally smiling. Even if he didn't mean to smile, he still looked very likable. His cadence of voice carried an indescribable romantic feeling. Greetings to His Highness Prince Jing. Suyu was stunned and hurriedly saluted. Prince Jing returned the salute and said with a chuckle, I heard that Consort Xian is quite proficient in the art of killing fish. Do you want to go to the East Sea, whoosh? Before he could finish speaking, there was a sudden sound of something breaking through the air. Prince Jing's eyes sharpened. He raised his hand and caught the object that was flying towards him. He used one hand to make a flower to dissolve the profound force contained in the object. He slowly lowered his head. Between his two slender fingers, there was a white, crab stick. Suyu was shocked. Before she could figure out what was going on, Prince Jing had already put the crab stick in his mouth. It tastes good. The emperor looked coldly at Prince Jing. Prince Jing looked back at him with a smile. You go out first. And Hong Chol lifted his chin at Suyu. Suyu sensed that the atmosphere was not right and was a little worried. What? Are you afraid of losing face in front of your younger sister-in-law? Prince Jing chewed on the crab stick and said with a smile. Humph. The emperor snorted coldly. He jumped up and punched Prince Jing's handsome face. Prince Jing immediately raised his hand to block the attack. At the same time, he reached out to grab the emperor's throat. Suyu was stunned as she watched the emperor and Prince Jing fight. They fought barehanded, drew their swords, and finally threw away their weapons. Suddenly, they turned into cats and started biting and scratching each other. A white light flashed. The golden cat and the pure black cat rolled into a ball. She had thought that King Jing's father was the retired emperor's twin brother, so King Jing's fur should be the same color as Sasa's. She had not expected it to be a black cat without any other colors. The golden cat had grown very fast recently. Now, it was about the same size as the black cat. It was not at a disadvantage when fighting. It kicked its hind legs and flipped over the black charcoal ball that was trying to bite his ear. Then, it pounced on the charcoal ball and bit its neck. Meow. The black cat howled. It kicked its legs and slowly stopped struggling. Suyu hurried to stop the fight. She was afraid that Prince Jing would be bitten to death by the emperor. This was killing his brother. Your Majesty, let go. The golden cat whimpered twice in a low voice. Then, it slowly let go. It squatted next to the black cat and wagged its tail condescendingly. The black cat flicked its tail twice. Looking at the golden ball of fur, it slowly stretched out its paw and scratched it again and again. His Majesty the Emperor raised his paw and hit the black cat's head. The black cat rolled on the ground to avoid its younger brother's merciless attack. Then, it turned into a handsome man wearing a black robe. It gracefully flicked the dust off his robe. This time, you win, cough. This subject will go to Anhua Tower to greet Imperial Uncle first. Then, I will report back to your Majesty about the battle in the Eastern Sea. After saying that, he politely bowed to the Emperor. Then, he smiled at Suyu with his peach blossom eyes. Then, he picked up the prince's uniform on the ground and turned to leave the North Pole Palace. Things changed too quickly. Suyu was a little dumbfounded. She picked up the Emperor and smoothed out his messy fur. Prince Jing he went to fight with Imperial Uncle. The golden cat jumped down and turned into the handsome Emperor. Ignore him. Let's eat first. When Prince Jing arrived at Anhua Tower, he ran upstairs and shouted, Imperial Uncle, I'm back. There was no one on the second floor, and the third floor was also quiet. Prince Jing abandoned his luxurious prince robe and turned into a black cat and climbed up the stairs. If he wasn't in the sacrificial offering storage room or the training room, then he must be. It was freezing outside, but the Anhua Tower was as warm as spring. Especially on this comfortable sixth floor, the wide and soft bed made people feel sleepy at first glance. The national tutor, who was as beautiful as a jade carving, was lying quietly in the middle of the big bed. Outside the window, the sky was covered with gray clouds, and the beauty was sleeping soundly inside the window. This scene made people who had been away from home for a long time sigh with emotion. Imperial Uncle. Prince Jing stood on the railing and called softly. There was no response, so he paused for a moment and slowly lowered his body. Then, like a black arrow, he suddenly shot out and spread his limbs in the air and shouted happily, Imperial Uncle, I'm back. Bang! The big black cat hit the national tutor's chest. Cough, cough. The beauty, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly coughed a few times. The national tutor suddenly opened his eyes and saw a black cat's face. The big black cat was still standing on the Imperial Uncle's chest recklessly and craning his neck to look at him. She slowly narrowed her cold eyes and said in a cold voice, which was like an ice lake in the middle of winter, with a terrible killing intent hidden in the silence, you're back. 2 hours later, Prince Jing, who was neatly dressed, happily went to Xianxia Palace to pay his respects to his mother. What's wrong? The Empress Dowager couldn't sit still when she saw Prince Jing's face. She stood up and took him to look carefully. The pink color around his peach blossom eyes had turned dark blue. Nothing, I just played with Imperial Uncle for a while. Prince Jing didn't care at all. He pulled the Empress Dowager to sit down and sat to her left. He felt that this angle was awkward, so he moved to her right. He still felt that it wasn't right, so he simply lifted his clothes and sat on the footstool. This way, he could lean against his mother's legs. The Empress Dowager didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she watched him move around. She couldn't help but reach out and knock on Prince Jing's head. How old are you? You're still so active. As she spoke, she asked Aunt Lin to bring some ointment and personally rubbed the corners of his eyes. Prince Jing raised his head and obediently allowed his mother to apply the medicine. However, he couldn't help but take a look at the unsewn cloth doll next to the Empress Dowager's hand. Because the Empress Dowager was pinching his face, he could only look at it from the corner of his eyes. It's so small. Who is it for? It was a small cloth mouse that was only as thick as a finger. It's for Damao. The Empress Dowager said with a smile. This was a nickname that Prince Ling randomly came up with. Originally, no one agreed with it, but after he called it so many times, the Empress Dowager felt that it was a good name and followed suit. Thus, the nickname of the Crown Prince was decided. I also want one. Prince Jing thought for a moment. I want one that can run. How can there be one that can run? The Empress Dowager put away the ointment and pointed at Prince Jing. One that can run is alive. It's fine if it's alive. Prince Jing smiled as he took out a small box from his chest. This is your son's new gift. It's for your mother. The Empress Dowager opened the box. Inside were 5 black pearls the size of pigeon eggs. The pearls of the Eastern Sea were precious, and the black pearls were the best of the best. Just one pearl was worth 100 taels of gold. These pearls look good on young women. Your mother is getting on in years. In the future, these pearls should be left for your Wangfei. The Empress Dowager stroked the smooth and round pearls with a smile on her face. Prince Jing immediately shook his head. These pearls can't be left in my fu. Originally, there were 10 black pearls, but he couldn't find any after playing with them for a while. If he had come to the capital a few days later, he probably wouldn't have found these 5 pearls. After staying in Xianxia Palace for a while, Prince Jing couldn't sit still anymore. He jumped up and wanted to report to the emperor about the situation at the Eastern Sea. When the Empress Dowager heard that they had important matters to attend to, she didn't urge them to stay. She only gave him a hand warmer made of fox fur and warned him not to play with ice water by the lake. Otherwise, he might catch a cold. Because the weather had been unusually cold recently, it was very cold to hold a hand warmer and burn incense burners. In the Imperial Palace, only the North Pole Palace and Xianxia Palace could burn earthworms. Therefore, after lunch, Prince Ling, Prince Su, and His Royal Highness King Zhao refused to leave. They said that they wanted to see Prince Jing. The cushion in the North Pole Palace was the most spacious. Prince Su lay on the cushion and allowed the black and yellow furball to crawl all over his body. Prince Ling ate a bit too much for lunch. He began to feel sleepy under the warmth of the earthworms. He grabbed the little fat cat and hugged it. He stuffed its 4 paws into its warm fur and yawned. 17th uncle, I'm not sleepy. His Royal Highness King Zhao said, feeling wronged. He still wanted to play for a while. Children are still growing. They need to sleep more. The big black and yellow cat said righteously. It licked the little fat cat's head and rested its chin on its warm, fat body. It closed its eyes comfortably. His Majesty the Emperor sat on the cushion and read memorials. He glanced at his imperial uncle and younger brother, who had nothing to do. He immediately became unhappy. So you walked over with a plate of steaming hot dumplings. These dumplings were steamed with mixed grains and fish. The dumplings were soft and sweet. There were small irregularly shaped fish balls embedded in the middle. It was very delicious to eat one while it was still hot. Several sleepy furballs smelled the fragrance and immediately raised their heads. They sat down next to the emperor and put the plate on their laps. They picked one up and blew on it before handing it to the emperor. You must be tired. Eat and rest for a while. His Majesty the Emperor's mood immediately improved. He glanced at his imperial uncle and younger brother who were staring at the plate. He didn't reach out to take it and just took a bite from Suyu's hand. And Hongchul couldn't help but curve the corner of his mouth when the sweet and soft fish dumplings entered his mouth. Really, even if you want to curry favor with me, it's not good to do it in front of imperial uncle and younger brother. Is it delicious? Suyu saw the emperor eating happily and couldn't help but curve his eyes. His Majesty the Emperor looked at Suyu's fair and handsome face that had turned pink from the steaming because he went to take the dumplings. He quickly licked his lips, just right. Meow. The yellow and white striped little fat cat couldn't help but run over. It clung onto its older brother's leg and raised its head to ask for food. Actually, it wanted to cling on to Suyu's leg more, but because it didn't want to become the Zhao Princess Royal, it chose to cling on to its older brother's knee the moment it stretched out its paw. His Majesty the Emperor snorted, this is something that only the person who approves the memorials can eat. He had worked so hard for a long time, and the stupid slave only made it because he felt sorry for him. Why should it be eaten by these stupid cats that only knew how to sleep? Suyu helplessly chuckled and didn't try to dissuade him. He just picked up the little cat that had crawled to his feet and broke off a bit of the dumplings to feed him. Emperor, isn't it said that 7th Imperial Uncle and Imperial Father are twins? Why is Prince Jing black? Bayan is shaped like a tiger. Both gold and black are its colors. Prince Su had turned into a human at some point. He was wearing a black and white striped fur robe. He sat cross-legged next to Suyu and picked up a piece of dumplings with a serious expression. That kid is an anomaly. Back then, even the national tutor found it difficult to deal with him. Prince Ling saw that his brother had succeeded and immediately turned into a human. He casually sat next to Suyu and pretended to have a long conversation. He grabbed a piece of dumplings to eat while he was at it. Bayan's power was divided into 2 sides. One side was to protect the fairness of the world, and the other side was to eliminate the evils of the world. Every generation of the imperial family would have a pure golden cat born into the world. This was the crown prince who had inherited the bloodline of Bayan and was good at ruling the country. Black cats, on the other hand, were not born in every generation. They would only appear occasionally. These fellows were actually pure Bayan bloodline, but they had another ability. Therefore, if the emperor died young and there was no crown prince, the first in line to succeed the throne would not be Prince Zhao, but Prince Jing. Suyu blinked. So, Prince Jing was actually the imperial family's #1 assassin? You can say that. Prince Ling nodded and reached out to grab another piece of dumplings. That kid has bad claws. Don't pay attention to him. 17th uncle, who are you talking about? The clear voice had a hint of tenderness. Prince Ling quickly stuffed the dumplings into his mouth and turned into a big cat and jumped to the side. Prince Su also turned back into a small cat. He picked up the little cat on Suyu's leg and patted the little fat cat that was still scratching the corner of his brother's clothes with its paw. A group of furballs huddled together and watched as Prince Jing elegantly walked in. He elegantly took off his hand and bowed to the emperor with a smile in his eyes. Then, he naturally sat down on the cushion and reached out to grab a piece of dumplings. Me. The eldest prince yawned and rubbed his head against Grandpa 13's big paw. Demao, this is from Imperial Grandmother. Prince Jing took out a small mouse that he had just made from his sleeve and threw it to the little cat. Meow. The little cat, who was sleepy just now, immediately became alert and rushed over to hug the cloth mouse. When Prince Ling saw the little cat jumping around, he couldn't help but rush over to hug the little cat. He hugged the little furball and the cloth mouse and rolled around in his arms. When Prince Jing saw this scene, his peach blossom eyes gradually narrowed with a smile. His Royal Highness King Zhao noticed his third brother's expression and shrank back to Grandpa 13's side. As expected, King Jing quickly ate the cake in his hand. There was a flash of white light, and the big black cat leaped over. It jumped around the big cat that was rolling on the ground. It took the opportunity to slap the big black and yellow head with its paw. Then, it quickly jumped away, jumped behind Prince Su and scratched the little fat cat. His Majesty the Emperor looked at all of this coldly and pulled Suyu up. What's wrong? Suyu held the plate in confusion. Meow. With Grandpa 17's angry roar, the two big cats and two small cats attacked the group of black cats that were provoking them. Prince Su raised his paw and tried to flip Grandpa 17 over. Prince Ling fell to the ground and raised his legs to scratch. The little fat cat tried its best to bite the black cat's tail. Meow meow. His Royal Highness the eldest prince tried his best to jump up. In fact, he didn't understand what was going on and just wanted to join in the fun when he saw his grandfather and uncle doing this. The cushion immediately became a mess. The corner of Suyu's mouth twitched. Your Majesty, has Prince Jing always been like this? His Majesty the Emperor thought of the black claws that would reach out to scratch his tail every time he was asleep and nodded solemnly. Prince Jing jumped up and down nimbly, thanks to his years of fishing. His claws were steady, accurate, and fierce. He was able to fight 3.5 enemies at the same time without being at a disadvantage. Suyu felt that the fight would take a long time, so he stuffed the plate in his hand to the Emperor and told him to eat slowly. He was about to go to the kitchen to make dinner. 4 against 1? What kind of hero are you? Prince Jing flipped the little fat cat over with his paw and pounced on him to bite his neck, but Uncle 17 sneakily attacked him and knocked him down. He quickly used his back paw to push the big cat away and shouted to the Emperor, who was leisurely eating a pastry, Your Majesty, come and help me. The Emperor looked at him with disdain. He finished the pastry in his hand, snorted coldly, threw down the empty plate, and turned to leave. He didn't want to waste his time with these idiots. As a busy emperor, there were more important things waiting for him to do. Therefore, he stepped out of the hall with his hands behind his back and walked happily to the kitchen. Woof. 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 As soon as he entered the kitchen, he heard noises from the corner. The emperor frowned. What's that? Suyu was lying beside the water tank, looking at the newly arrived fish. He waved his hand at the emperor. Luo fish. Luo fish had 1 head and 10 bodies. Its sound was like a dog's bark. This time, Prince Jing brought all the fish he caught before the East Sea was closed. The imperial family, who were running out of food, had fresh sea monsters to eat again. Prince Jing had also brought Hiluo fish before, but there weren't many of them. They were killed in Anhua Tower. The emperor hadn't seen them alive yet. And Hong Chul went to the water tank and looked at the water tank. There were several fish of different shapes in it. The most conspicuous one was the Hiluo fish. It had an abnormally big head, like a book clip, and 10 bodies behind it. It looked like an ugly big brush. The big fish head popped out of the water and looked at the emperor for a moment. Woof! His Majesty slapped Hiluo Yu, who had jumped out of the water, unconscious. Let's eat this tonight. Sure enough, Mr. Cat didn't like barking dogs. So you understood and quickly scooped up the fainted fish. Okay, let's eat this. None of the 10 fish bodies of the Hiluo fish had any fine bones. After chopping off the huge fish head, the 10 fish bodies were gathered together by a clamp-like cartilage, and the cartilage was pinned together with a thin bamboo stick. The 10 fish bodies formed a circle. After removing the scales and scraping the bones, he used a small delicate knife to cut the fish into flower shapes. Then, he covered it with flour and threw it into a wok of oil to fry it until it was golden yellow. Instantly, it turned into a huge fish flower. Suyu was now able to recite the Su family's cookbook backwards. In addition to the craftsmanship of his previous life, it was not difficult for him to make 10 different toppings. Sweet and sour, savory and savory, fresh sauce, minced garlic. 10 kinds of juices were poured on the 10 fish, and each fish produced 10 different flavors. The scalding hot topping was poured over the crispy fish, making an enticing sizzling sound. His Majesty couldn't help but pick up the chopsticks and taste them one by one. Suyu pretended not to see and let the greedy cat steal the food. He turned around to lift the lid of the wok. Coincidentally, the big fish head was also out of the wok. The head of the Hiluo fish was abnormally huge, and there was a lot of tender meat between the head and the cartilage. It was perfect to make steamed fish head with diced hot red peppers. Although Suyu used to be the best at cooking Sichuan dishes, he also knew how to make a few classic Hunan dishes. A simple steamed fish head with diced hot red peppers was naturally not a problem. The fresh and spicy fragrance overflowed from the wok. His Majesty the Emperor immediately put down the fish body and turned around to circle Suyu. Don't worry. Suyu held back his laughter and put in the last condiment. Then, he scooped the fish out and fed it to the big plaster on his back with chopsticks. His Majesty the Emperor opened his mouth and ate it. He smacked his lips and said, "Add some noodles." He had eaten this steamed fish head with diced hot red peppers before. The best part was not the fish meat, but the wide leaf noodles mixed in after eating the fish meat. You remember clearly, Suyu slightly tilted his head and rubbed his face against the Emperor's. He motioned to the palace maid helping the kitchen to roll the noodles. Wait until the room is almost full before cooking. The palace maid brought the dishes to the table. The princes, who were originally fighting, were already sitting neatly at the table. They didn't make any noise and looked happy and harmonious. Why are you still here? His Majesty the Emperor said with dissatisfaction. His Royal Highness King Ling said with a thick face, "Isn't it time to eat?" His Royal Highness King Zhao stared at the plate in the palace maid's hand. "Sister-in-law, is this plain? It looks so thick." His Royal Highness the Crown Prince squatted on the table and jumped into Suyu's arms. Prince Su didn't say anything and just silently picked up his chopsticks. His Majesty the Emperor's left hand clenched his right fist, making a dangerous cracking sound. Everyone shrunk their necks and braved the risk of being beaten. They still braced themselves and refused to move. His Royal Highness Prince Jing wasn't afraid at all. He wanted the Emperor to get angry so that he could fight with him again. Fortunately, the Hiluo fish was very big and enough for several people to eat. It wasn't a big deal to eat fish like mackerel and ing fish, which could affect the fortune of the world. However, the Hiluo fish could affect one's health, so ordinary people couldn't eat too much of it. The Hiluo fish could cure ulcers. If a sick person ate it, they would naturally get better. However, if a healthy person ate it, it would become a great tonic. If they ate too much of it, they would have a nosebleed. Of course, all the strange fish, whether it was used to cure diseases or harm people, Wouldn't have any effect on Uncle Cat if he ate it. For the descendants of ancient mythological beasts, it was just delicious fish meat. So you couldn't eat too much Luo fish, so he cooked a small bowl of wontons for himself. When His Majesty the Emperor saw it, he also went over to eat. Suyu scooped up a hot wonton and blew on it. Then, he fed it to His Majesty along with the soup. His Majesty the Emperor opened his mouth and put the delicious wonton into his mouth. At the same time, he also drank the soup in the spoon clean. His Royal Highness King Zhao buried his head into the bowl and pretended that he didn't see anything. When his eldest son saw this, he also buried his head into his own bowl. His face was immediately covered in soup. Prince Jing looked at his younger brother, who was shamelessly asking his wife to feed him. He raised his eyebrows and said, "What is that? Let me try it too." Only Suyu had wontons in his bowl. When His Majesty the Emperor heard this, he immediately flew into a rage. With a whoosh, he threw the chopsticks and his hand straight at Prince Jing's eyes. Prince Jing accurately caught the chopsticks. Seeing that they were about to fight again, Prince Su originally wanted to mediate, but Prince Ling elbowed him. He immediately understood and didn't say anything else. Instead, he ate the fish faster. When the two people who were about to fight saw this, they glared at each other and picked up their chopsticks again. After eating, Prince Jing finally remembered that he came to the North Pole Palace to report to His Majesty the situation in the East Sea. He spread out a sea map on the cushion. Because the sea map was rolled up all year round, it had to be rolled up again after it was unrolled. His Majesty the Emperor had the remaining 4 cats squat at the 4 corners of the map. The 2 uncles dutifully squatted down. When the little fat cat was full, it lay on the cushion and turned its belly. His Royal Highness the Emperor didn't know what was going on, so he squatted on the cushion and scratched the corner of the map. Suyu had no choice but to sit next to his son and stretch out his hand to help him press down. The little furball sniffed the white fingers. There was still the smell of fresh fish on them. It happily licked them and hugged Suyu's wrist and lay on the back of his hand. Prince Jing ignored the 4 strange paperweights and stopped smiling to get down to business. The situation in the East Sea was very serious. There were almost no safe beaches. Many fishermen had accidentally eaten sea monsters and got sick. This was because not all the strange fish looked strange. Some of the strange fish looked very similar to ordinary fish, but they would get sick or go crazy after eating them. Prince Jing had already banned the fishermen from eating the strange fish. He had also drawn pictures of the strange fish that looked like ordinary fish and posted them everywhere. "We can't kill them all, and the people don't know the dangers. If this goes on, there will be a time when we can't control them and the world will be in chaos." His beautiful peach blossom eyes were full of worry. Although Prince Jing liked to catch these strange fish, no matter how powerful he was, there would always be a time when he couldn't take care of them. If the people caught these dangerous fish and didn't kill them in time, drought, flood, chaos, and tsunamis would follow one after another. Imperial Father and the others are on an island in the East Sea. His Majesty the Emperor was silent for a moment, then suddenly said, "These must have been made by Yazi. Imperial Father and the others." Prince Jing suddenly paused. What did His Majesty just say? Imperial Father and the others are still alive? The mermaid said so. And Hongchul frowned slightly. Back then, the retired emperor and the other princes had gotten lost in the sea because they wanted to defeat Yazi and find the exit where the strange fish were released. "Didn't the mermaid tell your highness?" Suyu asked curiously. With Prince Jing's active personality, how could he not turn into a cat and scratch the mermaid? Could it be? Looking at Prince Jing's charming peach blossom eyes, Suyu seemed to understand something. His Highness Prince Jing, who was popular with women, must be very careful about his image in front of beautiful women. Wait, if that's the case, then Prince Jing's purpose in offering the mermaid to the emperor, how can this prince talk to food? Prince Jing looked at Suyu in confusion. Suyu choked. Then, why did your highness send the mermaid to the capital? I don't know how to eat it. Prince Jing pursed his lips. The chefs in the prince's residence refused to kill the fish, so the concubines persuaded him to offer the mermaid to the emperor. He thought about it and agreed. Giving this inedible fish to the emperor was a rare ingredient that could be used. Moreover, this year's tribute could be saved. More importantly, he hoped that the emperor could find the correct way to eat it. This way, it would be easier for him to eat the mermaid he caught in the future. The corners of Suyu's mouth twitched. He felt that Prince Jing's concubines didn't seem to mean this. Let's not talk about food first. His Majesty took out another map of the sea. This is the sea route that Imperial Uncle asked about. He laid the smaller map on top of the previous one. The two Imperial Uncle paperweights consciously stepped forward and pressed down on the two corners. The little fat cat didn't want to get up, so it wriggled forward and pressed down on one corner. Suyu pressed down on the last corner with the fur ball on the back of her hand. His Majesty took the little cat off the back of Suyu's hand and placed it on the southeast corner of the map. There was an island drawn there. Imperial Father and the others are roughly at this place. Me? His Royal Highness was confused. He looked left and right, then stood up and tried to crawl to Suyu's hand. However, he was held down by the paperweights behind him. Prince Jing frowned. This place is far from the coast. According to the merman's testimony, the journey from the coast to the island was very dangerous. There were not only hidden reefs and dangerous shoals, but also several large nests of sea monsters. When the mermen came from the sea this time, they were almost eaten by the sea monsters several times. Although it's just some food, it's not easy to deal with too many of them. His Majesty pointed at several places that had been circled by the national tutor. Some of those strange fish were quite aggressive, while others brought bad luck. For example, leatherback turtles. As long as they saw people, they would cause a storm. If they encountered a group of leatherback turtles in the sea, the consequences would be unimaginable. Suyu listened with a heavy heart. In her previous life, when technology was advanced, it was still dangerous for ships to sail on the sea. In this ancient era, where there was no radar and no satellite positioning, there was also a group of terrifying sea monsters. Then we can't just go with one ship. Prince Jing touched his chin. We need at least 3 ships. If we can't finish eating, we can put them on the ships. Suyu, who was worried, couldn't help but choke when she heard this. She looked up at the emperor's expression. The emperor nodded in agreement. Could it be that Uncle Cat was worried that there would be too much food to finish? Meow. His Royal Highness, who was anxious to find Suyu, couldn't sit still anymore. He struggled to crawl away. Prince Jing picked up Furball and poked Furball's head with his finger. The ship has to be covered with iron sheets. Otherwise, it will be smashed to pieces by sea monsters. We still have to discuss the manpower. I'll leave the shipbuilding to you. His Majesty frowned as he looked at the vast sea map. Even with a mermaid leading the way, it would not be easy to find a lone island in the vast sea. After they finished talking about business, they finally drove away the noisy uncles and brothers. They also asked Wang Gonggong to send their son to the Empress Dowager. The North Pole Palace finally quieted down. His Majesty unhappily clung to Suyu. Suyu dragged the big guy on his back and staggered into the bathroom. He patted the big head on his shoulder and asked, "What's going on?" And Hongchul said one word, and then did not continue. He buried his face in the hollow of Suyu's neck, neither moving nor speaking. Suyu was tickled by the hot breath. He shrunk his neck, broke free from the cat's grip, and personally undressed him. Sensing the cat's low mood, Suyu felt a little distressed. This guy, who had always been arrogant, actually had a time when he was worried about personal gains and losses. Thinking about it, his father had been missing for many years. There was finally news, but it was extremely difficult to find him. If there was even the slightest mishap in the process, he would be doomed eternally. He wanted to comfort him, but he didn't know what to say. His Majesty obediently let him do whatever he wanted. He quietly looked at Suyu. "Stupid slave, when spring comes, you have to go out to sea with me." "Of course. How will you eat if I don't go?" Suyu was not surprised. It would be strange if the emperor asked him to stay in the palace. "If I die, you have to be buried with me," His Majesty the Emperor said seriously. Suyu was stunned. He slowly raised his head to look at the emperor, whose beautiful eyes were wide open. It was the first time he heard someone say such words so confidently. "What are you talking about?" Everything was fine, but he was talking about death. It was inauspicious to go out to sea. What, you don't want to? His Majesty the Emperor immediately became angry. He grabbed Suyu's wrist. If I die, what are you still living for? Do you still want to marry someone else? I'm telling you, that's impossible. Only then did Suyu understand why the cat was so uncomfortable. It felt that going out to sea was dangerous. It wanted him to follow, but was afraid that he would feel wronged. He sighed helplessly. Cats were always so suspicious. Okay. If you die, I'll be buried with you. I'll take the scale-removing knife you gave me as a burial object. Okay. Also, bring the seafood soy sauce, chili powder, fish cakes, and crab sticks that you made. As His Majesty the Emperor spoke, he was seriously considering the burial objects. He thought that there were a lot of things that he wanted to take away. He decided that he would tell the Crown Prince to build a bigger mausoleum for him in the future. The corner of Suyu's mouth twitched. He no longer paid attention to the mischievous cat. He quickly stripped him clean and dragged him into the pool for a bath. The fragrant and soft emperor rolled around on the wide dragon bed. Suyu, who was waiting for him to dry his hair, lay down on the bed. He jumped onto the emperor's chest, turned into his human form, and rubbed his body against him. Cover yourself with the quilt. Suyu was helpless. The emperor turned into his human form, but he didn't have any clothes. The weather was so cold that it wouldn't work even if the earth was burning. He quickly pulled the quilt over and wrapped the two of them in it. Stupid slave, are you really willing to die with me? His Majesty the Emperor rubbed his face against Suyu's neck. It was supposed to be a very pleasant sentence, but why did it sound so strange when it came out of the cat's mouth? Suyu was a little out of breath under the Emperor's pressure. He twisted his body and said, "Why do you always ask this?" His Majesty the Emperor propped himself up and looked at him. "I think Imperial Father is gone, and Imperial Mother is living well with us. But I don't want to leave you to my son. You are mine." The mythological beast was able to distinguish right from wrong in an instant. Naturally, it knew that such an unreasonable request was wrong. Although the words it said were still righteous, it couldn't hide the trace of nervousness. It even dropped the title of emperor. Silly cat. Suyu stretched out his hand and flicked the emperor's nose. Although he didn't quite understand what this guy was worried about, if it wasn't for this cat, he would probably still be looking for a way to go back. This guy was the fetter between him and this world. If His Majesty the Emperor was gone, what did you say? When His Majesty heard those two words, he immediately forgot about his nervousness and guilt. Damn it, you want to be punished again, don't you? Hey! So you couldn't stop him in time. His newly made snow-white satin undershirt was torn to pieces again. Because it dared to challenge the cat's authority, the fish, which had a bad mouth, was subjected to a round of cruel family punishment. It immediately wilted. His Majesty the Emperor proudly held the fish that had just been fried once. He licked it and prepared to rest for a while before continuing. Your Majesty, what does the retired emperor look like? In order to stop the emperor from starting the second round of slaughter, Suyu tried to change the topic. Imperial Father? His Majesty the Emperor thought for a while. In his memory, his Imperial Father, the young Imperial Mother made two identical cloth mice and gave them to the two kittens playing on the soft cushion. The black kitten jumped quickly and held down the two cloth mice. It looked left and right and felt that the one held by its left paw was bigger, so it threw the one with its right paw to its younger brother. The golden kitten coldly looked at the black charcoal ball. Sure enough, after a while, the black kitten came and took the mouse in front of him. It gave the one that it had just picked up to him. It seemed to think that the one in its younger brother's hand was bigger. Finally, the golden kitten became impatient. It snatched the two mice and decided not to give one to its older brother. Before it could take 2 steps, a big golden kitten suddenly rushed out and snatched one of the mice. The big golden kitten raised its paw and pressed down the black fur ball that was trying to rush up. If you have something good, you have to give it to Imperial Father first. This is called filial piety, understand? The black kitten didn't quite understand. It watched the big cat take the cloth mouse away. The golden kitten stretched out its paw and tried to trip the big cat that was snatching the mouse. As a result, the big cat flipped it over with its paw. The big cat pressed on its belly and bared its teeth at it. Unfilial son. How dare you trip imperial father? Meow. The black kitten quietly approached, jumped up, and jumped on the big cat's back. It hugged the big golden head and gnawed. Bastard. The big golden kitten coldly snorted. It rolled over and threw the black furball off. Before the kitten came back to its senses, it gave it a hard slap. In the end, the two kittens were powerless to stop it. They looked at the remaining cloth mouse, sharpened their paws, and started to fight. That's why third imperial brother and I always fight. His Majesty the Emperor was very impressed by his father's teaching. Because of the years of training, they were really better than other cats. Generally speaking, the retired emperor was a strict father. His teaching method was to let his sons compete with each other and to survive. Suyu's forehead twitched. Why did he feel that this was not the case at all? It seemed that the retired emperor was just trying to snatch a cloth mouse to play with. Stupid slave, you haven't told me about your parents. After His Majesty the Emperor finished speaking, he looked down at Suyu with burning eyes. Suyu blinked. He thought, don't you know about the situation of the Su family? After being stunned for a moment, he realized that the Emperor was asking about his parents in his previous life. It was the real past of his soul. Actually, there's not much to say. Suyu thought it was a little funny. Wasn't it a little too late to ask about each other's family background after everything had been done? Seeing that Uncle Cat was still looking at him with bright eyes, he could only briefly explain. In his previous life, when his parents divorced, no one cared about him. He had no money to study, so he could only work as a laborer early on. He cut vegetables for a few years before he started to cook. Speaking of which, his life was also uninteresting. His Majesty the Emperor felt that it was very strange that men and women in that world could divorce and not care about their children. They divorced. Didn't you get a share of the family property? Suyu shook his head blankly. His Majesty the Emperor frowned slightly and raised his hand to hug the fragrant fried fish. You're so stupid. No one wants you. Only I don't dislike you. His warm and broad chest pressed against the side of his face. Suyu couldn't help but bury his face in it and laugh. I'm indebted to you for not abandoning me. I'm very grateful. Humph. His Majesty snorted softly, agreeing with Suyu's words. He waited for the stupid slave to thank him. Unexpectedly, after waiting for a long time, the person in his arms didn't make the next move. He looked down and saw that the fish that had just been fried had closed its eyes and was about to fall asleep. In front of the mythical beast Swanee, it was impossible to get away with it, and Hong Chul slid down and held down the stupid slave who was trying to sleep. Taking advantage of the convenience just now, he squeezed in again. The fish was fried until midnight. When His Majesty finally fell asleep contentedly, Suyu was about to fall apart. The next day, the cat went to discuss the shipbuilding. Suyu slept until the sun was high in the sky. He rubbed his sore waist and got up. Yesterday, the Empress Dowager said she wanted to eat chili oil. Today, he had to go to Xianxia Palace to pay his respects and send the chili oil along the way. This chili oil was made by Suyu himself. It was very simple. He just ground the dried chili into powder, added sesame seeds, salt, pepper, and other things, and quickly poured a spoon of hot oil on it. The Empress Dowager liked to eat it with steamed buns. It was more appetizing than those exquisite snacks. The snow covered the palace road. In winter, the carriage was covered with cotton curtains. He held a hand stove in his hand and covered his legs with a blanket, but he still felt cold. When he arrived at Xianxia Palace, Suyu shook off a few snowflakes that fell on his body. He stood in front of the smoker between the main door and the second door to warm his body. Only then did he push the door and enter, so that the cold air would not collide with the Empress Dowager or freeze the child. The Empress Dowager was holding a thin bamboo stick with colorful feathers to tease her grandson. Wherever the beautiful feathers floated, the black and yellow little furball would jump there. His lively appearance was very likable. Greetings to the Empress Dowager. Suyu stepped forward and bowed. Because of this bow, his waist creaked. No need for formalities. The Empress Dowager smiled and waved her hand, indicating Suyu to sit on the couch. Look, isn't a mouse stronger than a few days ago? Suyu raised his hand and stroked the little fur ball that was jumping around. The little fellow immediately turned around and hugged his hand, gnawing on it twice. But it was still not satisfied, lying on its back and kicking with all its might. Although the little child was ignorant, it was not an ordinary cat. It knew that it could not use its claws. Even if it kicked, it would obediently withdraw its claws and only use its soft paws. It would not hurt Suyu at all. You do look more energetic. Suyu measured Furball's length and felt that it had not grown much since it was 3 months old. That's how it is. It doesn't grow much and only starts to grow when it reaches the crown. The Empress Dowager could see Suyu's confusion, so she explained with a smile, when it's 1 year old, it can transform into a human form. The children of the royal family would transform when they turned 1 year old. Therefore, before they turned 1 year old, they would not be seen by outsiders. The little child's energy was limited. After playing for a while, he became sleepy. Suyu put a velvet blanket on his legs and put the little fur ball on it. He folded a corner and covered his little belly. The eldest prince obediently withdrew his 4 paws, yawned, smacked his lips, and fell asleep. The Empress Dowager raised her hand and folded the little stall into a swaddling cloth. Then, she carried her grandson over and put him on her lap. Suyu blinked and could not help but laugh. The Empress Dowager was also a person who liked to hold the fur ball. He put down the chili and was about to leave, but the Empress Dowager stopped him and did not let him go. It's rare for you to come over. Talk with me for a while. The Empress Dowager took the needle and thread basket and raised a sea blue cloth mouse. How do you think this cloth mouse can run? Run? Suyu scratched his head. It was not difficult to make a toy run. He just needed to wind it up. The problem was that this thing did not belong to this era. It would be too shocking to say it out loud. Aren't you an alien? You should know some other methods, right? The Empress Dowager looked at him with shining eyes. Her pair of gentle almond eyes were exactly the same as His Royal Highness King Zhao's when he asked for food. Ahem. Suyu coughed dryly. Her words sounded like, aren't you a chef? You should know how to make chili sauce, right? Was an alien so sloppy and common? Why was everyone talking about him? After being criticized by the Empress Dowager, Suyu had no choice but to contribute the idea of winding it up. However, as a chef, and a chef who did not go to university, he only had a general idea of the principle of winding it up. He really couldn't make it. He could only tell his idea to the flying stones and let them study it. This is really great. The Empress Dowager was very happy to be able to make a running mouse. She pulled Suyu and talked non-stop. Prince Jing has asked me for a running mouse since he was young. How could I know how to make one? I could only catch some live animals for him to play with. I was also afraid that those animals were not clean, so I didn't allow him to bite them. But that boy was very naughty and always secretly bit them. The mouse was too dirty, so I could only let him play with a rabbit. When the rabbit grew to the size of a dog, he was still so small. He had to climb over mountains to bite the rabbit's ear, ha ha ha. So you couldn't help but laugh. Then what about the emperor? Was the emperor naughty when he was young? The emperor, the Empress Dowager smiled, is just like his father, the emperor. He has a stubborn temper. He doesn't speak well, but his heart is good. The previous emperor's mouth was fierce, but in fact, he liked children very much. He always hugged the emperor when he was asleep. You don't know how funny it is when 2 golden cats, one big and one small, sleep together. If I saw it, I probably couldn't help but bury my face in it. Suyu felt his heart itch when he imagined that scene. Isn't that right? The Empress Dowager's eyes lit up. She felt that she had finally found a kindred spirit. You don't know. That year, Xianxia put on exquisite makeup to preside over the palace banquet. As a result, as soon as Xianxia walked out, Xianxia saw the father and son's behavior. Xianxia couldn't help but smudge the makeup and was scolded by the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager nagged Suyu for the whole morning. She even drank a pot of tea. When she saw that it was time for lunch, she reluctantly stopped. In the end, she remembered that she called Suyu over for the proper business. New Year's Eve palace banquet? Suyu's eyes widened. The palace banquet on New Year's Eve was the grandest banquet of the year for the imperial family. Usually, the empress was in charge of it. Without the empress, it was handed over to the empress dowager. But now, the empress dowager suddenly handed it over to him. What was going on? The empress dowager waved her hand and only said that she believed that he could do it well. If there was anything he didn't understand, he could ask her. Then, she disinterestedly asked him to go back to the North Pole Palace to cook. It was completely different from the enthusiasm she had when they were chatting. Suyu sadly returned to the North Pole Palace. When he returned, he saw the Emperor and Prince Jing sitting on a cushion and studying the blueprints of the ship. We need to add a platform here. It's best to use stone to prevent the fish from catching fire when it's roasting. The Emperor pointed to a spot and said with a cold expression. The railings around the ship should be surrounded by a thin iron net. Otherwise, it's easy to fall into the sea during a fight. Prince Jing rubbed his chin and thought carefully. Originally, he wanted to ask the two of them what the palace banquets in the past were like. But when he heard this conversation, he immediately lost hope and turned to the kitchen to cook. It was too cold. There were still a few mackerels in the tank. So you fished one out and decided to make a whole roasted fish to warm himself up. He removed the scales and gills, broke the bones and boiled the soup. Then, he placed the fish over the charcoal fire to roast it. He roasted the fat out of the fish and left the brown fish meat. He gradually calmed down after suddenly receiving a difficult task. While he was roasting the fish, he thought, it's just a banquet. As a chef, he had cooked all kinds of banquets, such as wedding banquets, one-month-old banquets, and banquets to thank teachers. Anyway, it was a banquet that could be served as long as the menu was set. The palace banquet on New Year's Eve represented the face of the imperial family. To be qualified to host this palace banquet meant that the Empress Dowager approved of this concubine. In some people's eyes, this was a hint to the Empress Dowager. I heard that the Empress Dowager gave the palace banquet to that fish seller to host. Dejiaoui sat angrily by the fire in Shujiaoi's palace. He's from a small family. Has he ever seen a palace banquet? Zhang Jiaoui limped over. Her sprained ankle on the Laba festival had not healed yet. She was afraid that she would not be able to dance at the palace banquet on New Year's Eve. Humph, let's wait and see. I don't believe that he can make the palace banquet look good. Xu Jiaoui sneered. A palace banquet seemed simple, but the things that needed to be prepared were very complicated. The selection of the palace, the arrangement of the seats, the rehearsal of the song and dance, and even the number of palace servants, the style of the palace lanterns, the placement of the carriages of the imperial relatives, and so on. When all of these things were added up, even the Empress Dowager, who was used to these things, would have a headache. In the blink of an eye, it was New Year's Eve. All of the imperial relatives in the capital had gathered in the palace. The royal prince was not allowed to leave his fief, but the descendants of the royal prince had to move back to the capital after being demoted to the nobility. Naturally, the fief would be taken back. Therefore, there were many imperial relatives in the capital. The banquet on New Year's Eve was divided into two groups. The imperial relatives, the imperial prince, and the emperor were in the same room. The Empress Dowager, the imperial concubines, the imperial relatives, and the princesses and princesses were in the same room. Suyu, as a male imperial concubine, did not sit with the women. Therefore, when the imperial concubines, who were waiting to see a joke, did not see Suyu in person, their interest was immediately reduced. After looking at the seating arrangement of the palace banquet, Suyu realized that there were no women among the imperial family's nobles. At the same time, he deeply understood that the legend of Prince Jing was really just a legend. Because from beginning to end, the young ladies and madams did not have the opportunity to see His Highness Prince Jing at all. The palace banquet had not yet begun. The women's group first met with the Empress Dowager at Xi'an Palace. After chatting for a while, they moved to the main hall where the palace banquet was held. All of the palace servants methodically arranged for everyone to sit. Dejiaoui and Dejiaoui looked at each other in bewilderment. This fish seller really had some skills. He had actually arranged everything so well. Humph, it looks good on the surface. The national tutor will be participating in this palace banquet. If he makes a fool of himself at the beginning of the banquet, he won't be able to bear the consequences. Dejiaoui hatefully said. Suyu, who was on everyone's mind, was currently in full swing in the kitchen. Since he was the one who made the banquet, he naturally had to make it look good and delicious. He had to make sure that every imperial relative was satisfied. He had to match meat and vegetables, and make sure that it was hot and cold. Wang Gonggang, who had been caught by the emperor to arrange chores, wanted to cry but had no tears. He really wanted to tell Consort Xian that the palace banquet was not just about cooking. But when he saw the emperor, who was sitting on the dragon throne with a grave and stern expression, waiting for the banquet to begin, Wang Gonggang silently swallowed his words. He kicked the little eunuch beside him and said, "What are you standing there for? Quickly go and spread the blanket to welcome the national tutor." A long red carpet was laid out from the door to the jade steps. Heavy snow floated in the air, and the setting sun lost its brilliance because of the gray clouds. The curtain of the carriage was slowly lifted, revealing a corner of a snow-white robe. The white silk was whiter than snow. It was rare to see the imperial preceptor step out of the carriage. The surrounding snow seemed to have grown eyes and consciously avoided the handsome man. The people who came out to welcome him only felt that the imperial preceptor's body seemed to be emitting a faint light, becoming the only bright spot under the gray sky. "Welcome, national tutor." The clan relatives knelt down and saluted. They didn't dare to raise their heads and quietly waited for the national tutor to pass by. Wang Gonggang took advantage of the moment when everyone lowered their heads to quickly put a white mink cloak on the national tutor. The thin silk was waterproof and fireproof, but not cold. The emperor stood in front of the door with his hands behind his back. He stood on the high jade steps and watched the national tutor walk up step by step. He had just worshipped the heavens during the day and was still wearing a grand ceremonial robe. The bright yellow robe was embroidered with 9 golden dragons and 12 pearls. The number of times the national tutor came out of the tower in a year could be counted with one hand. Therefore, every time he appeared, the emperor had to greet him to show his respect. When the national tutor reached the top, the emperor stepped forward. "Imperial uncle." The national tutor took off his cloak and nodded slightly to the young emperor, indicating that he should go first. The two entered the hall one after the other. The emperor's seat was at the top, and the national tutor's seat was at the side. The other princes were half a step away, and the clan relatives were on the flat ground. They were arranged in order of nobility. Suyu's seat was not at the front in terms of nobility, but because she was still a member of the royal family and was a favored concubine, her seat was arranged behind Prince Zhao, half a step away. The clan relatives looked at the empty seat high up and whispered to each other. "Which prince's seat is that?" Looking around, Prince Su, Prince Ling, Prince Jing, and Prince Zhao were all there. Even Prince Li of the South Sea had rushed back and was sitting up there. Who else could be missing? "You don't know? That's concubine Xian's seat." Another person said. "How can an imperial concubine sit half a step away?" A clan relative was dissatisfied. "You still don't understand. This is a sign that the emperor intends to make her empress." When everyone heard this, they immediately shut their mouths. If it was a male consort who was about to be conferred the title of empress, although it was a bit overboard to sit half a step away, in terms of etiquette, it wasn't wrong. After all, a consort couldn't sit together with distant relatives like you. In reality, His Majesty the Emperor merely didn't want that stupid servant to be too far away from him. After glaring at 13th uncle, who was closest to him, for a long time, His Highness the Su Prince still didn't move. He could only snort and loudly recite his opening speech. The womenfolk side was livelier than this side. When the women gathered together, it was inevitable that they would gossip. The Empress Dowager was always kind and let them talk. Every year, the palace banquet wasn't just for the matriarchs to eat. There were many things to do, such as building relationships, matchmaking, and comparing. Lower your voice. Although the Empress Dowager looks kind, she's not easy to get along with. The older matriarchs reminded the new daughters-in-law who were too excited to attend the palace banquet for the first time. "If you want to talk, wait until the song and dance starts and the drums start playing." Suyu looked at the menu. Seeing that there was nothing missing, he raised his hand to let the palace servants start serving. As a state banquet, it couldn't be done casually. In order to not lose face for the emperor, Suyu seriously studied the menu for several days. He discussed with the head chef of the imperial kitchen. Every cold dish was carefully selected. The clan relatives were all normal people. Naturally, the dishes couldn't be mainly seafood. Most of the dishes were left to the imperial kitchen. Suyu was only in charge of the main dishes. He would also take care of the side dishes. For example, the braised duck tongue on the table now didn't have chili. Anne's method was to marinate it with sauce, pepper, and dogwood. Suyu suggested that the imperial chef replace the dogwood with chili and add some sugar. Without the slight bitterness of the dogwood, there was only pure spiciness. Coupled with the sweetness of the sugar, it made people want to eat more. The emperor looked at the ugly duck tongue with disdain. Seeing the chili seeds on it, he knew it was Suyu's dish. Only then did he pick one up and taste it. The taste was unexpectedly delicious. Because there were many dishes in the palace banquet, there weren't many small cold dishes. There were pitifully 5 duck tongues on the delicate little plate in front of everyone. After eating, there was nothing left. His Royal Highness King Zhao looked around and saw that his uncles and brothers had already finished eating. There were still 2 duck tongues on the national tutor's plate, but no one dared to snatch them. They could only watch helplessly as the national tutor elegantly ate the duck tongues in small bites. The weather was cold, so Suyu cooked a large pot of mackerel bone soup. After boiling it until it was milky white, he sprinkled fine salt and chopped green onions on it. He didn't add anything else and just brought it to the table. The fresh fragrance from the ancient times almost made the clan relatives who had never tasted this kind of soup before. It was truly too delicious. After drinking a small bowl of soup, the cold dishes were served one after another. The emperor got up and changed his clothes. He changed out of his bothersome ceremonial robes and put on a comfortable ceremonial robe. It would be more convenient for him to stretch out his arms and eat later. For the hot dishes, Suyu only made boiled fish and sautéed shrimp with soy sauce. Considering that eating crab at the palace banquet wasn't too elegant and that the clan relatives might not be willing to eat it, he didn't serve it. Shellfish were rare in the winter, so he didn't want to use them for the banquet. He wanted to save them for the emperor, so he didn't make any. As soon as the spicy and fragrant boiled fish was brought into the palace hall, it attracted everyone's attention. His Royal Highness King Ling's spirit was shaken. He stretched his neck and waited for his share. As soon as it was brought to the table, he quickly picked up a piece with his chopsticks and threw it into his mouth. It was so hot that he couldn't stop sucking in air. Prince Su felt embarrassed and raised his hand to slap him. For the hot dishes, the prince's dishes were different from those of the clan relatives. It was just that they were sitting high up, so no one could tell. The clan relatives' meat dishes included fish and shrimp, mutton, chicken, and squab. The prince's dishes were all seafood. Salt-baked crab legs, vermicelli scallops, and squirrel mandarin fish. The soup in the cup wasn't the squab soup of the clan relatives, but the shark fin soup of the Yingyu. On the womenfolk's side, Suyu also prepared different dishes. Women seemed to naturally like to eat spicy food more than men. In the past, there weren't any chili peppers, so the people of Den used dogwood. Suyu specially added a few more Sichuan dishes for the womenfolk. A side dish similar to spicy hot pot was unexpectedly popular. Suyu used the spicy soup to cook tofu skin, fish balls, tofu, and kelp. The womenfolk ate so much that they forgot to chat. See, what did I say? Small households don't do things well. They didn't even arrange for singing and dancing. In a while, when the dishes are served, there will be a lot to see. Zhao sneered. After waiting for a while, Zhao didn't respond. She turned her head and saw that the concubines and concubines were also eating without raising their heads. It had been cold recently, and the charcoal fires in the palaces were tight. Eating spicy food to dispel the cold made her feel comfortable all over. His Majesty the Emperor had just sat down when a huge roasted lobster was placed on the table. Chef Suyu also came over. In order to make it easier to cook, Suyu wore a cotton robe with narrow sleeves today. He looked like a chef. When he walked in, not many people paid attention to him. The princes were staring at the huge roasted lobster. The lobster was about 3 chi long. It looked quite spectacular. It had just come out of the oven and was still steaming. Why are you only here now? His Majesty the Emperor looked at Suyu, whose forehead was still covered in sweat. Then, he looked at the people below who were eating without raising their heads. He was suddenly unhappy. Why should his stupid servant cook for these people, knowing what Uncle Cat was unhappy about? Suyu smiled and bowed. Emperor, please allow this subject to cut the main dish. Only then did the clan relatives raise their heads and look at the stage. Eh? The imperial kitchen has a new head chef? Shut up, that's Consort Xian. The clan relatives who had participated in the consort selection hurriedly said. Ah. Everyone was shocked. They had heard that Consort Xian was hosting the palace banquet this time, but no one expected that she would personally cook. A gentleman should stay away from the kitchen. This is outrageous. A stubborn old man said. If you think it's outrageous, then don't eat it, someone next to him said and snatched the duck tongue in front of the stubborn old man. So you didn't hear the discussion below the stage? In order not to damage the freshness of the lobster meat, he took a sharp jade knife and cut open the hard shell. He peeled it open quickly, revealing the white and tender lobster meat. The fragrance locked in the shell instantly exploded. Even His Majesty the Emperor couldn't sit still. He took out a jade fork and speared a large piece of lobster meat onto a plate. He first presented it to His Majesty. The lobster meat was fresh and tender like hibiscus flower petals. His Majesty picked up a piece and dipped it in Suyu's sauce. The slightly hot lobster meat touched the tip of his tongue. The delicious taste was indescribable. The national tutor looked at the lobster meat that Suyu presented and considerately handed over a plate of garlic sauce. There was a slight smile in his cold eyes. Consort Xian is virtuous and virtuous. She can bear the heavy responsibility of the country. The dishes were placed on the ground one after another. Whether it was the members of the imperial family or the womenfolk, they didn't have the time to chat. When they finally put down their chopsticks, they found that they were too full to talk. After the palace banquet ended, the concubines didn't see Suyu as a joke, but received a bolt from the blue. The national tutor's assertion quickly spread throughout the harem. It had to be known that the national tutor had the final say in the selection of the empress. To say that a concubine could bear the heavy responsibility, wasn't that the same as saying that she had both ability and integrity, enough to be the mother of the country? Now that there was no son born in the palace, and the only son of the imperial prince was still being raised by Suyu, the concubines immediately panicked. We can't go on like this. We have to quickly think of a way. Dejiaoyi paced back and forth in the palace that didn't have enough charcoal. Shujiaoyi, who dared to come in, had people add more charcoal to the smoker. Anyway, this was Dejiaoyi's palace, so it wouldn't hurt to burn more. The emperor is not interested in women. What can we do? To prove that he can't be the empress, we have to let people know that he, a man, is not suitable to raise an imperial prince. Dejiaoyi's eyes were cold. As long as the eldest imperial prince had an accident, she didn't believe that the emperor wouldn't blame Consort Xian. You're crazy. Shujiaoyi frowned. How precious is an imperial prince to Den? If people know, the 9 generations will be exterminated. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Concubine De took out a small bag of medicinal powder from her sleeve. This was given to her by the imperial consort Lu, who had already left the palace. In the past, it was used to deal with those seductive concubines. Now, as long as it was added to the food of the eldest imperial son's wet nurse, when Shujiaoyi saw this medicinal powder, she immediately understood. Cold things would make milk sluggish, and this medicinal powder was a kind of heat poison. People couldn't detect it for a while, but when a baby ate this milk, it would cause blisters. The eldest prince was young, so the palace would naturally hire a wet nurse. Under normal circumstances, the wet nurse had to take care of him. But in the royal family, where there were many servants, the wet nurse's duty was to feed him milk. The eldest prince's wet nurse was strong and had plenty of milk. The first time she met the Empress Dowager in the palace, the Empress Dowager was very satisfied. She said that such a wet nurse was enough and there was no need to find more. So, Ms. Tian became the only wet nurse of the eldest prince. This was a matter that would bring honor to her ancestors. Ms. Tian had been eating and drinking in the palace every day and was very comfortable. The only flaw was that she had never seen the eldest prince. When she returned home in the future, she didn't know how to brag to her family. The prince is precious. You can't see him. the Empress Dowager told her coldly. She was so scared that she didn't dare to ask more. Every day, she squeezed milk into a bowl on time and presented it to Aunt Lin. If you don't say it, no one will know that you haven't seen the eldest prince. Aunt Lin heard her troubles and sneered. Ms. Tian thought about it and agreed. Babies all looked the same. As long as she didn't say it, no one would know that she hadn't seen the eldest prince. When she left the palace, as long as it wasn't too outrageous, she could make up whatever she wanted. In the future, the eldest prince would be at least a prince. As a wet nurse, she would have a glorious life. One day, Ms. Tian was doing needlework in the room. A maid came in to bring her chicken soup. In order to ensure that she had enough milk, she ate good food every day and could drink different kinds of soup. Miss, leave it. I will drink it later. Ms. Tian was used to it. Mother, drink it while it's hot. I heard from the brother in the small kitchen that the soup won't taste good when it's cold. The maid lowered her eyes and didn't move. Is that so? Ms. Tian heard it and quickly put down the needle in her hand. She took the chicken soup and drank it in a few gulps. Ms. Tian, it's time to feed the eldest prince. As soon as she finished drinking, a little palace maid came to call her. Ms. Tian answered, tidied up a little and left in a hurry. Wang Gonggong brought a bowl full of milk into the main hall of the Arctic Palace. Suyu also came in with a bowl of freshly cooked fish paste. The great hall was warm like spring. Ever since winter came, His Majesty rarely reviewed memorials in the imperial study. He would always move to the North Pole Palace and lie on the soft cushion, dispiritedly eating snacks while reviewing memorials. At this moment, the golden cat was flipping through the memorials with a serious expression. The black and yellow little furball was lying on its back, hugging the golden tail and nibbling on it. Putting the milk aside, Wang Gonggong hurriedly took the bowl from Suyu's hands. Don't worry. It's cooked fish, not steamed. Suyu avoided Wang Gonggong's hand with a smile and sat down on the soft cushion. Last time, Suyu had steamed a bowl of seafood egg custard. Because of a moment of carelessness, she scalded her hand, causing His Majesty the Emperor to lose his temper. From then on, the people of the North Pole Palace would be on tenterhooks whenever they saw Consort Su holding a bowl, afraid that she would get scalded. Demao, come and eat the fish paste. Suyu waved at the little cat that was biting its father's tail. The listless little furball immediately sprang up and ran over, clinging to Suyu's leg and meowing. Suyu held a small spoon, scooped up a little, blew on it, and fed it to Demao's little mouth. In order to prevent the child from getting sick of it, he made a different paste every day. Today's fish paste was made from fresh and tender bass meat. After boiling it thoroughly, it was mashed and added with seafood soy sauce. The taste was simple and delicious. His Majesty the Emperor's head didn't move. He glanced sideways at his stupid son who was eating and wagging his tail. He raised his hind paw and kicked his ears. Humph, I don't care, seeing that there was nothing to do here. Wang Gonggong took the bowl of milk to the North Pole Palace's small kitchen and handed the bowl to the kitchen maids. In order to make it easier for His Majesty the Emperor to turn into a cat and cause trouble by Suyu's side at any time in the kitchen, no, Supervisor, these two kitchen maids had also signed a blood contract in Anhua Tower. Therefore, they took the bowl of milk from Wang Gonggong's hand and turned around to make sweet snacks without saying anything. After instructing people to send it to the Empress Dowager after it was done, Wang Gonggong turned around and returned to the main hall. Meow. Meow. When he returned to the main hall, he saw the two cats, one big and one small, clinging to Suyu's knees, waiting to be fed with their mouths open. Suyu had no choice but to feed the fish paste spoonful by spoonful. Your Majesty, the taste is bland. You don't like it, right? His Majesty the Emperor opened his mouth and ate a spoonful. He licked his lips. The taste is a bit bland, but I just want to eat it now. The sweet snacks were quickly sent to Xian Palace. The Empress Dowager, who had always been diligent and thrifty, thought that milk was a good thing and it was a pity to throw it away. It was better to make it into snacks, but she didn't like to eat it. The Empress Dowager has rewarded us with snacks again. Dejiaoui held the snacks sent by the eunuch and was very happy. The concubines who came to her palace to keep warm didn't care. The Empress Dowager would reward them with snacks every day, almost in turn. Today, she would reward Dejawi, and tomorrow, she might reward Wang Kairan. Come and give us some. I'm hungry after sitting for so long. Dejawi joked. A few days passed, but there was no news of the emperor's eldest son falling ill in the palace. Instead, concubine Da had a mouth full of blisters. I advised you not to take such a dangerous step. Look at how anxious you are. Dejawi looked at Dejawi, who came to her palace to keep warm, and curled her lips. Aren't you the same? You have a boil on your nose. Ouch. Dejawi's lips had a big bloody blister, and it hurt to speak. Dejawi touched the lump on the side of her nose and frowned in pain. I haven't eaten anything recently. Why am I so heaty? In the winter, the Empress Dowager dispensed with the etiquette of paying respects every day. The concubines went once every 3 days. On this day, everyone gathered in Xianxia Palace. These concubines, who were originally as beautiful as flowers, all had toothaches or bumps. Xu Zhaoyi's nose already had boils, and De Zhaoyi's entire lower lip was swollen. What's wrong with them? The Empress Dowager asked curiously. It was cold, so how could they be so heaty? Call the imperial physician to take a look. No, there's no need. Dejawi hurriedly said. These days, sisters often get together to eat melon seeds. They must have eaten too many fried melon seeds. Is that so? The Empress Dowager quietly looked at Dejawi for a while before slowly moving her gaze away. Leaving Xianxia Palace, Dejawi felt her legs go soft and she was about to fall. Fortunately, the little eunuch beside her supported her. What's wrong with you? Dejawi saw that her complexion was not right. Do you still not understand? We have been poisoned by heat. Dejawi's voice trembled as she spoke. The eldest imperial son was fine, but they had been poisoned. This clearly meant that the matter had been exposed. The Empress Dowager might not know which concubine had done it, so she might as well give them all a warning. What had gone wrong with the originally flawless plan? The person who had poisoned them still sent news of success every day. Thinking about the people involved in each link, it was tangled and complicated. How did the Empress Dowager not alert the enemy and counter them? The more she thought about it, the more frightened she became. Dejawi heard this and was scared out of her wits. She really deserved to be the woman who could give birth to 2 noble sons. This method was not something they could compare to. The more terrifying news was still to come. After the concubines returned to the palace, the imperial physician sent by the Empress Dowager arrived. He said that the Empress Dowager sympathized and came to take their pulses. The old imperial physician frowned as he took their pulses. When the 2 concubines broke out in a cold sweat, he slowly said, the 2 concubines have been poisoned by heat. Ah! Dejawi couldn't help screaming as she looked at the imperial physician in horror. The old imperial physician looked at her in confusion. Why is Xianxia so frightened? Heat isn't poison. This is a symptom of heat deficiency and heat attacking the head. Drinking a few bottles of antipyretic medicine will solve the problem. The imperial physician was very puzzled as to what these concubines had eaten. In the 12th lunar month, heat attacked the heart, and in the 1st lunar month, heat attacked the head. It really is too hot. The Empress Dowager listened to the imperial physician's report and frowned. She decided to reduce the amount of charcoal in the palace again. Suyu looked at the pile of silver frost charcoal that had suddenly appeared in the North Palace and scratched his head. Why is there so much good charcoal? Silver frost charcoal burned without smoke and was the best charcoal for heating. The palace had always been in short supply, so why was there so much extra for him to use? The concubines in the inner palace think the charcoal is too hot. Wang Gonggong coughed dryly as he explained. Suyu nodded in understanding. The Den dynasty really was rich and powerful. Even silver frost charcoal was disliked. Therefore, he used this good charcoal to make a barbecue without any guilt. A charcoal stove was set up by the window of the North Palace and an iron net was placed over it. He placed the sliced fish, fresh shrimp, and crab on it. As he roasted, he brushed the sauce on it. The thin fish was quickly roasted into a net. The golden cat was curious. It circled around the stove a few times, then jumped onto Suyu's shoulder and stretched out its head to take a look. Be careful, don't fall down. Suyu pulled the fur ball off his shoulder and placed it between his legs. Don't touch it with your paws, the iron net is hot. Even though he knew that His Majesty the Emperor wasn't that stupid, when he turned into a cat, so you couldn't help but worry that he would suddenly reach out his paws. Son, don't go over. Kingly grabbed the little furball that was trying to get close to the stove. Ever since he came back for the palace banquet on New Year's Eve, Kingly had been living in the capital and hadn't returned to his fief. These concubines are really weak. They can even get hot from the fire. The black cat walked to the stove and stared at the grilled fish on the iron net, trying to reach out its paws. They are not weak, they are poisoned. Kingly slapped the black cat's paw that was trying to reach out. Huh? What happened? His Royal Highness Kingly knew that he definitely wouldn't be able to eat the first piece of grilled fish. His Royal Highness King Ling was originally resting his head on his brother's belly and was sleepy. Hearing this, he immediately pricked up his ears. Seeing that someone was willing to listen, Kingly excitedly explained the ins and outs of the matter. He even clearly described how Concubine planned it and who she bribed during the process. His Majesty the Emperor took a bite of the freshly grilled shrimp and licked his lips. These women are really troublesome. Dismiss them from the palace tomorrow. What are you talking about? Suyu saw that the cats were chatting enthusiastically and couldn't help but be curious. His Majesty the Emperor raised his head and kissed him, telling him what he meant just now. There is no crown prince yet. How can we dismiss them? Suyu didn't care and turned the fish in his hand. Maybe there will be one soon. Prince Jing looked at the fish and suddenly said. All the cats paused and turned their heads to look at Prince Jing, especially Kingly. Their eyes were burning with eagerness to know the latest news. The black cat bared its teeth. You want to know? Come and fight with me and I will tell you. It's cooked. Suyu scooped up the thin fish fillet, put it on a plate and put it on a soft cushion. A group of furballs immediately rushed over, leaving Prince Jing alone, who was still waiting for a fight with a smug look on his face. After the new year, the cold winter passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was the time for spring. The ice and snow melted, the river channel opened, and the royal family's ship was modified. Everything was ready except for the east wind. The snow has stopped. We have to go back to the East Sea as soon as possible. Prince Jing squinted at the blue sky outside the window. He was very worried. Without the snow that could deter the sea monsters in the shallow sea would cause trouble again after the thin ice melted. Who's going? The national tutor leaned on the soft couch and looked at the sea map in front of him. The place where the eldest prince was squatting was the island where the retired emperor was. The mermaids couldn't lie under the mental manipulation, but the journey was long and the sea was vast. The mermaids couldn't guarantee that they could find the exact location. Hongwen and second brother will stay. His Majesty took the kitten on the map and rubbed it. Mother will take care of Damao. His Royal Highness King Zhao hadn't reached the age of 20 yet, so he couldn't leave the capital. The smart and capable King Li was undoubtedly the best candidate to replace the emperor in handling the affairs of the court. Anyway, they would all leave, so there was no need to worry about him talking nonsense every day. Suyu looked left and right. The idea of the emperor personally leading an expedition had never been advocated in the past, but strangely, none of the cats present objected to the emperor going on an expedition. The national tutor looked down and was silent for a moment. Suddenly, he said, I'll go too. No. His Majesty vetoed without thinking, and the others also seemed to be in disagreement. The inheritance of Swanni's power could be passed down only by blood, but Baizé couldn't. Not only did it have to rely on blood, but it also needed the spells passed down by the national tutor. The next national tutor was still missing. If something happened to the national tutor at sea, the consequences would be unimaginable. Why do you think they can't come back? The national tutor was unmoved. His voice was cold and firm. Everyone looked at each other and didn't know what to say. When the retired emperor and the others went out to sea, they didn't know the real situation in the sea. Later, they encountered danger. First, Yazi was too powerful and destroyed the ship. Second, there were many sea monsters in the sea. Without the national tutor to detect danger in advance, it was expected that the ship would be destroyed. Without me, you will be lost in the sea like my brothers. The imperial preceptor's cold, jade-like long fingers slowly drew across the sea map. This was only a rough drawing based on the mermaid's confession. In reality, the situation in the sea was much more complicated than this. Relying on a young mermaid was not reliable at all. His Majesty, the Emperor's His Majesty's. Let Huangsu go, Prince Zhao, who was sitting in a corner and eating dried fish, suddenly said. What do you know? King Jing slapped his younger brother. Prince. Of Prince. Of course. I don't. Lord Ling took a deep breath and then let it out in frustration. He would rather expect a fish to know how to catch mice than a cat to know how to swim. 13th uncle, stay. His Majesty made the final decision and agreed to the national tutor's suggestion. However, the departure of the national tutor was a very big matter for Den. There would definitely be unrest in the capital. Prince Su, who had a large number of troops, had to stay behind to guard the capital. Everyone agreed with the decision, except for Lord Ling, who was very worried about the fact that the elder brother had been replaced by the younger brother. His 13th brother liked to hit him, but he could hit him back. It was different for his 21st brother. Facing his extremely good-looking younger brother, Lord Ling had always been beaten up badly, or he would be beaten up even more badly. After settling the affairs in the capital, everyone went to say goodbye to the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager held her eldest son and looked at them quietly for a while. After a long time, she said, Go. Remember to come back. So you heard this and felt a lump in his throat. As the saying goes, cats remember home and dogs remember the way. Facing a group of playful cats, the Empress Dowager was always kind but helpless. In the end, she could only say, Remember to go home. On the 2nd day of the 2nd month, the dragon raises its head. It was auspicious and suitable for travel. The Yulin royal guards sent off the imperial family's nobles with a very grand ceremony. The grandeur of the scene was far greater than that of the retired emperor's personal expedition. There was no other reason other than the fact that the national tutor had left the imperial city. A long red carpet was laid out from the place where the carriage got off the beach to the pier. Countless people gathered on the beach. Although it was crowded, it was completely silent. It was the complete opposite of the day when Prince Jing got off the boat. The situation in the sea was getting more and more serious. The lives of the people in the capital were also affected. Sea monsters appeared frequently, normal fish died in large numbers, and fishermen were often injured. It was said that this time, the emperor was personally leading the expedition. He was leading the national tutor to deal with the sea monsters and save the people from the fire and water. The people were very grateful and spontaneously went to the beach to see them off. The imperial carriage slowly came. The two princes jumped off the carriage first. Then, the emperor got off the carriage. The people knelt down and shouted, Long live the emperor! Since the founding of the Den country, the country was prosperous and the people were at peace. There wasn't even a trace of war. The people had reached the point of blind worship for the imperial family and the national tutor. Suyu was shocked by the scene. He didn't expect the people to have such a big reaction when the imperial family went to war. And Hongchul didn't pay attention to the people kneeling on the ground. He pulled Suyu onto the boat and stood on the deck with his hands behind his back. Suyu stood next to the emperor and looked at the national tutor's carriage. There was still no movement. Wang Gonggong went forward and whispered a few times. A white, almost transparent hand stretched out and slowly opened the curtain of the carriage. As soon as the snow-white corner of the clothes was revealed, the people who were kneeling immediately spread out their hands and lay down. They really prostrated themselves on the ground. The woman's clothes were like smoke, her white hair was like snow, and her cold and noble figure was like a god above the ninth heaven. People didn't dare to look directly at her. It wasn't until the big ship lifted the anchor that the people dared to raise their heads and watch the 3 huge imperial ships gradually disappear into the horizon. There were 3 big ships. The middle one was for the imperial family, and the other 2 were for the elite soldiers. The narrow bay in the suburbs of the capital only allowed 1 ship to pass through. The 3 big ships lined up in a row and moved forward along the bay toward the eastern sea. Whether it was to save the country, save the people, or rescue the retired emperor, the road ahead was long and destined to be full of turmoil. The modified big ships were not only covered with sturdy iron sheets and iron spikes, But the inside was also very different from the original warships. The bottom of the big ship was spacious. There were sailors, granaries, and a kitchen inside. The ship had 2 floors. The first floor was the lobby, the second floor was the bedrooms, and there was also a stargazing platform. The largest room was naturally for the emperor. The national tutor took the room in the front. The stargazing platform could be seen through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the room. Prince Ling and Prince Jing each took a room. Suyu watched blankly as everyone quickly chose their rooms. He scratched his head and consciously followed the emperor into the main room. The emperor had originally planned to let Wang Gonggong pass the message and reward Suyu to live with him. Unexpectedly, as soon as he turned around, Suyu, who was walking forward with his head down, bumped into the emperor's arms. The emperor snorted. This stupid slave was really shameless. How dare he stick to the emperor in front of imperial uncle and imperial brother? Suyu rubbed his nose that hurt from the bump. Before he could raise his head, the emperor picked him up and carried him to the low bed in the middle of the room. The emperor said, "I wanted to discuss the itinerary with imperial uncle first. What should I do when you're like this?" "Ah?" Suyu was thrown onto the bed by the cat in a daze. He didn't know what was going on. In order to prevent him from falling when the ship swayed, the bed on the ship was less than a foot high. The floor was also covered with thick long blankets. Being thrown down by the tall and slender His Majesty, immediately made him dizzy. The emperor took off his outer robe, jumped up and pounced on Suyu. He almost knocked him out. "Your Majesty." Suyu wriggled under the cat's body with difficulty. "It's the first day you boarded the ship. I know you're fresh. You can't be like this in the future. We still have proper business to do." The emperor licked his lips and lectured Suyu seriously. However, his hands were nimbly tying his belt. "Hey!" The national tutor didn't come out after entering the room. He probably went to study the astrology again. Wang Gonggong stood in front of the door for a while with a cup of hot tea. He didn't dare to disturb the national tutor, so he turned and walked to the front of the main room. The ship's walls were all made of wood. The sounds from inside the room could be heard clearly. Wang Gonggong silently withdrew his hand that was about to knock on the door and entered Prince Jing's room. A mouse suddenly ran to his feet. Wang Gonggong was shocked. He quickly put the teapot on the table and bent down to catch it. A black shadow quickly ran over and chased after the running mouse like a gust of wind. It took the opportunity to claw Wang Gonggong, who was meddling in other people's business. "Sanair, let's catch." His Royal Highness King Ling was bored and came to Prince Jing to catch fish. Before he could finish a sentence, his sharp eyes saw a sapphire-blue mouse that was running very fast. "A mouse!" His Royal Highness King Ling exclaimed. He instantly turned into a big black and yellow cat and pounced on the running mouse. Didn't he say that he wanted to discuss the itinerary and asked him to bring some hot tea? The corners of Wang Gonggong's mouth twitched. He turned and went to the first floor. Prince Lu loyally stood in front of the door with his saber in his arms, supervising the guards patrolling the deck. Wang Gonggong walked over and patted Gao Peng's shoulder. He handed him a cup of hot tea. Prince Lu took the cup and thanked him. He gulped it down and then quickly resumed his previous actions. He stared straight ahead without blinking. Wang Gonggong put away the cup and looked at the boundless sea. He then looked at the second floor. He suddenly felt a little sad that his fate was uncertain. The waterway was clear, and they headed east. Suyu leaned against the railing and enjoyed the scenery. He had been in this world for almost a year, but he had never left the capital. It was the beginning of spring. The weeping willows were sprouting, and the wildflowers were blooming. There were all kinds of houses along the coast. There were thatched cottages and tile-roofed houses. There were horned children herding goats, old men smoking cigarettes, and fishermen sailing out early in the morning and returning late at night. His Majesty the Emperor was sitting next to him, holding a fishing rod and pretending to fish. "Take it out and play with it for a while." Prince Ling and Prince Jing pushed and shoved their way over. Before they left, the Flying Stone Department lived up to their expectations and made a wheeled cloth mouse. The Empress Dowager secretly gave it to Prince Jing. Prince Jing looked at the iron net around the railing. The net was a bit big, so a cat definitely wouldn't fall through, but a cloth mouse was hard to say. He pushed away Uncle 17, who was trying to take the mouse out of his lapel. There are so many people outside. How can we play with it? Prince Ling looked around and only then did he notice the imperial bodyguards around him. He coughed lightly and immediately straightened his body. You have a point. The two saw that the emperor was fishing elegantly, so they took their fishing rods and went over to join in the fun. Your Majesty, there are too many imperial bodyguards on this ship. It's inconvenient on a normal day. Prince Ling swung his fishing rod and spoke righteously. The emperor looked covetously at the front of Suyu's clothes. He wanted to curl up and take a nap, but there were too many guards around him. He nodded his head in agreement. Since he's going to the sea, I'll send him away. The bay was narrow, so it would be easy for someone to assassinate them. In order to prevent someone from sneaking onto the ship, it was necessary to have imperial bodyguards around. Once they entered the boundless sea, it would be difficult for small boats to get close to large ships. At that time, the imperial bodyguards would be able to move to the other two ships. Splash! As the two were talking, Prince Jing had already caught a fish. This yellow croaker is quite big. Suyu leaned over to take a look. It can be used to make a grilled yellow croaker. Just you wait. Watch me catch an even bigger one. Prince Jing, who usually jumped up and down, was surprisingly patient when it came to fishing. He sat there motionless, and not long after, he caught another fish. His Majesty couldn't take it anymore. After posing for a while, he threw the fishing rod impatiently. I'm not fishing anymore. Knowing that Uncle Cat did not have the patience, Suyu smiled and pulled him to sit beside Prince Jing. She scooped up the fish in the bucket and cleaned it up on the spot. His Majesty the Emperor did not have the patience to fish, nor did he like to look at the scenery. However, he never got tired of watching Suyu cook and slaughter fish. He squeezed himself onto the same chair with Suyu and leaned against his back as if he had no bones. Prince Ling tossed the fishing rod aside and ordered someone to bring over a charcoal fire. Let's roast it like this. Although the grilled yellow croaker was also delicious, in this situation, it was more interesting to just skewer it and grill it. Suyu turned around to ask His Majesty the Emperor for his opinion. His Majesty the Emperor yawned indifferently. The group of people grilled fish on the deck with nothing to do. The national tutor, who had studied the stars, pushed open the floor-to-ceiling window and walked to the observatory to look down at them from above. Imperial uncle, come down and eat the fish. Prince Jing put away the fishing rod and leaned over to wait for the grilled fish. He raised his head and saw the national tutor, so he waved at him. The national tutor closed his cold eyes slightly and ignored Prince Jing. He slowly raised his head and looked at the horizon in the distance. Where's the mermaid? His Majesty the Emperor frowned slightly. The mermaid was the key to finding His Majesty the Emperor. Nothing must go wrong, so he looked at Prince Ling. Prince Ling, who was staring at the grilled fish, felt His Majesty the Emperor's gaze. He raised his head in confusion. What's wrong? He raised his hand and wanted to poke his 13th brother, but he realized that his 13th brother was not beside him. So he poked Prince Jing instead. Prince Jing blinked his beautiful peach blossom eyes. Ever since he left the palace, he had been thinking about the clockwork mouse. As for the mermaid, in the big water tank in the kitchen. Wang Gonggong, who had just gone to get the seasoning, said helplessly. They arrived at the coast of the East Sea without any problems. Prince Jing's mansion was not far from the coast. Usually, a prince's mansion was built in the most prosperous area of the city. When Prince Jing's father was still alive, Prince Hao's mansion was in the city. This mansion by the sea was just a side courtyard. But when Prince Jing returned, in order to make it easier for him to go out to sea every day to fish, to defend the territory, he turned this side courtyard into a mansion. The barracks of the East Sea were built around the mansion to protect the safety of the prince's mansion. Going out to sea was not something that could be done with just 3 luxurious royal ships. The real main force was the soldiers and generals of the East Sea who were good at naval battles. Prince Jing called out the soldiers, and everyone rested in Prince Jing's mansion for a while. The East Sea had always been rich in natural resources, and Prince Jing was also famous for his wealth. This could be seen just by looking at the huge coral screen in front of his mansion. Suyu looked left and right along the way, and was very curious. This mansion was similar to the hot spring villa in the suburbs of the capital, but it was also very different. The sea blue crystals were carved into exquisite lampshades in the hot spring villa, but here, they were crudely laid on the ground. The sparkling stone road was paved from the garden to the main courtyard. The arch bridge that crossed the brook was also carved out of crystals. The bridge was hollow, and candles were placed in the middle of the hollow bridge. When they entered the mansion, the sky was already dark. From afar, the sparkling arch bridge looked as if it was built in the air. The housekeeper of Prince Jing's mansion led the national tutor to a small 3-story building. The small building was very elegant. The roof tiles were also made of sea blue crystals, and the inside of the building was hung with blue gauze curtains. The national tutor nodded with satisfaction and walked up the small building. Prince Jing gave his main courtyard to His Majesty the Emperor, and took Prince Ling to sleep in the side courtyard. No matter how luxurious the mansion was, it couldn't be compared to the imperial palace. The space was limited. In the front courtyard, other than the main courtyard and the small building, there was only a side courtyard for guests. Quick, take out the mouse. Prince Ling didn't care about where he slept at all. As soon as he entered the small courtyard, he couldn't wait to ask Prince Jing to hand over the clockwork mouse. He couldn't play with it in front of so many guards on the way here, so he was very bored. Prince Jing raised his eyebrows and was about to say something when the loyal housekeeper came over and said, "Your Highness, the nurse said that Princess Lu is going to give birth in a few days." "Oh?" Prince Jing paused. "Huh?" Prince Ling's ears perked up. He suddenly remembered that when they were in Anhua Tower, this guy said that he was going to have a crown prince. 17th uncle, you should rest first. I'll go take a look. Prince Jing thought for a moment, then turned and left the courtyard. Madame Lu didn't have a high birth. She was the daughter of a merchant. After marrying Prince Jing, she couldn't even be a concubine. She could only reluctantly be a concubine and live in a small courtyard. On the way to the small courtyard, Prince Jing ran into more than one woman in the rear courtyard. All of them were dressed to the nines. Prince Jing didn't get angry. He just smiled and advised them to go back and rest since the weather was cooler. The women looked at Prince Jing with infatuation, then obediently nodded and went back to their rooms. Madame Lu's small courtyard was now heavily guarded. The nurse and the midwife had moved in 2 months ago. "Greetings to your Highness Prince Jing." The servants came out to greet him. Prince Jing waved his hand and walked into the room. "Your Highness." Madame Lu was sitting in front of the windowsill and fiddling with a net. Her father sold fishing gear, so she also knew how to make some small toys. She thought that since her child was about to be born, she could make a small hammock with a net and hang it in the courtyard when the weather was hot. Prince Jing looked at Madame Lu. Her face was rosy and her figure was slim. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see her slightly bulging belly. Madame Lu was a little embarrassed by his gaze. She stood there helplessly. "The nurse said that I'm already full term, but my pregnancy still doesn't show." As she spoke, she frowned with worry. After 5 months, she didn't dare to leave the courtyard. Even if she hadn't given birth to a child, she knew that it was abnormal for her pregnancy to not show. She was afraid that there was something wrong with the child. "It doesn't matter. This is your good fortune." Prince Jing smiled slightly. His peach blossom eyes, which were already smiling, became even more blurred with this smile. Madame Lu looked at her handsome husband in a daze and nodded blankly. "This brat, he's only so pretentious in front of women." The big black and yellow cat was squatting on the roof with its butt sticking out and curling its lips as it watched the scene. "Humph." The golden cat kicked its ears and yawned in boredom. Suyu was brought to the roof by the old cat. He said that he wanted to see the crown prince, but he didn't see anything. He reached out and hugged the sleepy old cat into his arms. "You called me here just to see this?" The snow-white cat was squatting on the highest point of the roof and elegantly wagging its tail. Suyu hugged His Majesty the Emperor and moved closer to the national tutor. His eyes shone as he looked at the incomparably beautiful white cat. This was the first time he had seen the original form of the national tutor. That flawless fur, cold and clear eyes, soft and tender paws, long and fluffy tail, and that perfect and impeccable figure. It really made people unable to look away. The national tutor glanced at the silly Suyu, raised his hand, and slapped him. Take good care of His Majesty. I'm going to watch the stars. After he finished speaking, he stood up and lightly jumped between the rooms. Not long after, he disappeared without a trace. Suyu watched his imperial uncle leave. He didn't understand a single word that the national tutor said just now. The only thing that reached his ears was the melodious meowing of a cat. Stupid slave. The voice in his sea of consciousness brought him back to his senses. Suyu lowered his head and looked at the golden cat that was kissing him. He smiled and kissed it back. His Majesty the Emperor saw him come back to his senses and immediately slapped him. What are you in a daze for? Suyu lightly coughed and kissed the warm meat pad. Looking at the situation, this princess is pregnant with a furball, right? His Highness the Prince Jing, who was sweet-talking to his concubine, heard the meowing of a cat on the roof. His charming smile couldn't help but stiffen. Rest for now. I'll come see you tomorrow. Your Highness, Madame Lu anxiously called out. When she saw him turn around, she hesitantly said, This concubine heard that your Highness is going to go to war. Prince Jing curved his peach blossom eyes. Don't be afraid. I'll accompany you. It won't be too late to go to war after you give birth to Lin. Your Highness. Madame Lu's eyes immediately reddened when she heard this. She was so moved that she couldn't speak. TCH, when a noble son is born, he naturally has to accompany him. His Royal Highness King Ling flicked his tail and looked at the Emperor, who was in Suyu's arms. He said resentfully, His Majesty should learn from him. Look at how he coaxes his wife. The Emperor disdainfully glanced at his 17th uncle and raised his neck to let Suyu tickle him. I'm so tired. The big black cat suddenly leaped onto the roof and spread out its paws between the tiles. It faced a flock of orioles and swallows in the rear courtyard. Looking at the swaying tassels on their bodies, it had to restrain itself from making a move and maintain a charming smile. It was simply torture. The concubine is already a month pregnant, but her pregnancy is still not obvious. She must be pregnant with a kitten. When a son is born, the father must be by his side to prevent any accidents and to control the woman who may become emotional. Since the kitten is going to be born soon, they decided not to leave yet. It won't be too late to leave after the kitten is born. The national tutor believed that the cats could wait on the island for 5 years, so they wouldn't mind waiting for another 5 days. Prince Ling believed that the East Sea was rich in natural resources. Since they came to Prince Jing's residence, they should eat something they haven't eaten before. The Emperor stood on a reef by the East Sea, looking into the distance with his hands behind his back. The waves hit the black rocks, stirring up a thin mist. The bright yellow robe fluttered in the sea breeze. Suyu saw the slender figure from afar and slowly walked over. When he woke up in the morning, there was no one next to him and no cat. He was curious why Master Cat didn't need to go to court, so he rubbed his sore waist and went to find him. The reef looked flat from afar, but it was actually as tall as a person. The Emperor looked back and saw Suyu clinging to the reef to climb up. He used his hands and feet to stick to the reef. When he saw the Emperor looking over, he smiled at him foolishly. The Emperor reached out and pulled the stupid slave up. He looked at the grit on his body with disgust. What are you doing here? Your Majesty, don't you need breakfast? Do you practice martial arts here? Suyu patted his robe. He was disliked by Master Cat every day, so he was no longer embarrassed. And Hong Chul pointed to the distance. Breakfast. Suyu looked in the direction of the Emperor's hand and saw His Highness King Jing, who was dressed in black, holding a harpoon. He was leaping lightly between the reefs in the shallows. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks and bent his body slightly. Then, he suddenly leaped up and dove into the sea. The long harpoon pierced into the water, but his body didn't touch the water. He flipped in the air and jumped back to the reef. There were already 3 fish on the harpoon. Prince Jing ran over quickly with the harpoon and proudly shook the fish in his hand. This should be enough. 3 big fat fishes were enough to make a sumptuous breakfast for the whole family. His Majesty snatched the harpoon away. It should be enough for me. Your Majesty, this subject caught it with great difficulty. Prince Jing's eyes widened. He was dragged out to catch fish early in the morning by His Majesty. His Majesty said that he wanted concubine Xian to make breakfast for him. He was so excited that he thought that his younger brother had found his conscience and wanted to treat him to breakfast. However, it turned out that his younger brother had enslaved him to catch fish and didn't intend to let him eat it. His Majesty glanced at him and said, "I'll give you the title of Fishing King later." After saying that, he held the harpoon in one hand and Suyu in the other and lightly jumped off the reef, leaving the brother who had been used to stand alone in the sea breeze. The freshly caught fish would naturally be much fresher than the ones in the palace. In order to maintain the freshness, Suyu did not marinate the fish. Instead, he cut the fish into thin slices, wrapped them in flour, and fried them in a wok of oil. He fried them until they were crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Then, he placed them in a small bamboo basket and mixed some sauce for the emperor to dip them in. A pile of fried fish slices was placed in the basket. It looked like the fried pancakes sold by street stalls in the morning. And Hongchul frowned as he looked at the unappetizing fried fish. He picked up a piece with his chopsticks, dipped it in the sauce on the small plate, and slowly took a bite. As soon as it entered his mouth, the indescribable freshness filled the tip of his tongue. The sauce was specially made by Suyu. It perfectly made up for the bland taste of the fish. It was salty and slightly spicy, making it irresistible. After drinking a mouthful of the hot soup made from mackerel bones, his entire body felt refreshed. His Majesty began to eat the fish slices one by one. This kind of simple and fresh delicacy couldn't be eaten in the palace. Prince Jing persevered and chased after His Majesty to the main courtyard. He saw that His Majesty seemed to be eating fried steamed buns dipped in sauce. He was very curious. He raised his hand, picked up a piece, and tasted it. He was immediately stunned. Usually, when he was in front of a sea of fresh fish, he only thought about how to cook it in a complicated way. He never thought that such a simple way of cooking was the most delicious. 3 big fish couldn't be eaten by 2 cats. Suyu filled a basket and asked Wang Gonggong to send it to the national tutor. Although the national tutor might not be awake at this time, His Royal Highness King Ling, who had nothing to do, yawned and walked out of the side courtyard. When he looked up, he saw the national tutor sitting in front of the window of the small building, eating something elegantly. He couldn't help but rub his eyes. 21st, why are you up so early? The national tutor glanced at him and ate the last piece of fried fish. He casually threw down the bamboo basket, turned around, and went back into the house. It was still early. After breakfast, he could continue to deduce the star chart. Where did he deduce the star chart just now? Whoosh, with the encouragement of this breakfast, Prince Jing worked even harder every day to catch fish. The ice and snow melted, and the situation in the sea became more and more serious. It was easy to catch sea monsters by the sea. His Majesty finally ate the fish that should be killed immediately after catching, such as the loach and mackerel. The loach was very active. Its meat was very elastic. When it was made into a fish ball, it could bounce back to the hand when it fell to the ground. It was naturally very chewy. Usually, it was difficult to add fillings into the fish ball, but it was very easy to make a fish ball. Suyu wrapped it with fried minced meat and gravy, and took a big bite. The fragrant fillings exploded in his mouth. Coupled with the natural freshness of the fish, he was reluctant to open his mouth and let the fragrance escape even if his tongue was scalded. The loach was shaped like a turtle, and its sound was like that of a sheep. This type of fish didn't have to be killed immediately because it would cause a disaster like the loach. It was because this type of fish was very timid. Once it left the sea, it would be scared to death, and it wouldn't be fresh for a while. Therefore, he had to kill it in the water and immediately fish it out to eat. Thus, Prince Jing took a large fish net, covered the head of a loach, and dragged it to the shore. Suyu waded over in the water, took out the fish-killing knife and scale-removing knife at his waist, and quickly cut open the loach's stomach. He wanted to give it a quick death before it was scared to death. Meh. The loach, whose body was comparable to a small millstone, let out a frightened cry in the water. Then, it went silent. Prince Ling and Prince Jing worked together to carry the small millstone, which had its internal organs removed, to the beach. The national tutor was sitting on a rock covered with a velvet blanket, looking at them indifferently. After leaving Anhua Tower, it was the same everywhere. The national tutor was no longer confined to the high platform and hung out with them every day. The golden cat was leisurely lying on the velvet blanket, licking its paws. These idiots want to eat the food made by my stupid slaves, so they have to work hard for me. According to the Su family's cookbook, this type of loach not only sounded like a sheep, but its meat was also somewhat similar to mutton, but it had a fishy smell. The ancestors of the Su family had studied it for a long time, but they couldn't find a better way. However, this wasn't a problem for Suyu at all, because he had brought a lot of cumin powder from the capital. It's best roasted whole. Suyu circled around the small millstone. The loach looked like a turtle, and it had a soft shell on the outside, which could be used to support the soft and fragile meat of the fish. He used an iron spike to pierce through the soft shell, set it on the grill made of stones, and lit the firewood. After the soft shell was roasted until it was crisp, he used a wooden mallet to break it, and the meat of the fish began to sizzle. He used a small knife to cut long slits on the wide fish so that the fat was fully roasted. As he cut, he sprinkled seasonings on the fish, including cumin powder and ground chili powder to remove the fishy smell. He sprinkled the seasonings on the fish, layer by layer, so that the oil would burst out from time to time. His Majesty the Emperor jumped onto Suyu's shoulder, and stepped on it with his left paw on top of his right paw. Don't worry. Suyu turned his head and rubbed against the soft fur of the Emperor, and continued to brush the sauce on the fish. When the group of cats couldn't bear it anymore, Suyu took out a small knife, quickly cut the fish into slices, and put them on the plate. He sprinkled another layer of seasonings, and His Majesty the Emperor turned into his human form and hugged the plate. When they were eating heartily, the servants of the prince's mansion hurriedly ran over. Your Highness, Princess Lu is about to give birth. Oh? Prince Jing raised his head with a mouthful of fish in his mouth. Oh. After recognizing the meaning of the words, he was shocked. He reached out and grabbed a few slices of fish, stuffed them into his mouth, and ran into the mansion. Everyone looked at each other, and quickly finished the rest of the meat on the plate, and quickly followed him into the mansion. Running quickly after eating would definitely cause a stomachache, but the cats obviously didn't have this concern. His Majesty the Emperor looked back at Suyu, who began to rub his stomach after running a few steps. He frowned slightly, walked over, and picked him up. This stupid slave is so weak that he can't even walk properly. How can he live without me? By the time they arrived, Princess Lu's courtyard was already quiet. Finished giving birth? The servant who ran to pass the message was stunned. How could it be over in such a short time? Wang Gonggong drove out the irrelevant people and quickly tidied up the side hall of the courtyard. He asked His Majesty the Emperor, the national tutor, Prince Ling, and concubine Xian to wait here for a while. Madame Lu looked blankly at the two expressionless female physicians. She was prepared to face the test of life and death, but as soon as she used her strength, the child came out. What's wrong? You're not crying? Such a small child, I'm afraid that he won't survive, right? Madame Lu didn't dare to look. The female physician didn't say anything. She quickly washed the child with warm water, and wrapped it up quickly. How is it? Prince Jing wiped his mouth, lifted the curtain, and hurriedly walked in. Mother and child are safe. When the female physician saw Prince Jing, she knelt down to salute him, and held the baby high above her head. When Madame Lu heard this, she finally dared to turn her head to look. She saw a small pink thing slowly wriggling in the soft bedding, as if it had smelled its father's scent. It raised its little head to look around, closed its eyes tightly, and called out softly, Mia. That wasn't a baby at all. It was a genuine kitten. Madame Lu was scared silly. She gave birth to a kitten. Would the prince think that she was a demon and kill her? She trembled as she looked at her husband. She saw that his peach blossom eyes, which were always gentle and smiling in the past, had now narrowed into a line. My son, haha, he really looks like me. Look at his energetic little paws, ha 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 ha. Prince Jing held the kitten, who was crying nonstop, and excitedly jumped on the spot. The prince must have been scared out of his mind. Madame Lu opened her mouth. She couldn't accept the fact that her son wasn't human and her husband had gone crazy. Her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Prince Jing ran out excitedly with his son in his arms. It was cold outside, and the newborn child was still wrapped in blankets for fear of freezing. Wang Gonggong hurriedly led him to the side hall. What's his fur? Prince Ling was the first to scurry over and peek at the blanket. Oh my, it's golden. Suyu also went over and saw that there was a small golden ball of fur wrapped in the blanket. Because it was just born, its fur was still sparse, so it looked pink and tender. Its eyes were tightly shut and it couldn't open them. Furry's little mouth kept calling out, Mia, Mia. So noisy. His Majesty the Emperor leaned over Suyu's shoulder to take a look and muttered. It wasn't clear whether he was saying it was noisy or ugly. He slowly stretched out a finger and poked the little furry head. Mia. The little kitten twisted unhappily. Be gentle. Suyu patted the cat's claw and gently stroked it with a finger. The warm fingertip still carried the smell of grilled fish. The pink and tender furball sniffed and slowly opened its mouth to bite. This child can bear the heavy responsibility of the country. He should be made the crown prince. The national tutor looked at them from afar and said seriously. Prince Jing only just remembered that he had brought his son here for the national tutor to appraise. When he heard this, he immediately stuffed the blanket into His Majesty's hands. I'll give it to you. I'll go see Madame Lu. Since she had given birth to a son, she should be made the princess consort. But before that, he had to clearly explain the stakes and the truth. He wanted to let her choose whether to sign a blood contract or slit her throat. His Majesty the Emperor held the little blanket stiffly. It was rare for him to be at a loss. The crown prince looked even weaker than the eldest son. It was difficult to control his strength with the blanket wrapped around him, so he reached out and tried to take the fur ball out of the blanket. Your Majesty, you can't. Wang Gonggong couldn't stand it anymore and hurriedly went forward to stop him. He took His Highness the Crown Prince. How could he take the child out of the blanket in the cold spring weather? Unexpectedly, as soon as Wang Gonggong took it, the Crown Prince was unhappy. He whimpered and struggled to turn his head in the direction of the Emperor, although he could not see anything. Suyu found this interesting and went over to pick up Furball. The inheritance of a bloodline was truly miraculous. This tiny kitten was able to tell the difference between a normal human and a cat emperor just by smelling the moment it was born. Me? The pinkish furball gave a doubtful meow. When Suyu gave it a finger, it immediately hugged it and sucked on it happily, not showing any disdain for his mortal status. Its little paws hugged its fingertips tightly, and its pink tongue was like a gentle brush, brushing Suyu's heart until it softened. It wished it could bring all the good things to it. What can the child eat now? Suyu rubbed her hands together and prepared to feed the child. It can eat anything. His Royal Highness King Ling felt that as a member of the Yin family, it should be able to eat fish as soon as it was born. Suyu looked at the Emperor, and the Emperor immediately glared back. What are you looking at me for? How would I know? However, 17th Uncle's words could not be trusted. Thus, he could only look at the national tutor. The national tutor lowered his cold eyes and did not look him in the eye. It can't eat meat, so it can only eat fish soup. Wang Gonggong said helplessly. The Royal Highness could eat fish paste because he was a month old, but this kitten was just born and could not chew anything. Suyu nodded slightly and turned to stew fish soup. He did not know if the child could drink Mackerel's fishbone candy, so it was better to stew a mild crucian carp soup to feed the child. Madame Lu fainted because she was scared, so she quickly woke up. When she opened her eyes, she saw her handsome husband standing by the bed with his hands behind his back. The child was nowhere to be seen. When the two female nurses saw that she had woken up, they tactfully retreated. She carefully looked at Prince Jing's expression and found that he was clear-headed and did not seem to be crazy. She slightly frowned and wondered if she had seen wrongly. You're awake. Prince Jing put away his usual gentle smile and said expressionlessly. Madame Lu originally held some hope, but when she saw her husband's expression, her heart immediately sank. She trembled and said, Your Highness, this concubine knows that she is guilty and will not complain if you want to kill her. But the child is innocent. I beg your Highness to let him live. Just. As she said this, tears fell uncontrollably. Just treat the child as a stray cat and put him in the forest to fend for himself. She could not say such words. A newborn child was not a stray cat, so if she threw him out at this time of the year, he would still die. Prince Jing tilted his head. This child is a noble son. You are lucky to have a golden-haired child. If there are no accidents, he will probably be the crown prince. Ah? Tears hung on Madame Lu's face and her mouth was half open. What did she just hear? National tutor, noble son, golden-haired child, crown prince? After thinking about it a few times, she finally understood the meaning of the prince's words. Madame Lu widened her eyes in disbelief. As expected, the prince had gone crazy. Prince Jing talked to Madame Lu for a long time before he finally explained to her what was going on. Originally, when a prince was born, he had to be sent to Anhua Tower for the national tutor to appraise. The process was very complicated. Now that the national tutor and the emperor were both present, it saved them a lot of trouble. The national tutor announced that the child was a noble son and could be the crown prince. His Majesty the Emperor immediately agreed and announced it to the world when they returned to the capital. Madame Lu had signed a blood contract with the national tutor. When she heard the prince dismissing all the concubines in the prince's residence and making her the princess of Prince Jing, she did not feel excited at all. She only felt that the heavens were teasing her. The milky white cushion carp soup was only sprinkled with a little salt. When one drank it, there was no saltiness at all. There was only a faint fishy fragrance. Afraid that the child would not have enough to eat, Suyu specially made the soup thicker and melted the fish meat. When the fish soup was ready, the emperor had already carried the kitten to the warmest main courtyard. The bedroom was covered with a sea blue velvet blanket and the room was as warm as spring. Wang Gonggong was afraid that the crown prince would catch a cold, so he added a small heater and wrapped it in a cotton cloth to prevent the emperor's fur from burning when he turned into a kitten and ran around. There was a small cradle next to the heater. When Suyu came in, the golden kitten was leaning on the edge of the cradle and curiously looking at the other golden kitten inside. She tentatively stretched out her paw and pressed it. It was a soft ball. She touched it twice and found that except for the two front claws that were white, the rest of the fur was golden. She nodded with satisfaction. Its aptitude should be good. It's just a little bit worse than her. Suyu found it funny. She leaned over and suddenly kissed the emperor's head. What are you looking at? Meow. The emperor, who was secretly touching his new son, was startled. He turned around and glared at Suyu. His two ears were pressed back and a layer of red appeared suspiciously on his cheeks. Meow. His Highness the Crown Prince smelled the fish soup and immediately crawled over. However, its little paws were still very soft and it was very difficult for it to crawl. In addition, it couldn't see, so it could only helplessly raise its head and meow. Suyu immediately picked up the kitten with heartache and dragged it into his palm. He picked up a special small spoon and carefully scooped up a small spoonful and blew on it. He tested the temperature with his lips and fed it to the kitten. The emperor looked at Suyu feeding the soup and immediately couldn't stand it. He reached out and scratched at his sleeve. Suyu looked at the emperor and then looked at the kitten in his palm who was still trying to drink the soup. He had a flash of inspiration and sat down on the carpet. He put the emperor on his lap and stroked his fur. The emperor swung his tail and slowly lay down. How could this stupid slave be so sensible today? She finally realized that it was wrong to leave her husband out. Just as he was feeling proud of himself, something warm was stuffed into his stomach. Meow. His Highness the Crown Prince, who couldn't open his eyes, was lying on his back in a daze. Before he could react, a spoonful of sweet fish soup was fed to him. He was immediately happy and held the small spoon and smacked his mouth hard. Damn stupid slave, how dare you use me as a support? The fur on the emperor's tail immediately stood up. The soft furry thing on his belly was still not obedient. It twisted its body while drinking. He endured it and raised his paw to wave it. Then he slowly put it away and glared at Suyu again. Stupid slave, just you wait, His Highness the Crown Prince was full of fish soup. He rubbed his head against the warm fur with satisfaction. The soup on his little beard also rubbed against the emperor's fur. The big golden cat immediately couldn't stand it. He pushed the fur ball and curled up to lick his own dirty fur. Seeing his son being pushed, he stayed in this position and didn't move. He didn't know to lick the fish soup off the corner of his mouth. He was really stupid. He looked around and saw Suyu turning around to put down the bowl of soup. He moved over as if nothing had happened and quickly licked the side of his son's mouth. The fresh and sweet fish soup had the unique milky fragrance of the kitten. The emperor, who was always picky, didn't dislike it. He licked the furball's head again. The big barbed tongue slid across his closed eyes. The furball snorted and slowly opened his eyes. His amber eyes were watery, like glass beads that had been soaked in seawater. They were clear and untainted. She looked around with her big eyes and saw a hairy golden face. She called out excitedly and went over to accurately lick the tip of the emperor's nose. The emperor shook his head. Damn it, how could he lick his father's nose like that stupid son of Demao? Was this something the crown prince of a country should do? It really was. When Suyu turned around, he saw the emperor and His Highness the Crown Prince licking each other's heads. Eh? He opened his eyes. He exclaimed and moved over. He looked at the big watery eyes embedded in the round little head. The pair of ears hadn't opened yet. The two small ears on the top of the head made the eyes look even bigger. He finally understood how the Empress Dowager felt back then. She looked at the big golden cat holding the kitten and licking her son's fur with a look of disgust. The only thought she had was to bury her face in it. Me? His Highness the Crown Prince saw Suyu's actions and followed suit. He buried his face in his father's fur. His mouth touched a small bump. He didn't know what it was and opened his mouth to suck it. The emperor was completely stiff. Damn stupid slave, look at what you've done. His Highness the Crown Prince sucked on the bean that had just entered his mouth and instinctively sucked on it. The stiff golden cat's fur stood on end. A white light flashed and the emperor, who was lying down, suddenly turned into a person. The fur in front of Suyu turned into a soft gown and a firm stomach. His Highness the Crown Prince hung in front of his father's chest in a daze, anxiously looking for the protrusion from before. When Suyu saw this scene, he finally understood what had happened. Unfilial son. The emperor angrily jumped up and threw the fur ball in front of his chest to Suyu. Suyu quickly caught it. Looking at the angry emperor, he unkindly laughed. It's normal for a kitten to drink milk. Damn it, you still dare to say it. The emperor angrily grabbed the little fur ball and threw it into the cradle. He picked up Suyu and strode into the room. I have to properly settle the score with you today. He used me as a support and didn't stop his unfilial son from offending me. Now, he even dared to laugh at me. This stupid slave really needs to be taught a lesson. Today, he will definitely remember it for the rest of his life. Your Majesty, I was wrong, ahaha. Suyu realized the danger and quickly said something to please the cat, but it was clearly too late. Throwing the reckless and stupid slave onto the bed, the emperor's golden robe disappeared in an instant. His entire body was like an agile leopard, suddenly leaping forward, biting down on the struggling fish and stripping them clean in a few bites. Your Majesty, the child is still here. Oh, outside. Suyu tried to change the topic. Looking at the emperor, if he didn't do anything, he probably wouldn't be able to get out of bed for 3 days. The emperor was unmoved. He took out a small box at the head of the bed and began to rub sauce on it. After spreading it evenly, he began to eat. Me. His Highness the Crown Prince, who had just opened his eyes, didn't understand anything. He blankly lay in the cradle and put a small paw into his mouth to nibble on it. A big cat with black and yellow stripes came in through the crack in the window and walked lightly to the side of the heater. It clung to the small cradle and opened its mouth to bite the back of the kitten's neck. A suppressed cry of surprise came from the inner room, followed by the creaking sound of the wooden bed swaying. The big cat shook its tail and covered the kitten's ears with its front paws. Then it realized that it couldn't walk anymore, so it had to put down its paws again. It secretly sighed that the king was a fatuous ruler. With the kitten in its mouth, it jumped onto the windowsill and disappeared from the main courtyard. Mao, what did you hear in your father's room just now? His Royal Highness King Ling asked worriedly as he held the little fur ball in his arms and leaned against the stove in the middle of the room. Wang Gonggong thoughtfully placed a cotton heater in the bedroom in the side courtyard. His Royal Highness King Ling liked it very much. When he was free, he would sleep around the heater. His Highness the Crown Prince couldn't understand human and cat language, so he didn't know what Grandpa 17 was talking about. He was still rubbing his head in the soft fur. Your father is doing something that only adults can do. Children shouldn't listen to this kind of thing, let alone watch it. The big cat licked his furry little head and said worriedly, in the future, you can't learn from your father and proclaim in the daytime. Before he could finish his sentence, His Royal Highness King Ling stiffened. Perhaps the little furball in her bosom had gained some experience from drinking milk earlier. After squirming around in the fur for a while, it successfully found the small protrusion that was hidden within. It happily opened its mouth and bit it, sucking on it while letting out a happy gurgle. This was the scene King Jing saw when he came in. He laughed so hard that he almost choked. Your Majesty, I think the Crown Prince also drinks milk. Why don't you give him milk? Suyu caught his breath and blocked the Emperor, who was about to come closer, with one hand. He quickly said something to save himself. The Emperor sneered, grabbed the hand in front of his chest, and pressed it against the pillow. Whose milk? Yours? As he said this, his gaze lingered for a moment. Suyu's whole body turned red. This guy, he just couldn't hold back his laughter. Did he have to take revenge so quickly? I didn't. His Royal Highness was already 1 month old. He knew that kittens didn't need to drink milk when they were 1 month old, so he didn't care. Now that he saw that the Crown Prince still had the instinct to drink milk, on the surface, the Royal Highness kittens were the same as ordinary cats. They should drink milk when they were less than 1 month old. Then tell me, should I give him human milk or cat milk? The Emperor used his knee to push Suyu's leg away and smoothly squeezed in again. Suyu's mind instantly went blank. After thinking for a long time, he realized that it wasn't appropriate to give His Highness the Crown Prince any milk. Kittens couldn't drink other kinds of milk. Even milk would give them diarrhea. As for cat milk, these fellows were actually humans. It was definitely wrong to let humans drink wild cat milk. Then, the Royal Highness, Your Highness, why? Oh, there aren't any women. So you only found the problem after a long time. The Emperor narrowed his eyes slightly. How could he be distracted at a time like this? The answer Suyu received was that the fire became hotter and hotter, turning him over and over until he was fried into dried fish. Therefore, when the Emperor finally decided to be kind and stop to explain the secrets of the Royal Highness, he couldn't listen at all. His eyes rolled back and he fell asleep. The Royal Highness had never lacked princesses and infanta, but there had never been a woman who could turn into a cat. No matter how pure the blood of the father was, the remaining daughters were all mortals. Even the national tutor couldn't explain this situation. He could only say that it was God's will. Without a female cat who could turn into a human, there was naturally no milk suitable for the Royal Highness kittens to drink. Therefore, these fellows were born to drink fish soup. The next day, Suyu couldn't get out of bed as expected. The Emperor proudly carried His Highness the Crown Prince back and stuffed him into Suyu's quilt. He said that he wanted the Crown Prince to see the consequences of not abiding by the family rules. Then, he went to arrange the following matters in high spirits. After resting in Prince Jing's residence for a few days, the fish that needed to be eaten and the things that needed to be taken care of were all taken care of. It was time for everyone to continue their journey to the deep sea. His Highness the Crown Prince had just been born. Even if he was a kitten with the bloodline of Taowu, he was still very weak at this time. Prince Jing had to go out to sea. Although Madame Lu had signed a blood contract and was made the princess consort, she was still in her confinement period and her body was weak. Without the protection of the prince, there would be too many people in the prince's residence to protect the crown prince. The national tutor's intention was to let Wang Gonggong take the crown prince back to the capital and hand him over to the Empress Dowager for the time being. This was the safest way at the moment, so no one had any objections. The night before they left, Suyu asked for the little furball and kissed it again and again. The golden kitten stumbled forward on Suyu's chest. After a few days, the little furball had become a lot more solid and could barely walk a few steps. The sparse fur on its body had also grown a lot. The fluffy layer of golden fur was very beautiful. Me. The little furball called out softly. It stretched its neck and wanted to kiss Suyu's lips. The big golden cat, who was wagging its tail on the pillow, immediately became unhappy. It rushed over and pushed the furball away and kissed it. It's getting late. Go to sleep. Suyu kissed it back and pinched the fur ball that had been pushed to the side. He placed it on the big cat's body and the two golden fur balls immediately merged into one. I'll be gone for a few months. When I return to the capital, the child probably won't recognize me. Meow. His Highness the Crown Prince found himself in a sea of golden fur. He couldn't tell which part was his. Only the white part of his front paws was more conspicuous. He excitedly grabbed the fur with his left paw and right paw in the sea of fur. His Majesty disdainfully used his back paw to kick the fur ball off his body and threw it into the gap between the pillows. He occupied the space on Suyu's chest. Suyu helplessly pulled the child out from the gap between the pillows and put him next to his neck. He raised his hand and stroked His Majesty's fur. The big cat was too territorial. It was better not to get into trouble. Sending the child to the capital was the right choice. If something happened, the royal bloodline could be smoothly passed down. The next day, they boarded the ship. Suyu reluctantly stood on the deck and looked in the direction of the prince's mansion. They weighed the anchor, raised the sails, and sailed away. The coast slowly moved away. Prince Jing's mansion with its ocean blue roof gradually became small and blurry until it disappeared. Suyu sighed softly. He turned around and was about to cook when he suddenly saw Wang Gonggong standing not far away. He immediately widened his eyes and asked, "Where's the crown prince?" At this time, shouldn't Wang Gonggong be on the carriage with the crown prince and preparing to return to the capital? Why is he here? Wang Fuhai, what's wrong with you? Prince Jing rushed over. He was inspecting the ship just now and didn't notice. Why did this old servant also come on the ship? Wang Gonggong looked at the expressionless His Majesty with a bitter face. Meow. A small furry head popped out from the front of the emperor's bright yellow robe. It's the crown prince's responsibility to rescue the retired emperor. The emperor raised his hand and pressed the furry head down as he said seriously. The corners of Suyu's mouth twitched. What can such a small furry ball do? It's just that the emperor doesn't want to let him go. Forget it. The imperial family's 3 large ships were followed by more than a dozen smaller ships, all of which were filled with soldiers from the Eastern Sea. Prince Jing's family had been guarding the Eastern Sea for generations, so the soldiers and generals he trained were all good at naval battles. They were good at defending the country and fighting against sea monsters. The soldiers and generals' ships protected the imperial family's ship in the middle. The distance on the sea looked close, but it was actually very far. The people on the other ships couldn't see the situation on the imperial family's ship. Before the anchor was raised, the emperor chased all the people on the ship to other ships, leaving only Wang Gonggong and Prince Lu. Wang Gonggong's role was needless to say. As for Prince Lu, he had to leave a bodyguard behind. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense. The sea was vast. The national tutor stood at the bow of the ship and pointed in a direction. The ship kept moving in that direction. I can't see the way at all. Prince Ling stood next to the national tutor and looked into the distance. The deep blue sea stretched as far as the eye could see. It looked the same everywhere, just like the grasslands of the northern desert. It was only a matter of time before they got lost. Isn't there a mermaid? After King Jing settled the soldiers down, he came over to join in the fun. He lowered his head to look at the waves created by the boat, and an idea flashed through his mind. Find a long rope and tie the mermaid to the front. Just like a guide dog, if the mermaid was tied to the bow of the ship would follow wherever she swam. She could also help pull the rope and save some strength to row the ship. The emperor stuffed the fur ball hanging from his lapel to Suyu and looked at Prince Jing with disdain. Prince Jing, who was looking around, happened to see the emperor's disdainful look. He narrowed his peach blossom eyes and said, "What, did I say something wrong?" Suyu caught His Highness the Crown Prince who was sleeping soundly. He was afraid that the wind would blow him away, so he stuffed him into his lapel. The fish is in the water. What if it runs away? The emperor was too lazy to pay attention to him. He grabbed the stupid slave and his son and went back to the room. He woke up too early today for the auspicious time, so he had to go back and sleep for a while. Then bring the water tank out and place it on the deck. Let the mermaid lead the way at any time. Ow! Before Prince Ling could finish his sentence, he was slapped on the back of his head. His eyes widened. 21. You hit my head too. Over the past few days, His Royal Highness King Ling finally realized that the only benefit of not having his 13th brother by his side was that no one would randomly hit him on the head. Now, his little brother, who had never respected his older brother, had actually learned this trick. Mermaids might have secret techniques. If she summons other mermaids, none of us will survive, the national tutor said coldly. A single merman was nothing to be afraid of. Once they left the water, they were like fish waiting to be slaughtered. However, it was different in the sea. Mermen were the overlords of the sea. Their abilities in the sea were not as simple as diving and weaving. In the end, the mermaid still did not have the right to appear on the deck of the ship. She remained in the large water tank in the kitchen, feeling wronged. Fortunately, she was now at sea, and there was someone to change fresh seawater for her every day, so she wasn't in such a miserable state. It was just a little boring. The only fun she had was watching Suyu busying himself in the kitchen every day. The fresh ingredients at sea were endless every day. Prince Jing generously rented the clockwork mouse to Uncle 17, while he concentrated on fishing every day. The long rope that he had prepared for the mermaid ended up being used by him. He tied the long rope to his waist, held a shiny silver harpoon, and jumped lightly on the surface of the sea. Crossing the water like a duckweed, it was very impressive. So you finally saw something that could only be seen in books. Prince Lu held his sword and watched with him. He was also fascinated. Brother Gao, why don't you go down and try? Suyu saw that Gao Peng was envious, so he persuaded him. Gao Peng shook his head. How can my Qinggong be compared to the prince's? Although he could also jump about 10 feet high, he was still far from reaching the level of these princes. He might not be able to do it even if he practiced for another 8 to 10 years. Suyu understood. His Majesty the Emperor had said that these cat masters were born with internal energy. They were completely different from those cat masters who had to practice hard for many years before they could reach the level of kittens when they were just born. Moreover, after the verification of the fish-killing wrist guard, the internal energy of these two people was definitely not the same thing. The Crown Prince didn't feel the sympathy of concubine Xian at all. He excitedly explained to him, His Highness Prince Jing has been extraordinarily talented since he was a child. When he was young, he was already famous for being able to float on water with a silver harpoon. Float on water with a silver harpoon. Suyu's mouth twitched. It didn't sound impressive at all. Prince Lu stood at the bow of the ship, admiring how Prince Jing made the harpoon look vigorous and exquisite. Suyu, who didn't move, held a bucket of water and waited to collect the ingredients. When His Majesty the Emperor was in the mood, he would also go down to fish with Prince Jing. Most of the time, he would lie on the big cushion on the deck, idly basking in the sun. His Highness the Crown Prince could walk steadily after 7 days. When Suyu went to collect ingredients or cook, he would leave His Highness the Crown Prince in his father's care. His Majesty the Emperor was very good at looking after children. He would lie down on the soft cushion and let the little fur ball crawl around him. When it fell to the ground, he would reach out his claws to pick it up. It's so big. Suyu looked at the fish in the bucket in surprise. Other than a few plump cods, there was also a huge lobster, which was waving its big pincers proudly. Make minced garlic. A cold and pleasant voice suddenly came from above. Suyu looked up and saw the national tutor reclining on the soft cushion on the observatory. Minced garlic steamed lobster? That's not bad. Suyu nodded and took the bucket of fish to the kitchen. His Majesty the Emperor flicked his tail and jumped up to follow him. Just as he was about to leave, he was tripped by the little fur ball that had rolled over at some point. He immediately stumbled and fell onto the soft cushion. His Highness the Crown Prince saw a golden fur ball shining over his head and immediately jumped into it excitedly. Suyu cleaned up the cods, cut them into small slices, and put them into the pan to fry. He turned around and was about to stuff the minced garlic into the split lobster when he saw a golden cat jump onto the stove. There was a small bump on its back. Before he could see it clearly, the light figure jumped onto his shoulder. Sauce. Suyu rubbed the fur ball on his shoulder and turned his head to look at the small bump on its back. His Majesty the Emperor raised his paw and slapped him. Me. His Highness the Crown Prince raised his head and greeted him. Suyu helplessly raised his hand and carried the big cat and the little furball down. The oil is still hot. Take the child and hide further away. His Majesty the Emperor flicked his tail unhappily. If it weren't for this stupid son, he could stay in Suyu's lapel or squat on his shoulder and eat a piece of hot food that had just come out of the pot from time to time. Me. His Highness the Crown Prince lay on his father's back and struggled to jump down. The cods in the oil made a sizzling sound. His Majesty the Emperor immediately took a few steps back. He unwillingly carried the furball on his back to look at the mermaid in the water tank. The mermaid had been living well these days. Suyu would cook for her every day. She didn't look thin at all as a prisoner should. Instead, she was fatter than when she first entered the palace. Suyu also just found out that mermaids also ate fish. However, they didn't mind cold or raw fish. When they were hungry, they would eat raw fish. When the mermaid saw the golden cat approaching, she immediately became nervous and shrank to one side of the water tank. Unfortunately, the water tank was only so big. She couldn't shrink too far. Me? His Highness the Crown Prince lay on his father's head and pulled on one of His Majesty the Emperor's ears. He curiously looked at the big fish in the water tank. Unfilial son, you're not allowed to lie on your father's head. His Majesty the Emperor raised his paw and pulled the furball off his head. He thought for a moment and used his paw to point at the mermaid in the water tank. This is a mermaid. He remembered that when he was young, his father would carry him everywhere and point out things that he hadn't seen before. His Highness the Crown Prince tilted his head and looked. He didn't understand. His Majesty the Emperor thought for a moment and added, "It's food." Me. His Highness the Crown Prince seemed to understand what food meant. When he heard these two words, his large eyes immediately lit up. Together with his father, he stared at the beautiful mermaid with a burning gaze. Suyu finished frying the cod slices. He placed them on a large plate and poured the sauce evenly. This sauce was just made by him. It tasted like teriyaki sauce, but it wasn't as sweet. Furthermore, he added some spicy seasoning. It tasted crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. It was fragrant and delicious. He picked up a piece and turned around to let His Majesty taste it. He saw the two golden fur balls, one big and one small, squatting by the side of the water tank. The small one squatted between the big one's paws. They stared intently at the trembling mermaid in the water tank. Their expressions and actions were exactly the same. Suyu carried the two fur balls onto the deck with the fried fish and lobster. Prince Jing, who was fishing quietly at the bow of the ship, smelled the aroma and immediately threw away the fishing rod in his hand. The sky was clear, and the wind was calm. Suyu put the food on the wide cushion and took out the two fur balls from her lapel. Then, she called the national tutor to come down and eat. During the day, the national tutor would lean on the cushion on the observatory and occasionally correct the direction of the ship. She slowly opened her cold eyes and glanced at the black and yellow cats that were still chasing after the clockwork mice. Then, she slowly got up and directly jumped down from the high platform. Her white robe fluttered in the wind, and her slender body was like a snow-white butterfly, lightly floating down. The national tutor sat down gracefully on the cushion. The little golden fur ball arched out from under its father's belly and stumbled towards the national tutor. The cub naturally liked the peaceful smell of Baize's bloodline. Even if it was ignorant, it instinctively wanted to get close to it. She broke open the tough shell of the lobster and revealed the white and tender meat. The green and white minced garlic and golden sesame oil blended into the white meat. When she picked up her chopsticks, the meat seemed to be broken, but it was not broken. It was very tempting. In order to prevent the big cats from fighting, Suyu evenly divided the lobster meat into 4 bowls. The first bowl was naturally given to His Majesty, who was in his arms, and the second bowl was given to the national tutor. The remaining 2 bowls were not yet distributed, as the other 2 big cats could not wait to grab the bowls and eat. Me. His Highness the Crown Prince lay on the national tutor's lap. He looked left and right, then opened his small mouth and wanted to take a bite. Suyu carried the little guy over. Wang Gonggong, who had gone to get the soup, arrived in time and handed him a small bowl of fish soup that was just right for him. While the family was eating happily, a gust of sea wind suddenly blew. The national tutor frowned slightly, swallowed the lobster meat in his mouth, and looked up into the distance. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sea breeze grew stronger and stronger, and the originally calm surface of the sea started to ripple, hitting the hull of the ship. So you couldn't hold the fish soup in his hand anymore. His Highness the Crown Prince was still holding onto his hand and opening his mouth to drink. Voila! A huge wave hit, and the boat suddenly tilted. So you hurriedly raised the bowl of soup in his hand, but it was too late. The wave was about to hit him. The Emperor abruptly transformed back into his human form. With one hand, he caught Suyu, who was about to lie down. With his other hand, he quickly caught the bowl of soup. He drew a flower in the air and held it firmly in his palm, not spilling a single drop. Mia! His Highness the Crown Prince, who was lying in Suyu's arms, called out excitedly to his imperial father. The Emperor raised his hand and drank all the fish soup in the bowl in one gulp. He stuffed the empty bowl into Suyu's hands and said, "Carry your son into the room." Prince Jing, who was wearing a black wide-sleeved gown, jumped up to the bow of the ship and frowned as he looked into the sea. Leatherback turtles. Prince Ling went over to take a look. He saw more than 10 things with turtle shells and fish bodies floating in the sea. They were leatherback turtles, and when they saw them, the wind and waves started to blow. More and more leatherback turtles floated to the surface of the sea, and the wind and waves in the sea became bigger and bigger. The huge waves hit the hull of the ship, creating huge splashes. Suyu staggered to the cabin door with his son in his arms. He was caught off guard and was splashed with seawater. He immediately shivered from the cold, and his son in his arms was also wet. He hurriedly ran into the room with his son in his arms. He stumbled to find a cloth towel and wrapped the wet ball of fur up. It was still cold, so he had to quickly dry himself. It would be troublesome if his son caught a cold. The net caught a few leatherback turtles, but more and more leatherback turtles gradually floated to the surface of the sea. The waves became bigger and bigger, and dark clouds began to gather in the sky. The sound of the huge waves was deafening. Prince Jing shouted to the Emperor, "I think we've reached the sea monster's nest." Leatherback turtles were not common in the sea. It would be a disaster for fishermen to encounter one by chance. Now that so many of them had gathered here, it could only mean that this was a gathering place for sea monsters. Usually, places with many sea monsters would be surrounded by leatherback turtles. This way, once someone appeared, the strange phenomenon in the sea would attract the attention of the sea monsters. The people on the ship were swayed from side to side, but the national tutor was still standing as steadily as Mount Tai. His cold gaze swept across the dark clouds in the sky, and then he looked at the leatherback turtles in the sea. "Kill all the leatherback turtles, and the waves will calm down." After he finished speaking, he turned around and jumped onto the high platform. The glazed roof of the platform blocked the splashing water very well. Woo, the bugle horn sounded, and the soldiers on the ships behind quickly walked out of the cabin door. His Majesty the Emperor covered himself with a layer of waterproof silk and stood at the bow of the ship with his hands behind his back. "Don't leave a single one alive." Prince Jing took the war flag, waved it a few times, and circulated his chi in his dantian. He said cheerfully, "Cast the net and set the formation." Large nets glowing with silver light were cast down from the nearby ships, covering the entire group of leatherback turtles. The huge waves caused by the leatherback turtles also lifted them up. The moment they fell back, the huge fishing net suddenly tightened and caught all the sea monsters that fell down. Prince Ling pulled out his long spear, raised his hand, and caught one end of the fishing net that Prince Jing had thrown to him. He pulled hard, pulled the fishing net over, and threw it hard on the ground. Then he swung his silver spear and slashed it diagonally. With a few muffled sounds, a string of turtle shells were broken. Prince Lu immediately pulled out his sword and followed behind the prince to kill the leatherback turtles that had revealed their fish bodies. The soldiers of the Eastern Sea bravely killed the fish. Not long after, hundreds of leatherback turtles were killed. The huge waves rolled for a while, then gradually calmed down. Suyu dried his son's fur and held him in the main hall for a long time. When he saw that the waves had gradually calmed down, he carried His Highness the Crown Prince and walked out. The sea was calm, as if there had never been a storm. However, the deck was filled with the smell of blood. The shattered turtle shells and fish bodies were everywhere, indicating what had just happened. "Who told you to come out?" His Majesty the Emperor turned around and saw Suyu. He immediately frowned and coldly told him to go back quickly. Before he could finish speaking, there was a loud bang. The hull seemed to have been hit by a huge impact. Suyu immediately felt that he was thrown up, and his whole body was light as a feather. And Hongchul rushed over, grabbed Suyu's waist, and somersaulted in the air. He slapped his palm on the railing and used the force to stabilize himself. He landed on the small platform on the second floor and uncontrollably took 2 steps back. Then he stuffed Suyu back into the cabin. "Stay on the bed and don't move around. Be careful." "Meow." The Crown Prince suddenly screamed. His Majesty the Emperor turned around and saw a huge black shadow coming over on the waves. It looked like a ferocious beast on the wasteland, and it directly crashed into the Imperial ship like a gladiator. Bang! There was a crisp sound. That fellow crashed into the thick iron shell, and the ship shook violently. That black shadow seemed to have become dizzy from the impact and fell into the water with a splash. Suyu tightly grasped the handrail beside the cabin door, but he still couldn't avoid falling to the ground. Moo! There was a long cry. More black shadows flapped their wings and came over on the waves. Each had the body of a fish and the tail of a snake, and their bodies were like water buffaloes. "It's a salmon." Suyu's eyes widened. This salmon was not a very edible salmon, but a monster recorded in the illustrated handbook of mountains and rivers. Although it was a fish, it was as big as a water buffalo. It had a snake tail and wings, and its voice was like a cow's. It died in the winter and came back to life. This kind of fish was not a hindrance to the rivers and mountains. It was just that it was very ferocious, or it could be said that it was somewhat inexplicable. They would die when winter came, sink to the bottom of the sea, and come back to life when the ice and snow melted. The freshly awakened salmon would forget everything that happened last year and only rely on their instincts. They especially liked to crash into things that were bigger than them, whether it was coral, large fish, or ships. "Release the arrows." Prince Ling stood on high ground and raised his hand to wave the war flag in his hand. The archers on each ship immediately stepped forward and aimed at the giant salmon. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. They drew their bows and shot. Puff, puff, puff. Before the salmon was shot to death, a series of sounds broke through the water, giving people a bad premonition. Following that, countless monsters with fish bodies and snake tails emerged from the water. They were only the size of ordinary grass carps, but they could jump very high. One after another, a few of them would jump onto the ship. Ah! The outermost archer's arm was bitten by a fish that leaped up, and blood immediately dripped down. This fish had a pair of long, sharp teeth in its mouth. It was very terrifying. Tiger shark. His Majesty the Emperor narrowed his eyes and raised his hand to draw a short sword from his sleeve. He slashed the fish that leaped up. Suyu rolled on the ground and rolled into the cabin, then closed the door behind him. Although the tiger shark was not big, it was very ferocious. Its temperament was like that of a snake. Once it saw something being waved, it would pounce and bite it. He didn't care, since it wasn't poisonous. However, if his precious son in his arms was bitten, he would certainly lose his life. Suyu rolled and crawled to the side of the bed. The hull of the ship shook violently again. Suyu fell and his head hit the floor with a dong sound. He immediately grimaced in pain. "Put away the arrows and get off the ship," His Majesty the Emperor decisively ordered. If they didn't kill the tiger shark, it would be difficult to kill the salmon. The tiger shark was small, so they had to be close to capture it. The soldiers of the Eastern Sea were not afraid of the sea monsters. They quickly picked up their weapons, slid down the ship's rope, and boarded the small boat. Suyu struggled to climb onto the bed with great difficulty. He rubbed his aching head, hugged his son, and moved into the bed. He opened the small window beside the bed. There were originally many large windows in the main room, but he didn't dare to open them at this moment. At the head of the short bed, there was a small window that was 1 foot long and 4 fingers high. It was originally used to open the sea view while lying on the bed. At this moment, it just so happened that it could be used to see the situation outside. The huge salmon unceasingly rammed into the ship, and the archers didn't stop shooting these crazy guys. The officers and soldiers on the small boat all had solemn expressions as they held their weapons and fought in the sea. Suyu slightly frowned. This scene seemed to be moving and moving, but for some reason, he felt that something was wrong. Me. His Highness the Crown Prince burrowed out from his lapel, and his still wet hair rubbed against Suyu's chin. Ah, I know. Suyu slapped the bed, scaring the kitten. He quickly kissed the wet head, but when he raised his head to look at the battle scene, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. There was no other reason. It was because the weapons in the hands of the officers and soldiers weren't awe-inspiring spears, nor were they large swords that glittered with cold light. Instead, they were fishing nets, harpoons, and large wooden sticks. End of chapter 112. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.